This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Before being torn apart by the zombies, Exile Lee saw Suja's expressionless face. Next to him stood a girl in red clothes, watching Exile Lee drowning in the tide of zombies with interest, while the black back at her feet was gnawing on a piece of fresh beef that had just been opened. Exile Lee remembered that she exchanged it for a grenade, because Suja was seriously injured in order to protect her on the way to the base, and needed to eat meat to restore his strength. "I'm sorry, Ollie, but you must hope that I can get better, right?" Suja still had his usual gentle tone, as if it wasn't him who pushed her into the zombie group just now. Exile Lee could no longer speak, because the thin skin and flesh of her neck had been torn apart by sharp teeth, and blood spurted out. The greasy stench of corpses filled her nose, and the pain in her shoulder blades accompanied by the terrifying chewing sound instantly swept through all her senses. Suja murmured to himself with tears in his eyes, "I know, I love you too. This is the last thing you can do for me." She stared at the two people standing on the defensive wall until she lost consciousness, and Exile Lee's mind was full of the unfinished words. Your ancestors? Half alive and half dead, Exile Lee vaguely felt that there were layers of soul-stirring blood in front of her eyes, and the pictures appeared blurry and disappeared quickly. The deeper she looked, the darker and stickier it was. Triggering the undead state, the organism is repairing. Progress 1%, 33%, 78%, 99%, 99.9%. Repair failed. Re-extracting biological data. 100%. Extraction successful. A vague electronic sound rang out, and a burst of intense pain came, and consciousness fell into the abyss. "Ms. Exile, are you sure you want to change the name of the landlord?" "Ollie, what's wrong with you? You won't regret it, will you?" "Don't worry, husband. We have discussed it at home. It's better for everyone to fill in Jojo's name as the landlord, right, Ollie? Homeowner? Jojo? Is this a dream?" Exile blinked hard, and her consciousness seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep, confused but unusually clear. What came into view was a house purchase contract, which was handed to Exile Jojo, who was sitting next to her. At this time, she held the contract but didn't let go. Exile Jojo tried several times but couldn't pull it out. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and the sales staff looked at the stalemate on both sides with a puzzled expression. Exile Jojo had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still smiled in a relaxed manner. "That's right, we are not going to occupy Ollie's house. The city has a policy of reducing property tax for talent introduction. Ollie is just an undergraduate in the province. It would be a pity to miss it. I just returned to China after completing my postgraduate studies. It's my first house, so I can save nearly 200,000 yuan. Zhou Ping next to him also hurriedly joined in, seemingly holding Exile Lee's other hand intimately. "Yes, Ollie, don't worry, the house is still yours. It will be transferred to you as soon as you get married." Exile Lee raised her eyes and saw Zhou Ping, her stepmother who should have died in a natural disaster. Exile Lee effortlessly remembered that this was 5 years ago, 1 month before the end of the world, how Exile Jixing, his current wife Zhou Ping, and his cheap son Exile Jojo, coaxed and deceived her to fill in Exile Jojo's name on the house she bought in full. They promised to transfer the ownership as soon as Exile Lee got married in the future. However, when they moved into her new home, the three of them moved into her house together on the grounds that it would be easier to take care of her daily life. A week later, even Exile Jojo's girlfriend, who was pregnant before marriage, moved in openly. Zhou Ping privately begged her to conceal the fact by both soft and hard tactics, and asked her to say in front of Exile Jojo's girlfriend that she was just staying there temporarily, and the house would be used as a wedding house temporarily, so that Exile Jojo could marry a wife smoothly. Exile Jixing, who was standing by, saw that she was reluctant to hand over the contract, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. "Exile Lee, what are you doing? If you hadn't done a lot for the family in the past few years, we would not be willing to let your brother lose the first set of qualifications. This is her biological father, and he didn't care about her after her mother died early. It was not until I went to college that I found out that my father had remarried, and the other party changed his surname with his son, and the family of 3 lived happily together. That year, Exile Jixing cleared a utility room at home and let Exile Lee, who was studying in Nanshur, go back to live there. Exile Lee thought he had finally received his father's love, which had been delayed for many years. When he learned that Zhou Ping had a car accident and broke her hand, he took the initiative to share the housework, and went home early to cook and clean after class every day, so that Xi and Jojo could focus on the college entrance examination. Now that I think about it, what family? She is just a free babysitter. Xi and Jojo wanted to nod his head in agreement, but he felt a strong force in his hand and his body tilted. If he hadn't let go in time for fear of damaging the contract, he would have been pulled to the ground by Xi and Lee. He glared at her, but found that Xi and Lee, who used to be timid, now had cold eyes. When he met her gaze, it seemed that an indescribable force strangled his throat, and he couldn't say anything. At this time, Xi and Lee looked at the three people and sneered in his heart. She started drawing part-time to make money since college, and after graduation, she also chose a 996 job. After years of frugal living, she barely saved enough money to buy a house. However, because she believed in blood ties, she was not only cheated out of the house, but was also driven out of the house when the end of the world came. Xi and Lee, who had been in a life-or-death situation for 5 years, always thought of this scene over and over again, and her heart was full of hatred. Perhaps it was God's mercy that gave her a chance to reshuffle. In this life, she returned to the moment of fate, and she never wanted to be manipulated or bullied by others again. She turned her head and looked at the salesperson. "Sorry, I don't plan to buy this house." The other three were obviously stunned, and Zhou Ping was the first to react. "Ollie, what are you talking about?" She held Xi and Lee with one hand, patted Xi and Lee's back with the other hand in feigned anger, and forced a smile. "Child, are you kidding? The money has been paid. How can you say you don't want to buy it?" At this time, Zhou Ping didn't understand, thinking that Xi and Lee was still the submissive stepdaughter. "The cooked duck is already at my mouth. How can it fly away?" Xi and Lee glanced at the contract. "I remember the cooling-off period for buying a house is 3 days, and I have the right to withdraw the full amount." Then she pinched Zhou Ping's hand, twisted it gently, and the latter cried out in pain. "Annie Zhou, why should my house be written in Xi and Jojo's name? Although I am poor, I don't need these hundreds of thousands of yuan." Xi and Lee, don't go too far. Don't forget who paid for Xi and Jojo's tuition abroad. If he doesn't call me dad, it would be unfair to my 80,000 yuan of hard-earned money. Now I have to spend my money to buy a house and write his name. This abacus is so loud that even my mother in the underworld can hear it. Xi and Jixing was so angry that his temples throbbed, and he was about to slap Xi and Lee in the face. Xi and Lee stood up and dodged. Xi and Jixing had no time to stop, and hit Xi and Jojo, who was sitting next to him, on the forehead. The latter covered his head with a cry, and tears came out. It shows how much strength Xi and Jixing used. Ignoring the chaos behind her, she turned her head to look at the sales staff. "I will contact you by phone for the subsequent refund. I will not recognize anyone except me." After that, Xi and Lee put away the purchase contract and left the sales office without looking back. It was almost noon. Although it was just March, there was plenty of sunlight. After leaving the sales office, Xi and Lee walked frantically for half an hour with her head down, and sweat had already appeared on her forehead. Pedestrians hurried along the road, and the traffic was busy. In the spring season, the small trees on the street sprouted tender buds, and the faint fragrance of flowers lingered on the tip of the nose. Xi and Lee, who had lived at the dark and cruel end of the world for many years, had not seen such a vibrant scene for a long time. She had calmed down and gradually accepted the fact that she was reborn. On April 1st of the previous life, the government announced that the largest typhoon of this century, Zhuoshi, had landed. It was like an April Fool's joke from heaven, and it became the beginning of the end of the world. If Xi and Lee remembered correctly, today was exactly 1 month away from the end of the world. That day, in order to sign the contract, she asked for a day off from her team leader, and was given several cold stares. Now that she had half a day off, she decided to fill her stomach first. In the 5 years of living in the end of the world, she even ate insects to survive. Xi and Lee thought she had long forgotten the taste of delicious food, but her footsteps followed inertia, and walked to her favorite noodle shop downstairs of the company. When the front desk called her number, a bowl of hot noodles was brought to her, and the greedy bug that had escaped was easily hooked back. She ordered her favorite pork chop noodles. A small spoonful of sauce-colored pork ribs were neatly placed on the noodles. The bones fell off with a light suck. The meat was soft and tender, salty and fragrant. It was obvious that it had been stewed for at least a morning. The noodles were smooth and chewy, and the aroma of meat permeated every strand of noodles. Even though the boiling temperature just out of the pot made Xi and Lee's tongue numb, she was reluctant to stop. Every time she ate, Xi and Lee always habitually saved the best bite for the last. At this moment, she picked up the last piece of pork ribs left in the bowl, biting it in small bites while thinking, I really want to eat another piece of such delicious pork ribs. She inadvertently lowered her eyes, and found that the soup had been drunk to the bottom of the bowl, and there was still a piece of pork ribs lying in the bowl that she had not discovered. Like the piece she had just eaten, there was a piece of white crispy bone in the middle. Surprised, she decisively ate this piece of fish that slipped through the net. However, a strange thing happened. I don't know when another piece of pork ribs appeared in the bowl, also with crispy bones. Exionly sat up straight, picked up the bowl and studied it. She began to wonder if this was a bowl of strange treasures that would produce ribs infinitely. After all, in the end times, some of the chosen ones started by obtaining space or supernatural powers through these treasures. It turned out that the problem was not in the bowl, but in her hand. At this time, her fingertips flashed with a faint blue light that was barely noticeable, as if she was afraid that she would not notice herself. The blue light flickered like an eye, and a palm-sized projection keyboard appeared in front of her palm. An abrupt electronic sound rang in her mind. Talent awakening, control. Effect obtained, copy, F level. Copy, F level. You gain the ability to copy items. How to use: after selecting the current item, press Ctrl plus C to copy. Exionly, ? Chapter 2. In the end times, not only are organisms mutating, but human physiques are also constantly adapting and evolving with the environment. Those humans who have acquired extraordinary talents first are called awakeners. The existing talents basically belong to several major categories, such as spiritual, spatial, and physical. In her previous life, Exion Lee did not awaken any talents. She was an ordinary person until her death. She did not have much knowledge reserves about awakening. Exion Lee could feel that when her talent was activated, her left and right hands acted as keyboards and mice, her eyes became monitors, and all the objects she saw became selectable items. Could it be that after being reborn once, she became a soul designer and engraved the guy she ate into her talent? Exion Lee picked up the ribs and tried to press the copy shortcut key with her left hand. A shadow of the ribs appeared in the void and materialized the moment it fell into the bowl. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, hidden and fast. The store was full of people, and no one noticed the abnormality in Exion Lee's bowl. She looked at the 2 pieces of ribs with a serious expression, and put them into her mouth solemnly and reverently, and the satisfaction in her heart reached its peak at this moment. It turns out that becoming an awakener is such a wonderful thing. After eating and drinking, there was still some time before work in the afternoon, so Exion Lee took the bus back to her little nest. Since graduating from college, she moved out of Exion Jixing's house and rented a small house of 40 square meters 5 stops away from the company. As soon as she entered the door, Exion Lee collapsed on the sofa, and her fatigue had a place to bloom, which made her feel real. Turning on the TV, the news was reporting that due to excessive rainfall in the northern region this year, the water level of Changchuan Reservoir has risen compared with previous years. The mobile phone also received a text message from the Meteorological Bureau, saying that there will be continuous rainfall next week, reminding citizens to prepare umbrellas when going out. The timeline follows the original trajectory, and Exion Lee clearly knows that she only has 1 month left to prepare for the end of the world. Thinking of the talent that has just awakened, Exion Lee has a new idea. She took out a bag of salt from the cupboard, thought about it, and pinched a small handful of it and put it on the plate, and pressed the void a few times. A few seconds later, a small mountain of salt appeared on the plate. She took out a grain of rice, a mung bean, a drop of oil, a drop of water. All of them were copied into a full bowl without exception. Sure enough, this copying talent allows her to achieve unlimited copying with very little, even 1 unit, when she is stockpiling supplies. The same is true for other items. Exion Lee excitedly turned around in the house, so there was an extra pot on this side, and an extra chair on the other side of the small rental house. The light in the bathroom, that had been broken for a long time, was also copied from the kitchen by her. Exion Lee was having fun when she heard some noise coming from the window. She looked out and saw a majestic big orange cat looking out from the window. It pushed aside the screen window with ease, jumped down, and landed firmly in Exion Lee's arms. Peanut! The cat in her arms tilted its head and meowed, then rubbed her with its wet nose. Exion Lee's eyes suddenly became wet. Yes, Peanut is still alive. Peanut is the leader of the stray cats in the community. He usually fights with other stray cats or teases other female cats. Once he lost a fight and lay bloodstained in the grass in the community. Exion Lee, who was returning home from get-off work, found him and took him home to take care of him. After recovering from his injury, Peanut still bullied the neighborhood every day, but he treated her home like a hotel. When he was hungry and tired, He would come back to eat and sleep, and sometimes he would bring back some trophies for Exionly. When Exionly moved, she also thought about taking it with her, but Peanut circled around her feet a few times and still didn't catch up, so she just let it go. At the end of the world, she was kicked out by her family and had to return to this small rental house. Exionly, who was almost fainting from hunger, vaguely saw an orange-yellow meatball holding a sausage and pushing it in front of her with soft claws. Exionly survived the flood by relying on a cat to feed her. Later, chaos occurred frequently, and the corpses that should have rotted in the natural disaster came back to life. She was accidentally discovered by zombies while fleeing in a panic. At the critical moment, an orange-yellow figure jumped out from nowhere and scratched and bit the zombies that were about to catch up with Exionly. Until Exionly escaped from danger, she cried loudly while holding the dying Peanut. Its originally sleek fur was covered with blood. She wanted to shake its tail, but found that most of it was bitten off. Exionly often wondered if Peanut didn't move with her, because she knew she would come back one day. It is said that cats have 9 lives, and every time they lose a life, they lose a tail. Was this last life left for her? Exionly opened the can of Peanut's favorite food and made a bowl of goat milk. Seeing Peanut eating with relish, the missing piece in her heart was finally filled. She touched the fluffy cat fur, and suddenly thought of something. She tried to activate her talent on Peanut, but nothing happened after waiting for a while. It seems that not everything can be copied. She guessed that this talent has limitations in its activation, and the target can only be objects, not creatures. However, when the electronic sound sounded, she remembered that there was a note of F level behind it, so perhaps it means that there should be room for improvement from A to level, but this is not what she needs to consider now. This talent seems to have solved her urgent needs. Exionly is just an ordinary person, and she does not have extra funds to stock up supplies in large quantities like others. Now that she has returned the house, the cash left on the card is only about 1 million. If only a small amount of each material is purchased, this money is enough to stock up a lot of types. But new problems followed one after another. The materials were available, but the space required to store the materials was beyond the capacity of her small rental house. Exionly lay on the sofa and touched the Peanuts one by one, and felt helpless about it. Peanut was enjoying being stroked and making gurgling sounds. Suddenly, his ears moved, his eyes looked towards the door, and he meowed softly, and his hair stood up. Exionly was wondering when she heard someone knocking on the door. "Ollie, are you home?" She sat up immediately. She would never forget this voice. When Suja received the call from Exionly's parents, he was still in a meeting. When he heard them shouting and making a fuss over there, scolding Exionly for not knowing how to be kind, Suja frowned unhappily. He knew exactly what Exionly's parents were planning, but he also didn't want Exionly to use the money to buy a house before marriage. Some time ago, his studio had some minor problems and needed some money to turn around. Now it was a good thing that Exionly checked out. But he still had to do some superficial work. He first comforted Exionly's parents, and then decided to go to Exionly after get off work. Exionly lowered her head when she opened the door. Suja just thought that she was in a bad mood after quarreling with her parents. "Ollie, uncle and aunt have told me that I support you." He wanted to touch her head to comfort her, but saw Exionly inadvertently turn her head, and his hand stopped in midair, and then, as if to avoid embarrassment, he turned to touch the orange cat in her arms. Unexpectedly, he was bitten by Peanut. He cried out in pain, and saw that the 2 teeth marks on the back of his hand had already oozing blood, and he was immediately angry. "Why are you still raising this cat? I told you, this cat is dirty, and I don't know if it has any disease." For some reason, this cat seemed to dislike him from the first time he saw him, and never gave him a good face. Whether it was canned food or cat food, as long as he fed it, it would not eat a single bite. It would often scratch his legs from time to time, leaving several marks. He once thought it was an ungrateful wolf. Although cats are fierce, at least they won't hurt people. Exionly was usually very well behaved and obedient. This was the first time she refuted him so bluntly. She looked at him with deep eyes, without the shy emotions of the past. Suja was stunned, thinking she was talking about the house. "I heard about it. Actually, uncle and aunt are also kind. It's not easy for you to work for so many years. 100,000 is half a year's salary. It's good to check out now. Girls don't have to buy a house. Besides, I'm here. I can support you. I told you that you can move to my house and live together so that I can take care of you, and you don't have to live in this shabby house. The light in the bathroom has been broken for so long, and the landlord hasn't asked anyone to fix it." "Huh?" While speaking, he glanced at the bathroom and found that it was not as dim as usual, but was lit. He paused. Has it been fixed? He subconsciously looked around and found something wrong. Ollie, did you go shopping today? How come there seems to be an extra chair? And why did you buy 2 of the same pot? Oh, I bought it if I wanted to. Lee sat on the sofa with the cat in her arms, and seemed to be concentrating on combing the cat's hair. The other hand that Suja couldn't see was shaking a little. The scene of pushing her down the defensive wall was still vivid in his mind. God knows how much effort she spent to resist picking up the fruit knife on the table and stabbing him in the neck. She took a deep breath and told herself that we were still living in a society ruled by law, and she couldn't let Suja die so easily. The sofa next to her sank down, and Suja sat next to her. Alas, your house is really too small. I really don't feel comfortable with you living here alone. You should live with me. It's close to your company, just a 10-minute walk away, and you don't have to squeeze into the bus. Okay. And there's an excuse to deal with your parents. Suja was about to persuade her a few more times, but after a few seconds he realized, what did you say? I said yes. Lee looked at him with a half-smile. Really? Ollie, you finally figured it out. Suja wanted Lee to move to his house more than once, but he never agreed. Now that she finally agreed, he was overjoyed and hugged her to his chest. But I want to bring peanuts with me. You can bring anything you want. She leaned against Suja's chest, the pocket watch chain in his suit pocket swaying in front of her eyes, and said gently, I'm tired of living here, let's move over in a few days. Chapter 3. Suja said yes repeatedly, thinking that after Lee moved in, if he asked to borrow the money for buying a house, she would not refuse. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became more sincere. Lee saw it, and then asked him to go back and clean up the room first, and then he left reluctantly. Looking at Suja's back, Lee smiled slightly. At the end of the world, the two had lost contact, but met at the base, and then they got together again. In order to earn points to exchange for food and housing, they often went out to clean up zombies. In the end of the world, having a good team often makes things easier, but joining the team not only requires the person to be awakened, but also requires a certain amount of supplies. Suja, who had just awakened his talent, proposed that she share his supplies. After he joined Sulingyu's team, she would find a safe job at the base, and he would be responsible for going out to earn points. It was more than enough to support 2 people with a big tree. Later, things went as Suja had expected, and his space talent was rare. But what surprised him even more was that he was favored by the female leader with outstanding combat power. If he could hold onto Sulingyu's thighs, supplies would definitely not be a problem in the future. But Lee's existence made him unable to let go, so when a wave of zombies came, Suja took advantage of Lee's unpreparedness and pushed her into the zombie pile. After 8 years of love, Lee never thought that he would not even let go of her life, the person closest to him. Lee closed her eyes to cover the surging hatred in her eyes. Suja's space talent, every time he activated it, he would take out a pocket watch. Now I think the awakening of the talent is not unrelated to the pocket watch. She must have this pocket watch. Lee had a rough plan for the last month before the end of the world. She had planned to resign the next day, but now that she had this talent that seemed to be tailor-made for her, she had other ideas in mind. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lee came to the Nori company, which is also the largest e-commerce leader in the city. After clocking in, she returned to her workstation, opened the company's internal software, swiped up in the group chat, found the message sent yesterday, and clicked on the conversation. Team Leader Lu, I can go to the logistics department to work overtime to ship goods. The logistics team leader next door was named Lu, and he was begging for someone to take over the shift. Every year after the New Year holiday, it was his most headache. After the New Year, there would always be a wave of resignations. This year, because the salary offered by the upper level was too low, less than half of the original thousands of logistics workers were left. The warehouse's delivery orders have piled up into a mountain. Yesterday, I asked the manager for instructions and proposed to arrange for personnel from other departments to help with the delivery. But the work of shipping is very tiring. He worked overtime for 3 consecutive days, and his legs and feet were a little bit exhausted, not to mention these white-collar workers who are used to sitting in the office. Therefore, his message of mutual assistance between departments that emphasized voluntary yesterday has not been received until today. At this time, Lee, a colleague who volunteered to help, was like a timely help in his eyes, so he couldn't wait to agree. After completing the work before 5 o'clock, Lee followed the logistics support team to the warehouse near the airport. The main business of the seaweed company is complicated. It occupies the largest storage center in Nanshire, covering an area of nearly 100 acres. There are as many as 50 logistics warehouses according to different categories, each of which is about 20,000 square meters. Exionly followed the arrangement of team leader Lou and came to Area C with several colleagues. The main products stored here are grain, oil, and non-staple food products. The warehouse, which is almost the size of 3 football fields, is filled with shelves that are almost 2 stories high. There are thousands of bags of rice, flour, glutinous rice, millet, cooked seeds, etc. on the shelves. Mung beans, red beans, black beans, soybeans, 8 treasures, and other bean foods also occupy a large area. There are also tens of thousands of barrels of various edible oils, peanut oil, rapeseed oil, corn oil, olive oil, etc. Not only grain, oil, rice, and flour, but also countless seasonings, fungus, seafood, dried vegetables, wolfberry, edible fungi, and other dry goods. Needless to say, the chili sauce, beef sauce, tomato sauce, mushroom sauce, seafood sauce, salad sauce, etc. that filled 10 shelves also dazzled her. In the corners, there are many pickles, mustard, salted vegetables, etc. that she has never eaten. Instant food occupied half of the warehouse, including instant noodles, instant vermicelli, instant rice, canned food, hot and sour noodles, and snail noodles of various domestic and foreign brands. This is like a gold mine in the end times. During the half-hour break for dinner, Exionly wandered around the park. Nori is indeed a big company, and the warehouse categories are absolutely complete, from food and beverages, daily cleaning, to home appliances, completely covering all aspects of life needs. Exionly silently memorized the storage locations of various materials in her mind. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. After working overtime, she returned home. It was almost 12 o'clock. Although shipping is tiring, Exionly couldn't help laughing when she thought that those foods would appear in her warehouse in the future. However, after rebirth, Exionly also found that her physical fitness seemed to be much better than in her previous life. Sitting in the office and working overtime for many years, her body has long been in a sub-healthy state. When the flu was spreading the most fiercely before the new year, she was also the first wave of people in the office to be infected. Before, let alone asking her to work overtime to ship goods, even if she just stood for 2 hours, her legs would cramp. But today, she stood for more than 5 hours, but her legs didn't even feel a little sore. Exionly just thought it was an additional skill brought by rebirth. But when she was taking a shower, she noticed that the place where her hand was accidentally cut by a knife when packing the goods just now was now smooth. The wound had healed by itself at some point, and there was no sign of injury at all. A trace of doubt flashed through her mind. It seemed that there was something she didn't find. She wanted to grab it, but she couldn't grab it. After taking a shower, Exionly wiped her hair and came out, only to find that Peanut was lying obediently at the end of her bed and meowed softly. "Little Peanut, you get off work so early today?" Exionly's heart almost melted, and she wiped Peanut's paws. "Would you like to go with me tomorrow?" She tapped Peanut's nose with her fingertips. Peanut sniffed her finger, and his pupils were like black grapes. He blinked slowly at Exionly, and responded as if he understood. "Meow. Would you like to go with me?" After hearing that, Peanut rubbed Exionly's palm with his head again. She felt that Peanut could understand what she said. In the previous life, every time Exionly felt that she couldn't hold on, Peanut would always take the initiative to push her palm away with his head, indicating that she should touch his head. That furry touch was the first warmth she got in the end of the world. "I will never leave you this time. Let me protect you, little Peanut." Exionly packed her luggage simply, but most of it was cat supplies. Peanut's favorite canned food, cat strips, and toys were indispensable, and she also packed 5 kilograms of cat litter. She only brought a few sets of clothes for changing. After all, she didn't want to stay for a long time. Suja once said that the pocket watch was passed down to him by his grandfather. His grandfather's family was quite well off, but later something happened in the family. The business suffered losses, and the family property was sold, leaving only this pocket watch. He didn't throw it away even in the end of the world, and always kept it close to him. Unexpectedly, this pocket watch created a turning point in his fate. The common awakened talents in the end of the world are mostly physical, thunder, water, ice, etc., mostly to improve their own physical fitness and increase attack power. The most indispensable are the time, space, and spirit talents, and their mysteries had not been fully determined before Exionly died. Therefore, Their scarcity also determines that people with such talents are in high demand no matter where they go. Let her be the hot commodity this time. The next day, Exionly moved into Suja's house with her cat. In the past few years, short videos were popular. Suja accidentally shot a few short videos and became popular. He also took advantage of the traffic and is now a top internet celebrity with nearly 10 million fans. Recently, he has set his sights on the live broadcasting business. He opened a studio and recruited many anchors, which can be regarded as a firm foothold in this industry. Suja's house is upstairs from the studio. When Exionly entered, he could still hear the anchor downstairs shouting at the top of his lungs. In order to promote the Women's Day these days, Suja has a live broadcast almost every day. Exionly made a bowl of noodles for himself, poured cat food on the peanuts, and opened Suja's live broadcast room out of boredom. I have to say Suja is quite photogenic. He looks even more handsome on the phone screen than in real life. This seems to be a special show for daily necessities. Suja is trying hard to sell the sanitary napkins in his hand to the camera. As consumables, it is recommended that girls stock up more sanitary napkins at home. This package includes sanitary pads, daily use, night use, and sleeping pants. No matter how much or how little. Exionly took a sip of noodles. Sanitary napkins are popular products in the end times. Not only are they in great demand among women, they can also be used to stop bleeding in an emergency. Stick them on the wound surface for sanitation and sterilization to avoid death from excessive blood loss before being sent to the hospital. Stock up. Exionly opened Suja's live broadcast product list. From beginning to end, they were all useful items that he had carefully researched. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. It was already 12 o'clock when Suja returned to the room after the live broadcast. When he saw Exionly, his face was less tired. Exionly took off his coat diligently. Are you tired? Go take a shower. Seeing Exionly's thoughtfulness, Suja was obviously very moved. I'm hungry, Ali. Can you cook me a bowl of noodles? The kind with an egg on top? Exionly gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Then you take a shower and I'll cook for you. After a long time, Suja finally entered the bathroom. Hearing the sound of water, Exionly finally had the opportunity to take out the pocket watch in his clothes. The shape is very retro, and the golden shell is engraved with ancient patterns. Although it is old, it is not seriously worn. It can be seen that the owner often takes good care of it. Unlike a cold mechanical watch, there is a hint of warmth in the palm of your hand, and you can even feel its pointer beating with your heart. Exionly activated his talent, and his fingertips, with a faint blue light, gently touched the surface. Ali, help me take off the towel, Ali? Chapter 4. Mist leaked out of the bathroom. Suja was naked, with foam all over his head and running down his cheeks. He kept blinking his sore eyes, and could only vaguely see Exionly standing at the entrance. Isn't it right next to the sink? Is it there? Suja closed his eyes and fumbled on the sink. It really is. It wasn't there just now. He muttered and closed the door again. Exionly put away her gestures, and just now she had an idea and copied the towel drying on the balcony. However, in order to avoid attracting Suja's attention, she still walked into the room. Peanut, who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, moved his ears and meowed. Seeing that she left directly, he seemed to sigh. Then he pushed open the screen door of the balcony, jumped up, picked up the towel, and hid it under the sofa. At this time, Exionly in the room had a blue light on his hand again. Because of what happened just now, she gave up the idea of taking the pocket watch away directly. She held the pocket watch in her right hand, and lightly tapped the keyboard that appeared out of thin air with her left hand. A shadow appeared in the air, and a pocket watch that was exactly the same as the one in her hand fell on the table. This is no problem now. Suja took such good care of this watch. If he found out that she had taken it away, it might cause unnecessary trouble. She put away the real one in her hand, and picked up the counterfeit on the table. Although it looked no different, the warm feeling was gone. It was just an ordinary pocket watch. Exionly thought secretly that this talent of replicating seemed to only be able to replicate the form of objects, and it was impossible to replicate the space that came with the strange treasure. However, she put the counterfeit into Suja's shirt pocket without any burden. It was just a piece of cake for what Suja did to her. When Suja came out of the shower, he thought there would be hot noodles waiting for him, but Exionly said that she was sleepy, and there was a bag of instant noodles on the table for him to make when he was hungry. She was so nice. She could have starved him to death, but she still gave him a bag of instant noodles. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Exionly quietly walked out of the room, and listened at the door of Suja's room for 10 minutes. When she was sure that he had fallen asleep, she tiptoed downstairs. That's right, she had her eyes on the samples in his live broadcast room. Although Suja was the murderer who killed her, his professionalism was still worth affirming. In order to facilitate work, Suja rented the entire floor downstairs as a studio. There are about 10 different live broadcast rooms, each of which is about 50 to 100 square meters, divided into live broadcast area, editing and directing area, and sample area. Each live broadcast room was classified according to the areas that different anchors were good at, and different samples were stored. Exionly took out the key to the live broadcast room that had been copied long ago and opened the largest room. There were dozens of boxes stacked in the sample area, and one of the open boxes contained the sanitary napkins that Suja promoted during the live broadcast at night. Exionly took out his pocket watch, and his fingertips flashing with blue light probed the surface. The hour hand, minute hand, and second hand turned wildly when they came into contact with the blue light. The phantom of the 3 needles suddenly turned into a light spot, and when they felt the touch of the fingertips, water ripples were created. At this time, Exionly's consciousness was attached to his fingertips, and he suddenly felt that he had entered a vast space. The space was about the size of a football field, much larger than Exionly had imagined, and Exionly was a little surprised. Then she kept moving her hands, and copied all the dozens of boxes in the sample area into the table space. In addition to sanitary napkins, there were also various toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, soap, hand sanitizer, facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrush, mouthwash, etc. Then she did the same thing again, and swept away all the samples on the entire floor. Hundreds of different brands of imported pure milk, milk powder, yogurt, dried fruit, potato chips, nuts, candy, pudding, dried meat, chocolate, biscuits, pastries, wafers, cookies, and bread. More than 50 different brands of coffee, juice, beer, and wine, one can each. A whole box of different sizes of tissue paper, wet wipes, and wet toilet paper. Hundreds of sets of high-end cosmetics and skin care products. Even live broadcast equipment, fill lights, full-length mirrors, and cameras were not spared. At this time, the space only occupied a small corner, and the rest of the space was waiting for her to fill it in the company warehouse tomorrow. After finishing the work, Exionly copied 10 locks for each room. Suddenly, the doors were filled with various keyholes. She clapped her hands and went back to the house to sleep peacefully. The next afternoon, the first worker who came to work in Julie's studio was stunned. Half an hour later, an angry voice resounded over the community. Who did it? At this time, Exionly was rushing to work. In order to work overtime to ship the goods at night, she had to finish the work at hand before 5 o'clock. Xiao Exion, the milk packaging design of Tianyo Enterprise last time needs to be revised again. Zheng Heli, the leader of Exionly's design team, sent her a message. Exionly frowned. She had already informed the team leader that she would work overtime to deliver goods in the evening. If there was any work, she had to give it to her before noon. It was still half an hour before 5 o'clock. If she had to do it, she might not be able to catch up with the car to the warehouse. I can't finish it today. I'll give it to you tomorrow after I revise it. No, Tianyo's leader said it has to be revised today. I have to go to the logistics warehouse later. Didn't they say in the morning that the work to be done today should be sent before 12 o'clock? No way. They just sent it to me. The modification time of the document you sent me is 9 o'clock in the morning. The other side suddenly choked, and after typing for 30 seconds, they sent a casual sentence. Oh, I forgot. Exionly was so angry that he was smoking. Zheng Heli is often like this. She has plenty of time in the morning, but she always sends the work content when she is about to get off work, which makes the whole team often idle in the morning and have to work overtime at night. It seems that if they are not at their workstations after get off work, it does not reflect how busy their department is. How about this? I'll give it to you before 12 o'clock in the evening. Okay, it won't happen again next time. Don't exceed the time limit. Exionly snorted in his heart, edited the document, and set it to be sent at 12 o'clock in the evening in his mailbox. Sorry, you may not see me tomorrow. At 5 p.m., Exionly arrived at the company's waiting area on time. At dinner time, while all the employees went to the cafeteria to eat, Exionly drove an employee-only automatic cargo truck to the warehouse area. After all, she had to walk through the entire logistics park on foot. Even if her body could bear it, time would not allow it. At this time, the warehouse was like an unattended protection, allowing Exionly to do whatever she wanted. Blue light flashed from time to time in the dim warehouse. Xi and Li first copied 1,000 shelves and placed them in the table space, holding the warehouse storage list downloaded from the company's back end, and ticked the column for each copy. From home appliances, beauty products, food and beverages, daily cleaning, clothing, luggage, digital products, etc., plus spare parts, there are tens of thousands of items in her space. From small items like dental floss and rubber bands to large items like generators and cars, Xi and Li has prepared a copy of all of them. It was not until 2 hours later that Xi and Li had visited every warehouse and filled up 2/3 of the table space. She wiped the sweat off her head and felt exhausted. Using talents requires mental power. Now Xi and Li has copied all 50 warehouse areas at once, which has exceeded her mental capacity. Chapter 5. Since his mental strength could not be restored in a short time, Xi and Li simply left work early and returned home. When he passed by the studio while going upstairs, he heard Suja scolding. "Look at what you have done." Suja held a lump of orange-yellow meat in one hand and pointed at its nose with the other. The latter was not to be outdone and gave Suja a claw hard. He landed steadily and ran towards Xi and Li amid his screams of pain. Suja touched his hand with bloody marks, and tears welled up in his eyes. He became even angrier when he saw Xi and Li. "Ollie, you came just in time. Look at this stinky cat you raised. What's wrong?" Xi and Li stroked Washing's fur and asked nonchalantly. "Look at my door." Xi and Li looked back as he said, and exclaimed as if he had just discovered it, "Why did you take down all the doors?" Suja was furious. "Did I take it down? I don't know which beast put 10 locks on each of my doors. I have no choice but to ask someone to take it down, otherwise I can't live broadcast today." "Oh, what does that have to do with Peanut? It can't be a cat that installed it for you." Suja pushed the notebook on the table in front of Xi and Li and said angrily, "Look for yourself." On the screen, a folder was opened, and the time was exactly the surveillance from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. Xi and Li's heart sank. Yesterday, she was only thinking about making trouble for Suja, but she forgot to deal with the aftermath. There is also a surveillance installed by Suja at the entrance of the stairs on this floor. She opened one of the videos, but it did not show the picture of the stairs. Instead, something was sweeping in front of the camera, and the picture was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. When I looked closely, I found it was an orange cat tail. I don't know how this stinky cat got to the stairwell last night, and even climbed onto my surveillance camera. I couldn't see who did it last night. That's really such a pity. Well done, Peanut. Ollie, I really can't stand it. Suja looked at Peanut with disgust. Listen to me. Send it away. This kind of wild cat can't be tamed at all. Xi and Li lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Suja saw that she didn't speak, thinking she was hesitating. When the two had conflicts in the past, Xi and Li always put his needs first. It was just a cat. Just raise another one. Ollie, be obedient. If you like cats, we can buy another well-behaved one, American Shorthair, British Shorthair, or Garfield, as long as you like it. Xi and Li raised her head with tears in her eyes. I don't want it. I just like Peanut. I know you have always disliked Peanut. Peanut is a wild cat, without a father or a mother, and is not obedient. Then what about me? What's the difference between me and the wild cat you mentioned? Since you want to drive it away, then I will take it away. Xi and Li wiped her tears, rushed upstairs with Peanut, and quickly packed her luggage. She was secretly thinking about the toy ball with Peanut under the feet of Suja, who came up to persuade her, so he stepped on it and fell flat on his face. Then, regardless of Suja, who was screaming on the ground with his butt covered, she left neatly. Only when she sat in the taxi on the way home did Xi and Li hold back her laughter. Just now, she had an idea and copied a few drops of water from the water cup next to her into her eyes. Otherwise she would not have such a good acting skill, and took the opportunity to evacuate from Suja's house. Last night, Suja's current usefulness was squeezed out. As for the other accounts, they will be settled after the end of the world. When Xi and Li returned to her nest, she opened her phone and saw 99 unread messages, half of which were from Suja, whom she blocked directly, and the other half were from her team leader Zheng Heli. Xi and Li, what do you mean? Xi and Li, even if you want to resign, you have to finish the work. Company regulations require that you apply for resignation 1 month in advance, and you can only leave after the approval of the leader. You are absent from work. You must come to work on time tomorrow, otherwise according to company regulations, last month's salary will be directly deducted. You just bought a house, and you should not have enough money on hand. Besides, our company's treatment is top-notch in the industry. Where can you find such a good job? And I have been working for more than 10 years. I know everyone in the circle. I can completely make you unable to work in this industry. Think it through. Finish the design today and hand it over to me tomorrow morning. I can pretend that nothing happened. I guess Zheng Heli has received the resignation letter she sent on time, and she has also made more than a dozen voice calls to her. It's no wonder she is so anxious. Xian Li is in charge of the design of Tianyo Enterprise from beginning to end. Other employees are also full of projects, and they can't recruit suitable new people for a while. If Xian Li resigned, she would have to do it herself, but with her level of beauty, whether Tianyo would accept it or not was another matter. Xian Li calmly edited the message and sent it out. I'm not applying, I'm telling you that I'm quitting. Then she deleted and blocked all at once, and she didn't need that month's salary now. As for the ban, she just smiled, because after a month, it was not certain whether Zheng Heli would still exist in the world. However, Zheng Heli reminded her that she still had 1.8 million yuan to buy a house, and had not yet returned it. Looking at the date, it was just past 12 o'clock, and today was already the 5th, it was time to check out. The next day, Xian Li didn't have to go to work, and he slept until noon when he was woken up by a phone call. Zhou Ping's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ollie, are you at work? Unfortunately, I just resigned. What? You were doing well. Why did you suddenly resign? Xian Li, who had just woken up, was a little grumpy, and deliberately said, Nothing, I just don't want to work anymore. After not buying a house, I found that my pressure is not so great, and I can go out and play for a year or two. That won't work. Ollie, you have to think clearly, now the house price is a good deal. My colleague said that it will rise in the future. If you don't buy it now, you won't be able to afford it in the future. When it comes to houses, Zhou Ping gets anxious. Indeed, if you don't buy it now, you don't have to buy it in the future. There are many unowned houses in the end times, and you can live wherever you want. It's stupid to buy a house at this time. However, if she doesn't act stupid, maybe she can't stop others from doing it. Xian Li pondered for a while, as if hesitant, and Zhou, you have a point. I was too impulsive. Right, this matter needs to be carefully considered. Seeing that Xian Li had softened, Zhou Ping breathed a sigh of relief and asked tentatively, How about going home for dinner tonight? Let's discuss it together as a family. Your father did something wrong that day. Xian Li's lips curled up slightly. Okay, and Zhou. After hanging up the phone and washing up, Xian Li went out and went straight to the sales office. The checkout procedure was completed smoothly, and the refund will arrive in the account within 3 working days. Then Xian Li went to the real estate agent to consult about the city's housing prices. After having some ideas in his mind, he walked towards Xian Zhixing's home. Xian Zhixing's family now lives in an old community on the 5th floor, without an elevator, but because of the good location, they have never been willing to change houses. Ollie is here. You must be hungry. The meal is almost ready. Please sit down first. Zhou Ping greeted as she served the dishes. There were already several dishes on the table. Xian Jiuzhou was sitting in the middle. When he saw Xian Li coming in, he snorted, and was interrupted by Xian Zhixing who was coughing. He put on a fatherly smile. Ollie is here. Today we will serve your favorite dishes. Xian Li glanced at the table. There were sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, and garlic shrimp. She didn't need vinegar or garlic. Xian Li sat down without commenting, and Zhou Ping also packed up and sat next to her, constantly putting dishes into her bowl. Eat, Ollie, you haven't been home for a long time. After a few insignificant greetings, Xian Zhixing finally couldn't help but get to the point. Ollie, you didn't return the house, did you? Yes. Xian Zhixing's face changed. Didn't we agree not to return it? Your Aunt Zhou just called you this afternoon. Why are you still being so willful? Yes, Ollie. Didn't you say you would come back to discuss it this afternoon? Why did you return the house yourself? Zhou Ping was extremely anxious. Don't try to persuade her. She thinks we are trying to cheat her out of the house. Xian Jiuzhou sneered. Xian Li continued, It's not that I don't want to buy a house. I just think that the house is too small, and the location is remote. The 3 of them were stunned. Actually, I bought a house because I wanted my family to live together. But after all, there are 4 of us. If Jiuzhou's girlfriend moves in, there will be 6 people. How can 3 rooms be enough? This. Xian Jiuzhou didn't even notice that Xian Li was talking about 6 people, and hurriedly clarified, Lulu and I will definitely buy our own house. So why are we squeezed together? Xian Zhixing paused, as if he guessed something, but he was not sure. So what do you think, Ollie? Lee interrupted him. So I thought, let's just buy a small villa, so that it's convenient for our family to live together. Villas are not expensive now. I asked the real estate agent. There is a villa in Lijiang now. It's more than 200 square meters, and it has a river view. The owner is in a hurry to sell it. The down payment is only 3 million. The Lijiang River flows through Nanshi. The river view villa that Lee mentioned is located on the north bank of Lijiang River. The property is a famous luxury residential area in Nanshi. The average price starts at 80,000 per square meter. The whole house is worth at least tens of millions. And the owner ruthlessly discounted the price by 30% in order to sell the house. If he can pay 3 million as a down payment and add a 30-year loan, based on Lee's previous monthly salary, if he doesn't eat or drink, he can also reach the edge of the luxury house by tiptoeing. Lee took out the information that the real estate agent had given her before. The three of them were skeptical at first, but they couldn't help but be moved after seeing it. That's a riverview villa. Jojo's eyes lit up. He and Lulu had always planned to get married, but Lulu's parents insisted that he'd buy a house before they could get married. He originally wanted to use Lee's house to make the old people agree, but because it was in the suburbs, the old people were still not satisfied and asked his family to pay an extra 500,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Now if Lee can really afford that riverview villa, he can not only save the 500,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, but he will also have more face in front of his mother-in-law in the future. Zhou Ping was the first to wake up. It's only 3 million, which is not a small amount. Ali, you only have less than 2 million at most. Yes, so I think so too. Lee said sincerely, Dad, and Zhou, you sell the house you live in now, you pay the down payment, and I will pay the loan for the next 30 years. Of course, the house will still be in Brother Jojo's name. Chapter 6. Hearing that the house was still to be sold, and Jixing, who was originally a little tempted, began to hesitate. Although our house is old, I heard that it will be demolished soon. It's not cost-effective to sell it now. Dad, this news is old. It has been said since I was in elementary school. There has been no movement for 20 years. If it is really to be demolished, it will take a long time. Yes, husband, the market price of the Riverview Villa is 15 million. If we can really replace our old house with a big villa, it will be more comfortable than waiting for demolition. Seeing this, Lee added fuel to the fire. The real estate agent said that he can take us to see the house tomorrow. We can make a decision after seeing it. She was confident that they would be tempted after seeing the house. The rotten grass growing in the dark and humid place will no longer be willing to live in a corner once it sees the sun. This house is really big. It's so nice. The next day, the four followed the real estate agent to the Lijiang Villa district. The villa area is strategically located, quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle of the city, and you can feel the tranquility of nature. From the main gate to the gate of the villa courtyard, the trees are lush and the ground is clean. Occasionally, luxury cars and sports cars pass by, and passers-by are well-dressed, looking rich or noble. It is a world of difference from the old community next to the vegetable market. The three of them straightened their bodies involuntarily, and they were much more restrained when talking. Entering the yard, Zhou Ping couldn't help but slow down her breathing, and her eyes were full of amazement. and Jojo sat on the swing in the yard with great interest. Lulu will definitely like this yard. She has always wanted to have a big yard to raise a golden retriever. After touring the 3-story villa plus a basement, although and Jixing still did not express his opinion, his expression was obviously very satisfied. The owner of this villa will go abroad to settle down next month, so he is in a hurry to sell all the houses on hand. Real estate agent Xiao Zhao promoted it in a timely manner. There will be 3 more groups of people looking at the house in the afternoon. If you are interested, you must hurry up. But a 30-year loan should be very stressful. and Jixing had already made a decision in his heart, but he was still a little hesitant, and glanced at Lee. Didn't Lee just resign? He can't borrow so much money. Dad, don't worry about this. Lee was prepared. Suja and I have agreed that I will do live broadcasts with him in the future, and the annual income can completely cover the mortgage. That's fine, but our house may not be sold so quickly. Ms. has already told me about this. Coincidentally, I have a buyer on hand whose child is about to go to school. She asked me to keep an eye out for suitable school district houses. Your house is just within the school district. If it works out, it can be handed over in half a month, and the price will satisfy you. Now Jixing's last concern was dispelled. In addition, Jojo said last night that he didn't have to pay the original 500,000 betrothal gift for this house. He smiled and paid a deposit of $150,000, preparing to sell the old community house and make up the balance. Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Master in Mississippi. If everything goes well, we can move in by the end of the month. After the preliminary procedures were completed, the matter was basically settled. Xian Jixing and Zhou Ping were grinning from ear to ear, and Xian Jiuzhou couldn't wait to tell his girlfriend the good news. Xian Li stood behind, smiling, but with cold eyes. April 3rd, the third day of the doomsday. Because of heavy rainfall for half a month, the river water level rose, and the north bank of Lijiang River was the first hardest hit area. Countless luxury houses were flooded by the river, and could not see the sun. Thank her. I picked a good grave for you. Back home, the round Peanut lay on the sofa like a pillow. Peanut! Why didn't you go out to play these days? Xian Li buried his face in the cat's soft belly, and sucked it wildly. Peanut resisted with his claws reluctantly, but failed to resist, and Xian Li rubbed his whole body wildly. The fatigue seemed to be cured all at once. There are still 24 days before the end of the world, and every day is tight. Now she has prepared most of her own food, clothing, and daily necessities. Even Peanut's cat food, cat litter, toys, goat milk powder, cat strips, canned food, freeze-dried food, dried fish, catnip, cat grass, nutritional cream, hair combs, cat scratching boards, cat bags, cat villas, winter and summer cat beds, cat nail clippers, and helmintics, cat shower gel and other cat supplies are prepared to fill 3 shelves, and there is no need to worry about another 10 peanuts. Then the focus of the next purchase will be on transportation, energy, weapons, and various materials. Xian Li made a list of items overnight. If others can see it, they will find that the items on the list are impossible to buy with money, even if the world's richest man wants to own them all. Xian Li's purchasing diary March 7th. Apply for passports and visas, and book air tickets. Visit 4S stores all over the city, various auto shows, military special vehicle exhibitions, and tank museums. The warehouse added 1 pickup truck, 1 top-of-the-line SUV, 15 top-of-the-line sedans of various brands, 10 military bulletproof vehicles, trench diggers, off-road trucks, 1 bus, 1 water truck, 1 ambulance, 1 police car, and 10 armored vehicles and heavy tanks of different models. My mental strength was exhausted, and I went home at night and brought 3 flavors of cat strips to Peanut. March 8th. Going to the morning market, the warehouse added 1 pancake, xiaolongbao, soy milk fried dough sticks, rice noodle rolls, rice noodles, etc. Going to the vegetable market at noon, the warehouse added more than 100 kinds of fresh vegetables, meats, and seafood. Going to the night market, 1 each of stinky tofu, grilled skewers, chicken fillets, spicy hot pot, sugar water, shrimp cakes, glutinous rice cakes, and pan-fried snacks. March 9th. Triggering E-level talent awakening. Effect obtained, geometry, E-level. Geometry, E-level, you gain the ability to change the size and shape of objects. How to use: after selecting the current item, press Ctrl and scroll to zoom in and out. Peanut gets a small dried fish as thick as a calf. March 10th to March 11th. The table space is enlarged 10 times, and the overdrawn mental power will cause unconsciousness for 2 days. The sky in March is gray and dark, with dark clouds covering the sun. Is it going to rain? Xian Li stood on the balcony, holding a pole to take the clothes that were dried yesterday home. She picked up the clothes and shook them, but saw something fell down. It was a black bug the size of a thumb. Suddenly, the bug flapped its wings and shot towards her like an arrow. Feeling a stinging pain in her arm, Xian Li was so scared that she shook her hand hard, but the black bug was surprisingly fragile. It was thrown against the wall with a snap sound, and it became a pool of blooming blood. Xian Li didn't have time to take a closer look. The sky occupied her sight. It turned out that the thick clouds that covered the sky were not dark clouds, but dense black insects that could not see the end. Hundreds of millions of black insects flapped their wings, making a decadent sound that seemed to come from hell, like 10,000 needles piercing the eardrums wildly. Their mouthparts secreted a unique smell that only corpses rotting in high temperatures could have, and the air became heavy and blocked her nose tightly. Xian Li, who was shrouded in shadows, covered her nose for fear of leaking any breath, but hundreds of millions of compound eyes in the sky still looked at her at the same time. Ah! Xian Li woke up suddenly, broke free from the nightmare, exhaled heavily, and soaked the bedding with cold sweat. Her eyes were blank, the fear in the dream was still beside her, and there was still a faint numbness and itchiness on her skin. She reached out and touched it, but it felt smooth. After a long daze, she realized that the phone next to the pillow was vibrating constantly. She picked it up and saw a pink avatar on the screen. After a long while, she pressed the answer button. "Hello, Ali, why did you take so long to answer? You didn't just get up, did you?" Su Yoqing's sweet voice came from the receiver. "Yeah. Ali, why are you so cold? You've disappeared for several days. Why didn't you reply to the message I sent you a few days ago? What's the matter? It's hard to explain over the phone. Come to my house tonight and help me." "Yeah, I see. Okay, see you later." After hanging up the phone, Xianli looked at the phone for a long time without saying anything. If Suja's betrayal made her angry, then Su Yuqing made her heartbroken. She and Su Yuqing were high school classmates and attended the same university. Su Yuqing was a rich girl with a good family background and good looks. She grew up in a sweet environment and didn't know what it was like to be sad. However, Su Yuqing, who was the center of attention, only reached out to her and said, "Ali, you are my best friend." Xianli was flattered and treated her as her best girlfriend. Su Yuqing said that the cafeteria was too crowded, so Xianli brought her food back to the dormitory. Su Yuqing said that she should celebrate the scholarship, so Xianli went to the best restaurant in the city with her and paid for a month's living expenses. At the end of the world, Su Yuqing took away the last protective suit. She said, "You are my best friend, Ali, you know, I am a star, and my face cannot be hurt." The burning pain of insects and ants could not burn through the ice in her heart. Xianli looked at her face in the mirror. She was not like Su Yuqing. Her face was as beautiful as a rose, and it was a look that both men and women would like. If I must say, she is more like a green bamboo leaf, with slender eyes, a short straight nose, and thin lips with a faint red, elegant and sharp. She has never had acne since she was a child, and Su Yuqing occasionally envies her smooth and fair skin, which feels like the best silk and has a hint of coolness. Not long ago, her skin was bitten by alien insects and became red, swollen and ulcerated. It hurts like a needle when touched, and there is a fine itch in the pain. She is tortured to sleep every day, and dares not wear clothes that expose her skin in 40-degree weather, because it will ooze out smelly pus when exposed to ultraviolet rays. Suja can't help but cover his nose. He said that his nose is sensitive. Even if he has to spend the night in the wild, he insists on sleeping in 2 tents. This is to thank Su Yuqing. After all this is thanks to her. This time, I have to think carefully about what kind of thank you gift to give her. After all, she is her best friend. Chapter 7. My Ali, you are finally here. As soon as the door opened, Su Yuqing gave Xianli a warm hug as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time, although they had just met last month. Xianli smiled. Su Yuqing suddenly looked at her carefully, with a little surprise in her eyes, but the smile on her face did not diminish. She took her arm intimately and walked into the house. "Baby, I have a surprise for you." Oh, Yoqing's friend is actually a big beauty. There were 3 men and 2 women sitting in the room, and the one who was talking was a slightly fat man. Xianli knew him. He was Zhou Zhini, a TV host with high emotional intelligence and good at dealing with things. However, he has been seen less and less on TV in recent years, but often appears in variety shows. Among them, the online variety show Hearing Her, in which he is the MC, can be said to be the most popular live variety show at present. The program suddenly entered the homes of 3 female celebrities of different status and age groups, randomly selected 3 people from the latter's WeChat list to send messages, invited them to be interviewed, and deeply explored the stories behind the female celebrities. However, the randomness of sending messages is particularly harmful. There have been messages sent to former teammates who have torn their faces, to opponents who have pulled each other down, and even to the hot-tempered ex-boyfriend and the cold-blooded current boyfriend at the same time. The current program has dominated the hot search list for several days, and has become a live variety show that the people love to watch. The reason why Xianli knows this program is that before the doomsday comes, it is the first anniversary of the program group's broadcast. For this reason, the top 10 guests in each episode were invited to conduct a special live broadcast of a 24-hour sea voyage on the luxury cruise ship Ares, with the theme of survival for a week. People trapped at home by heavy rain and typhoon all opened the live broadcast room to kill time. The explosive growth of ratings made the program team take risks. Despite the typhoon warning, they insisted on live broadcasting until the day before the end, but they did not expect that the once-in-a-century tsunami would come quietly. The pouring rain, the backflow of seawater, the limited food and waterproof clothing made this episode a real survival game. Nearly 100 guests, program team, and cruise ship staff were trapped on the ship. Whether it was the silly and sweet stupid beauty, or the traffic idol with full of black materials, facing the test of life and death, they all exposed the darkest side of human nature. In the last picture, the little white flower who used to have a pure personality was covered in blood, and cut off the live broadcast with an axe. People sitting in front of the computer and mobile phone screens were horrified, and they began to realize the coming of the end of the world. So this episode was also called Hell Live. It's a pity that Su Yuqing in the previous life was not on the invitation list. This is my best friend. Ollie, welcome to the live broadcast of Heard Her. Then she turned to look at Xian Li, and stuck out her tongue apologetically. I'm sorry, Ollie, the program team randomly sent messages to 3 friends on the phone. According to the regulations, it cannot be disclosed in advance. If you are unhappy, you will be punished to drink a few more glasses later. Why am I the one who takes the blame again? Zhou Xingyi shouted aggrievedly, and the people around him laughed. It was obvious that everyone had a good relationship. Facing at least 8 cameras on the walls, tables, and ceilings in the room, Xian Li was calm and said half-jokingly, I knew you called me here for no good reason. Hello everyone. I'm Xian Li. When she was invited to live broadcast a variety show in her previous life, Xian Li was not prepared at all. She was barefaced, and had a blank mind throughout the whole process. She fully demonstrated the nervousness, panic and anxiety of an amateur in front of the camera. Later, when she watched the replay, she found that the live broadcast received mediocre response. The most liked comment was I'm leaving. I'm suffering from stupidity. Can you please stop giving the amateurs the camera? Someone even found Xian Li's Weibo and left a bad comment. She felt uncomfortable for a long time because of this. She also felt guilty towards Su Yuqing, thinking that it was she who caused the mediocre response to this episode. Su Yuqing also chose to turn a blind eye to Xian Li's situation at that time. Looking back now, what did she do wrong? This time, Xian Li made special preparations before coming. She had a good foundation and looked very eye-catching with a little dressing up. Although her makeup was not as exquisite as those in the circle, she had an outstanding temperament. She was also generous in her behavior, and no longer had the restraint of her previous life. After all, after going through the trials of the end of the world, I've seen all kinds of scenes. Sure enough, all the friends of Pretty Sisters are Pretty Sisters. The speaker is a resident female MC of the program group, Ai Li, who is the youngest member of a popular girl group. She is well-behaved and likable in the program, attracting many mother fans. That's right, I thought Sister Yuqing brought a newly signed artist to show her face. Another MC Jiang Shu echoed, looking at Xian Li with some surprise in his eyes. Su Yuqing signed a new company at the cost of terminating her contract some time ago. There are rumors that she is one of the shareholders of the company, and is already looking for new people. No, our Li is not interested in this. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on Xian Li, Su Yuqing was a little unhappy, but she quickly covered it up and chuckled. In fact, I started acting because of Ali. Oh! I remember that Yuqing debuted as a minor supporting role. Yes, I was actually accompanying someone to the audition, and I got the role. Xian Li added in a friendly tone. That friend was me. Everyone was shocked. Wow! That director should be slapping his thigh now. The entertainment industry is like a place where you can get a job by accident. It is not uncommon to accompany a friend to an interview and get the role yourself, or accompany a friend to a talent show and get the role yourself. Haha, I think so too. We auditioned together, but I didn't expect to get a call the next day. Really, I didn't expect to be selected at all. I thought I was just a bystander. Ollie, do you remember that you quarreled with me that day? I dare to say sorry to you now. I stole your opportunity, otherwise you should be the famous one now. But I don't regret acting at all. Maybe some people are destined to eat this bowl of rice. I just thought it was fun at the time, but I didn't expect to act for 10 years. The topic returned to Su Yuqing. There were tears in her eyes. When she was about to start to be sentimental, she was interrupted by Xian Li. Actually, I didn't quarrel with you because of this. What? Su Yuqing was stunned. After the audition that day, one of the assistants, who was either the director or the investor, called me and said I passed. Then he gave me a hotel address and told me to go over there, saying that some details had not been finalized. I was still young at the time and didn't think too much about it. I almost got. But luckily I ran away in time. I was too timid to call the police. So the next day when you told me that you passed the audition, I advised you not to act. You think I'm angry with you, but I'm not. I'm just worried about you. I've always been afraid that you'd misunderstand me. Now that I know you think so, I feel relieved. Xian Li seemed to have finally removed a stone that had been weighing on his heart for years. His tone was full of relief. When he was emotional, he turned his head to hide the tears in his eyes. Everyone was stunned. My God, this is not allowed in a live broadcast. Zhou Xingyi, who was standing by, blushed with anxiety. He tried to remind her several times, but Xian Li didn't give him a chance. In fact, this kind of unspoken rule is not uncommon in the entertainment industry, and it can even be said to be a convention, but saying it in a live broadcast room is another matter. What a joke. Su Yuqing froze, and tried to force a smile from the corner of her mouth, but it looked awkward. She wanted to refute but couldn't. She said that she was not hidden. Xian Li didn't say it clearly, and her explanation would only make things worse, confirming that this matter was groundless. Su Yuqing didn't understand. Xian Li had been her follower for so long, and she knew her personality very well. In such occasions, Su Yuqing always said what she said. After knowing that the program team had randomly selected 2 embarrassing candidates and asked her to choose one, she chose the obedient Xian Li. At least it could make her look smart and beautiful, and establish her approachable eldest lady persona. However, the development of things was completely opposite to what she thought. In the suffocating atmosphere, Xian Li looked like she just remembered something, and her expression was regretful. It's over, I forgot that I was live broadcasting, I won't be banned. A few seconds later, Zhou Xingyi was quick-witted and inserted a voiceover advertisement at the right time to change the topic, and then the article was revealed. The director probably didn't dare to give the camera to Xian Li again. She was satisfied, and could already imagine how explosive the barrage in the live broadcast room was. The living room of Su Yuqing's house was very large, and it didn't feel crowded even if 7 people sat there. She looked at the corner of the sofa, and saw a familiar face as expected. The man sat in the corner, with a cold outline and rarely smiled, but his aura could not be ignored. He was playing with a coin in his hand. What happened just now didn't seem to affect him at all. It was just that when Xian Li looked at him, he also glanced in her direction. Tan Qizhou, who pursued Su Yuqing for 4 years in college. However, Su Yuqing was a proud girl at that time. Although she used him a lot, it was still a pipe dream for such a poor and stupid boy to get promoted. It was probably embarrassing to invite him this time, so he was arranged in the corner. He didn't like to talk, so he became a background board. Only Xian Li, who was reborn, knew that Tan Qizhou had a biotechnology company under his command, which directly mastered the current high-end biological technology available at home and abroad. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the leader in the industry. At the end of the world, he was directly designated by the state to conduct research on zombies and superpowers, and developed countless new technological products suitable for life and combat scenes. The last person to be invited was Gu Pan, Su Yuqing's early circle friend. Because they starred in the same drama as the second and third female actors, they had a good relationship, but the good times did not last long. Because of their similar looks and styles, and both of them were spiritual girls, they inevitably had overlapping resources, various roles, and the press releases that were overwhelming made the two drift apart. Xian Li sighed in his heart. The program team was really good at picking. Whether the randomness was intentional or accidental, no one could tell clearly, and with Xian Li's previous timidity, the audience kept digging their toes throughout the whole process. It is worthy of being called the most embarrassing live broadcast by netizens. After the end, the tomato reputation dropped by 0.8 points. This also became one of the reasons why the program team did not invite Su Yuqing to participate in the cruise survival challenge. Xian Li's intention was very clear. She wanted Su Yuqing to become popular after this episode. After all, being black and red is also red. Chapter 8. I heard she became a hot search again on a Thursday night. Hashtag Su Yuqing's besties hidden rules hashtag. Hashtag Su Yuqing's amateur bestie hashtag. The comments below are also polarized. On one side are the long-awaited haters from the rival team. It's so funny, it's not normal to snatch roles. Princess Mary Sue is here, and besties have to give way to her. Director Ming, who passed away in a dream, was investigated for harassing female actors in the crew a few years ago. Did he lose his memory? How clean can Su Yuqing be from Director Ming's hands? Speaking only for myself, I think amateur sisters are more attractive than Mary Sue's. The princess is really getting greasy as she gets older. On the other side are die-hard fans. These days, anyone can call themselves a bestie. No one cares about acting for 10 years, but once you are blacked out, everyone knows. Let's break up. I've seen this amateur, her boyfriend is a live broadcaster. He just wants to sell goods when he becomes popular, so don't give her traffic. Su Yuqing is a second-tier actress in the circle. She has a certain degree of fame, but she has always been tepid and lacks a chance to explode. Almost all fans know that this sister is not short of money, has top resources, and a strong background, so the publicity has always been on the rich woman route of if you don't act well, you will go back to inherit billions of assets. For such black-hot searches, Su Yuqing's team will do public relations almost every week. I thought that this time it could be quickly handled, but I didn't expect that another hot search would squeeze into the first row with amazing popularity. #Joshin heard that she showed her face hashtag. It was followed by a word explosive. As the popularity fermented, many people who saw the hot search opened their mobile phones and computers and clicked into the live broadcast room of I heard that she. Some people were familiar with the name Joshin, some were curious about the airborne hot search, some were wondering what kind of monster is the program team doing again, and some people who didn't know the truth and just wanted to join in the fun. The program operation was surprised to find that a large number of viewers suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. The number of viewers increased tenfold and was still rising. The server was almost paralyzed, and they hurriedly contacted the platform programmer for emergency maintenance. Who is this Tan Chijo? Time goes back to half an hour ago. In the I heard that she live broadcast room, several people were still going through the interview process, but the content was so boring that even AI Lee next to her couldn't help but yawn away from the camera. I heard that Yuqing is a top student. Is it true? At this time, a netizen with the ID Daidu was still cursing in the barrage. Is Zhou Xingyi mentally ill? These boring questions can't be asked by the elementary school students living next to me. Zhou Xingyi also felt that such an interview was a bit insulting to his IQ. A few days ago, the interview questions they prepared in advance had been rejected by Su Yuqing's agent, saying that the content was too sharp and not conducive to the development of the artist. So after deleting and cutting, only these unnecessary questions were left. Zhou Xingyi also raised objections, saying that the audience would definitely not like to watch it if it was broadcast like this, but the director still insisted on doing this episode. He asked in detail, and the director only said that it was required by the higher-ups, and that the relationship was very strong. As long as he could take this episode, he could get this amount. The director gestured to him, and he immediately had no objection. There was no way, they gave too much. Su Yuqing calmly replied, I'm not a top student, I'm a bit stupid, but I still understand the principle of the early bird catches the worm, so I will spend more time on studying. Su Yuqing had memorized these questions and answers long ago, and even if the atmosphere was a bit boring at this time, she had no time to care. Xian Li was a little abnormal today, and she always had a bad feeling. She didn't want to make any contribution, but to avoid mistakes. As long as Xian Li stopped talking nonsense, this episode would be a failure. Anyway, she was just here to show her face. But Xian Li didn't do what she wanted. She took every opportunity to find a way in. Yes, Yuqing has always loved studying. We live in the same dormitory. In order to make time for reading, I often bring her food. What is this stinky woman talking about? Yes, we usually eat in the cafeteria. Because Ali's family was not very rich at that time, I would usually take her out for a meal on weekends. Haha, that's true. Speaking of this, you may not know that there is another schoolmate present. Xian Li's eyebrows curved and looked at the corner of the sofa. Su Yuqing saw the direction of her gaze and suddenly froze, but others began to show some interest. Oh! Could it be? Zhou Xingyi has always been interested in Tan Chijo, who was sitting next to him. His calm aura made him look extraordinary, but he never had the chance to lead the topic in that direction. Yes, it's Mr. Tan, he is our senior. Tan Chijo, who was forced to be the center of the topic. Xian Li said again. In fact, we had a good relationship with the senior at that time. Every weekend after dinner, Yuqing would ask the senior to pay the bill. In order to treat Yuqing to dinner, the senior took several part-time jobs. I remember that he also worked as an assistant to a professor of biology. So the arc biology founded by the senior may also have a contribution from Yuqing. Is that right, senior? Wait, arc biology? Gu Pan, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't hide his surprise when he heard what Xian Li said. He asked cautiously, Mr. Tan, you founded arc biology? Then you are the arc god? Tan Chijo's eyes gleamed, and he nodded calmly. It's me. If the unspoken rules of the audition mentioned by Xian Li before only caused a stir in the barrage, then this sentence was like thunder in the ears of some viewers at this time. Oh my god, is it really Joshin? Mom, I saw Joshin alive. I watched the live broadcast with my wife, and I saw Joshin. Who knows? Help me. How did the program team invite this big Buddha? At this time, there are still many people in the barrage who are confused. What Joshin? Have I not surfed the internet for too long? Now anyone can call himself a god. Among them are fans of Suyuqing. Take another look, and I really entered Suyuqing's live broadcast room. Those who are trying to get attention should not get involved. Are there amateurs meeting today? The idea of becoming famous is almost written on his face. This scheming girl is not satisfied with just taking advantage of the camera. She also wants to bring others along, right? We are all scratched again, right? The comments that were surprised by the appearance of Joshin are unhappy. No way, no way, no way. There really is no one who doesn't know Joshin. It's not your fault that you are a frog in the well. I didn't expect that Jinghua would come out and embarrass himself. Jiangshu is just as confused as the comments. Arc biology, Joshin. Can anyone explain it? You haven't heard of Joshin, but you must have heard of Gongji Pharmaceuticals. Zhou Xingyi finally reacted, his voice a little excited. Gongji Pharmaceuticals was born from the microbial medical application of the Arc Biology Research Institute. He took a deep breath. My rhinitis was cured by the DH1 anti-inflammatory spray produced by Freemason Pharmaceuticals. In the past, because of rhinitis, I had difficulty breathing when I slept and snored a lot. Especially in recent years, I have gained a lot of weight. My wife said that I snored like a drilling machine in renovation. She didn't let me enter the room for 3 years. Since my rhinitis was cured, I finally don't have to sleep on the sofa. What? You slept on the sofa for 3 years? In the live broadcast room, an insider also made a comment. Joshin is the soul of the Arc creature. Almost all the research is based on the microorganism Dorita written in a paper written by Joshin. At that time, the paper was published in the Journal of the CLA International Medical Association, which caused a global sensation. Until now, 10 years later, this paper still has a huge impact on the medical community. The drugs developed by Dorita include DH112 spray, which is an unprecedented anti-inflammatory agent. Rhinitis, ankylosing spondylitis, Alzheimer's disease, and dozens of other diseases known as immortal terminal illnesses have the opportunity to be alleviated and cured. But Joshin himself is extremely low-key. Although he has won numerous awards, he has always been busy with research. Almost no one has seen him in person, but no one, whether patients or medical students, does not know this name. In the live broadcast room, the other people changed from ignoring Qi Zhou to respectful, especially Zhou Zhenyi. The man in his 40s was excited like a fanboy and rushed over to shake hands. Suyuqing, who was ignored, felt inexplicably very upset. Arc creatures? Are they very powerful? Even though Tan Qizhou came here today in a well-dressed manner, she still felt that he had only done a little business and made a little money. In her impression, he was still the tool she ordered around. Her thoughts turned again and again, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked at Tan Qizhou with the same eyes as before. Senior, I haven't seen you for many years, and you have already made me look at you differently. Junior has not changed at all. So Joshin and Yuqing are schoolmates? Not only that, I pursued you for 3 years, but you rejected me. Tan Qizhou raised his lips slightly, and looked at Xian Li with a meaningful look. Xian can also testify. Xian Li, Yuqing said at that time that even if the end of the world came, she would not like you. Su Yuqing, Everyone was silent, and then shocked again, looking at Su Yuqing with a little more admiration. This is Joshin. The comments also suddenly reacted. It turns out that Joshin was also a bootlicker when he was young. I equals bootlicker equals Joshin, rounding up, I am Joshin. Heroes are hard to resist beauty, and Joshin is no exception. Mary Sue is a worthless beauty, Joshin is a good person. But it's a pity that he is blind. Although he handled it properly, only he knew how many emotions were hidden under the calm surface. A few days ago, he received Su Yuqing's invitation, and he suddenly became curious about how she would react differently when she saw him again. The latter turned out to be boring, but Xian Li surprised him. Many people know Tan Qizhou, but only a handful of people know that he is Joshin. In his impression, his intersection with Xian Li was limited to Su Yuqing's best friend, who ate for free in college. Even her appearance was vague in his memory, and they had never spoken seriously. But she knew his identity, and pulled him into the spotlight. Chapter 9. After the live broadcast, Xian Li slipped away early, while Su Yuqing was not paying attention. She didn't want to give Su Yuqing a chance to question her. On the way, she opened the hot search and saw Su Yuqing's name on it as she wished. Of course, Joshin's exposure was more popular. Looking at today's live broadcast replay, the number of viewers has exceeded the historical high, and the number of views has exceeded 100 million. Shoshin's traffic is comparable to the top stream. The invitation letter for the cruise survival challenge is a foregone conclusion. Xianli silently said, "I'm sorry, Tan Chijo, when the end of the world came in the last life, you still helped Su Yuqing, which is enough to show that you can't forget the old love. Today, just treat it as her assisting." It was almost 12 o'clock when she returned to the community. Xianli was about to enter the door. When she heard the movement, the door of 303 opened, and Aunt Wang next door poked her head out. "Xian, did you just come home?" "Yes, what's wrong, Aunt?" When Xianli moved in, Aunt Wang lived next door. When Xianli worked overtime and had no time to feed the cat, she would occasionally help add some cat food and water to Huasheng. When she moved, Aunt Wang specially packed a large bag of dumplings for her, which she had kept in the refrigerator and had not had time to eat. It was not until the end of the world that she found out that she had finally eaten a few full meals, although most of them were eaten by Xian Zhixing's family. "Xiao Su came to see you today." Aunt Wang looked around and whispered, "Your boyfriend knocked on the door for a long time. He said you had a fight and couldn't contact you. Actually, I broke up with him." "Where is he?" "Break up?" Seeing Xianli say this, Aunt Wang was relieved, and her expression was a little proud. "That's right, I said he didn't look like he was here to make peace, but to collect debts." The knock on the door was so loud that the building was shaking. "Don't worry, I complained to the property management when he came, and the security guard came to take him away soon. Good neighbor of Yanhua. Suja is really a bug, you can't get rid of him." This also reminded her that it's time to prepare to move. Xianli rented a house on the 3rd floor, which was quite convenient at ordinary times, but during the end of the world, there were continuous heavy rains, and the water flooded all the way to the 6th floor. Even if Suja didn't come, she had planned to move. She just hadn't decided where to move. At present, the condition she needs is a high terrain, so that she can avoid suffering when the first wave of floods in the end of the world comes. Secondly, there are few people. She now carries a space. If she is in a crowded community or shelter, she must follow the crowd to hide from others. Go search for supplies and buy food. Under natural disasters, people are not worried about the lack of resources, but the inequality. In order to survive, they lose their humanity, rob, murder, plunder, and disregard ethics. They live in legal news almost every day. If she is the only one who lives well among thousands of refugees, it will inevitably arouse public anger and attack. Moreover, after the natural disaster, biological mutations and zombies will appear, and the more people there are, the more dangerous it will be. Now she is not confident that she can escape from the zombie tide. After thinking about it, Xianli has made a decision in his heart, but before that, he needs to make up for the remaining supplies. Meow. Xianli sat in front of the computer and checked the list for omissions. Peanut, who came back from the wild, pulled open the window screen and flexibly got into the house. It jumped onto Xianli's computer desk and then spit out something from its mouth. Xianli stroked Peanut's fluffy head while picking up something on the table with one hand. Peanut had brought her many local specialties before, so she didn't take it seriously. This time, Peanut brought back a small white bottle, which must have been thrown into the flowers by someone. There was some flower mud on the bottle, and after wiping off the mud, the words on it were revealed. Complex vitamins. This turned out to be a small bottle of complex vitamins. Xianli unscrewed the lid and found a few unfinished pills inside. Xianli pinched Peanut's chubby face and tickled his cat ears with his thumb. "What's wrong, Peanut?" "I'm not sick. I don't need to take medicine." Peanut turned his head to avoid her hand, and his expression looked a little speechless. Seeing that the woman hadn't reacted yet, he used his nose to push the medicine bottle onto the list of items that Xianli had just printed out. Medicine bottle? That's right. In the end times, in addition to food, medicine is also a scarce commodity. Humans who survived in the late apocalypse, especially the awakened ones, have greatly improved their overall physical fitness after the disaster and self-adjustment, and have long surpassed the scope of modern people. They are superior to current humans in terms of speed, strength, agility, etc., and basically rarely get sick. So Xianli forgot that in the early apocalypse, a cold could kill people, and it was easy to catch a cold when it was extremely hot or cold. If you get sick in an extremely scarce supply situation, you can only rely on your own immunity and will to survive to recover. When surviving natural disasters, you will inevitably get abrasions, scrapes, cuts, and knife wounds. Once the wounds become inflamed and infected with fungi, the consequences will be disastrous. Xianli took a deep breath on Peanut's soft face. Wow! My Peanut is so smart. Having the ability to copy gives Xianli great convenience. Many drugs are actually controlled. If you want to stock up a large number of drugs, you must not only have relevant qualifications, but also may attract the attention of relevant departments. Therefore, Xianli only needs to ensure that there are 3 boxes of each drug, 1 box as the main copy, 1 box as a backup, and 1 box as a backup, which is enough. Fortunately, the convenience of the internet allows her to not go to the pharmacy to purchase goods. She opened the shopping website and entered the online medical consultation app, which contains various commonly used drugs. Cold, fever and cough medicines are necessary, including acetaminophen tablets, ibuprofen, thermometers, fever patches, antiviral oral liquids, Lianhua Qingwen capsules, Huixiang Jingqi water, Chua Mei Loquat paste, Ganmao Ling, Isatis root and more than 100 other kinds. Commonly used antibiotics include amoxicillin, cephalosporin, roxithromycin, azithromycin, oseltamivir, Putolin and more than 200 other kinds. Insect bites in the early stage of natural disasters can cause skin allergies. Calamine lotion, loratadine, desinide cream, mupirocin ointment, erythromycin eye ointment, mosquito repellent patch, mosquito repellent, etc., more than 30 kinds. Because of a regular diet, gastrointestinal medicines also need to be prepared, more than 50 kinds of aluminum carbonate, stomach pain granules, enteric-coated tablets, stomach strengthening and digestion tablets, montmorillonite powder, oral rehydration salts, etc. Trauma disinfection drugs are essential, sterile gauze, sterile absorbent cotton balls, band-aids, iodine, medical cotton, cotton swabs, medical alcohol, medical tape, Yunnan Biao powder, hydrogen peroxide, potassium permanganate, disposable gloves, single-piece package surgical blades, disposable acupuncture needles, etc., more than 100 kinds. Daily prevention, more than 80 kinds of hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, N95 masks, gas masks, disposable protective clothing, etc. After buying a lot of things worth more than 10,000 yuan, Xianli stopped. When paying, he chose the latter over the bank card. Capitalism is the best way to get the wool. March 14th, 17 days away from the end of the world. The weather has not been very good these days, with continuous drizzle for several days. Nanchur is always irritatingly humid in this season, with fine water droplets crawling on the tiles, and the windows foggy. Even if Xianli copied a few new quilts from the space, they would still emit a stable musty smell after a night. Nanchur is like this every year, so people just complain about the continuous drizzle for half a month, but no one takes it to heart. Except Xianli. According to the timeline, the rain will gradually get heavier in a few days, and many outdoor activities and exhibitions will be cancelled by then. Xianli decided to go out more before that, and keep a copy of all the useful things in the space. Today happened to be the weekend, and Xianli received a message about a furniture exhibition on his mobile phone. It was at the Convention and Exhibition Center, not far away, about 7 or 8 subway stops. Xianli took out a pair of jeans from the closet. Because the weather was still a little cold, he wore a black hooded sweater on top. His black hair was shoulder length, and he put on a baseball cap, looking like a college student. The subway station was about 10 minutes away from the community. On the way, you would pass by a dim sum shop, which was not like the bakery that street celebrities like to check in. This shop has been open on this street for more than 10 years. The store is very small, and the sign looks old, but the taste is not discounted at all. You can smell the sweet smell of freshly baked bread from more than 10 meters away. The owner of this shop serves regular customers, and the price is very conscientious. A palm-sized pineapple bun costs only $1, and the price has not increased for more than 10 years. Xianli is also a frequent customer of the store. When she saw her, the proprietress smiled naively. "Girl, I haven't been here for a long time. I've been busy lately. Do you still want 3 pineapple buns?" "Yes, please pack 2 of each of the other pastries for me." Seeing the proprietress's surprised expression, Xianli explained again, "I'm going on a picnic with friends today, and I thought I'd bring more food." The proprietress expressed her understanding, and then she called her husband in the house to help, and took out 2 large paper bags from under the table. In addition to pineapple buns, the store also has some old-fashioned pastries, including egg cakes, date cakes, open dates, glutinous rice strips, sesame cakes, peach cakes, mung bean cakes, etc. Even if you only want 1 of each, there are almost more than 20 kinds, filling 2 large bags. The proprietress saw that she wanted a lot, and she even gave her a discount, and specially gave her 2 new egg yolk cakes. 50 yuan bought 2 large bags of pastries. Xian Li was very satisfied and took a bite of the pineapple bun in her hand. She liked the charred shell of the pineapple bun the most. It was crispy and soft like a cloud inside. It was still a little hot when it was just out of the oven. I haven't eaten it for 10 years, but it still tastes familiar. I walked along a small road and put the pastries in the space when there was no one. Then I walked into the subway station empty-handed. I gave up the idea of replicating the subway to the space. 20 minutes later, Xian Li got off at the Convention and Exhibition Center station. The main body of the Convention and Exhibition Center is 3 white lotus-like buildings. When passing the square in front, Xian Li saw that there were more people than usual. There were many vendors pushing carts to sell snacks along the way. After looking at the road signs, I realized that there was not only a furniture exhibition today, but also an international miniature art model exhibition and a graduation exhibition of a local key university in Nanshire. Xian Li's heart moved slightly and walked to the entrance of the miniature art model exhibition. Because it was a relatively niche art exhibition, there were not many people at the entrance. There was only 1 security guard and 2 staff members at the door. Xian Li could enter by scanning the code with her mobile phone. The moment she entered, Xian Li knew that she had come to the right place. Miniature art is to give artistic ideas to the scenery, buildings and other objects in the real world, scale them down, and restore a microscopic world with real or similar materials. Many scenes of destruction in movies need to use miniature art to simulate real scenes. Hundreds of models of all sizes at the exhibition brought together the efforts of artists from all over the world. The models are exquisite and realistic. If they can be enlarged in proportion, they can reach the level of being indistinguishable from the real thing. Isn't it a coincidence that her talent for manipulation can just change the size of objects and make the models become reality? Chapter 10. The exhibition hall is very large, but there are fewer people than models. Xian Li walked from beginning to end, like a mouse falling into a rice jar, so happy that he fainted. Picked up the brochure on the shelf next to it, which recorded all the pictures and names of the models exhibited in this exhibition. Xian Li made marks next to the pictures of models that might be useful while looking at them. First is a fighter model called Z-33 made by a master-level designer from the Soviet Union. The description shows that the model's shell and paint are made of the raw materials of the fighter. The operating table is not just for display, and there is a start button. However, for the convenience of display, it is also connected to a handle remote control that can control the takeoff and landing of the aircraft. A sand table model about 1 meter long, designed by a domestic designer. It restores a military fortress under war, including defense walls, moats, watchtowers, and other structures. It integrates the surrounding highlands, grasslands, rainforests, deserts, and other environments, and completely simulates the scene of beach landing. The model of the epic ship Titanic from more than 100 years ago is also among them. The mast, lifeboat, deck, internal power system, etc. are all restored in proportion. The internal structure of the cabin is also not perfunctory. The guest rooms, restaurants, and warehouses are all perfect, giving people an unparalleled shock. In addition, there are various scene restorations, mechas, battleships, aircraft carriers, Gundam, and other models. Xian Li was dazzled by the selection. When she turned to the end, her eyes stopped on a work called Doomsday Safe House. There was only 1 sentence in the description: when the doomsday comes, it will give you the most adequate sense of security. Xian Li's footsteps involuntarily walked towards the exhibition area indicated above. The location of the exhibition area is very remote. If it weren't for the small map in the exhibition manual, few people would visit this corner. This is the largest model that Xian Li saw in the exhibition hall, about 3 meters long, 4 meters wide, and about 1 meter high. As the name suggests, the model is an ordinary small bungalow with gray-black walls, and the roof seems to be removed for the convenience of display. The furnishings in the house seem to be no different from ordinary houses, but the hidden sophisticated mechanisms can show its uniqueness. Beautiful sister, do you need me to explain it to you? Xian Li looked up and saw a girl with short hair and glasses so thick that they could reflect light standing in front of her. Seeing Xian Li's eyes were a little strange, fearing that she would mistakenly think that she was a paid interpreter, the girl hurriedly explained, "I am the designer of this work." She hurriedly handed over a manual about the thickness of a coin, which read instructions for the use of Doomsday Safe House, with pictures and texts, but the workmanship was a bit rough, and it looked like it was printed and bound by herself. Xian Li nodded and smiled, "Then thank you for your help." The girl was so moved that she almost cried. This was a work that she had spent 4 years of hard work in college to design. However, the graduation exhibition of Nanjing University next door only accepted works from students of the school. She begged and rolled around and entrusted her uncle, who worked in the affairs office of the Convention and Exhibition Center, to arrange a place for her in a model exhibition. It was only because of the temporary addition of people, and it was not in line with the theme of miniature art that she was arranged in a corner. Because the model is relatively large, she also rented a freight truck. She arrived at the exhibition area at 4 a.m. and assembled it for more than 3 hours. She squatted here as soon as it started, ready to explain it to everyone. As a result, my feet were numb from squatting. People who came over were either looking for the bathroom or asking for directions. None of them were interested in her work. She had planned to give up, but she didn't expect to finally wait for someone with a unique vision. This doomsday safe house is just as the name suggests. If the world ends, you can be absolutely safe inside. Xianli read the user manual while listening to the girl's explanation. The exterior decoration of the safe house is no different from that of an ordinary house. There is a floor-to-ceiling window on each wall. The main door looks like an ordinary anti-theft door, but in fact it is made of a special anti-theft door of the same type as a bank vault door. It is heavy and thick, 10 times thicker than an ordinary anti-theft door, and even bombs can't blow it open. The door lock is equipped with facial and biometric fingerprint recognition, and an alarm will be issued if there is tracking and tailing. If the door lock is damaged or the power is off, there are also spare smart door locks, bolts, latches, and other physical ways to manually lock the door. The wall is made of a special alloy metal, which is not only 100 times stronger than ordinary steel, but also waterproof, earthquake-resistant, and radiation-proof. The inside of the wall is covered with a layer of special space cotton for heat preservation and sound insulation. The outer layer of the wall is covered with a special coating that can change the color of the house by refraction of light, and can even become transparent, achieving a certain degree of visual invisibility. The floor-to-ceiling windows are for light and air permeability, and are equipped with 3 layers of organic bulletproof glass of the highest specification for fighter cockpit covers. The innermost layer of glass also has the function of an LED display. Not only can it project, but it can also display monitoring images and transmit the surrounding environment monitored by the drone equipped with the house in real time. There is a porch with disinfection function at the entrance. If unknown germs appear in the end times, you can perform comprehensive disinfection in the porch after going out and returning home, and there are also simple changing and bathing functions. Connected to the porch is a living room, which is separated into an entertainment area and a rest area. The entertainment area is equipped with computers, PS5, Switch, VR helmets, home theaters, and other entertainment equipment to meet the spiritual needs of the end times. The rest area is equipped with ergonomic massage sofa chairs, which can effectively relieve fatigue and soothe muscles. The kitchen is equipped with all kinds of electronic kitchen utensils. Water purification and filtration equipment is also installed. The collected rainwater, snow water, river water, etc. can be directly drunk after filtration. The new garbage disposer can crush all kinds of garbage. The refrigerator occupies about half of the wall, with a huge storage capacity, which is convenient for food storage. The bathroom adopts the design of a vacuum toilet. With the help of positive pressure, the excrement is connected to the sewage tank, and then discharged into the small vacuum sewage pump installed underground for pollution-free decomposition. It is combined with soil to generate natural fertilizer, which is convenient for growing grains, vegetables, or flowers. There is a special mattress in the middle of the bedroom, which is expensive. Not only is it comfortable to sleep, but there are secret compartments under the pillow and mattress to place weapons, in case someone breaks in. Although it is almost impossible, or insiders betray, you can find weapons and fight back in the first time. There is a small medical room next to the bedroom. It is equipped with an operating table and a class of medical equipment, which can perform simple surgical operations. The most important storage room is set up in the attic, and fingerprint and pupil recognition are required to enter. There are grids, shelves, cabinets, etc. of different sizes and heights inside. When there are too many materials, you can check the location of the items through the material management machine at the door. The basement is divided into 2 areas. One is the water room, which is equipped with a huge water reservoir, and is also equipped with a complete water well and supporting facilities. If there is a water source underground, groundwater can be extracted. The other is the computer room, which is equipped with a server, and the whole house area is networked. It can store massive resources while receiving and sending network signals, which is equivalent to a mobile signal station. In addition, The entire roof that has been removed is installed with solar panels for solar power generation. If solar energy is insufficient, a backup plan is also designed. A small wind turbine, like a windmill, is installed on the roof to generate electricity when solar energy is insufficient. If both solar energy and wind power generation are insufficient, there is also a compensation plan for the backup plan. Space is also reserved in the basement to install a backup diesel generator and connect the whole house power supply. The most noteworthy thing is the whole house's intelligent system, which not only has basic life functions such as intelligent temperature control, air purification, whole house monitoring, and light adjustment. There is also an attack mode, which allows you to install weapons and ammunition in the holes reserved on the roof and outside the wall. When the owner is defeated and his vital signs disappear completely, there is also a self-destruct mode, which is as powerful as a small nuclear bomb, and the enemy will be destroyed. In addition to the commonly used home appliances, other furniture and home decoration designs take into account both beauty and practicality. It can be said that although it is small, it has everything. My dad helped design the interior decoration. He is an interior designer and has won a domestic gold medal for design. Although it is a doomsday theme, the decoration in the house is mainly warm and warm. It doesn't look cold and icy. It really feels like home. It took more than an hour to explain it in general. Many small functions were not introduced in time. They are all in the thick user manual. During the conversation, Xianli learned that the girl was an avid fan of technology and the end of the world. She has always believed that the end of the world will come one day. She is studying engineering, and the reason why she designed this work is that one day she suddenly had an idea and wanted an absolutely safe, high defense, high survival, offensive, and highly mobile residence for personal use. Of course, due to limited funds, the size is relatively small, and now it looks like a doll house. The girl scratched her head embarrassedly. If there is enough money, it should be no problem to build a real safe house. What's your name? The girl was stunned, and then apologized a little. I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Song Xiaoxing. Song Xiaoxing. Xianli remembered that a few days before she was killed, the government proposed the Spark No. 1 plan. It called on people to actively participate in the zombie cleanup task and strive to expand the area of the safe zone. And on this basis, an unprecedented smart underground city was established. With regional absolute defense and sustainable water and electricity network circulation, it brought hope of survival to people in despair. The name of the chief designer of this Spark No. 1 plan is Song Xiaoxing. Xianli pondered for a moment and said, "Do you sell this safe house?" Chapter 11. Huh? Song Xiaoxing had never expected her to say that. Fearing that she would refuse, Xianli added, "I'll give you 1 million. Huh? How about 2 million? Xianli was a little distressed. Now the cash in her card plus the refunded room fee was just over 2 million. If it's not enough, I'll go to the gold shop to make a few more gold bars. Enough, enough. Of course it's enough. Song Xiaoxing's expression was dazed, and the whole person seemed to be light and fluttering, and was completely stunned by the money. 2 million. Not only did she get back the money, but she even made a lot of money. Since she started making this safe house model, Song Xiaoxing has suffered a lot of setbacks. Both classmates and teachers think that the house she made is unnecessary. The only one who supports her is her father, but she also knows that spending so much money to build a model that even children can't live in can't be said to be a waste of time, but it can also be regarded as not doing her job properly. She came to the exhibition not expecting to cash it in, but hoping to wait for someone who could understand her design concept. Xianli is different from her classmates, teachers, and even her father. When she was explaining, she looked serious and didn't think it was a toy at all. She also pointed out the shortcomings at the right time, which gave her new inspiration. Now, it is rare to have someone who not only affirms her design, but is even willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. With these funds, she can build a real safe house. Xianli is also very satisfied. It is true that she can replicate this safe house model, but she wants to make friends with Song Xiaoxing. She can protect herself in the end times, and become the chief designer of the Spark No. 1 project at a young age. Her potential should not be underestimated. In the last life, when the government proposed to build a smart underground city, it also announced the conditions for moving in. Among them, the upper-class people in important positions and their families have priority to move in, and the awakened ones pay different levels of materials according to the practicality of their superpowers as resettlement fees. However, the underground city is full of people, and there is not much room for ordinary people. So if ordinary people want to move in, They first need 100,000 points to get the qualification to move in, and they need to pay a certain amount of points as management fees every month after entering the city. 100,000 points. Normally, if an ordinary person can go out to clean up zombies every day, he can clean up at most 30 zombies a day, which is 30 points. If other materials are not handed over for points, it will take nearly 10 years to move in without eating or drinking. Not to mention that points need to be used to exchange for food, weapons, medicines, etc. But there is no way. People want to get out of the zombie-ridden and devastated world outside and return to the orderly society before. So even if there are complaints, when the conditions are issued, it is always a hope. Even Lee in her previous life took risks to accumulate points. She insisted on staying until the last moment when the zombies came, just to kill more zombies and exchange crystal cores for points, so that she could move into the dungeon as early as possible. In this life, although Lee has a safe house, she can ensure that she has enough food and clothing, and her survival is guaranteed. But she is still a human being. Living completely away from human society may be acceptable for 1 or 2 years, but what about 10 or 20 years? Without social interaction, without relatives and friends, staying in a safe house blindly, her thinking and action abilities will eventually degenerate. What is the difference between her and the Walking Dead? Therefore, the Wisdom Underground City is also one of her future destinations. And with this friendship with Song Xiaoxing, when the end of the world comes, it may be helpful to get the qualification to stay in the Underground City. Because there is a limit on daily transfers, Lee first went to the bank to deposit 1 million yuan on Song Xiaoxing's card as a deposit. Song Xiaoxing also took the safe house back first, assembled the roof and various supporting equipment and parts, and paid the remaining balance when Lee went to pick it up the next day. After Lee came out of the bank, she went to the gold shop and spent 80,000 to buy 2 gold bars as reserve funds for the future. Moreover, gold bars are also tradable in the end of the world, so it is better to be prepared. After finishing the work, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she hadn't eaten yet. After searching for nearby good restaurants on the review software, Lee finally chose a Hunan restaurant not too far away, which was only a 10-minute walk away. Although it was past mealtime, there was still a constant stream of diners in the restaurant. Lee chose a small table in the corner and sat down. He ordered the signature fried pork with peppers, crispy tripe, and a big bowl of rice. The boss is from Xiangxi, and the fried pork with peppers is very delicious. The smell of the peppers is so spicy that it makes people salivate. The fat and gravy of the pork belly are mixed together, and the rice is full of salty fragrance. The crispy tripe is also a must. The pork tripe is cut into small pieces, very tasty, crispy, fresh and spicy, and the more you chew, the more fragrant it is. Lee, who always loves spicy food, couldn't help but salivate. After eating and drinking, he didn't forget to make an order with the boss, and pack a portion of each of the store's signature dishes. Then he placed an order on the platform and asked the errand boy to pick it up and deliver it to his home at the appointed time. Lee secretly made up her mind to remember to buy a second-hand van tomorrow to store the items in the space. The cheapest car in her space now costs hundreds of thousands, so it would be a bit noticeable if she took it out suddenly. After eating, Lee did not forget the destination of today and returned to the exhibition center. At the furniture exhibition, Lee hid her hands in the big pockets of her sweatshirt and used her talent to replicate several sets of sofas, cabinets, solid wood beds, dining tables, wardrobes, lamps, computer desks, etc. At the end, she took the time to take a look at the graduation exhibition of Nanjing University next door. Most of them were either paintings or sculptures. Lee considered herself a person with no artistic cells. In her eyes, the practicality of these works was not as good as a screw in the safe house. When she returned home, Lee received a message that her visa and passport had been processed. She booked a flight ticket for tomorrow night on her mobile phone, and planned to go abroad to purchase the necessary weapons after picking up the goods tomorrow. In Yin country, firearms are controlled items, which are difficult for ordinary people to access, and even if there are ways to buy them, it is illegal. At present, Lee is still a good citizen who abides by the law. She does not want to be arrested and eat public food before the end of the world. The next day, Lee got up early, added cat food, cat biscuits, and cat canned food to peanut, replaced the water from the previous day with clean water, shoveled the cat feces into a garbage bag, and carried it out the door. On the way to the second-hand car market, she would pass by Suja's house downstairs. She sneaked upstairs when no one was around. This time she had experience and bypassed the surveillance. After rebirth, Her arm strength and the accuracy of throwing objects seemed to have greatly improved. At least, she could throw the cat feces bag accurately to Suja's doorstep across the step. He also copied dozens of bags by the way, making sure Suja could step on them when he went out, and then run away. The night before, Lee had already found a merchant on the second-hand car platform and took a fancy to a second-hand van. Although the car was almost 10 years old, fortunately, the car had a large capacity. The original owner used to transport goods, and removed the seats in the back seat to facilitate transportation, which saved Lee trouble. The owner was a little surprised to see that the buyer was a young woman. Lee had already prepared a set of excuses, saying that her family was going to open a grocery store, and her parents were busy, so she came to help pick up the car. The owner praised Lee for being sensible, and gave her a gas card worth more than 100 yuan. Lee, who had a student face but had actually worked for many years, accepted it without hesitation. After completing the formalities, Lee drove to the Public Security Bureau to collect his passport and visa, and then went straight to Song Xiaoxing's house. Song Xiaoxing's home is in a high-end residential area in the city, with single-family houses and 24-hour security guards at the door. Seeing Lee's broken car with the cargo logo still on, the security guard waved his hands to indicate that he could not enter. Lee had no choice but to call Song Xiaoxing to pick him up. When Song Xiaoxing ran out of the house, he was still a little confused, until he saw the car that was completely inconsistent with Lee's cold temperament. The expression on his face was very interesting. Help! I thought Lee, who had given 2 million to buy a safe house with a big hand, must be considered a rich sister, but I didn't expect that the car she drove was so shabby. It turned out that she was spending money for love. Seeing Song Xiaoxing's eyes looking at her with tears in her eyes, I don't know what she was imagining. Lee, Sister Lee, I have packed the house for you. Because it is quite large, I split it into 4 parts. It should fit in this broken car. Lee turned a deaf ear. Okay, thank you for your hard work. By the way, Sister Lee, this is the capsule cabin I made myself. It is a simplified version of the safe house. The original idea was to make it convenient for camping in the wild. But in the end, because I had no money, I only made this model. I will give it to you as well. Song Xiaoxing took out another thing from the glass cabinet. It was the size of a capsule. It looked like a capsule. The lid was transparent. You could see that there was just enough space for a bed and a table inside. I don't know where Song Xiaoxing pressed, and the originally transparent glass cover was covered with a camouflage pattern to conceal it. Sister Lee, I know it's not easy for you. In fact, it's the same for me. I emptied my small treasury for this hobby. I could only eat steamed buns for breakfast. I don't understand. Lee originally thought that having a safe house was enough, and this capsule was really useless, but at Song Xiaoxing's insistence, she still accepted it. When leaving, Lee sat in the cab, looking at Song Xiaoxing, who was waving at her foolishly, hesitated for a moment, and said, if possible, build a real safe house as soon as possible. Song Xiaoxing's eyes lit up like stars. Don't worry, sister, I have already ordered a batch of materials and plan to decorate directly on the roof of my house. I still have the design drawings here. If it's fast, it should be completed within 2 months. Please come and see it when the time comes. Lee smiled gently and said, okay. The day before the end of the world, Song Xiaoxing received a huge package. It was filled with rice, noodles, oil, canned meat and fruit, alcohol stove and first aid medical kit, and a note with 2 words on it, return gift. Chapter 12. Lee drove away with the safe house. On the way, she took out the food guide she had prepared yesterday, and visited more than a dozen restaurants along the way. She ordered 2 or 3 dishes from each restaurant. When she got home, she put the full car of things into her space, including the 4 cartons containing the safe house. At present, the ready-made meals in Lee's space can ensure that she will not eat the same food twice a month. After returning home, there was no sign of Peanut. It seemed that he went to the community to play with cats and dogs again. Lee packed a week's worth of cat food and cat cans, and placed them in a conspicuous corner of the house. She took out a backpack, packed a few underwear, packed the necessary documents, and put the foreign currency she had just exchanged at the bank into her wallet. Then she carried the bag and knocked on the door next door. Sister Lee? A childish voice sounded, and Lee looked down, and saw that it was Aunt Wang's granddaughter Yuan, who had just entered the 1st grade of elementary school this year. Lee stretched out his hand and pinched Yuan's chubby face. Yuan, is your grandma at home? Grandma went to buy vegetables and asked me to do my homework at home. Yuan Yuan obediently let Xian Li roll and flatten her. Xian Li thought for a while, took out a cheese stick from her backpack space, and put it in Yuan Yuan's hand. Then Yuan Yuan, please tell Grandma that I'm going out for a trip these days, and let Grandma help feed Peanut, okay? Okay, Yuan Yuan will also feed Peanut. Seeing the cheese stick, Yuan Yuan was obviously happy. Don't feed too much, Peanut is too fat. Xian Li smiled, touched her head, and left with peace of mind. This was Xian Li's first time going abroad, but her oral English level was good, so the journey was smooth. Nanshur is a third-tier city, there are no direct flights, and you have to transfer in Beishur. When we landed in the free country, it was already the third day, the evening of local time. To be honest, as an ordinary person, Xian Li never thought of buying weapons through formal channels even if she went abroad. On the one hand, in the free country, you need to be a citizen or hold a green card to buy weapons, and non-citizens need to obtain a course completion certificate first. Second, there is a waiting period for buying weapons, which generally takes about 10 days of background investigation. Only when there are no problems can you get them. And Xian Li obviously can't wait for these 10 days. The black market is also a place that Xian Li can't get involved in at present. So she didn't think of taking the route of handing over money and handing over goods at the beginning. In the local area, there is the world's largest gun museum, which is a paradise for military fans around the world. This is the destination of Xian Li's trip. After leaving the airport, Xian Li took a taxi to the hotel booked online. After checking in, it was already late, but she still went to a famous local pub. He has the strongest liquor in the world. Even a warrior who can kill a cow will be drunk all night. Liquor is very useful in the end times. It can not only be used to kill bacteria, but also can be exchanged for a lot of points. So Xian Li decisively ordered 3 bottles. In addition, he also ordered local specialties, hot dogs, apple pie, cheese macaroni, Robinson sandwich, biggie bread, grilled ribs, etc., and packed them up as usual. Although the area where the Wolf Head Bar is located is not far from the hotel, no matter how bright and beautiful the city is, there are always dark places. I didn't feel it when I came, but it was scary quiet on the way back. Unlike the magnificent high-rise buildings in the distance, the dilapidated residential buildings on both sides of the street were separated by a dim street lamp. The darkness was like a looming beast, struggling to devour her. She carried a large bag of things and walked back carefully. Just after walking a few dozen meters, she was blocked by 3 foreign men. "Hi, beautiful girl with yellow skin." The speaker was a muscular man, with a short haircut, and a blue tattoo on his arm. He was a head taller than Xian Li. He whistled at her, and looked her up and down. She was careless. It was only half a month after returning to the peaceful era, and she forgot to stay vigilant. She forgot that this was a free country. At night, in a bar, and alone women, the combination of danger increased by 100%. Xian Li tightened her grip on the bag and said sincerely, "I'm 40 this year, divorced twice, my ex-husband is 12 years younger than me. He fooled around outside every day and infected me with syphilis. 3 foreign thugs, Don't be ridiculous, it's not safe to go out alone at night, Miss Yin." The white-skinned young man with yellow hair standing on the side walked forward with ill intentions, but he looked like a thin dog against the muscular man. "This is our territory. If you can hand over all the money you have, we may be able to safely send you back to where you came from." This man looked much more polite, if you ignore the greed that flashed in his eyes. The green-eyed thug behind was obviously the leader of the 3. Xian Li threw the bag in her hand to the ground and said helplessly, "All the valuables on me are here." She really didn't lie. The safe house almost spent all her savings. Now she has less than 100,000 yuan left. Half of it has been spent on round-trip air tickets and hotels, and the remaining half is still in the card in China. Because he was in a hurry to go abroad, he hadn't had time to sell the spare gold bars. "That's not bad. I've wanted to drink Wolf Head's wine for a long time, but it's too expensive." The muscular man, with a short haircut, was delighted and wanted to come over to pick up the things, but was kicked by the young yellow-haired man next to him. Stupid! How could she not have money to buy so many things? "Don't talk nonsense. It doesn't matter if she has no money. I really want to try." The green eyes approached her with a grin, swinging a folding knife in his hand, flashing coldly under the dim streetlights. The moment before he approached, her right hand behind her back flashed blue light, and an identical folding knife appeared. The moment he reached out to grab her hair, Xian Li lowered his head and slashed forward with his right hand, and heard the sound of the sharp blade breaking through the flesh. Ah! Damn it! Green Eyes cried out in pain, and a shocking cut appeared on her left hand, spreading from the middle finger to the wrist, deep enough to see the bone, and bright red blood dripped from it. The other two thugs were stunned, and the muscular man, with a short haircut, was the first to react. He roared and rushed forward, swinging a fist almost as big as Xian Li's head at her. Xian Li could almost smell the disgusting sweat odor on his body. A second before the fist reached her face, her body seemed to be faster than her consciousness, and her weak left hand firmly blocked the fist that broke through the air. Then, as if her body had been tempered by thousands of hammers, she raised her leg without thinking and accurately hit the nose bridge of the muscular man with a short haircut. She could feel the nose bridge under her feet, like the brittle bones in the pork chop noodles, making a chilling crunch sound. The muscular man, who was almost twice the size of Xian Li, flew 3 meters away. Not only that, his nose was also broken, and blood spurted out of his nose like a faucet. The remaining young yellow-haired man was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't speak. It was not until Xian Li walked in front of him that he fell to the ground in fear. Hua! Yan Gua martial arts. Xian Li narrowed his eyes, and said viciously, "Hand over all the money you have." The young yellow-haired man trembled, and took out a few coins from his pocket. Seeing that Xian Li's expression was not satisfied, he searched the pockets of the frightened green-eyed man beside him, and took off the big gold chain on the latter's neck, and said in a crying voice, "There are only so many." Seeing that Xian Li didn't speak, the young yellow-haired man and the green-eyed man retreated without daring to breathe, and together they lifted up the unconscious muscular man with a short hair and dragged him away. Seeing the figures of the three people disappear in the darkness, Xian Li finally let go of the breath he had been holding, and stared at the shadow on the ground in a trance. Xian Li realized that the changes brought by rebirth seemed to be more than just retaining memories and awakening superpowers. Even her physical fitness was much better than in her previous life. She was out of breath when she climbed to the 16th floor when the company had a power outage, and her thighs could not be lifted for 3 days. When she was kicked out of the house by Xian Jixing, he kicked her in the stomach in anger, leaving a large purple patch. It hurt so much when she breathed, and she was half dead when she crawled back to the rental house. And now she can kick a strong man weighing almost 100 kilograms 3 meters away with one kick. The changes in her body made her confused, but more uneasy. The strange system voice before death flashed through her mind again. Triggering the undead state, the organism is being repaired. Progress 1%, 33%, 78%, 99%, 99.9%. Repair failed. Re-extracting the organism data. In theory, she was bitten in the throat by a zombie before she died, so she should have become a zombie, and should not have died directly. The zombie research report issued by Arc Biology shows that the appearance of zombies is due to biological mutations caused by extreme weather. Microorganisms carrying viruses parasitize on corpses, replace the central nervous system of the brain, and issue commands, turning the originally dead humans into monsters that only know how to reproduce. These corpses that were infected at the beginning are called original bodies. When the original bodies first appeared, humans knew nothing about this situation. They only knew that their dead relatives had been resurrected again, and in the joy of reunion, their throats were bitten by the original bodies. The zombies generated by the secondary infection are also called walking corpses, because the body dies, and is infected at the same time. Their muscles and joints are more flexible, their movement speed and reaction speed are faster, and their attack power is stronger than the original body. So, what is this immortal state triggered by Xian Li, who should have become a walking corpse? The electronic sound indicates that the repair of the organism has failed. Does it mean that she died before turning into a zombie, or does it mean that the body automatically repairs after rebirth? Is she really reborn? Thinking of this, Xian Li seemed to have an answer in her mind, but she never understood it, as if her memory had been artificially tampered with. The chill was bone-chilling. Chapter 13. The hotel Xian Li booked was not close to the Free State Gun Museum, so she asked the hotel staff to help rent a car. Try to avoid spending time on the road as much as possible to prevent the dangerous incident yesterday from happening again. Although she finally taught the three thugs a lesson, she also got a big gold chain X1 and some coins. Free State Venetian is colder than South City. Xian Li wore a thick black coat with a knitted short top inside. For the convenience of travel, she wore a pair of military green overalls with many pockets. She put small bottles of mineral water, energy bars to replenish physical strength, 10,000 mAh power bank, and a Swiss Army knife in her pockets. Finally, she hung the watch space that had been reduced to a pendant around her neck. The car that Xian Li rented had already parked at the door of the hotel. It was a white Chevrolet. The navigation showed that it would take 30 minutes to drive to the Devon Gun Museum. There are several drive-in restaurants along the highway, and Xian Li also visited them along the way. He ordered toast, fried chicken, fried onion rings, beef handmade burgers, etc. to enrich the space. The Devon Firearms Museum is located in the northern part of Venice. The entire building was converted from wartime fortifications. The exterior walls are modeled, retaining the bullet holes and traces of gunpowder explosions left over from the war. When you walk into the hall, you can still smell the sulfur left over from the war. Take the elevator to the underground first floor, which is the exhibition hall of firearms, which was also converted from wartime fortifications. What you see is an endless arc-shaped passage. On the left are very representative Schmidt-Rubin rifles neatly arranged, and on the right is a row of glass-top display cabinets. Before coming, Xian Li did her homework. The rifles and sniper rifles on display in front of her were old. Although they were of commemorative significance, they were not very useful to Xian Li at present. So she just took a quick look and walked along the passage for about 100 meters, and came to a circular hall, the center of the Devon Firearms Museum. Compared with the display passage in front, each gun on display here was placed separately and protected by special bulletproof glass. The first thing she saw was a pistol. The gun body was shining black and shiny. It was not big in size, and could be put in a larger pocket of clothes, but it was amazingly powerful. This is a 9mm pistol P02, also known as a pocket pistol. It is the light of the free country's light weapons. It is light in weight, and made of a large number of new composite materials. It is suitable for carrying. The gun body is small. Even a shooting novice can control the gun better, and it is very friendly to people with smaller opponents. Then, there is an assault rifle AK-86, with a smooth and beautiful gun body. The barrel and weight of a rifle are much higher than that of a pistol, but compared to a pistol, a rifle has a longer range. The range of an ordinary rifle is generally within 400 meters, while the range of this AK-86 made by the Soviet Union reaches 500 meters, and the recoil and shooting accuracy are also smaller and more accurate than ordinary rifles. Finally, there is a sniper rifle, which is known as the strongest version of the sniper rifle in the country of Gran, and has a maximum shooting distance of 2,400 meters. Moreover, within 1,700 meters, its penetration is extremely strong, and it can see iron sheets and glass as if nothing. After replicating them one by one in the table space, Xian Li's eyes were cast on the largest glass cabinet in the center of the hall, which is the treasure of the entire German Firearms Museum, Death. The Fortress Model Maxim MG99 can not only use infrared to detect enemy movements and automatically attack, but also connect to the computer and manually operate the shooting on the computer, just like playing a 100% realistic shooting game. The enemy will not know who died in his hands until he dies. This is the most offensive weapon Xian Li chose for the safe house. It is equivalent to a powerful turret, which is a perfect match with the safe house. Of course, in addition to weapons, various types of ammunition, accessories, marching bags, bulletproof vests, traps, melee knives, high-powered scopes, drones, communicators, etc. must also be prepared. Xian Li was satisfied. After walking around to make sure that nothing was missed, he took the elevator upstairs. After the elevator door opened, a sign of a shooting training ground attracted her attention. She stopped as she was about to leave, and walked in the direction of the arrow. Although she did not have the awakening talent in her previous life, she was not a weakling without any power, and she was even a shooting expert. The shooting range was very large, and there was no one except a black-skinned staff member at the front desk. Xian Li walked forward, and the black guy raised his eyes. Gun license. Xian Li pretended to touch his pocket. Oh my god. I was in a hurry to go out today, and forgot to bring it. I'm sorry, ma'am. According to regulations, you need a gun license to enter the live fire shooting training ground. Xian Li took out a big gold chain and turned sideways to block the surveillance. I really forgot to bring it. Please help me. The black guy raised his eyebrows. According to regulations, we can't accept bribes. Then he looked around and whispered, but gold is an exception. He handed Xian Li a notebook from the counter, and pointed to the small room not far away. Register your information, and then follow me to the equipment room over there. After completing the registration, Xian Li walked into the equipment room on the side under his guidance. A whole row of soundproof headphones hung on the wall of the equipment room. The black-skinned boy spread his hands. You know, there are not many good guns in the training ground, unlike below. If you don't bring this, your eardrum will want to kill you. Xian Li equipped himself with soundproof headphones, goggles, bulletproof vests, and belts as he said, and followed the black-skinned boy to the gun display cabinet outside. The black-skinned boy took out one of the guns Xian Li pointed at and smiled. "Do you need me to help you assemble it, ma'am?" Xian Li looked up at him, and took the rifle parts. Before the black-skinned boy could react, 5 seconds later, a complete M47 appeared in Xian Li's hand. The dark-skinned guy was stunned. "Oh my god, can the world record be so fast?" The upper half of Xian Li's face was blocked by goggles, and the corners of his mouth that were exposed were hooked into a handsome arc. "Thank you for the compliment." The shooting range was divided into training rooms by bulletproof glass. Xian Li walked into one of them with a gun in hand. Xian Li faced forward, long legs straight, and put the weight of his body on his front legs. Holding the gun body with his left hand, holding the trigger with his right hand, and relaxing his shoulders. She was just 1.7 meters tall, so she needed to put the butt of the gun against her shoulder. The first one was the 100-meter target. She held her breath, aimed her right eye at the scope, and about 3 seconds later, she fired the first shot. Bang! The familiar recoil made her shoulder numb. Perfect 10 rings. "Ma'am, your shooting skills are comparable to those of professional players." 150 meters. Bang! Another 10 rings. "Oh my god, if you tell me now that you are a plainclothes policeman, I will definitely believe it." Xian Li switched to a prone position, 200 meters. Bang! 10 rings without a doubt. Until the target was moved, a humanoid target would fall down with every gunshot. Half an hour later, Xian Li wiped her sweat and walked out of the training room. At this time, the black-skinned guy called her Ms. Gun God. He looked at her with amazement and admiration, and it seemed that he wanted her to sign his name on him. In the end times, zombies are also social animals. Once a zombie appears in the field of vision, it is likely that she will be surrounded by a group of zombies. Xian Li is not an awakener, and has no other ability to protect herself. All she can rely on is the gun in her hand. Therefore, if she missed or wasted a few more bullets, she would not be alive now. On the way back, Xian Li's tense nerves finally relaxed. On the one hand, the shooting practice just now relieved her a little pressure, and on the other hand, the improvement of her weapons made her feel more secure. Xian Li drove on the road leisurely, holding the steering wheel and opening the car window. Although the temperature in Venice was cold, the weather was sunny. Xian Li, who had suffered from the rainy weather, touched a ray of sunshine for the first time in a long time. Slowly, she began to find something wrong. She was driving on the highway into the city at this time. Various vehicles were stopped on the road that should not have been congested. The drivers sitting inside stuck their heads out from time to time and cursed in the local language. There was a lot of noise outside. She stuck her head out of the car window. From a distance, there were sirens, police sirens, and ambulances, and clear curses and crying were interspersed. Xian Li stopped a driver who was walking back in a hurry after checking the situation ahead, and took out a cigarette from the space and handed it to him. "Sir, what happened ahead?" The driver saw that it was a young woman, his expression eased, and he took the cigarette. "Car accident, ma'am." "Car accident?" "Yes, the perpetrator was a jeep, 2 dead and 1 injured. It's really a sin." The driver lit up the cigarette. "It's estimated that the traffic ahead will be blocked for a while, and the police have blocked the accident scene. Madam, if you are in a hurry, you'd better turn around early." The driver sighed and muttered as he walked. "I don't know what disease this person has. He was bitten by a mosquito, and said that his feet were numb before he stepped on the accelerator." "Mosquito?" Xian Li looked at the traffic jam ahead that was so congested that she couldn't see the end. The extra sounds gradually filtered out of her ears, and the conversations that should not have been heard became clearer in her ears. "Mr. Policeman, I assure you, I really don't know what happened at that time. There was a mosquito next to my ear. No, I don't mean that the mosquito was the murderer. But I swear, when it bit me, my leg was indeed numb for several seconds." She couldn't help but feel a sinking in her heart. In her previous life, she didn't have much time to pay attention to the news, so she didn't know much about the situation in the free country. She only knew that until the day before the end of the world, it was still peaceful and prosperous, peace and love. When the natural disaster came and the zombies broke out, global communications had been completely cut off, and they had long been unable to protect themselves, let alone the energy to understand the situation in other countries. But as far as she knew, those microorganisms that could turn people into monsters did not first infect humans, but lower-level creatures, such as mayflies, protozoa, and cockroaches. And mosquitoes. Chapter 14. Xian Li shrunk her head back with a whoosh. Then she felt It was not enough, so she took out the floral water and mosquito repellent from the space, sprayed them on her body and the car, and put on the mosquito repellent bracelet. No matter whether this mosquito is the kind of poisonous mosquito that carries microorganisms, it is always right to be careful. While the traffic behind has not blocked the lane, Exile found an opportunity to turn at the fork road and enter the city from the east. Back at the hotel, she closed the doors and windows, lit the mosquito coils, and opened her mobile phone to search for local news in the smoke. There are not many related news, only reminders that there is a traffic jam on the highway from the north of Venice to the city, and it is recommended to deter. I changed the keyword and searched on the social platform, and finally got something. A small number of people have posted that they were bitten by mosquitoes recently, and had temporary paralysis of their limbs. Almost all of them were bitten when they were out and about, and they were still a certain distance away from the city. Although it is not completely certain that it is the kind of poisonous mosquito, this place cannot be stayed for long. Exile immediately changed his flight ticket for a few days later to the earliest flight back to China tomorrow. Anyway, the purpose of going abroad has been achieved, so he will stay quietly in the hotel tonight to avoid other incidents, and just make time to assemble the safe house. On March 20th, Exile returned to China. When he got home, it was rare to see Peanut lying on the sofa and taking a nap. Probably because the rain outside was getting heavier, the cats and dogs in the community stayed at home and didn't go out. Peanut had no fun and had to go home. Peanut! Hearing her enter the door, Peanut just swung his tail and squinted his eyes. Let me suck it! Exile rushed over and hugged the orange cat, buried his face in its belly, and sucked hard. Peanut always smelled like it had been exposed to the sun, which was very nice. Peanut kicked her face with his paws in dissatisfaction, as if blaming her for disturbing its nap time. Until Exile took out a cat strip from the space, Peanut gave her a face-saving meow, grabbed her knees with his paws, and reached his head hard on the cat strip. After feeding the cat, it was almost time to move. Exile put all the important items into the space, thought about it, and left 10 kilograms of rice, 10 liters of oil, 5 kilograms of flour, 2 bags of 5-pack instant noodles, 1 bag of ham sausage, 2 barrels of 10 liters of pure water, 10 cheese sticks in the kitchen, and some long-lasting dry food in the refrigerator. In addition, an inflatable boat was stuffed under the bed. Then he called the master to install another fence-type iron door outside the anti-theft door. Hey, Xiao Exile, is your door broken? Andy Wong, who had just returned from shopping, heard knocking on 301 as she went upstairs. Exile called Andy Wong and said, No, I just heard from the security guard that there are many thieves recently, so I thought of installing another door to make it easier. Andy Wong was shocked. Are there many thieves recently? Why didn't the security guard tell me? It's broken. The sliding door lock of our balcony has been broken for a long time, and we haven't asked the master to fix it. Hey master, you will install the door for Xiao Exile later, and you can also help us fix it by the way? Usually, only my granddaughter and I are at home. What if a thief comes? After the master fixed Andy Wong's door, Exile handed her the spare key. Andy Wong, I'm going to go back to my grandmother's house in the countryside for a while. Please keep this key for me. I'm afraid I'll lose it when the time comes. And Wong didn't find it strange. After all, Exile had given her the spare key to the house before, asking her to help feed the cats. So she said yes, and then wondered, why did you suddenly go back to the countryside to live? I remember your grandmother passed away for several years, right? Well, and Wong, I broke up, so I wanted to change places and change my mood. Exile said confidently, although he didn't look very sad on his face. And Wong suddenly realized, no wonder she heard Yuan say that Xiao Exile went out to travel a few days ago. Yes, it's normal for young people to break up and get back together. Looking at Xiao Su's posture, it's definitely not a peaceful breakup, and it's reasonable for Xiao Exile to be in a bad mood. Although she looks like nothing happened, who knows where she is crying secretly at night. Andy Wong's expression became distressed. When are you leaving? Today? So anxious? Why don't I go back and cook a few dishes? It will only take half an hour. You must not have eaten yet. You can't go back on an empty stomach. I still have a few boxes of dumplings I made last time in the refrigerator. You can take them back and eat them. Auntie Wong kept chattering and dragging Exile back. Exile couldn't refuse her kindness and repeatedly said that he didn't want to eat. In the end, he still left Auntie Wong's house with 3 boxes of dumplings. By the way, Auntie Wong, the supermarket on the Ring Road, has a discount recently. Eggs are only 1 yuan per caddy. I think other things are also very cheap. You can go, and have a look when you are free. What? Eggs are 1 yuan per caddy. Of course I have to go. I'll go in the evening. Exionly smiled as she watched Auntie Wang rubbing her hands and preparing to go shopping. She thought that if her mother was still alive, she would also be a happy little old lady. After everything was explained, she went back to the house and put Peanut, who was still taking a nap on the sofa, into the cat bag, and some odds and ends into the suitcase, and left without any regrets. Xian Li's grandmother's home is in a village in the neighboring city, more than 2 hours' drive from Nanshi. In the south, Nolan village is at the foot of Yinglan Mountain, the highest mountain in the Lijiang River basin. It is also the highest place around Nanshi, so when the flood came, the village was spared. However, because of the rugged mountain roads and inconvenient transportation, a decent road was built a few years ago, and the village became popular. After Xian Li's mother passed away, Xian Jixing left her to her grandmother. Grandma was also a miserable person. She lost her husband in middle age and her daughter in old age, leaving Xian Li as her only granddaughter. Although the conditions were difficult when she was a child, she loved Xian Li as much as ever. Grandma always said that Xian Li was growing up, so she would feed her an egg every day, even if it took a long time to collect enough eggs to sell at the market. Not long after Xian Li graduated from university, her grandmother, who had raised her since she was a child, also passed away. Since then, she has not been back for several years. Xian Li drove a van through the rugged mountain road. The drizzling rain cast a layer of frosted glass on the endless hills. I don't know how many turns I made before I saw houses and cooking smoke in the distance. I passed a stone tablet engraved with Nolan village, and a village appeared in front of me. It was almost dinner time, and it was raining again. There were almost no people on the village road. Every household was cooking, and the fragrance of food wafted from time to time. Xian Li followed the familiar yet unfamiliar road and stopped in front of the small courtyard of her grandmother's house. The courtyard wall was still built with loess and stones many years ago. The half-man-high wooden door had long been tilted to one side due to years of disrepair. Xian Li tried to push it open, and the wooden door fell to the ground as if it had unloaded its heavy responsibility, splashing a lot of mud on Xian Li's jeans and sneakers. The yard that was carefully taken care of by her grandmother in the past was now overgrown with weeds. When Xian Li was a child, she was very naughty and often jumped up and down, and would get scratched and burned from time to time. Her grandmother didn't have extra money to take her to the clinic, so she planted aloe vera at home and applied it to the affected area, which also had some effect. Those flower pots full of her grandmother's love were crooked and tilted in the corner, and the plants inside had long withered. There was a simple tiled house in the courtyard. The tiles on the roof had turned into a deep asphalt color under the erosion of time. When entering the house, there were places where rain was leaking, and small puddles were dripping on the ground. Grandma's photo frame was hung on the wall, and it was covered with spider webs. Xian Li first took out a wet towel to wipe the dust and spider webs on the photo frame, and then looked around. The home furnishings were still the same as before, but they exuded a musty smell of being uninhabited for a long time. Fortunately, the circuit in the house was still good, and the only incandescent lamp in the hall could be lit. Under the lamp, there was a dusty desk against the wall. The textbooks on the desk were not only yellowed, but also had dried water stains. Going further, it was her and Grandma's bedroom, which was divided into 2 rooms by a curtain. The already small space was even more cramped. After placing 2 beds and a cabinet, there was only enough space for 1 person to pass. In general, it was barely habitable. Xian Li cleaned the small hall briefly, put a basin of water on the dripping place, and put a towel in the basin, so that the raindrops on it would stop making noise. Then he temporarily cleared the moldy mattress and corroded wooden bed to the yard. He took out a tent and sleeping bag from the space and assembled them in the house. He also did not forget to put out Peanut's cat bed, so that Peanut, who had been stuffy in the cat bag for several hours, could get some fresh air. Peanut was not afraid of the new place, and ate 2 bites of the cat food Xian Li fed him, walked around the house a few times, and fell asleep again. It was an hour after the cleanup was completed, and the house finally looked like someone was living in it. Xian Li was already starving at this time. She took out a brand new dining table and chairs, and put the food she packed a few days ago on it. A small pot of hot stewed chicken soup, a plate of braised beef brisket that Grandma liked to eat, a plate of fried cabbage with lard residue, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of wuchang rice. The temperature is about 10 degrees now. Although it is not cold, the continuous rain adds a hint of chill. At this time, a sip of slightly hot chicken soup, The delicious taste lingers on the tip of the tongue, and the stomach warms up immediately. The braised beef brisket was stewed very well, and the sauce-colored marinade penetrated into the fibers of the meat. The fat and tender juice overflowed from the teeth as the chewing action. There was also fried cabbage with lard residue, which was fragrant and refreshing, just to relieve the greasiness of the braised beef brisket. Then she felt that something was missing, so she took out a tablet from the space, set it on the table, opened a popular drama that she had downloaded a few days ago, and watched the drama while eating. After eating, she took out an ice cream as dessert, and she was satisfied. After eating and drinking, Exionly boiled a pot of hot water, took a simple bath, and got into the sleeping bag. While thinking about how to arrange the remaining 10 days, she fell asleep with the aroma of citrus. Chapter 15. At 3 or 4 in the morning, the chickens in the village began to crow. Exionly turned over, covered his ears with his sleeping bag, and continued to sleep. When it was just dawn, he was awakened by the knocking on the door. Bang, 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 is anyone home? Exionly yawned, got up and put on a coat, walked to open the door with a not very happy expression. Who is it? The person who came was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. Because she worked in the fields all year round, there were wrinkles on her face that were not what she should have at this age. When she saw Exionly opening the door, she looked into the house in a self-righteous way, and said confidently, "No one has lived in this house for so long. I saw that the door was broken and thought it was a thief." "Aunt?" Exionly smiled, "I am Ollie, have you forgotten? There are 3 children in my grandmother's family. My grandmother is the second daughter. She has an older sister and a younger brother. The eldest sister, Exionly's great-aunt, gave birth to 2 boys. The eldest son worked outside, and the youngest son stayed in the village." Liang Shutong in front of him was Exionly's cousin. "Ollie?" Liang Shutong was stunned and remembered something. "Ollie is Aunt Luo's granddaughter?" "It's me." "Oh, I remember. Didn't you go to college in the city?" "I have graduated for several years, little aunt." Liang Shutong laughed and rolled her eyes. "Then why did you come back suddenly?" "I saw a car parked outside. Is it yours?" Exionly nodded. "Well, I plan to move back. Aunt Luo's house has been uninhabited for a long time. Can you live here by yourself?" Exionly didn't want to greet her, so he casually dealt with a few words, made an excuse that he would go out for something, and sent Liang Shutong away. Grandma Luo Yuding was a widow who lost her daughter, so she was always criticized in the village. They said she was a jinx, that she was born with bad luck, that it was not enough that she killed her husband, but also her daughter. Even her own sister Luo Yuzhen and brother Luo Jiabao rarely interacted with each other. After her father left, he left behind a large courtyard and 3 houses, which should have been one for each of the 3 siblings. But Luo Yuding was a lonely woman with an ignorant granddaughter, so how could she compete with her eldest sister, who had a large family, and her beloved younger brother? In the end, the younger brother took 2 rooms, and the eldest sister took the remaining 1. Grandma only got a small kitchen, which she changed into the main house, and enclosed a piece of land, and she barely lived there. Seeing Exionly close the door without saying anything and drive out of the village in a van soon, Liang Shutong's eyes showed a little resentment. When Liang Shutong married Zhengli, she thought that her eldest brother had gone out to work, and the house belonged to Zhengli anyway. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuzhen loved her eldest son more, and never agreed to give the house to her youngest son Zhengli. Although Luo Yuzhen occupied a main house, the location of the main house was awkward. To the east were her younger brother's 2 main houses, and to the west was her younger sister's small kitchen. She didn't dare to think about Luo Jiabao, but seeing that her son was getting older and still couldn't find a wife, she set her sights on Luo Yuding. Thinking that Luo Yuding was dead anyway, and her only granddaughter had found a good job in the city, she heard from relatives in the city that they were going to buy a house in the city. A house in the city would cost millions of yuan, and the land in her hometown would definitely not be worth it. When the time comes, let Luo Yuzhen help to go to the village committee to say a few words, and she and Zhengli will demolish the dilapidated house, and pay to build a 2-story building, which will be enough for her son to marry a wife in the future. Unexpectedly, Exionly, who was supposed to be a city dweller, suddenly came back. Last night, someone said that a van was seen parked outside Aunt Luo's house. Liang Shutong tossed and turned all night, and couldn't sleep well, so she ran over and knocked on the door early in the morning. "What's wrong? You look so sullen early in the morning." Zhengli just got up, and was about to go out to work when he saw that Liang Shutong's face was not right. "It's your cousin's daughter. I don't know what went wrong, and she suddenly moved back to live." "Cousin's daughter?" Zhengli searched in his mind, Aunt Luo's granddaughter? Ollie? Who else could it be? Liang Shutong was annoyed. Didn't you ask someone in the city to find out that she is going to buy a house in the city soon? Why did she come back? Maybe she missed home and came back to see her? Zhengli served a bowl of porridge carelessly and drank it with a plate of pickles. How can she miss home? She never came back to visit after Aunt Luo died, and she drives a broken van. Dachiang over there hasn't driven such a car for several years. I wonder if she can't make it in the city. Or is she in debt and came back to hide from it? Why can't you take care of her? Why can't I take care of her? What if she comes back to live in our house? You don't plan to let Dongzi never get married. At this point, Zhengli reacted, how is it possible? Then he comforted, Ollie is living well in the city. Why does she live in this small broken house, instead of living in a big house in the city? I don't think her van can load anything, so it can't be said to be moving. When she comes back, I'll go ask her. You eat something first, you have to go out to work later. I hope so. Liang Shutong thought that this was the reason. Although she finally had an appetite, she was still worried. The Xianli they were talking about was in Tonggu town, 20 minutes away from the village. The town was not big, and could be driven around in half an hour. People from Nolan village usually came here to buy goods. She drove the broken van around the town twice, and finally saw a construction site. She stopped the car and rolled down the window. Uncle, is your foreman here? I have a job. The uncle at the door took her into the construction site. A simple board house was used as an office. He called Lao Qin to a middle-aged man sitting inside. Boss Qin, this is it. My family has an old house in Nolan village, which is about 100 square meters with a yard. How long will it take to demolish and rebuild it? Money is not a problem. Old Qin held a cigarette in his mouth, but did not light it. He looked up at Xianli, thought for a while, and said, it will take 3 months, mainly because there are other things ahead and I am too busy. 3 months? Xianli couldn't wait that long. She thought for a while and asked again, what if we just rebuild the wall? It will be about 3 meters high. That's easy, it can be built in 10 days. 5 days? I'll pay 3 times the price. There are 10 days left. The closer to that day, the heavier the rainfall will be. Xianli is afraid that it will be more difficult to delay the construction until the end of the month. In the end, Xianli and the foreman made a deal at a price of 150,000, including labor, materials and expedited fees. Xianli paid a deposit of 50,000 first, and now he is already stretched to the limit. After agreeing to start work in the afternoon, Xianli found a gold recycling shop in the town, copied 3 gold bars from the space, and exchanged them for 120,000 cash, which was almost enough to cover his expenses for the last few days. The reason for building the wall is not only because the original earth wall is seriously damaged, but also because it is less than 1 person high and can't block anything. If the safe house is taken out directly in the yard, it will definitely be noticed by the villagers, which is a bit shocking. First build the wall to block those good or bad prying eyes. By the time the safe house has to be exposed to the public, the end of the world has come for several months. By then, she will be like living in an iron barrel. Even if the villagers become zombies and hold nuclear bombs to blow her up, she will be unharmed. At present, Xianli has 20,000 yuan left in her hands. She went to the best restaurant in the town and ordered 5 days of boxed lunches for the workers. Only when they are full can they have the strength to work. In addition, she went to the market to buy 10 kilograms of freshly slaughtered beef, including beef ribs, cowboy ribs, top of the head, beef brisket, shank, fillet, sirloin steak, etc. Nolan village is famous for its cattle. The yellow beef produced here can even be exported abroad. Xianli naturally couldn't let it go. Then he found a small restaurant to have lunch. Xianli went to the construction site to call Lao Qin. The latter drove a truck full of bricks and cement with a few workers and followed Xianli's van into the village together. The trucks at the construction site made a lot of noise. Liang Shutong, who lived next door, heard the noise and went out of the house. Seeing the scene, she was anxious. Before Xianli's car stopped, she knocked on Xianli's window. Ollie, my dear niece, what are you doing? Xianli unbuckled her seat belt, got out of the car, and looked back in confusion. Isn't it obvious? I want to push this down and rebuild it. Liang Shudong's face turned pale when she heard this, and the worst idea came true. Rebuild? You, how can you do this? This is your grandmother's house. How can you tear it down just like that? If she demolishes the house, it will be even harder to snatch it back. Why not? My grandma left the house to me. I can do whatever I want with it. You are unfilial. Liang Shatong was so angry that her voice trembled and her face flushed. Your grandma raised you so much, and you demolished the house where she lived for decades. Do you still have a conscience? The village is not big, and when they heard the noise coming from here, they all ran out to watch the excitement. Your grandma treated you well since you were a child. She only left this little thing in her life. If you want to demolish it, have you discussed it with our elders? Everyone says that you are doing well in the city, but I think it's a lie. Who drives a broken van to visit relatives? I think you owe money outside and sold the ancestral property to pay off the debt. Liang Shatong argued convincingly, and the more she talked, the more she felt that it was the case. Although your grandmother lives in this house, it was actually your mother who pitied your grandmother and had a granddaughter and let her live there. Otherwise, you would have been homeless. Aunt Luo has lived here for most of her life. It's fine if you haven't come back to see her, but now she wants to demolish the old house. Isn't that taking our Luo family's ancestral home for yourself? That's robbery. The Luo family's division of houses has been a long time ago. Even if the villagers know about it, they will not come out to slap their own people in the face at this time. Liang Shatong usually likes to take advantage of small things in the village, but she is still a villager after all. Although Xianli grew up in the village, he is still a foreigner. Suddenly, without any notice, she found a construction team to demolish the old house in the village. Where will the face of the villagers be? At this time, everyone agreed. At this time, the village director Luo Yuan walked out of the crowd and tried to smooth things over. You are Ollie, right? I am the village director Luo Yuan. I held you in my arms when you were a child, remember? I haven't been back to the village for several years. Even if you want to demolish it, you have to discuss it with the village committee. Seeing the village director coming, Xianli no longer cared about Liang Shatong. Director Luo, I don't want to demolish the house. You just said you want to demolish it and rebuild it. I want to demolish the courtyard wall and rebuild a new wall. Is there a problem? Xianli said coldly. If you don't believe me, ask the foreman. I just asked them to help me. I didn't expect my aunt to be so anxious and refuse to let me build a wall. I'm afraid she thinks this old house is her own home. Grandma left me this little thing. If I don't come back, will it be cheated away by people with ulterior motives? Besides, when my grandma passed away, she said that this house should be kept for me. At that time, my uncle's family, my aunt, my uncle, my aunt, and you, the village director, were all present. You won't forget it, right? Xianli took out a piece of paper. If you forget it, I still have a land certificate here, which was obtained by Grandma in person at the village committee. Chapter 16. Seeing Xianli produce the evidence, the villagers who originally agreed with Liang Shatong fell silent. Luo Yuan was also speechless, and the villagers dispersed when they saw that they could not get anything. Liang Shatong was still standing there, feeling her face burning, and she still stammered unwillingly, Ollie, we are your relatives. How can we say you are lying? Aunt Luo has lived next door to us for so many years, and we have taken good care of her. Enough. Zhengli, who rushed back from the field, saw the scene, and had already known what happened from the enthusiastic people. At this time, he wished that Liang Shatong would not come out to embarrass herself again, and quickly pulled her away. Back home, Liang Shatong was so angry that tears fell out. She thought the house that was originally in her pocket was inexplicably taken away, and she felt as if a piece of meat was cut off. She kept beating Zhengli. Why did you pull me? You can tolerate that little bastard slandering people. Are you still a man? Now it's good, my son's house is gone, and he can't get married. Are you happy? Are you done yet? Zhengli was also very angry, and he couldn't help but push her because of the pain. Liang Shatong sat on the ground, stunned for a moment, and then burst into tears. Okay. Zhengli also knew that he had lost his temper for a moment, and comforted him casually. I didn't say I didn't want the house. Seeing him say this, Liang Shatong wiped her tears and choked. What can I do? She has taken out the land certificate. She just wants to build a wall now. Let her build it. She is a single woman and lives next door to us. Blood is thicker than water. After all, we are still her relatives. Can we really tear each other apart? Zhengli lit a cigarette, his always honest face full of calculation. This is not Nanshur. This is Nolan village, our territory. It's not easy to make her unable to live in the village. Liang Shatong's heart ignited hope, but she was still a little suspicious, you mean? Zhengli's face floated with a firm smile. Don't worry, leave everything to me. The onlookers dispersed, and the construction team began to work. Xianli was not idle either. He pretended to take out a few bottles of mineral water, cola, and juice from the van, which was actually a space, and prepared some snacks to fill his stomach. Then he moved a small stool and held a tablet computer, sitting under the eaves to supervise and watch the show. When the employer watched, the workers worked hard. After the foundation was laid, the takeaway Xian Li ordered in the morning also arrived. After the workers finished their meal, they covered the excavated foundation with a good plastic film for waterproofing. In a blink of an eye, they worked until dark, and then they finished work and returned to the town. At this time, the yard was full of potholes, and the soil dug out from the foundation, steel plates, cement, bricks and other construction materials were piled up randomly in the yard, leaving only a small path for people to pass through. Ollie. Xian Li was about to go back to the house, when she heard a weak voice behind her. She looked back and saw a young man in his early 20s leaning against the wall timidly, sticking his head out. His skin was very white, and his eyes hidden behind his hair looked at Xian Li twinkling. Silly Chiao? Ollie! The young man by the wall got a response, and an innocent smile appeared on his face, trotting towards Xian Li. Silly Chiao was the son of An Hua at the head of the village. An Hua was also a miserable person. When she was 17 or 18 years old, she went to work in other provinces, and returned to the village alone with a big belly. She was beaten half to death by her family, but did not tell them about the father of the child. She only said that the child's surname was Shin. When Shin Chiao was 7 or 8 years old, he had a high fever, and his brain has not been working well since then. The children in the village bullied him, threw stones at him, threw rats at him, and piled garbage in front of his house. Although he only had the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old, he knew that they were bullying him. But Xian Li was different from those people. When others bullied him, she would splash them with feces water, so that they would not dare to come again. Since then, Sha Qiao has become Xian Li's little follower. Until Xian Li went to college, Sha Qiao also did not know how to use a mobile phone, and the two lost contact. Sha Qiao can be said to be Xian Li's only friend in the village. Seeing an old friend, Xian Li was rarely happy. Sha Qiao. It's really you. Ollie has become more beautiful. Xian Li also laughed. You have grown taller. Before, he was only up to her shoulders, but now he is a head taller than her. I have good news for you. I moved back here. Hearing this, Silly Chiao's silly face blossomed with joy. Really? Then we can play together in the future. Xian Li smiled. Really? Then she turned around and pretended to search in the car body, but actually took out a cheese stick from the space and handed it to Silly Chiao like coaxing a child. Here, this is delicious. Yuan is cute and eat it. Silly Chiao happily took it, and Ollie also brought him a gift. Soon he noticed the key words in the words. Who is Yuan? It's a child who lives next door to my house. Silly Chiao pouted. I'm not a child anymore, I'm grown up. Okay, you're a big kid now. Xian Li smiled with her lips pursed. After a few words, someone behind him called Silly Chiao. Silly Chiao looked back and was a little anxious. I'm going back to eat. After Xian Li nodded, he turned around and left. After a few steps, he trotted back and hesitated, whispering in Xian Li's ear. I just heard Dongzi and the others say they would come to your house tonight. Xian Li was a little surprised, and then smiled comfortingly. Don't worry, I know what to do. After taking a closer look at Xian Li's face, he saw that she didn't look scared, so Silly Chiao left with peace of mind. Xian Li also went back to the house to cook for herself, and ate with the workers at dinner, but she was a little greedy now. She wore fluffy pajamas, her hair was casually tied into a bun, and she sat cross-legged on the lazy sofa she had chosen in the furniture store before. She took out a bag of pickled pepper chicken feet, a bag of cold rabbit, and a bag of fried duck tongues from the space, and watched her idol's variety show with Coke. Peanut, who had been bored all day, stretched himself and walked slowly outside the door to squat. He watched the rain dripping from the sky along the eaves to the ground for a long time with interest. It was not until Xian Li was about to go to bed that he found Peanut was still outside the door. She walked out of the door and picked up the big orange fur ball. After blowing the wind all night, Peanut's body was still hot. It's time to go to bed, Peanut. She returned to the house with the cat in her arms. When she closed the door, she inadvertently glanced at the residence of Liang Shutong's family. In the invisible place, a few blue lights flashed on her fingertips. In the dark, several people in raincoats had squatted until their feet were numb. At this time, they couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This stinky woman is really long-lasting. Don't people in the city have to work? It's past 2 o'clock and you're still not sleeping. Haha, she really doesn't have to work. The speaker was Dongzi, who had been idle since he graduated from junior high school. He either stayed at home and lived off his parents or hung out with a few bad friends. He was drinking outside today and heard a brother tell him what happened in the village. He was furious. Liang Shatong and Zhengli planned to take the house to build a small building for him. They had not hidden it from him. He had already agreed with Cici that after his house was built, she would no longer work as a hostess and live a good life with him. As a result, his cousin who came out of nowhere got ahead of him and made a fuss in the village. How could he swallow this breath when he saw that the house was about to fail? That night, he called his brothers to prepare to teach her a lesson. Several people had been waiting here since 12 o'clock, but they didn't expect to stay there for 3 hours. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the lights in Xian Li's room were turned off. After waiting for another half an hour, seeing that there was indeed no movement in the house, Dongzi called his brothers to tiptoe into Xian Li's yard. In the night, several figures were sneaking around, and they were overjoyed when they saw the steel and cement in the yard placed casually. Dongzi's original intention was to transport all the building materials to the town and sell them, so that he could earn some pocket money on the one hand, and also make Xian Li unhappy on the other hand. The yard was dark, and there were no lights installed. Several people took advantage of the night to step deep and shallow in the yellow mud dug out of the foundation. In the sound of the drizzling rain, Dongzi seemed to hear a slight click of iron sheets colliding. Before he could react to the sound, he heard Xiaowu, who was walking in front of him, screamed "Ah!" which resounded through the night sky. "You're calling the souls!" Dongzi was furious. "Are you going to call the whole village here?" Xiaowu almost fainted from the pain, but he had to endure it, and said with a weak breath, "My foot." "What's wrong with my foot?" Dongzi was a little puzzled, until he took 2 more steps forward. Something clicked and clamped his tentative foot fiercely. The intense pain made him cry in an instant, mixed with the rain, and he howled like a pig being slaughtered. With these 2 screams, the sleeping village was awakened. When Xian Li was awakened by the knock on the door, he saw more than a dozen people standing in the yard with umbrellas, and several people lying on the ground howling non-stop. Her cousin Zhengli was holding a crowbar and prying something hard on a person's foot on the ground, while Liang Shatong was kneeling beside the man, howling her throat. "What did you do, you little bastard?" Dongzi, if it hurts, just scream, don't bear it." Dongzi's head was covered with cold sweat, his legs were twitching, the place where he was caught was so painful that he lost consciousness, and he was only half breath away. Xian Li looked innocent. "Why did you come to my house so late at night? Are you going to have a meeting? How dare you say that? What did you put in the yard?" "My Dongzi was just passing by, and his foot was caught by this trap." "Untie him quickly." Xian Li took a closer look and saw that Dongzi's foot was clamped by the trap, and his flesh was bloody, and even his tendons were almost broken. The iron sheet on it was washed by the rain and shone coldly. "Oh, I saw mice in the yard yesterday, so I put a mousetrap on purpose." "How did my cousin step on it? How can there be such a big mousetrap?" Liang Shatong almost didn't dare to look at the head-sized trap. It was clearly a trap, but it was sharper and harder to pry open than ordinary traps. At this time, she looked at Dongzi's face, which was pale with pain, and burst into tears. Her Dongzi had been spoiled since childhood. How could she have experienced such pain? Xian Li sneered in her heart. Of course, it was not an ordinary mousetrap, let alone a trap, but a military trap she had reproduced in the gun museum. It was difficult to pry open without cleverness. If ordinary people were caught without help from others, they would have to break their own legs to escape. At this time, Zhengli and another person, 2 big men, used their breast milk strength to open the trap. The moment they pried it open, Dongzi fainted from the pain. Liang Shatong cried and screamed when she saw this. The enthusiastic villagers on the side quickly dragged Dongzi out, leaving a trail of blood, which was quickly washed away by the rain. "Xian Li, how can you be so vicious? What did your cousin do wrong? Why do you treat him like this?" "I just put a few clamps in my yard, what's wrong? How did I know someone would pass by my yard in the middle of the night?" Xian Li's eyes were as cold as ice. For grown men, I'm the only one in the room. What Xian Li said made sense. How could a few men break into a girl's house in the middle of the night with good intentions? Besides, they were cousins, so Dongzi's excuses were totally untenable. "If Dongzi's legs and feet are in trouble, I won't let you go." "What are you talking about?" "Send him to the hospital. The most important thing now is to cure his son, and not leave him with any disease. He will definitely settle this account." Xian Li did not ignore the hatred that flashed in Zheng Li's eyes when he left the yard. The scandal of that night spread throughout the village the next day. Although many people felt that Xian Li had gone too far, Dongzi was still in the wrong first, and even the village director couldn't say anything. In the following days, Liang Shutong and Zheng Li were busy taking care of Dongzi in the hospital, and no one dared to bother her anymore. 5 days passed quickly, and the wall was built. Chapter 17. When Liang Shutong and her family came back from the hospital, they looked at the 3-meter-high fence with a half-meter-high barbed wire mesh on it. They were angry and resentful, but they could not do anything to Xian Li for the time being. Xian Li opened the electric shutter door, drove the van out of the village, and headed towards Nanshur. There are still 5 days to April 1st, and the rain is getting heavier. The news also said that the rainfall this year is abnormal, and a yellow rainstorm warning is issued every day. Although the weather is bad, people's lives and work are not affected. They still go to work and school as usual. Nanshur, Lijiang Villa District. There are several moving company trucks parked in front of Villa number 21. Red paper is posted at the door of the courtyard, and there are conversations coming from the villa. Mom, you and Dad can sleep in the room on the first floor. It's convenient for you to go in and out. Lulu and I will sleep on the second floor. How can this be possible? Lulu is pregnant, and it's inconvenient for her to go up and down the stairs. It's a little troublesome for us to stay upstairs. Thank you, Auntie. I'm not that delicate. Why call me Auntie? You will get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Uncle and Auntie, although I have already regarded you as my parents, the rules cannot be broken. It's not too late to change your mind after the toast at the wedding next month. That's right, Mom. Why are you in such a hurry? Anyway, we are already a family. Speaking of this, Jojo, which room does your sister live in? It seems that there are not enough rooms. Isn't there a nanny room at the corner of the underground first floor? If she wants to live there, she can live there. This is the wedding room bought by our parents. Of course, we are given priority. Xian Li stood outside with an umbrella, with a sarcastic arc on his mouth, and turned away. Nianhua community. Suja was in a state of anxiety, and he felt that everything was going wrong recently. First, an accident occurred during the live broadcast, and an anchor burned his face. You know, the face is the anchor's livelihood, and he is about to face a 7-digit compensation. Then the mask he sold during the live broadcast was reported to be a fake. Because this mask was very profitable, he had been selling real and fake products together. Unexpectedly, he was caught by professional counterfeiters. The platform fined him 10 times the price for the fake, and consumers claimed compensation, which almost made him bankrupt. He didn't even dare to open his mobile phone. The fans who usually responded to him turned into sharp blades at this moment, commenting on all his social platforms, and using all kinds of unbearable words to insult him in private messages. Even when he went out, he could step on shit at the doorstep. The smell of cat shit in the corridor took 3 days to dissipate. He was facing huge claims due to the broken capital chain, and had to sell his studio. Even the house he mortgaged would be auctioned by the court next month because of overdue loans. He was at home at this time. His house was completely unrecognizable. He peeled off the wallpaper piece by piece, pried open the wooden floor, and smashed all the furniture that he couldn't take away. Want to snatch things from him? Dream on. He would rather destroy it with his own hands. After doing all this, he threw the baseball bat aside, lay on the ground panting, and took out the ancestral pocket watch from his jacket pocket. His grandfather said that this pocket watch could keep him safe, but he thought it was bullshit. He rubbed the surface with his thumb. The shell that used to be shiny and bright with just a wash of water was getting darker day by day. He felt something was wrong, but he was in no mood to think about it. He has nothing left. No, there is still Xian Li. Xian Li will not ignore him. As long as Xian Li can invest in him, he can make a comeback. Luxury cruise ship Aries. There are storms on the sea, but the cruise ship is warm as spring. Su Yuqing, wearing a sailor suit, just returned to the cabin from the deck. She was shivering from the cold, and the rain was streaking across her skin, but she did not look embarrassed at all, but like a rose covered with dew, making people feel pity. She faced the camera and showed a strong smile. I am Su Yuqing. How much she wanted to strangle Xian Li half a month ago, how much she is grateful to her now. She probably never dreamed that because of I heard about her, her reputation would turn into a blessing in disguise, and be invited to the special live broadcast of the program group's anniversary. Moreover, because she was not afraid of hardship and fatigue in the program, her reputation has risen more than a little. In just 2 days, her platform fans have doubled. She almost couldn't wait to see what expression Xian Li would have now. Was it annoyance or regret? Although she couldn't figure out why Xian Li, who was originally obedient, suddenly confronted her in the live broadcast. But at this moment, She had no time to think about the aunt's thoughts, as several well-known directors were contacting the agent. After getting off the boat, she would no longer be the Suyiqing who could not be popular even if she was forced to do so. After getting off the boat, Nanshur Convention and Exhibition Center, International Artificial Intelligence Conference. In the square in front of the Convention and Exhibition Center, it was not tourists who came and went, but fully armed police and security guards. Everyone who entered the venue had to go through strict security checks, and could only enter with a VIP ID card issued by the official. At the entrance of the exhibition hall stood a robot half the height of a man, looking very cute. Every time someone passed by, it would say "Welcome to the International Artificial Intelligence Conference" in an electronic voice in Chinese and English, and at the same time, the robot would make a pleased gesture towards the inside. The exhibition hall, which was full of the warmth of home last week, is now full of the sense of future technology. At this time, the lights around the exhibition hall were dimmed, and only the display stand in the middle was illuminated by a beam of light. The audience was crowded, and the people present were either rich or noble, and there were many faces that often appeared in the news, including well-known politicians and top chaebols from various countries. Countless reporters held their cameras in their hands and pointed them at the exhibition stand, fearing that they would miss a second of the wonderful picture. Amid the whispers of people, a man in a suit and leather shoes walked onto the exhibition stand, and the light moved to him. First of all, welcome everyone to this International Artificial Intelligence Conference. I am Alan, the founder of GPR Technology. Thunderous applause. GPR Technology is a multinational company in the free country. It just celebrated its 10th anniversary this year. Such a young company, however, surpassed the old Capital Group in the Fortune 500 ranking at the beginning of the year, and became the world's #1 company. 10 years ago, GPR Technology established one of the world's top artificial intelligence research and development teams, successfully launched a mechanical revolution, and let artificial intelligence slowly enter people's sight. Until today, artificial intelligence has once again reached a new level. Okay, I know you don't want to listen to my nonsense. There was a kind laugh from the audience, and Alan pretended to be helpless, but actually proudly said loudly, "Let's get straight to the point. Please welcome K82. In the darkness, a young man slowly walked onto the stage in the eager eyes of the crowd. The light above his head fell on his handsome face, and his eyelashes even cast shadows on his face like wings. He moved smoothly and walked onto the stage without a pause. His voice was not loud, and he spoke fluent Mandarin without any mechanical feeling, but also without any emotion. My code name is K82. The exhibition hall was silent, and everyone was shocked by K82's performance. 10 years ago, Alan, the founder of GPR Technology, proposed that artificial intelligence would be the greatest help to mankind. The K-series was his entire conception of artificial intelligence, and because of this conception, it became the beginning of the mechanical revolution. In his conception, artificial intelligence not only has a super high IQ that can surpass Einstein, but also has top-level military power that can compete with the army, and can also experience and learn human emotions. However, for this concept, the majority of voices opposed it. If artificial intelligence can learn and master human emotions, does it mean that artificial intelligence already has an independent personality and should enjoy social welfare, fulfill rights and obligations, and will it cause ethical risks? Such a powerful robot, will it not eventually replace humans and lead to the extinction of mankind? Under pressure from public opinion, Alan castrated and improved the K-series robots, focusing more on practicality, and reluctantly canceled the emotion perception system. Thus, K82 came into being. It looks no different from humans, but in terms of function, it is more like a household robot, and can perfectly perform jobs such as nanny, housekeeper, and bodyguard. Although it is a little different from Alan's original idea, it is enough to shock the world. Next, K82 demonstrated its skills. When it started the housekeeper mode, it was polite and well-mannered, and it could do things like threading a needle and cooking. When it started the assistant mode, it was a top-notch humanoid computer that could perfectly complete various data analysis, data integration, and graphics processing tasks. Before the demonstration was over, someone in the audience couldn't help but shout out a price. "Can I buy it for 50 million? I'll offer 20 million US. Everyone was competing to bid. Alan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said regretfully, "K82 cannot be mass-produced yet." What? Then what's the point of showing so much? Could it be that it is played by a real person, so they dare not sell it? Everyone, please be patient. The reason why it cannot be mass-produced is because of material limitations. The key material for making K82 is named nuclear crystal. Without being modest, even the GPR company, which is rich enough to rival a country, has only collected this one in 10 years, so for now, K82 is the only one. But don't worry, we have made important progress in the source of nuclear crystals. I believe that in the near future, K82 will not only be a display. After the press conference, the K82, as an exhibit, was cut off from the power supply and sat quietly in a glass cabinet for people to visit. To avoid misunderstanding, half of the simulated skin on K82's face was peeled off, revealing the complex circuits and chips inside. It was undoubtedly a real robot. Xianli put away the VIP ID card that she had copied from someone's hand, and looked at the K82 from afar through countless heads. K82's pupils were like a sapphire, as if staring at her intently. Of course, everyone would feel that it was staring at them. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, the military sent a group of troops. The 100 people were produced based on K82 and called executors. They would not be infected, had no pain, and their mission was to execute. Like a killing god, they flattened and cleaned up the zombies in one city after another. Executors were invincible, leaving breathing space for the survivors of the apocalypse until the corpse drive appeared. Xianli half closed his eyes, the fingers in his pocket glowed blue, and his mental power was rapidly fading. By the time a complete K82 appeared in her space, her mental strength had been completely overdrawn, her eyes went dark, and her strength seemed to be drained away in an instant. Her feet softened, and her body fell on the person in front of her involuntarily. "Are you okay?" The person supported her politely to prevent her from falling. She raised her eyes with the remaining strength, but the face in front of her made her shudder. A face exactly the same as K82. Chapter 18. Awe. Seeing Xianli's weird expression, the other party remembered something and put on the mask again. "You?" Xianli opened her mouth. Her voice was a little hoarse because of overdrawing her mental strength. Seeing Xianli's pale face, the man helped her to the rest area and bought a bottle of water. "Sorry, I scared you." He wore a black mask and a baseball cap, revealing only dark brown eyes. Xianli organized his words, thought about various possibilities in his mind, and slowly said, "Are you the face model of K82? The other party's eyes lit up, and there was even some approval in his tone. "You are right. Why didn't I think of it?" Xianli, Ahem, I'm not kidding. In short, I am one of the materials of K82. One of? Xianli accurately captured the key point. He nodded, pointed at himself, and his eyes curved slightly. Among all the materials, I am the most handsome one. This is not the point, but Xianli can almost guess the reason. K82 is more of a superhuman than a humanoid machine. The reason why it can create the image of an all-powerful machine is inseparable from the implantation of thousands of elite characters. However, in the publicity, Alan deliberately excluded this point and emphasized the artificial intelligence attributes of K82 to weaken the uncanny valley effect. This is not a core secret, but it is a bit too coincidental to be able to meet K82's face model in the vast crowd. Just treat it as a face model. What does it feel like? Xianli paused and said half-jokingly, "Seeing a robot that is as handsome as myself." He looked at K82 in the display cabinet in the distance. His eyes were unclear. How should I put it? Not only do I not feel weird, but even a little friendly. This, you will feel better after eating it. He stood up, took out a bar of chocolate from his pocket, put it in front of Xianli, and tilted his head. It feels bad to overdraw mental power. He knows mental power. Xianli was shocked in his heart, but his face did not show it. He watched the other party disappear in the crowd expressionlessly. When she first awakened her talent, her perception of mental power was not too strong, and it was easy to abuse it excessively and exceed the safety line. When she overdrawn her mental power for the first time, she realized that it would bring a great burden to her body. Depending on the degree of overdrawn, she would experience side effects such as hunger, coma, and loss of consciousness. The latter two would put her in danger, and at the mercy of others. This time, the reproduction of K82 was an attempt that she evaluated and thought was worth the risk. The executor in the end of the world is undoubtedly a killing machine. Her sixth sense told her that the prototype K82 is not as simple as Alan introduced on the surface. If she could master such a weapon, her chances of surviving in the apocalypse would undoubtedly increase greatly. However, the last lesson the apocalypse taught her was to always leave a way out for herself. She turned over her palm, and inside lay a semicircular badge, with the pattern carved on it looking like a small boat, which was copied from the man's collar just now. That man seemed to be using this badge to detect his spiritual power. But the place where the mast should have been was empty. Exionly remembered that when she glanced over, the mast was replaced by a very short antenna. What surprised her was that the material could not be copied at her current talent level. When she entered the venue, she could sense another energy in the exhibition hall. When she activated her talent, the other party also discovered her and approached her quietly. With her current mental strength, the replica of K-82 was not enough to consume all her strength, and the remaining one-third was used on this small badge. At this time, her pale lips had returned to normal, and she looked at the badge thoughtfully. Even if the other party had malicious intentions, she had enough energy to escape. When the situation was critical, she didn't mind using the weapon she got from the gun museum. Exionly narrowed her eyes. However, she didn't like the feeling of being seen through. In the following time, Exionly didn't rush back to the village. She wandered around the city and followed the navigation to the Nanshire High-Tech Zone. Nanshire has a total of 5 administrative districts, among which the High-Tech Zone is located in the west of Nanshire, which is the upper reaches of the Lijiang River. In recent years, Nanshire has vigorously developed high-tech industries, and the development of the high-tech zone has changed with each passing day, and it has soon become the backbone of the city's GDP. Among them, GPR Technology, as a world-leading company, has made great contributions, but the most low-key ARC Biotech should not be ignored either. Exionly's broken van was parked in front of an intersection in the high-tech zone, and the red light in front was on. From here, you can see the office building of the ARC Biological Research Institute 300 meters away. From the outside, the office building of ARC Biological is no different from that of an ordinary company. But she saw from a distance that the road leading to the office building was installed with dense surveillance. Exionly parked a certain distance from the office building, and passers-by strolling on the street looked at her from time to time. She looked at the 4 words ARC Biology on the top of the office building. Her eyesight was far better than that of ordinary people. The horizontal line in the middle of the word show was not smooth, but engraved with inconspicuous lines, which looked like a wave. The dot on the horizontal line was a small boat riding the wind and waves. The whole design looked like an ingenious one. She retracted her gaze. After 30 seconds, the green light came on. She started forward naturally, and the passers-by who were strolling around also shifted their sights as if nothing had happened. There was a gas station 2 kilometers ahead. She filled up the tank and bought a portable tank. Then she went to a large comprehensive supermarket nearby to buy some imported meat, vegetables and fruits. Then she drove on the highway and returned to Nolan village before it got dark. Back at the entrance of the village, Exionly saw Huashin confronting a big white cat under the eaves through the car window. The fur on his body was blown up, and he looked like an orange hedgehog from a distance. The big white cat on the opposite side was not to be trifled with either. It growled in its throat. The 2 cats were in a stalemate for a few minutes. The white cat took the lead in attacking and pounced on Peanut unexpectedly. But Peanut was faster. He squatted with his round body, and was flexible like a fat cat, dodging the opponent's attack. Then the whole cat was like a cannonball, using the cat punch on the white cat, who was on cooldown after missing a hit. 2 minutes later, the white cat was defeated and ran back to the house in disgrace. There was only white cat hair on the ground, and Peanut showing off his power. She couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Peanut was also a stable cat boss in the village. Exionly rolled down the window and called Peanut. The latter turned around and meowed, trotted over, and scratched the car door with his claws. After opening the car door, Peanut jumped up and got into the car easily, climbing over Exionly to the passenger seat. Then it seemed to remember something, and lay on the car window and looked into the corner. Exionly then discovered that there was a skinny puppy squatting in the corner. It looked like it had just been born. It was limping as it walked over, and it seemed that its leg was injured. Exionly thought for a while, and guessed that Peanut was helping others out of injustice. "Peanut, you are so awesome." Peanut licked his nose, and Exionly seemed to see a proud expression on its face. Exionly looked at the puppy and felt a little sorry, so she got out of the car and walked over to pick it up. It was so small that it was not much bigger than her palm. She put it together with Peanut, and the puppy was obedient and lay down on the seat obediently. Back home, Exionly checked the wound on the puppy's leg. There were 2 obvious claw marks, and the blood stains dyed the fur next to it red. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. She took out iodine from the space to disinfect the puppy. Fortunately, she prepared a lot of pet supplies for Peanut before coming. She chose a small sunflower-shaped headgear for the puppy to prevent it from licking randomly. Then she poured a bowl of goat milk and a piece of raw bone meat for the puppy. She also copied a few bags of dog food from the company's logistics warehouse before, which happened to be used at this time, and filled a large bowl for it. The puppy was also very hungry, and immediately devoured it. Seeing that Peanut's eyes were getting more and more unfriendly, Exionly took out a few cans of cat food that Peanut liked the most, and then he calmed him down. One cat and one dog, is she a winner in life now? In the following days, Exionly never left the house again. Grandma's tiled house was close to the foot of the mountain, and there was a large vegetable plot behind it. When the fence was built, it was specially enclosed together, so there was more than 100 square meters of space, which was enough to place the safe house. Of course, if the area needs to be expanded in the future, the stones near the foot of the mountain can be dug up and expanded inward. At this time, the old house in front, and the mountain in the back were enough to cover the safe house for a few days. The next night, Exionly replenished enough physical strength, and took out the model of the safe house from the space. It occupied more than a dozen square meters when placed on the ground, a bit like the children's toy castles usually seen in shopping malls. Exionly closed her eyes, touched the model with her right hand, and a blue light appeared on her fingertips. A roller appeared under her finger. As she moved up and down, the safe house grew little by little from a model of more than 10 square meters. With her careful adjustment, the enclosed land was fully occupied without wasting a penny. A real doomsday safe house appeared in her yard. Exionly adjusted the size of the security door appropriately, so that it would be connected to the back door behind the bedroom of the old house. After entering the initial password, she entered the safe house. The furnishings in the house were exactly the same as the model, and the size was just enough for adults to use. Because the solar roof has no effect in rainy weather, and wind power generation also needs time to store electricity, there is no electricity in the house at this time, and only 2 backup lights are on. Go down the stairs on the left and enter the underground first floor. Put the diesel generator in the space in the reserved position, fill it with diesel, and the house will light up immediately. Then Exionly went to the computer room, set up the face, pupil and fingerprint recognition one by one and locked the server, then enabled the security mode, and the safe house entered the 3rd level defense state. She filled the reservoir on the underground first floor without any effort. Going upstairs, Exionly replaced some of the household appliances used as models with real objects that had been prepared long ago. The refrigerator was filled with raw food, cooked food, vegetables, fruits, snacks, and even a place for storing facial masks. In the living room near the bedroom, a cat room was enclosed, with cat beds, cat villas, cat climbing frames, and a wooden puppy house. The bedding was also replaced with a comfortable and skin-friendly cotton 4-piece set, and daily clothes, shoes, and socks were hung in the closet. In addition, Exionly also asked Song Xiaoxing to separate an empty room for a gym, and put the treadmill, spinning bike, dumbbell set, squat rack, rowing machine, etc. in place. Everything was packed up, and it was already dawn. Exionly took a good bath in the bathtub, then took Peanut and the puppy named Guiyuan from the front room back to the safe house, and fell asleep on the bed. When she woke up, she asked the whole house smart system to turn on the bedroom HD projector, which showed the time of March 30th. She turned to the local news in Nanshur. Typhoon Zhuisher will land in Nanshur tomorrow. All relevant departments and units at all levels in Nanshur should do a good job in typhoon prevention and rescue emergency work, and strengthen the inspection of urban power supply lines. Stop large indoor and outdoor gatherings and outdoor work. All employers will stop work. Kindergartens and schools will stop classes. Commercial areas and scenic spots will stop business. Residents should stop going out, close indoor doors and windows, turn off gas valves, and ensure the safety of houses and property. The end of the world is finally coming. Chapter 19. Nolan village is surrounded by mountains, and has a high terrain, so the biggest impact on the village in the early days of the apocalypse is heavy rain. Exionly walked to the front room, and saw that it had already been raining heavily. The rain was like bullets rushing to hit the tiles. There were more leaks in the house, and the rain fell on the plastic film that Exionly had hung on the ceiling a few days ago, falling heavily. At this time, there was a strong wind outside, and the sky seemed to be forcibly torn open. The heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. The shed used as a kitchen in the yard was shaky, and would not last long. She put on a raincoat, and installed a smart video doorbell in the front room to prevent her from hearing someone knocking on the door. She also installed surveillance inside and outside the front room. Before dawn, some villagers had been awakened by the roaring rain. They put on straw raincoats and reinforced the doors and windows outside the house. Those with large yards also led the oxen into the house. She looked at it for a while, then closed the door, and took her grandmother's photo frame back to the inner room. Entering the safe house, the sound of heavy rain was immediately muted. She scooped 2 spoonfuls of whole milk powder, and washed it with hot water from the instant hot water dispenser. After drinking a cup, her whole body was warm, dispelling the chill of the wind that had just blown. Then she took a bag of oatmeal and a small cup of yogurt from the refrigerator, put them in a bowl and mixed them, and then cut half a banana, a few strawberries, a few pieces of mango, and sprinkled some coconut flakes on top. After a simple breakfast, she turned on the computer. Because she didn't have to go to work or school, the discussion about the typhoon on the hot search was in full swing, and everyone's mentality was still relatively optimistic at this time. My biological clock woke up, and suddenly I remembered that I didn't have to go to work today, so I went to sleep with peace of mind. I don't have to go to class today, so I played games all night. I'm ready to go to bed. Good night, ZZZ. I went to the supermarket the day before yesterday, and almost every shelf was empty. Luckily, I was smart and placed an order on the platform in advance, otherwise I would have to eat instant noodles for 3 days. I ordered takeout this morning and thought no one would take the order, but the boss delivered it to me personally. Life is not easy. The food stored at home is enough for me to stay at home for a month. I understand the feeling of owning a mine. Of course, the poor office workers are not among them. The work is suspended, but who knows that the boss wants us to work from home? Are there any self-media people? I can work with a computer, and I can save electricity by not going to the company. If there is a next life, I will definitely not be a self-media. The higher-ups asked for a 3-day suspension of work, plus the April 5th outing holiday, which is rounded up to a week off. Wake up above. The outing holiday will be offset 100%. Don't even think about getting a day off from capitalism. In addition, there is hashtag I heard that Su Yuqing is very hardworking hashtag on the hot search. Clicking on it, I saw a live clip. It was Su Yuqing whose hair was soaked through. Even the thick raincoat couldn't cover her exquisite curves. She made a yeah gesture to the camera, and with the clue card in her other hand, she said to the audience, I got the card. My luck today was given by Yuzu. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Everyone should pay attention to safety during the typhoon and don't go out. The fans in the comments were moved to tears. Yuqing really worked hard in the show. The male artist in the same group had a fever, and she almost held up the group by herself. It's really hard to imagine that someone would use bullying classmates to black her. Our Yuqing also wears a pomelo hairpin, and she and Yuqing are going in both directions. Whenever someone says that nothing in this world is perfect, Yuqing.jpg there are also complaints about the program team abusing artists, and they are angry about not stopping the live broadcast during the typhoon, but they are all suppressed by the water army hired by the program team. Xian Li opened the crooked letter again, and swiped a circle of friends from Xian Jojo. Good weather and good harvest, bitterness will pay off. The accompanying picture is 2 hands tightly clasped together, with a dazzling diamond ring on the ring finger, and the background is the small garden outside the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa. Xian Li nodded leisurely, and pulled Suja out of the blacklist by the way. Everything is going in a good direction. After a while, the doorbell rang in the front room. Seeing from the camera that it was Silly Qiao, Xian Li walked out and opened the door. Seeing her, Silly Qiao's face showed a big smile. Ollie, have you eaten? I just had breakfast, what's wrong? Mom said that a typhoon is coming, and Ollie lives here alone. It's dangerous, and there's nothing to eat yet. Silly Qiao held a large bag of vegetables in one hand, which was obviously grown by her family, and a thermos in the other hand, and handed them to her. Then Ollie, have this for lunch. Stir-fried beef with chili, Ollie likes it. Aunt Hua is an honest country woman, not good at speaking, but she knows that Xian Li will help Silly Qiao not be bullied by others, so she always secretly stuffs delicious food for Xian Li. Sometimes it's chestnuts, sometimes boiled peanuts, and sometimes fried melon seeds. It's not a rare thing, but for Aunt Hua's family at that time, it was already a very good snack. Xian Li's heart softened immediately, warm as if soaked in hot milk. She couldn't bear to refuse, so she thought about it after taking it, and asked Xia Qiao to wait outside the house. He ran back to the house, copied 30 kilograms of local pork from the space, and put it back in the bag he brought. Here, take it back. Xia Qiao was obviously shocked by the big bag of meat, and waved his hands repeatedly. Too much, can't take it, Ollie eats it, Ollie is thin. Xian Li chuckled and forced it into his hand. I'm giving it to Aunt Hua, take it back if you want me to. I want to eat the braised pork made by Aunt Hua. The braised pork made by Aunt Hua is a must, but when I was a child, I didn't have many opportunities to eat meat. Only during festivals, she would make several bowls, and not forget to send it to Xian Li's grandmother. Xia Qiao believed it immediately. Then I'll let my mother make it, and send it to Ollie when the time comes. It's okay, I'll go to your house to eat in the evening. Okay. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xian Li went to Xia Qiao's house on time. The Xia Qiao family is not far from the old house, separated by a vegetable field, and it only takes 2 minutes to walk there. Aunt Hua, I'm here. Ollie is here. Aunt Hua was busy in the kitchen, and she was so happy to see her coming that she didn't know what to say. Xian Li Xian wanted to help in the kitchen, but Aunt Hua wouldn't let her, and asked her to sit in the house. Xiao Qiao is in the house. Xia Qiao's house also has a yard, which is not big. The kitchen is on the right side of the door, and there are firewood piled outside the kitchen. On the left is a bungalow, and a rain shelter is built in the middle to facilitate bringing dishes back from the kitchen. Xia Qiao was setting up the bowls and chopsticks, and there were 3 wooden stools around the round table. Seeing her coming, Xia Qiao hurriedly asked her to sit on the cushioned stool, and a brand new porcelain bowl and wooden chopsticks were placed in front of her. Not long after, the food was served. Aunt Hua wiped her hands on her apron and sat down, still a little embarrassed. Aunt Hua can't cook other dishes. Xiao Qiao said you wanted to eat braised pork, so I made a pot. There is more after you finish eating. Aunt Hua will take it back for you to eat later. Xian Li picked up a piece of meat and blew it to his mouth. The braised pork just out of the pot was still a little hot. The pickled mustard greens absorbed the fat of the pork belly, and the aroma stimulated the freshness of the pork, which tasted fat but not greasy. No, it's delicious. No restaurant in the city can make this taste. Aunt Hua smiled with her lips pursed, and then she remembered something and complained, Xiao Qiao is ignorant. She took so much meat from you, and gave it all to us. What did you eat? There are still 20 kilograms left. I will ask Xiao Qiao to take it back for you later. How can the 2 of us eat so much? Silly Qiao bit the chopsticks, and looked at Xian Li aggrievedly. It's okay. I don't know how to cook. It's a waste to keep the meat with me. If you don't eat it quickly, it will go bad. Now it's a typhoon, and we can't leave the village. Aunt Hua, you can steam some buns and dumplings, and send me 1 portion. Don't eat too much. I'm losing weight. You're so thin, why should you lose weight? Aunt Hua knew what Xian Li meant. The meat was very fresh. Even if you don't eat it, you can put it in the refrigerator. How can it go bad? You can't go out of the village to buy things on a typhoon day. I was afraid that they would just eat a few bites at home, so I sent the meat over. She put vegetables into Xian Li's bowl, and picked the braised pork with the most lean meat. Then tell Aunt Hua what you want to eat, and Aunt Hua will make it for you. Xian Li winked at Silly Qiao, and Silly Qiao became happy and stuffed his mouth with big mouthfuls of rice. After the meal, while Aunt Hua was washing the dishes, Xian Li took out the mobile phone he had prepared early in the morning from the pocket of his jeans and handed it to Silly Qiao. Although there is no phone card in the phone, it can access the internet. Her safe house has a signal enhancement, and Wi-Fi can cover the entire village. Besides, the mobile communication network signal will become worse and worse, and it is useless to buy a phone card. Xian Li taught Xia Qiao how to use a mobile phone. Although his IQ is only at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old, it does not mean that he is stupid. He can do simple operations after being taught a few times. She pointed to the pre-registered crooked letter. If you can't type, click here, and you can send me a voice message. You can speak to it, and I can hear it. Click here, and you can also call me. Xia Qiao's family is not well off. Even Aunt Hua uses the oldest old-fashioned mobile phone, which can only send text messages and make calls. She has never used a smartphone, so she feels very novel at this time. Following Xian Li's instructions, a voice message was sent for the first time. Xian Li opened his mobile phone, clicked on the voice bar, and a dull voice came out from it. Hello? Ollie. Xia Qiao was stunned. Is it me? Xian Li nodded. Amazing. Xian Li smiled. You can call me here in the future. If I have anything, I will also send you a message here. After the explanation, Xian Li put on her raincoat and went back to the house. After reading the relevant news and netizens' discussions online, there was no negative news. Only Xian Li knew that today was just the beginning. In the next 2 months, 2/3 of the cities in the country will be soaked in water, with heavy rains, floods, dam breaches, and rivers overflowing. But now, what she has to do is to improve her strength. She turned off the computer and walked to the gym. 30 kilometers on the treadmill every day, 2 hours of anaerobic training, and 4 hours of strength training are the standards she set for herself. Talent is also one of her trump cards, but because she did not awaken in her previous life, she knows very little about it. At present, she has no clear method to improve her mental strength, which makes her a little anxious. At this time, her mobile phone on the table rang. "Ollie, did you take my pocket watch?" Chapter 20. The moment she saw the message, Xian Li's breathing stagnated a little. Did he find out that the pocket watch in his hand was fake? Why did he think she took it away? Did she leave any loopholes? If he knew that the pocket watch in his hand was fake, then did he also know that the fake pocket watch was reproduced by her talent? If he didn't know anything, why would he use the pocket watch as an excuse to find her? Did he know that there was a space in the pocket watch? At this time, no matter what she replied, it would expose information that was unfavorable to her, so she decided to remain unchanged in the face of all changes, put down the phone, and did not reply to any words. 10 minutes later, Suja's avatar on the phone lit up again. "My Ollie, don't you know that it will recognize its master?" Xian Li frowned. If this was not a trick on her, then she took out the pocket watch pendant hanging around her neck, which looked no different from before. She tried to use her mind to probe into the watch space, and obviously found that it was different from the feeling of being able to enter and exit as before. When she put the items in, it was unimpeded, but when she wanted to take the items out, her thoughts seemed to hit an invisible wall of air, and there was no response no matter how she moved. Xian Li was stunned, and felt her heart falling. The surface space is one of her important means of survival in the end times. It not only ensures that she has enough food and clothing, and does not need to risk her life to go out to find supplies, but also stores her weapons and energy to save her life. Without those, she is starting from scratch. Not only that, the mobility of her safe house is also based on the premise that it can be stored in space. If it cannot be used at any time, it means that her safe house can only be stationed here forever. Not only can she not leave too far when searching for supplies, but even if she wants to move into the underground city in the future, she must abandon this place. "Now, can we talk?" 3 seconds later, Xian Li's phone rang with a voice call. She took a deep breath, slid her thumb across the screen, and pressed the green call button. "Ollie, you are such a thief." Suja's voice came from the microphone, as gentle as a lover's whisper. Xian Li was silent for a while, then said, "I can't help myself." His tone was even a little hurt. "You let me down." Xian Li's mind turned 1,000 times, thinking about 100 possibilities. She remained calm, and added a hint of helplessness in her voice. "I'm sorry." Suja sighed, with a hint of understanding in his voice. "Of course I won't blame you, Ollie. It's my fault, I won't abandon you again." He was so affectionate that she wanted to vomit. But she still sensitively captured his key words. He knew what he did to her in his last life, so he said this. He was also reborn. And he knew everything about Xian Li's rebirth. The worst possibility became true. Xian Li's heart sank, and he suppressed his nausea and said in a tearful voice, "Really? Really, we can get through this together, just like we did before." To Xian Li's surprise, he did not want to break up with her, but instead wanted to seek cooperation. Xian Li did not say anything. "Send me your location. It's better to live together than to die together." He was threatening her, and he was not afraid that she would not agree. After all, without him, this pocket watch would be useless. Die together? Xian Li was brainstorming crazily. So not long after he killed her in order to cling to her thigh, he also died, and was reborn like her. But he was unaware of her substitution, which meant that he must have been reborn after her. His resources and economic level were much better than hers, so it was unlikely that he was reborn to let her grow the space. So there was a high possibility that he would be reborn today. Why did he die? Why did he choose to find her who might have resentment towards him instead of choosing to hug the thigh of the female leader again? Xian Li's heart was getting heavier, but his brain was surprisingly calm. Seeing that she didn't reply for a long time, Suja couldn't help but be anxious. "Ollie?" Xian Li closed her eyes, and tried to figure out the clues. When she opened them again, she made a decision. In his eyes, she was still the Xian Li who let him control her, so she would not let him down. Her voice trembled. "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Xian Li checked the existing supplies in the safe house. There was no shortage of food. She had moved a whole refrigerator of food before, from meat to fruits and vegetables. With her special ability, she would not starve to death. It was just that the takeaways and meals she had carefully selected would easily spoil if taken out, so they were left in the space where time had stopped. At this moment, she couldn't take them out even if she wanted to, so she could only watch and drool, and her heart ached. There was no need to worry about energy, as the gasoline, diesel, and water used for daily travel were all backed up in the house, and she could use her talent to replicate them when needed, not to mention solar and wind power generation. In the short term, she should not need to go out and take risks for energy and food. But the key is weapons. On the first day of the apocalypse, her activities were only in the safe house and the silly Chiao's house, so there was really no need to risk being discovered by carrying a gun. Except for the military traps that were placed at night, other hot weapons were placed in a corner of the space. During the natural disaster 1 year before the end of the world, she could stay in the safe house, not worrying about food and drink, and even lived a comfortable life. But a year later, biological mutations occurred. Not only zombies appeared, but also there were many gifted people among humans, and there were many talents that improved combat effectiveness. She hid in the house like a turtle, and her mental power would never improve. If someone with ulterior motives targeted her, it would not be impossible to cross the Maxim NG99 defense line installed on the outside of the safe house, and destroy the entire safe house. What's more, the man she met at the K82 press conference also let her know that it turned out that someone could detect the existence of mental power before the end of the world began, and she couldn't put all her cards on the safe house. With weapons, whether it is powerful deterrence or the snatch of special materials, there is a great success rate, and she can seize the initiative at the beginning. Not to mention that in addition to hot weapons, there is also the Doomsday Killer K82. The more Xian Li thinks about it, the more painful it is. She can't just give up all the supplies she has worked so hard to store for a month and start from scratch. But letting that hateful face live under the same roof with her is even more painful than killing her. It's better to close the door and beat the dog than to let the wolf into the house. It usually takes more than 2 hours to drive back to Nolan village from Nanshur. Now it's raining heavily, and the typhoon is fierce. If Suja dares to drive here at this time, I'm afraid he will be killed on the way. If only he could get Suja's location. At this time, Xian Li suddenly thought of something and opened an app on his mobile phone. In her previous life, because Suja was surrounded by anchors, she was still in love and could not help but be afraid that he would be snatched away by others, so she secretly installed GPS on Suja's phone. When he was not with her, she would check his whereabouts on the app. The blank map slowly loaded, and 2 small blue dots appeared on it. Xian Li was delighted and enlarged the small avatar representing Suja. At this time, although the blue dot was moving slightly, the general position had not changed. He was still in Yanhua community, and had not left the house. Xian Li's hanging heart was half relieved. She used the screen projection to enlarge the screen of the mobile phone, and turned the reminder volume to the highest. She could find it immediately when the blue dot moved. She breathed a sigh of relief on the sofa, and finally had the mood to make other preparations. At this time, she noticed that Huasheng and Guyuan, a cat and a dog, were nestled at her feet, and the other was trying to lift her hand with his head, trying to get her favor. Xian Li's nervous heart was a little relieved. He stroked their fur from time to time, and silently reflected in his heart. She finally understood the principle that eggs should not be put in one basket. As she thought about it, Xian Li fell asleep on the sofa without realizing it, and Guyuan also slept soundly in her arms. Peanut was the only one awake in the room, staring at the screen intently. At 6 a.m. on April 2nd, Xian Li woke up with a start, and saw that the position of the blue dot on the screen had moved, and her heart tightened. However, seeing that the location was at the convenience store downstairs, her heart that almost jumped out of her chest returned to her stomach. Seeing that Xian Li woke up, Peanut, who had been guarding all night, rubbed her hand with his head. She couldn't help but smile. "Peanut, you're not standing guard for me, are you?" Peanut meowed, as if responding to her words. "Thank you, my good Peanut." Xian Li hugged Peanut, and kissed and touched it, and fed it several cat strips as compensation. Guyuan, who was standing next to it, also barked twice, and finally got 2 dog biscuits as he wished. She took a bag of frozen meat-filled buns from the refrigerator, and put them in the steamer. She also took a small cup of rice from the wooden barrel, and put it in the small pot, added water, and stirred it with a rice spoon after the water boiled. After the buns were steamed, the porridge was also cooked. She used chili, vinegar, and soy sauce to make the sauce for the buns. The hot buns were dipped in the sauce, and the crispy and soft skin became a little more spicy, stimulating the taste buds, and the fresh fragrance of the meat filling bloomed. Then a mouthful of porridge was added, which was the breakfast that people in Nanshur often eat. After breakfast, half an hour after digestion, she kept an eye on Suja's position while exercising without fail. Today's exercise volume was double compared to usual. She felt like she was in a sauna, with heat emanating from every pore, and the heat turned into sweat dripping from her forehead. Physical fitness is the life-saving trump card that no one can take away. After this incident, she must train her physical fitness to the extreme. Maybe she can catch a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. It was almost lunchtime, and Xian Li's phone received a message. The message notification bar above the screen showed that it was Sha Qiao, who sent a voice message. "Ollie, are you coming over for dinner?" Xian Li thought about it, and replied by voice, "I won't go these days." "You can't skip dinner." Sha Qiao's voice was a little muffled. Seeing that Xian Li didn't reply, he quickly sent a picture. She clicked it, and saw that it was a picture of braised pork bubbling in the pot. Not bad, he can send photos, although the focus is a little inaccurate. Xian Li laughed, and the smile on her face froze when she saw a pattern in the corner. She enlarged the picture and took a picture of a corner of a jar on the stove next to the casserole. Most of the label on the outside of the jar had been torn off, but half of the logo was exposed in the lower right corner. A small boat sailing on the water. Chapter 21. 10 minutes later, Xian Li appeared at Sha Qiao's house. Sha Qiao was very happy to see her, but Xian Li had no time to pay attention to him. She hid a fruit knife in her sleeve and pretended to walk into the kitchen unintentionally, raising her voice. "Anhua, my family is out of oil. Can you lend me a pot?" Anhua was still in the house. "This child, what are you talking about borrowing?" "Xiao Qiao, there is still a barrel of oil in the cellar. You quickly take it back for Ollie." Xian Li kept an eye on the movement in the yard while searching for the jar in the kitchen with his eyes, and soon found the target on the stove. She walked over and picked up the jar. Its shell was opaque light-proof glass. Because it was placed next to the boiler for a long time, there was a thick layer of grease on it. It can be seen that it has been used for a long time. 4. Nerves. As she was concentrating on identifying the words on the label left on the jar, a voice sounded in her ears. "Ollie, what are you doing?" Xian Li's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she turned back quickly. Sha Qiao was looking at the thing in her hand with curiosity. Xian Li took a few steps back, held a fruit knife across her body, and said defensively, "What is this?" Sha Qiao was also startled by her action. What's wrong?" He was sensitive to Xian Li's hostility. Her eyes, which always looked at him with a smile, had no emotion at this time. He felt helpless because he didn't understand the situation. He looked at the glass jar in Xian Li's hand, a little puzzled, but more aggrieved. "Ali's family has no salt left? Ali wants to take it all, don't be unhappy." "Salt?" Xian Li was stunned, and opened the lid on the jar. Half a jar of white salt appeared in front of her, and there was also a plastic spoon for scooping jelly. She was skeptical. Where did this jar come from? "This is a medicine jar. Silly Qiao is sick. The medicine my mother bought is expensive. I couldn't bear to throw it away after I finished it, so I used it to hold salt." Silly Qiao explained quickly. Afraid that Xian Li didn't believe it, she ran back to the house to look for it, and took out another identical glass jar to show Xian Li. The medicine inside had been finished, but the label on the jar was intact. The text on it read DH2 type nerve repair factor, and the indications were followed by the treatment of nerve damage, etc. The manufacturer was Freemasonry Pharmaceuticals, and the logo of the Arc Biological Research Institute was in the lower right corner. It was consistent with what Silly Qiao said. Xian Li then let down his guard and looked at Silly Qiao, with some apology in his tone. "I'm sorry." She misunderstood. After Suja's stimulation, she thought Silly Qiao also had other purposes to approach her. Silly Qiao pursed his lips, and lowered his head in disappointment. Although he didn't know why Ollie suddenly treated him like that, the cold look just now made his heart feel like there were 10,000 needles piercing him, making him feel uncomfortable and breathless. Xian Li didn't know how to explain it. After hesitating for a while, she reached out and touched his head. Silly Qiao's hair was soft, just like him, very gentle. "Okay, I was wrong. I won't be mean to Silly Qiao next time." Feeling her hand patting on his head, his anxious mood was soothed, but his voice was still a little depressed. "Yeah." He didn't want to see that kind of look again. Xian Li comforted Silly Qiao a few more times, and seeing that Silly Qiao's expression finally returned to normal, she was ready to go home and continue to monitor Suja's every move. When she returned home, she saw that Suja's blue dot was constantly spinning, but the location was not too far away from home, so she was a little relieved. Xian Li turned on the computer and searched for the medicine that Sha Qiao took, and saw some comments from patients. "I am really grateful to the doctor for helping my brother apply for this medicine. My brother's central nervous system was damaged in a car accident, and he has been paralyzed for 10 years. I thought he was hopeless, but there was a free treatment activity. Fortunately, he applied for it, and took 4 courses of treatment. Now my brother can run and jump. I am especially grateful to ARC Biotechnology. My father has facial nerve damage. He went to several hospitals last year, and they all said it couldn't be cured. Later, I learned about this medicine through the introduction of a friend from ARC Biotechnology. It has been a year since I took it. Recently, I can clearly feel that my father's facial muscles can move, he can make expressions, and he can taste food. The following pictures are various banners with words, such as miraculous doctors bring back youth, and virtuous doctors. Sha Xiao's IQ remains at 7 or 8 years old, because he had a fever when he was a child and injured his brain nerves. In the comments, there are indeed cases of patients with damaged brain nerves who recovered after taking it. Xian Li fell into deep thought. She didn't think so before, but now, around the end of the world, people and things related to the ARC creatures frequently appear in front of her, and she doesn't think it's a coincidence. Even though she knows that the ARC creatures are not as simple as they seem, she is still just a Kajimi now. Now she has more important things to deal with. She doesn't want to attract the attention of the other party unless it is absolutely necessary. She opened the web page to search for local news. The news related to the typhoon almost dominated the screen. The city suffered heavy losses due to the typhoon, and the disaster prevention situation was severe. The wind force had reached level 15. On the flood disaster warning map, 1/3 of the area was marked in red, and the Lijiang Villa district was on the list. According to the Lijiang River water level line prediction, the Jianan Villa district could be completely submerged tonight without even waiting for the 3rd day. Xian Li raised her lips, and found Xian Jiozhou's name in the friend group. Did you die? There was a new dynamic above the last post showing affection in the circle of friends. It was a video, which was posted this morning. She clicked it, and the views seemed to be on the 2nd floor of the villa. The picture of the river water taken from the super large terrace showed that the water had already flooded the dam, and the river tide was surging, rolling towards the shore, hiding a hint of the momentum of destroying the world. There were kind friends in the comments reminding him to move to avoid danger, and he was still witty in the comments. How do you know my home is in Lijiang Villa? Xian Li liked it again. Closing the phone, she searched for items that could be used as weapons at home. A palm-length fruit knife. A fairly sharp kitchen knife. A spatula for cooking. A hammer for smashing the wall. Although they are not up to standard, it is better than being unarmed. Xian Li searched for some self-defense videos online, learning where to attack to maximize the effect, and then put it into practice in the gym against the sandbag. The 2nd day passed like this. The change appeared at noon on the 3rd day. Xian Li squeezed black pepper sauce on the freshly fried steak, and saw the blue dot representing Suja move. Unlike the small-scale activities in the previous 2 days, this time the blue dot slowly moved in one direction, and went to the next community. In Xian Li's impression, there were several anchors from his studio living in the next community, and she was not familiar with any of them, except for a small anchor named Jiang Tao. The reason why she knew him was because she had met him in the base in her previous life. At that time, the other party recognized her and greeted her, saying that he had awakened his talent and formed a team. He wanted to invite her to join, but Suja was unwilling to work for an unknown team, and the other party was once his subordinate. He couldn't lose face, so he gave up. They were not familiar with each other before the end of the world, let alone after the end of the world. What was his plan to find Jiang Tao at this time? Xian Li tried to guess Suja's purpose while eating steak and took a big sip of Coke. Blue Dot stayed in the community for half an hour. When he came out, he obviously moved faster. He should have taken a means of transportation. Driving at this time, Xian Li was stunned and checked the weather on his mobile phone. The typhoon showed no signs of weakening. It was even more violent than yesterday. The wind force level went straight to level 18. What is the concept of a level 18 typhoon? The wind speed can reach more than 300 kilometers. It can destroy everything in its path, enough to destroy a small city. But Suja was moving towards Nolan village where Xian Li was in this weather without any hindrance, at a steady speed. According to his speed, he could reach Nolan village in 2 hours, even faster than when the weather was good. This was unreasonable. Suja could walk on flat ground in the typhoon, which was naturally impossible for ordinary people to do. It was probably because of his spatial talent. Xian Li had seen Suja use his spatial talent, but it was mostly for storing supplies. The only offensive means was his air bomb. His spatial talent could compress hundreds of square meters of air into the size of a bullet, which was very powerful, But the corresponding mental power consumed was also huge, and his mental strength only allowed him to release 2 bullets, and then he would lose his ability to move. So he rarely used this ability, usually as a logistics, to take the obtained materials back to the space. Now that Suja was reborn, she was not surprised that he could awaken his talent immediately, but as far as she knew, even in his peak period in the previous life, this ability was not enough to keep him unscathed in the typhoon. Xian Li's brain was running like a CPU, and there must have been some changes that she didn't know about. The only variable during the period was the half hour when he went to the next community. Xian Li's sixth sense told her that this was the key to solving the mystery. She searched through her friend list for a while, and finally found an acquaintance, who also lived in the next community. It was Wu Ke, a former colleague at the seaweed company. They often worked overtime together for a while, and ordered takeout together. Later, after Wu Ke left, they didn't have much contact. At this time, Xian Li couldn't care so much and sent a message to the other party directly. Wu Ke, do you have time? The other party quickly replied, Xian Li. Long time no see. I have too much time, I'm almost bored to death. When will this damn typhoon end? Can you do me a favor? You tell me, I'll definitely help if I can. I have a friend named Jiang Tao, who also lives in your community. I have something urgent to find him, but I can't contact him, and I don't know which building he lives in. If it's convenient for you, can you help me ask in the owner group? It's a small matter, wait a minute. After waiting anxiously for half an hour, the other party finally sent a message. Xian Li, something happened. I just asked in the homeowners group if anyone knew your friend. A neighbor said he was still talking in the community group yesterday. He tagged me several times, but the other party didn't respond. A kind neighbor who lives upstairs said he would help check it out. He knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it, so he called the property management to knock the door open. They said the house was full of blood. Chapter 22. Nansher. The sky was gloomy, as if it wanted to eat up the whole city. The typhoon was like a huge beast that had lost its mind, lurking in the city, mixed with raindrops like sharp swords, roaring and destroying everything. Smaller houses were completely unable to withstand the typhoon's attack, and were almost torn into pieces. Tall buildings were also crumbling, as if they were about to be cut off. The deserted streets were scattered with the wreckage of houses, and garbage rolled up in the air, and the sight was unclear, but there was a private car that was able to fly on the main road as if it was walking on flat ground. The car body seemed to be wrapped in invisible airflow, and a half-story-high billboard was carried by the typhoon and rushed towards it. It seemed to be held by an invisible hand 1 meter away from the windshield, and the angle changed instantly, narrowly passing over the roof of the car. It was Suja who was sitting in the car. He looked relaxed in such a dangerous situation, and there was even a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. His hands firmly controlled the steering wheel, and the palms of his hands were faintly glowing white. If you look closely, there are dried blood between his fingers. An hour ago, he contacted Jiang Tao from the original studio on the Weixin. Before the studio was sold, Jiang Tao was fired by him like other anchors, but he still owed 2 months of salary. So he successfully gained the trust of the other party, and entered Jiang Tao's home on the grounds of exchanging wages for supplies. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, people did not realize that the typhoon would last for a whole month, and they did not have a clear concept of the importance of supplies. Under the temptation of Suja to pay double wages, Jiang Tao, who was in financial difficulties, agreed to his request to exchange supplies. Suja almost applauded his own intelligence. When he woke up, the room was pitch black. He wanted to turn on the light, but found that he had cut the wires himself. He was surrounded by smashed furniture, not to mention home appliances. In order to pay the huge compensation, he had already sold all the valuables. The wind was howling outside, and the only light source in the room was the mobile phone next to him. He frowned. He remembered that according to the data, he should have stayed at home at this time, and spent a month safely relying on various samples in the live broadcast room. However, the situation in front of him was very different from the original. Fortunately, he was not so crazy as to destroy the water pipes, and the tap water at home could still be used normally. He rinsed his head with cold water to calm his hot brain. Then he touched his body, and found the pocket watch in the pocket of his shirt. He tried to use his mind to explore inside, but was surprised to find that the pocket watch did not respond. Suja studied it over and over for a long time, and finally determined that it was a fake that could be mistaken for the real thing. His face darkened, and after carefully combing through the relevant memories, he soon discovered that the variable appeared on his girlfriend Xian Li. In the dialogue box of the mobile phone, All the messages sent on the right received an exclamation mark, which also confirmed his guess. He tried to send the message again in the original tone. "Ollie, did you take my pocket watch?" To his surprise, this message did not receive an exclamation mark and was successfully sent. However, the other party did not reply, and he was not discouraged. After a little thought, he sent another message. This time, the other party would definitely not ignore it. Giving her enough time to verify, when he sent a voice message, the other party really picked up the phone. During the conversation, Xian Li's reaction did not surprise him that much. Although her taking the pocket watch was somewhat contrary to her original setting, as long as it was corrected in time, even if it was a murderous revenge, there was nothing unforgivable. As long as she was not crazy, she should know that without him, it would be difficult for her to survive in the apocalypse, not to mention that she was just an ordinary person without talent. Things were indeed as he expected, and she was grateful for his turning back. But there was also something that surprised him. She actually returned to the village. Even now he felt a little tricky. How could he get through the typhoon to get his things back? With his current strength, he would be courting death if he wanted to go out. Fortunately, God did not give up on him. Not long after, he found a familiar name in his mobile phone, Jiang Tao. If you remember correctly, Jiang Tao was an awakener, and he awakened very early, and the time recorded was about these 2 days. It was simply a pillow scent when he was sleepy. He called Jiang Tao. Of course, he couldn't refuse the double salary, and he made an appointment to go and get the rice and flour he could spare. The next day at noon, Suja came to Jiang Tao's house as promised, and he knocked on the door politely. "I'm here." Footsteps were heard, and the security door opened. Jiang Tao stepped aside to let the other party in. "Please come in, Mr. Su." Jiang Tao turned around and took a pair of slippers. Unexpectedly, Suja had already walked in wearing leather shoes, and had no intention of changing shoes. He frowned, but still put the slippers back in the shoe cabinet. "Everything is in the kitchen, and it has been packed for you." He led Suja to the kitchen with some courtesy, where there was a 5 kilograms bag of rice, instant noodles in supermarket plastic bags, frozen dumplings, eggs, and a large cabbage. Suja didn't even look at it, just hummed without comment, and looked around his kitchen. Jiang Tao was a little embarrassed. "Then, Mr. Su, is my salary transferred?" Suja didn't say anything, and walked to the knife rack in the kitchen step by step, his leather shoes making a tapping sound on the tile floor. Jiang Tao felt hairy all over, but still said with a stiff face, "Cash is not a problem." Suja picked up a kitchen knife, lowered his eyes, and rubbed the blade with his fingers, and glanced at him. His blood seemed to be frozen, and an ominous premonition came over him. In almost a blink of an eye, Suja rushed to him from 2 meters away. His scalp was numb, and his eyes were filled with Suja's enlarged face. He looked at him, as if he was looking at a dead person. There was a swoosh. It was the sound of the blade scraping on the iron sheet, sharp and piercing. Jiang Tao's amazing force hit the ground, and a hole was torn in his t-shirt on his chest, but the skin inside was intact. His mind was a little confused, and the cold floor under his hands reminded him of the current situation. Just now, he subconsciously used the special ability he had just realized yesterday on his heart, hardening the skin. The skin on his chest could harden instantly, just like the golden belt and iron cloth shirt in the old martial arts novels, so he escaped. "Su. Mr. Su, you are crazy." His lips trembled, and his eyes were full of shock, fear, panic, and confusion. Suja held the knife, and he aimed at his heart just now. Although he was prepared for his talent, he was still numb in his palm. Jiang Tao didn't have time to rejoice for surviving the disaster. The man opposite was completely different from his previous boss. He saw a hint of cruelty in the gentle smile on his lips. With his current ability, he could only use the hardening once. He wanted to run away, but his legs were too weak to control. After trying several times, he finally stood up and stumbled to run out. "Help! Someone is killing someone!" He wanted to shout, but his voice kept spinning in his throat and could not come out. There was a sharp pain in his throat, as if his mouth was blocked by something invisible. He covered his neck with both hands. He wanted to breathe deeply, but he felt that there was no oxygen in the air. In his horrified eyes, Suja smiled and slowly pushed the knife into his heart. With the passing of a life, he felt that his narrow mental power was suddenly widened and the strength increased to twice the original. The mental power consumed by compressing the air just now was not worth mentioning. Sure enough, killing awakened people is a shortcut to increase mental strength. He seemed to think of something, and the madness in his eyes turned into viciousness. He drew out the knife, and as he moved, Blood gushed out of his body and spread outward. He didn't care. He took the knife and slashed it hard against his other hand. The tip of the knife and the finger seemed to be separated by a transparent air shell, making a harsh scraping sound. Not only did it increase his mental strength, but it also gave his ability the same attributes. He threw the knife down with satisfaction, and wiped the bloody hand on the lifeless body on the ground. He walked to the door, took the car key from the shoe cabinet, opened the door and left. Nolan village. Exionly walked out of the safe house, with a cloud of gloom in her heart. She hesitated again and again, but still reduced the safe house, but the smallest she could scale it down to was a cube. She found a pit on the hillside behind in the heavy rain, which was just big enough to fit the reduced safe house, and covered it with leaves and dead branches. After leaving the Peanuts and Longan at the Shachiao family, she returned to the old house. The blue dot on the phone was getting closer and closer to her. The news of Jiang Tao's death made her feel like she was facing a great enemy. Suja's reason for killing him was obvious. He knew clearly that he had to kill him to rush to Nolan village smoothly. So did he rush here for the space, or to plunder her talent? Or both? She closed her eyes. The situation was worse than she thought. When Suja came in, Exionly was sitting on a small bench under the eaves, holding his pocket watch in his hand. He didn't take an umbrella, but there was no rain on his body. Looking at the house leaking like a colander, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Ollie, this place is not easy to live in. Exionly held the pocket watch with some force, and said calmly, I'm used to it. How can Ollie endure such hardship? Although he said so, his eyes were fixed on the pocket watch. The corners of his mouth curled up. Okay, Ollie, it's time to return the items to their original owners. Exionly threw the things in her hand out with a cold face, and he caught them steadily. You are not still angry with me, are you? He walked towards Exionly step by step, stopped 2 steps away from her, squatted down, looked up at her, and carefully observed her expression. Exionly used all her strength to hold back a smile. How could it be? He was satisfied and began to check the pocket watch in his hand with a happy expression. Not bad, these foods are enough for the 2 of us to eat for half a year, but the quantity is a bit small. As his thoughts wandered into space, his expression slowly changed from joy to surprise. Ollie, why did you put everything in? In addition to food, there were dozens of vehicles, cranes and tanks, and even buses and fire trucks. Ollie is really cute. He bent his legs and squatted in front of her. Exionly could look him in the eye. When he spoke, his Adam's apple moved in front of her. Under the thin skin were fragile blood vessels. As long as she exerted force, she lowered her eyes and hid the murderous intent in her eyes. He explored further inside and was obviously stunned when he saw something. What is this small capsule used for? You also got a gun? There is a chance. The fruit knife hidden in Exionly's sleeve, the hatred that he had previously held back was all transformed into explosive power. While the other party was stunned, he used all his strength to stab his throat. Did he succeed? The throat that should have been soft was now covered with a layer of hard transparent material. Exionly's knife tip could not penetrate a bit, but curled the blade instead. Her pupils suddenly dilated, her body rolled to the side, retreated back into the house, and heard a slight puff. The wooden bench she was sitting on was penetrated by something, and a hole was drilled in the cement floor below. Air bullet. Exionly pursed her eyebrows. She had been prepared for it, and it was impossible to succeed in one shot. But the transparent substance made her very concerned. She guessed that it was an ability obtained from Jiang Tao. It looked like a defensive talent. No wonder he was so confident. Ollie, you've made enough trouble. Suja's expression was gloomy. Exionly didn't say anything and took a defensive posture. Suja stood up slowly and stared at her intently, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Don't listen. Exionly was moved, but the air around her was like substance, and the weight of thousands of pounds on her back was like a pair of shackles that firmly fixed her in place. The knife with a rolled blade in her hand fell to the ground, and she watched him walk over. His hand groped her face. Exionly shuddered with nausea, and the cold touch gave her goosebumps on the side of her face. His hand stopped at her temple, where the skin was white and smooth, and there was nothing. No wonder. He suddenly realized. Then he searched for a while, and took out a silver cone the size of a button. The object exuded a strange smell, and Exionly felt like her temple was pierced by needles, as if she had endured similar pain countless times, and sweat kept coming out of her back. Ollie, you need to correct it. He stretched out his hand, and the gesture seemed to be to pierce the silver cone into her temple. Exionly opened her eyes. Her muscles were tense. Bloodshot appeared in her eyes. The cement under her feet sank, and cracks appeared in the center of her footprints. The air on her shoulders became stronger as she struggled. She clenched her teeth and could even taste a hint of rust on her tongue. The sharp point of the silver cone was just a millimeter away from her temple. It was about to pierce into her, but suddenly a sharp cat cry sounded in her ear. A large orange ball came out from nowhere and knocked Suja's hand crooked. Its sharp teeth bit his tiger's mouth tightly. "It's this beast again." Suja was bitten unexpectedly. The force on his hand loosened, and the silver cone fell to the ground. He grabbed the ball of hair with one hand and threw it out hard, taking away the flesh at his tiger's mouth, and blood immediately flowed. Peanut hit the wall, and the cat's body slid down the wall softly. He looked up, with hatred in his eyes, and an air bullet gathered in his palm. Peanut, Xian Li's pupil shrank slightly, and a barely perceptible blue light flashed in her eyes. Gradually, she could clearly see the outline of the air bullet in his hand, which should have been invisible, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. The target was Peanut. She stared at the air bullet closely, and the capillaries in her body broke inch by inch under the pressure of thousands of pounds, and the blood soaked her inner clothes. She moved her fingers slightly, and the blue light at her fingertips easily penetrated the invisible air shackles. The air around her was like a punctured balloon, and the pressure on her body disappeared. The blue light wrapped around the air bullet in the blink of an eye, like a flexible hand, pulling away the airflow that imprisoned the air. The air compressed into a finger thickness by the force of space suddenly lost its strength and scattered in the air, no longer having any power. What's going on? The cat that should have been torn into pieces was still staying where it was, and Suja obviously didn't know what had happened. Although his mental strength had increased, half of it had been consumed on the way here. In addition, he had just used space compression and air hardening, so he was really powerless and could not fire the third air bomb. It seemed that he could only kill the beast with his own hands. He was about to take a step with a gloomy face, but he felt his blood coagulate instantly. The sense of danger came from behind him, and the shadow of death enveloped him. Who was it? He wanted to look back, but he felt that his vision fell uncontrollably. His head rolled on the ground, and his body was still standing there. It took several seconds for blood to spurt out. As his body fell, he saw a terrifying scene. The young woman's black hair was soaked with sweat on her forehead. Her slender body, like a bamboo leaf, maintained an attacking posture. Her eyes were so unfamiliar and so calm that it was frightening. And in her hand was a spatula. At this time, the blood on the spatula dripped down, and blood flowers bloomed on the ground. Xian Li just used the spatula on the table as a weapon, but she didn't expect it to be so sharp that it was beyond her imagination. Teacher Chun was honest with her, and she converted to the spatula religion from then on. Impossible. How could you escape from my airlock? The head that should have died immediately with the body was still opening its mouth like a living person, with twisted eyes bulging out, looking at her in disbelief. He watched Xian Li walk over step by step, and thought of something, and laughed wantonly. You can't kill me. The space can only be maintained for 1 month, and my blood is needed to reactivate it. You mean this? Xian Li opened her 5 fingers, and the few drops of blood left on the spatula began to roll under her gestures, and slowly increased unconsciously, and soon filled the spatula, dripping blood into a line. He was horrified. The blue light made him feel the familiar spiritual power. You, how could you awaken? At this time, there was no longer the disgusting calmness in his eyes, but a fear that penetrated his soul. Impossible, Ali. Shouldn't you love me the most? His mouth twitched, his nostrils opened and closed, and his eyes trembled nervously. He wanted to say something, but his eyes went dark. Xian Li stepped on his face, and fixed his head, that was rolling everywhere. She stood up straight, and the spatula in her hand became half a person's height. She raised it above her head, and shoveled it hard at his temple. Don't call my name with your disgusting mouth anymore. The head was like a cabbage, cut into 2 halves neatly, and the brains flowed all over the floor. Ah! Outside the door, Silly Chiao's hand holding the umbrella lost its strength, and the umbrella tilted on the ground. Inside the room, the bloody eyes looked at him. Chapter 23. Ah! Sha Qiao's body was trembling. Peanut had been staying in his arms obediently just now, but suddenly he seemed to sense something and ran out of the house. He hurriedly chased in the direction where Peanut had gone. As soon as he entered the door, he saw this horrifying scene. The word Li stuck in his throat, and could not be pronounced. Xian Li's skin was stinging all over her body, but her mental strength seemed to have absorbed the tonic and increased in strength. Almost at the same time, she heard the electronic sound from her mind again. Talent, control. Effect obtained, Elimination, delevel. Elimination, delevel. You gain the ability to eliminate items. How to use. Select the current item and press delete to clear it. Effect obtained. Recycling, delevel. Recycling, delevel. Recycle the eliminated items. How to use. Items eliminated by delete can be temporarily stored here. Gain passive effect. Firewall, F level. Firewall, F level. Talents of F level and below will not cause you harm. How to use. Use passively, you will not be easily hurt. Xianli pressed her swollen forehead and saw Silly Chiao standing at the door in a daze. She opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain, and simply said nothing. She made up her mind that if Silly Chiao ran out to call for help, she would knock him out and then say that his brain was broken again and he was talking nonsense. She picked up the pocket watch from the ground. At this time, the pocket watch was still inactive. It seemed that Suja only had time to check it. She thought for a moment and turned her back to avoid being noticed by Silly Joe. A blue light flashed, and a drop of blood appeared on her fingertips. She dropped the drop of blood on the pocket watch. The blood fell on the surface and suddenly disappeared. The pocket watch, which had been worn out by her use, instantly became brand new. It seems that Suja usually maintains it in this way. She used her mind to explore the space, and she could enter and exit freely, no different from before. She was relieved. It seems that Suja did not lie to her. She searched the ground for a while, and the button-sized cone was shining silver in the corner. She picked up the object. Suja wanted to use this thing to pierce her temple just now, and called it correction. This made her confused, but her head hurt at this time, and she couldn't think of any results. She had just overused her mental power, which was not suitable for thinking, and now she needed to rest. Xianli turned around and picked up the peanut by the wall, checked its body, and it seemed that there was no obvious external injury. She dug in her pocket and took out a cat strip, pressing it against Peanut's mouth. Peanut's nose moved, and he opened his eyes with difficulty, and he stuck out his tongue and licked it slowly. Xianli laughed. The wall of the old house was mixed with yellow mud, which was not very hard. Peanut's flesh and thick fur should have relieved some of the force when he was hit against the wall. It seems that there is nothing serious. And Silly Chiao outside the door was stunned for a few minutes, pursed his lips, and took off the plastic film that Xianli had nailed to the ceiling to keep out the rain. The heavy rainwater that was originally in it poured down, washing away the blood on the ground. He spread the plastic film flat, silently dragged Suja's body and head up, wrapped it in the plastic film and carried it on his shoulder, and held the spatula that Xianli had enlarged in his other hand. Faced with such a bizarre development, Xianli obviously didn't have enough brains, and followed him in confusion. Sha Qiao walked up the back mountain, and after half an hour of climbing, he finally stopped. He threw the body aside, and dug a hole on the ground with a spatula. Xianli looked for a long time and understood that this child was helping her to destroy the body. And Hua, how did Sha Qiao become like this? Ignoring her weird eyes, Sha Qiao dug the hole, buried the body, and filled the hole again. Xianli finally couldn't help it. Sha Qiao, aren't you afraid? He raised his head and said nothing. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you too? He pursed his lips into a line, turned his face away from her, and said after a while, No, I believe. You? Xianli was a little confused. Silly Chiao was really Silly Chiao. A normal person would have turned around and ran away long ago. Feeling that she couldn't lead a child astray, she threatened him sinisterly. You are in the same group with me now, and you will be arrested by the police. Are we in the same group? Silly Chiao was stunned, pondered for a long time, and had a little hope on his face. Then can I still call you Ollie? Xianli felt that he couldn't keep up with his train of thought. He was stunned for a long time, and finally realized that he heard what he said to Suja. He was worried about this all the way. Silly Chiao was uneasy. The last time he made Ollie angry, she was cold to him. Now this person must have made Ollie angry to die. If Ollie is still angry with him, will she not let him call her name? Xianli was helpless, of course. Silly Chiao was happy now, and the speed of filling the hole was much faster. It was already dark when she returned home. Silly Chiao helped her clean the old house inside and out, and there was no trace of murder. After he left, Xianli had time to carry the safe house back and restore it to its original state. As soon as she entered the door, she turned on the disinfection system in the entrance hall, threw away the blood-stained clothes, and walked into the simple bathroom in the entrance hall to take a good shower to remove the bloody smell on her body. After finishing, she collapsed on the sofa and didn't want to get up to cook, so she took out a pack of braised pork rice takeaway from the space and ate it with ice grape juice, and the lemon tart dessert brought back from the Freedom restaurant. Finally, she felt alive. After eating, Xianli finally had time to sort out her chaotic thoughts. First, it was the change in her talent. Her talent is control, and she has comprehended different effects with this talent, namely F-level replication and E-level geometry. According to the level, it can be roughly divided into a low-end effect of one level, which can be triggered by her own comprehension and overdrawing her mental power. The effect obtained in this way is more random, because after that, she overdrawn her mental power again, and there was no new change, commonly known as looking at the face. And seizing the life of the awakened, she comprehended 2 D-level and 1 F-level effects, directly entering the intermediate range. Obviously, the talent obtained through killing is obviously faster, more efficient, and of higher quality. In her memory, awakened people often do not interfere with each other. Because talent is a scarce resource, awakened people have a transcendent status, and everyone cherishes their lives. Many unofficial organizations even provide materials to attract awakened people to join, and the government provides a lot of convenience for awakened people. Therefore, there are very few awakened people who quarrel over supplies, and even if there are, they will not quarrel to the point of death. Because the common enemy of mankind is zombies. Awakened people are the main force against zombies besides executors, and they have incomparable upgrade space for executors to clean up more dangerous secondary mutant zombies, corpse drives. If killing awakened people can enhance their own awakening talents, does it mean that ordinary people can also unconditionally seize the awakening ability? Even, in some way, let these abilities be in the hands of people who are more easily controlled. Awakened people have become a piece of fat meat, and anyone can take a bite. Xianli secretly made up her mind that if a man is innocent, he will be guilty of possessing a treasure. If he does not have enough strength to surpass everyone, it is best not to expose his talent. Her attention shifted to the talent effect, D-level elimination and D-level recycling. From the effect description, these 2 skills are bound to use, and the cleared items can be stored in the recycling. This should be the effect upgraded according to Suja's space talent. She picked up the cup on the table, activated her talent with her left hand, pressed the delete key on the blue keyboard that appeared, and the cup disappeared in her right hand. Almost at the same time, she felt something strange in her right hand. She raised her hand, and saw a black hole as big as a walnut in the palm of her hand. Xianli was shocked, but after a while, it didn't hurt, so she tentatively poked it in with her finger. The touch was cold and the surface was smooth, that's the touch. She dragged it out, and it was the cup she had just eliminated. It turned out that this was a space that could be recycled. She eliminated some small objects one after another, and they were all recycled into her palm one by one. She had an idea, went to the yard, grabbed a chicken that Sha Xiao had sent her a few days ago, and used the elimination skill. After a minute, she reached in and grabbed the chicken's claws and dragged it out. The little hen flapped her wings and clucked, as if she didn't understand what was happening. This space can store living things. She simply went all out, and used the clear on herself. She immediately felt that half of her mental power was emptied. It seems that the mental power required to eliminate living things is multiplied compared to ordinary objects. In the blink of an eye, she was in a dark space. As long as she thought about it, the object she had just eliminated appeared in front of her. She could feel that she could control the flow of time in the space, and make time stop or fast forward as she wished. Xianli felt her heartbeat speed up a little. She had won the jackpot. She walked around. This space was pitch black, as if there was no end, like a black hole that could swallow everything, just waiting for her to fill it up. Back in the safe house, she used the clear function on the pocket watch and threw it into the space where time stopped. The pocket watch, which was supposed to extend life once a month, had no time limit in the space. She thought about it, and simply cleared all the supplies in the pocket watch with one click. After all, the owner of this pocket watch was still Suja, and she only had the right to use it. Although the original owner was dead and his blood sample was stored in the space, what if someone with a blood relationship with Suja came again, or even Suja, who was reborn for the second time, and let what happened today happen again? She couldn't gamble. And this pocket watch might have other uses in the future. In addition to clearing and recycling, she also gained an F-level firewall effect. According to the description, it should be the hardening ability that Suja took from Jiang Tao. When it was integrated into her talent, it was changed to an effect more suitable for her. She scratched her finger with a knife, but nothing happened. She changed to a kitchen knife and chopped it hard. The kitchen knife was cut, and a white mark appeared on her finger. She changed to a pistol, gestured for a long time, and shot her thigh hard. The thigh immediately felt pain, and she half knelt on the ground. The bullet was firmly stuck in her thigh, but only half of it went in. She gritted her teeth and walked to the medical room, pulled out the bullet with tweezers, and blood flowed out, but the wound was not deep. So her current physical strength can deal with ordinary physical attacks without much problem, and can also remove most of the bullet damage. Xianli thought while pouring Yunnan Biao on the wound, and cleaning the blood around her leg. When she was about to bandage it, she suddenly felt a little itchy and hot at the wound. No way, it got infected so quickly. She wiped off the powder and wanted to clean the wound with alcohol. Unexpectedly, after wiping it clean, the originally bleeding wound had healed. If it weren't for the small piece of pink skin that had grown on the wound, she would have thought she was dreaming. Xianli was stunned. She suddenly remembered that when she was just reborn, she went to the company to pack express delivery and was scratched by a paper cutter, and the wound healed quickly. Just now, when she broke free from the airlock, the capillaries under her skin had clearly ruptured, and most of the clothes she changed were covered with her own blood. But at this time, the ruptured blood vessels had already automatically repaired, and there was no trace of bleeding on her body. Is such a fast healing ability also a manifestation of talent? It was as if a piece of ice fell into her heart, freezing her whole body. She remembered that Suja never thought that she would really hate him, and remembered the vague words he said when he came here. "Ollie, you need to be corrected. How could you awaken? Impossible, Ollie. Shouldn't you love me the most?" The words seemed to hint that she had an inherent setting, as if she was a tool person who would never awaken and never complain. A button-sized cone appeared in her hand. Could this thing correct her to that setting? She stared at the object in her hand, and seemed to see through it that some unknown horror was lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to steal her heart. Resurrecting once again, no matter who it was, no one could stop her from reaching the end of the world. Chapter 24. At 8:20 a.m. on April 4th, the Nansha Meteorological Observatory issued a red warning for heavy rain, and some urban areas suffered from waterlogging. All departments are coordinating and cooperating to actively respond. Please do not go out, and residents in low-rise buildings should ensure that they stay in safe places. Emergency notice: due to the typhoon and heavy rain, the river overflowed and the upstream dam burst. The water level of Lijiang River rose. Residents near the river bank, please prioritize personal safety and evacuate to high ground in an orderly manner. The Tsunami Warning Center issued a message that Donglo City near the Taihai Strait was hit by a tsunami on the evening of April 1st. An 8.9 magnitude earthquake occurred in the coastal waters of Dongzhou City, with a focal depth of 11.0 kilometers. The Ares was missing, and the coastal areas of Dongzhou were all submerged. It is estimated that the number of people affected will exceed 100,000. Xianli played the news while making breakfast. Peel the apples, and cut them into small pieces. Pour pure water into a pan, add the apple pieces after boiling to soften the flesh, and then pour into the juicer. A cup of fresh apple juice is ready. 1 apple a day keeps diseases away from me. Eating more apples is good for the body, so Xianli decided to make a cup of apple juice every day to maintain the body. Today's breakfast is butter honey toast. Spread thick butter on the surface of the bread, bake it in the oven, and pour honey on the surface of the toast. The crust is crispy, and the inside is soft and sweet, sweeping away the laziness in the morning. Although the weather in Nansha has changed, Nolan village is still safe. Although there are still strong winds and heavy rain outside, there is no risk of floods for the time being because of the high terrain, and the surrounding mountains also reduce the power of the typhoon. The villagers of Nolan village have always been self-sufficient. Even if there is no fresh meat, there is enough rice and vegetables, and there will be no food crisis for at least 2 months. To some extent, Nolan village can be said to be a paradise in the end times, living an isolated life. After breakfast, just in case, Xianli decided to walk around the village and conduct an environmental survey. Because Shaqiao used the plastic film as a body bag, the roof of the old house was like a funnel, and water accumulated in the house. She decided to repair all the tiles today, otherwise it might become a problem to enter and exit in the future. In the yard, the awning originally used as a kitchen has been blown down, and the ground is a mess, which should also be cleaned up. Finally, the wall was checked. Because the money was paid, and the foundation was well laid, no problems were found on the wall for the time being. The monitoring circuit is also normal. There is a slope outside the old house, and the rainwater from the mountain will flow down the slope and into the river. Xianli deliberately wore water shoes for farming, with the uppers reaching her knees, so her shoes and socks would not get wet. She walked out of the door, and the water just covered her ankles, so she was still within a safe range. Going down the village road, it was the home of her cousin Liang Shutong, who was cursing and scooping water out of the yard with a gourd-made water scoop. Xianli looked out and saw that the drainage outlet in her yard was right in front of her yard wall. Because the old house was higher than her cousin's house, the water that was drained out undoubtedly entered her yard. Xianli smiled secretly, and she was naturally happy to see their family in trouble. However, she still went around to a place where Liang Shutong could not see her, so as not to be entangled by the mad dog again. There are about 20 households in the village, and almost every family has fields and oxen. It can be said that land is the life of the villagers. So Xianli walked to the south of the village, where the fields were. Located in the south, Nolan village is mostly terrace fields, and rice is the main crop. At this time, there are still many people like Xianli who come out to guard the fields. But the situation in the fields is not optimistic. Because of the long-term erosion of heavy rains and soaking in rainwater, many rice plants are dying in the fields. Beside the ridges, many villagers smoked and sighed. It seems that this year's harvest is hopeless. I told you to plant flood-resistant rice a long time ago, but you didn't listen. Who can you blame? Who could have known that the rain would be so heavy this year? Most of the slightly shorter fields were flooded by mountain torrents. Xianli stopped for a moment, and a sense of anxiety surged in his heart. The disaster seemed to be worse than before. Back to the old house, Xianli closed the door. It was effortless to clear the garbage in the yard. As long as her hands could touch anything, she could directly use the cleaning effect and recycle it into the black hole in her palm. She could just take it out and throw it away when it was convenient. Then, she took out a household ladder from the black hole, which was just enough for her to climb to the roof. Due to years of disrepair, a lot of weeds grew on the roof, and a bird's nest was seen on the eaves. She searched for complete and usable tiles on the roof, and after replicating them, she cleared all the tiles, quickly laid out rainproof cloth, and then quickly arranged the intact tiles from the roof to the eaves one by one. After arranging one row, she replicated them all at once and laid another row. It took less than an hour to repair the roof. She wiped the raindrops from her cheeks. She was getting more and more adept at her talent for copying. The walls of the old house also had a lot of peeling wall paint and rat holes. Fortunately, she had prepared cement, bricks, sand, lime mortar, etc. when she built the wall. Now she followed the workers' actions and sealed the rat holes with cement and sand, stuffed bricks into the damaged areas, filled the gaps, and then waited for them to dry before painting with lime mortar. After the repair, although it looked like a patch, it was not leaking wind or rain at least. After cleaning it up, it should be habitable. After returning home, Xianli opened the web page as usual. The hot searches that were usually dominated by entertainment news were all about the typhoon today. I apologize for what I said a few days ago, that I wanted the typhoon to stay. My house is on the second floor, and the first floor has been completely flooded. My neighbors can only stay at my house. But I feel that the second floor is not far from being flooded. Fortunately, my family bought a house in Xinshin Garden Community. Back then, we were always complained that going home was like climbing a mountain. Now the flood can't flood our house at all. It's just that the artificial lake in the community is full and keeps flowing out. I even saw fish swimming out in the small square. It's the fourth day. Do you know how I spent the fourth day without takeout? Eating instant noodles. I ate so much that I think I lost my sense of taste. To be honest, don't you think this typhoon is a little scary? We are in Nanchur. In the past, typhoon warnings were always loud but rainy. This time, even the city was flooded. I think so too. It really feels like the end of the world. I'm from Dongzhou City, and we haven't encountered a tsunami in many years. Fortunately, I received a quarterly bonus this time, and took my parents to the Tibetan Plateau to see the mountains, and we escaped. Although the house is basically gone, fortunately, our family is still here. What's scarier than a tsunami is the human heart. My idol is on the Aries, and his life or death is uncertain. What's the gossip upstairs? No way, didn't you watch the anniversary live broadcast of Hurt Her? The program team really got good reviews. They went out to sea despite the dissuasion during the typhoon, and there was even a scene of people falling into the sea during the live broadcast. Even this can't make it to the hot search, and the popularity is still dropping madly. I'm afraid it's the evil soldiers of the program team. And Su Yuqing, she said before that her reputation was reversed, but she saw her groupmate fall into the sea and didn't save him. To be honest, I was scared when I saw her eyes at that time. She is simply a murderer. Don't say it, the dead are the greatest. It's said to be missing, but in fact everyone knows that it's more likely to be bad. Looking at the foreign network, Xian Li found that the situation abroad was not much better. Almost the entire northern hemisphere was soaked in rain. On the contrary, in the southern hemisphere, the World Health Organization issued a high temperature alert, and the equatorial region experienced a high temperature of 60 degrees. No one survived within a radius of 100 miles, and the entire Earth was in dire straits. In the next few days, Xian Li either learned cooking at home or exercised daily. She also downloaded various learning videos from the well-known learning website D, such as driving a bus, a sprinkler truck, a crane, or a tank, an armored vehicle. These things were stored in her black hole, thinking that if they were useful, she would not be at a loss. In less than a week, Nanshur was completely submerged by floods, and the situation gradually got out of control. More and more missing person notices and information about asking for food with a large sum of money appeared on the internet. In order to integrate this information, coordinate resources, and provide information support for disaster emergency rescue and relief, the country built the Banfong platform. Perhaps because of the butterfly effect, the progress of disasters in this world has gradually accelerated. Xian Li remembered that this platform only appeared in the third month of the end of the world, and now it has appeared more than a month earlier. She felt a little uneasy. She entered the website address of Banfong, and the platform homepage was no different from her memory. At this time, the number of visitors has reached hundreds of millions, whether it is disaster victims, official disaster relief agencies, or private mutual aid organizations. All of them have released information through this platform. At the beginning, many disaster victims did receive assistance, and because of the spontaneous publicity of these people who were successfully rescued, the usage rate of the platform has increased. At this moment, new posts keep appearing on the homepage of Banfong. Help, my grandma and I are trapped on the third floor of Sherdilihua. My grandma has difficulty walking. Is there any kind-hearted person who can help take us to a nearby rescue point? New the Koi Mutual Aid team is looking for teammates. Good physical strength is required. It is better to be able to drive a speedboat. New my wife is about to give birth. Is there an obstetrician near Liyuan community? You can also provide relevant clues. A large reward. New Wanli rescue station is in urgent need of triangular bandages, sterilized gauze pieces, surgical sutures, alcohol, antibiotics, and other medical supplies. Interested donors please contact 13xxxx new. This situation lasted for less than half a month. As the first rescuer was attacked by the victims in the chaos, many rescuers and victims had bloody incidents, and the situation got out of control again. Not long after, a red notice was posted on the homepage of the Bafang platform. Emergency notice. According to reports from the masses, some lawless elements took advantage of the trust of the people and used the name of the rescue organization to commit crimes such as robbery, theft, and murder. The general public is encouraged to pay attention to identification. Chapter 25. When Xian Li saw this announcement, he paused and clicked on it. The content said that the main area of criminals' activities was Linchuan City, which was the city where Nolan village belonged. Linchuan City was a relatively backward area in the province. Because of its beautiful scenery and many towering ancient trees, it had also been developing tourism in recent years. However, due to poverty, the people were tough, and there were sky-high accommodation prices, illegal taxes, and forlorn bills. Every tourist who came to travel would be ruthlessly slaughtered, and it became a notorious pig-slaughtering city in the country. Therefore, in the chaotic environment of the end of the world, it was not surprising that the local tyrants, who took advantage of the situation first appeared. There was also a blurry photo attached to the back of the announcement. There were 4 men and 2 women in the photo. Although their faces were not clear, they were acquaintances of Xian Li. The leader was a man named Munga, who had a scar on his neck. He was hospitalized for 3 months because of this, and the person who left the scar on him died. He often talked about this great achievement, and was very proud of it. One of the women was called Sister Xia, who was beautiful, but 100 times more vicious than Brother Ming. In the previous life, they swept through Linchuan City, and set their sights on the provincial capital of Nanshur. At that time, when Xian Li was fleeing towards the base after the flood receded, he accidentally encountered this group of vicious robbers. They were not familiar with Nanshur, so they captured Xian Li, a strong man, to act as a guide and bait. The guide was to let her show the way to the major supermarkets, gas stations, car dealerships, pharmacies, and other places in Nanshur to restock supplies. And the bait was to cut a knife on her body, and use the smell of blood to lure away the wandering zombies. Under the influence of the desire to survive, Xian Li's physical fitness has made a great breakthrough. The initial zombies did not move fast, But under the siege of more than a dozen zombies, she taught herself extreme sports such as climbing over walls, parkour, and jumping off buildings, and survived every time until Mengge and his men finished looting supplies and left. So Mengge was surprised to find that this thin and slender woman was like an invincible cockroach, surprisingly useful. So he kept her alive, and gave her a small amount of food every day, sometimes moldy bread, sometimes rotten corn half gnawed by mice, so that she would not have enough physical strength to escape, nor would she be so weak that she would be killed by zombies in 1 second. Sister Xia was Meng Ji's mistress. After the end of the world, she fought with her husband for food and hacked the former to death. Later, she got together with Mengge. Xi only survived again and again, by chance, making Mengge feel that he had picked up a treasure. Sister Xia felt that her position was threatened, so she burned her hair with a stick and poured boiled water on her face. She was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, and looked extremely disgusting, so Mengge gave up. It took Xi only 2 months to find a chance to escape after such a hellish life. Seeing those familiar faces, her eyes turned red, and the hatred of being humiliated and abused turned into flames, burning wildly in her brain, almost burning all her rationality. At this time, she suddenly felt a little wet on her face. Peanut lay on her legs, with his round body erect, and licked her face softly a few times. After being slapped against the wall, he recovered after half a month. Guyuan also lay at her feet, biting her trouser legs gently with his teeth, and his short tail kept swinging behind him. Xi finally recovered from the hatred, touching Huiyuan's thick fur, and rubbing Guyuan's back with his feet, with a thoughtful expression. Previously, she would fight back when the other party was malicious, but now, she wanted to take the initiative. This time, they would never get out of Linchuan City. Linchuan City is adjacent to Nan City, and Ninglan Mountain, where Nolan village is located, is at the border between the two cities. If you can drive, it takes about an hour and a half to get to the urban area of Linchuan City. However, the road to Linchuan City is a mountain road. Aunt Hua said that the heavy rain for more than half a month has caused several landslides on the side of the nearby hills close to the road, blocking the road and making it impossible for cars to drive through. However, for Xi, this is not a difficult task. As long as she climbs over that hill, she can take the car out of the space and drive unimpeded. After confirming that they were still in Linchuan City, Xi spent a day preparing the items for the trip. First of all, of course, weapons. Now Linchuan City was in a bloody storm caused by Mengge and his gang. Although she had the black hole in her hand, if she appeared on the road empty-handed, she would probably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. She first copied the pocket pistol she got from the gun museum before, put it in a holster, and hung it on her waist bag. If she held it carelessly in her hand, she would inevitably be targeted. She had no shortage of bullets, and could copy a lot of them at any time, so she filled the gun box with bullets and brought a spare magazine. It was enough. Bringing too much would be dangerous. As for the weapons at hand, she prepared an electric saw, which looked very intimidating and people dared not provoke it easily. She also brought a spare lithium battery in her waist bag. In addition to the electric saw, the spatula must be brought. Although it is a bit funny to hold in the hand, the attack power is unexpectedly strong. Not only is it harmless in appearance, it makes people not take precautions and relax their vigilance. It is also light in weight, small in size, flexible in use, and suitable for carrying. The sharpness of the front end of the spatula has been verified by Suja, and the tip of the handle can also hit the back of the enemy's head, causing fainting at the least and sudden death at the worst. Xi took out a mountaineering bag and hung the electric saw and spatula on the left and right sides. The mountaineering bag was filled with a bag of bread, a box of compressed biscuits, a handful of bananas, 2 packs of instant noodles, a 30,000 mAh multifunction hand crank power bank for outdoor use, and a 1-liter portable electric cup filled with mineral water. Although she didn't intend to treat her stomach badly during the trip, she still had to pack some dry food to hide her identity. Finally, she put a roll of bandage, a small bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, a box of band-aids, and a small bottle of alcohol in a black plastic bag and placed them at the bottom of the backpack. Then came the travel equipment. She put on a new military bulletproof vest over her quick-drying yoga clothes. It was made of a special ultra-high molecular material, which was light, comfortable, and free to move. It not only dissipated the power of bullets, but also prevented knife stabs. She put on a loose black short-sleeved t-shirt over the bulletproof vest, and then put on a loose zipper sports jacket, which was easy to take off when she needed to move. She put on overalls and waterproof outdoor hiking boots underneath to facilitate climbing. Because she was not sure about the time of this trip, It might take a few days at the fastest or a few weeks at the slowest. Although she could take Peanut and Longan back to the black hole, it was too dark inside, and she couldn't bear to let them suffer. Moreover, she didn't plan to let Silly Joe do the feeding and poop shoveling work during this period. First, it was difficult to explain if she went out rashly, and second, she didn't want him to know the secret of the safe house. Fortunately, there were automatic feeders and water dispensers in the company's logistics warehouse. She put 5 of them in the living room, leaving enough cat food and dog food for a month, so that the two could eat by themselves. As for the cat litter box, pet urine mat, and automatic poop shoveling machine, she put them in the bathroom, mainly for Longan to use. Peanut could use the toilet by himself. The smart monitoring of the whole house also made it convenient for her to observe the health of the two. Peanut and Longan, I'm going out. You have to stay at home obediently. She squatted on the ground and kissed the two separately. Then, excitedly walked out of the back door left in the yard. Because the whole house was painted with special paint, using the principle of light refraction, the safe house could not be seen from the outside. At first glance, it was just an ordinary small yard. If someone had evil intentions, the traps in the yard would be enough to catch him, not to mention the defensive weapons installed in the safe house. She walked along the foot of the mountain to the exit of Nolan village leading to Linchuan City, walking on the mountain road with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It was already the end of April, and the rain was still heavy, hitting her raincoat and crackling like firecrackers. She also brought a rainproof helmet for electric vehicles, otherwise she would be blinded by the rain. She didn't see anyone along the way. At this time, few people would leave the village. After walking for half an hour, she took out an off-road vehicle from the space until she could no longer see the village. The terrain in the mountains was rugged after the rain, and it was easier to drive on mountain roads than a van. The road was full of muddy puddles, and the wheels would splash all over it when they rolled. Soon, this brand new off-road vehicle was covered with yellow mud, and could not be seen in its original appearance. Xianli drove carefully along the mountain road that was washed away by the rain, and could not see the boundary clearly, while paying attention to whether there would be landslides on the mountain. Fortunately, she was lucky and nothing happened along the way. After driving for about 20 minutes, she was blocked by a 5-meter-high pile of rubble. Xianli got out of the car, and put the off-road vehicle into the black hole. She explored the situation everywhere. The largest boulder, 1 person tall, lay in the middle of the road, and countless rubble was piled up next to it. She looked around and found that the slope of the mountain on the side close to the mountain was larger, and it was quite difficult to climb up. And the side close to the cliff was even less considered, and she could not fly over the eaves and walls. After thinking for a long time, she gave up the idea of climbing directly over the rubble, walked close to the largest stone, put her right hand against the stone wall, and tapped the air with her left hand. A blue light flashed, and the huge stone disappeared out of thin air. Xianli followed suit and cleared the other large stones one by one, and finally passed the landslide easily. After passing through, she took the huge stones out of the black hole and restored them to their original appearance. After thinking about it, she copied the largest stone and put it into the black hole. She followed the same method for the next 4 landslides and passed through them easily. The road below the mountainside was much easier to walk. When she was about to reach the foot of the mountain, Xianli noticed that the water was getting deeper and deeper, and the water surface was getting more and more turbid. The silt sunk to the bottom of the water increased the resistance of the tires. When the water level reached 1/3 of the vehicle body, the off-road vehicle could not move at all. Chapter 26. Xianli took out a military green kayak for outdoor fishing from the black hole. It was already inflated in advance, and could seat 2 adults. She sat in the middle with her legs bent. She did not take off her backpack, but only leaned on an inflatable cushion to relieve the weight on her shoulders. After going down the mountain, the chance of running into people increased. Xianli tied her hair up, and put on a wig for cosplay. She had a light-colored appearance, so it was not out of place to wear a male wig. She deepened her eyebrows and nose bridge, and with a height of 1.7 meters, she looked like a handsome and gentle boy. Then she put on a mask and a helmet for double insurance. The kayak needed to be paddled manually, but fortunately, she had good arm strength now, so she paddled very fast. Linchuan City is located on the back slope of Ninglan Mountain. Although it was less affected by the typhoon than Nanchur, due to its backward economic development, most of the houses were self-built, and there were not many high-rise buildings, so the degree of flood damage was even greater. Although it was still far from the city, we passed several other villages along the way. The 4 or 5 person high trees on the roadside only showed the top of the treetops. The fields planted with corn were completely submerged. The further we paddled, the more turbid the water became. There were a lot of household garbage, branches, rotten leaves, corpses of snakes, insects, rats and ants, dead fish with their bellies turned upside down, and even unknown excrement floating on the water. Exionly was glad that he wore a mask. Relying on good eyesight, he avoided those stinking filth and paddled towards the city. About half an hour later, we could vaguely see the figures of people moving on the houses. The water line had risen to the 3rd floor. The highest floor of the building we built was only 5 stories high. Many houses only had a roof left. The person squatting on the roof saw her from afar, jumping up and down excitedly, waving frantically, holding his hands in front of his mouth and shouting loudly, trying to attract her attention. Exionly ignored the distress signals indifferently. In the end times, it was a blessing to be able to save herself, and she had no obligation to take risks for these strangers. Too many lessons taught her that kindness without edges is stupidity. Swimming downstream, after paddling for more than 2 hours, there was still 1/3 of the distance to Linchuan City, which belonged to the territory of Rong Town. There were more bamboo rafts on the water, with words painted on one end of the bamboo rafts. They belonged to a well-known water bamboo raft scenic spot in the town. There was a row of arcades in Rong Town, about 4 stories high. Only the top floor was not flooded on the water. Through the protruding balconies, you can see the crowds of people inside. It is conservatively estimated that there are more than 300 people. The surviving residents of the town are crowded here. About a dozen bamboo rafts were parked under the balcony. A young man in his 20s stood on the leading bamboo raft. He was wearing a life jacket, and his exposed arms were strong and powerful. He was the boatman of the water bamboo raft scenic area. Jiangning grew up by the water, so it goes without saying that he is good at water. Moreover, because he is young and strong, he can row the bamboo raft quickly and steadily. He became a boatman when the scenic area was just built. In addition, he was born with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Before the flood came, he became a little famous on the internet because of his appearance, which also attracted many tourists who liked to see faces to come and ride his bamboo raft. This time, he volunteered to do his best to help the residents of his hometown. He called other enthusiastic boatmen in the scenic area to form a water mutual aid team to send the residents to the resettlement site 15 kilometers away. At this time, he stood on the bamboo raft, holding a bamboo pole in one hand and a loudspeaker in the other, commanding the trapped townspeople to get on the boat at the top of his voice. Don't squeeze. Line up, one by one. The old, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant go first. Big brother, please let the girl behind you go. We go in batches. Everyone can get on the boat. The man with yellow moss on his head and several bald spots didn't care about him. He squeezed to the balcony with his height advantage and spat at Jiang Ning. Let go. Only fools line up. Who knows if you will come next time? Hearing the bald man's words, the townspeople behind him were also uneasy. Seeing the water level getting higher and higher, waiting for the bamboo raft to carry people to the resettlement point, 2 hours is considered fast. Who knows if the water level will flood to the 4th floor in 2 hours? Looking at the number of people around, it will take at least 4 or 5 trips to transport them all. The more people get on the bamboo raft later, the more dangerous it will be. In addition, most of the townspeople trapped here have been starving for 7 or 8 days. They have to break a corn cob in half. They can only peel 2 or 3 rows a day and chew each corn for more than 10 times before swallowing it. They are already dizzy from hunger. Not everyone can be selfless and give up this ray of hope. The old, the weak, the sick and the disabled are human beings, but we men are not human beings? We deserve to give way to women? Everyone is equal in the face of disaster. First come first served. Wu Lizzie, what are you talking about? You have no mother to give birth to you, and no mother to raise you, and you have no wife and children, right? Hey, I really don't have any. Wu Lizzie laughed shamelessly. His grandmother died early, and his mother ran away with someone just after giving birth to him. He has no other brothers and sisters. The wife he bought from the city is also disobedient, and always wants to run away. When the flood came, he locked her in the cellar. It is estimated that she has become a wandering ghost now. He is really alone now. If one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. Seeing Wu Lizzie like this, the dark-hearted people secretly applauded and quietly squeezed forward in the back row, and the originally orderly queue suddenly became chaotic. Push your mother. Can you have some manners? Who stepped on my foot? Please let my wife go first. She is still pregnant. Grandpa. Help, my grandpa fainted. The voice of Jiang Ning, who was alone and weak, was gradually drowned in the shouting and cursing. The chaotic situation at the moment was just what Wu Laizi wanted. He took advantage of the chaos to cross the balcony and jump down without paying attention to the dozen old, weak, women and children crowded on the bamboo raft. This jump caused trouble. Although Wu Laizi was not fat, he was a man after all. He jumped down from the balcony nearly 2 meters above the water with such a strong force. The bamboo raft was full of old people, children and thin women. He lost his balance all of a sudden, and several people fell into the water. Xiao Qiu. There was a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old squeezed at the edge, and she fell into the water. The woman who had finally managed to stabilize her body stretched out her hand but missed, and was so anxious that she was about to cry. The bubbles rising from the water surface were mixed with weak cries for help, and the girl was about to sink into the water. Jiang Ning decisively threw down the bamboo pole and trumpet in his hand, jumped into the water, grabbed the sinking Xiao Qiu, and lifted her up to the bamboo raft. With his strength, the woman on the bamboo raft also hugged the girl's upper body and pulled her up. I don't know how many mouthfuls of dirty water she swallowed when she fell into the water just now. The rescue girl knelt on the bamboo raft and vomited continuously, with yellow and green vomit mixed in it, and she was almost vomiting bile. The people who fell into the water also climbed onto the boat with the help of Jiang Ning and others. Jiang Ning was still in the water, but with Wu Laizi on the raft, the water level was almost over his instep. If he climbed up again, the raft might capsize again. But without him paddling, how could the raft move? One person down. Otherwise, we can't move. His lower body was soaked in the water, and he shouted to the people on the raft. But the people on the raft looked at each other, and no one wanted to be the one who gave way. When he was at a loss, he looked around and saw a kayak paddling forward along the current 100 meters away. He was delighted and picked up the horn on the raft to call for help from the people on the kayak. Kayak in front. Stop! We need help. The unlucky person passing by was Xianli. She saw clearly what happened just now, and she didn't want to go through this muddy water. Unfortunately, they were just downstream of the current, and this was the only way to Linchuan City, so they couldn't go around it, so they were discovered by Jiang Ning. Xianli sped up his paddling, trying to pretend that he didn't hear. Jiang Ning held the loudspeaker and shouted desperately, "Brother, don't go." Seeing that Xianli was paddling farther and farther, Jiang Ning was anxious. "Please. Big brother. If you are willing to help me, you will be my big brother in the future." Jiang Ning? Xianli's paddling hand paused. Jiang Ning saw that there was a chance, so he shouted even more vigorously, "We are all fellow villagers. Help us." Xianli hesitated for a moment, turned his head slightly, and paddled towards Jiang Ning. The person on the kayak was getting closer and closer. Jiang Ning saw that the man was wrapped tightly, and a pair of cold eyes were revealed through the helmet windshield. He also knew that he was asking too much, but there was no other way. In the disaster, he would help if he could. He really couldn't bear to abandon the people on this boat. "Thank you, big brother." Xianli looked coldly at Jiang Ning in the water. His mouth was white from bubbles, and he didn't say anything. Jiang Ning, who didn't get a response, was a little confused, but he continued with a thick face. "The space on the bamboo raft is a bit tight. Can you move 2 people to your inflatable boat, Xiao Qiu and Qiu's mother? Xiao Qiu just fell into the water, and I'm afraid it's not good for her health to squeeze on the bamboo raft." Xianli didn't say anything, but silently moved back a position, just enough to accommodate an adult and a child. Seeing this, Jiang Ning immediately called the mother and daughter to climb onto her inflatable boat. Finally, there was a vacant position on the bamboo raft, just enough for Jiang Ning to stand on it. After this commotion, the people pushing and shoving on the arcade also stopped, and no one wanted to be squeezed into the stinky water. "Thanks, brother. You will follow us in a while." Xianli's face hidden under the mask was expressionless. His peripheral vision caught sight of Wu Laizi, who was confidently occupying 2 positions. The latter was looking at the honest people queuing upstairs with a smug look, and his eyes kept glancing at the young woman next to him. He shouted, "I'm about to fall down," while squeezing on the woman. Xianli felt very uncomfortable. Just as Jiang Ning was about to set off, Xianli moved his hands, and the plastic paddle got stuck in the gap of the balcony stone railing to maintain balance, and then used the inflatable boat to support the bamboo raft to prevent it from swaying. Then, in full view of the public, he used all his strength to kick Wu Laizi, who was still leaning on the woman, into the water. Chapter 27. You fuck. Are you crazy, Gudugudu? Wu Laizi was kicked into the water unexpectedly. As soon as he popped his head out, Xianli hit him with a plastic paddle. "You said, first come first served." Xianli lowered her voice slightly. her eyes fierce. She hit him wherever he popped his head, like whack-a-mole, until his head was broken and bleeding. The first one to cut in line will be beaten first. You wait. Kudugadu. If you have the guts, Kudugadu, fight! I'll fuck you. Bubble kept coming out of the water, and blood dyed the water red. Wulazi was still cursing at first, but later he just begged for mercy. He was getting slower and slower. If he continued to be beaten, he would really die. Alright, someone is going to die. Jiang Ning was frightened. Seeing that Wulazi was breathing out more than breathing in, it would be a big deal if someone died. Xian Li watched coldly, holding his head tightly with a plastic paddle. Seeing that his struggles were getting smaller and smaller, and he was about to suffocate, she restrained her killing intent and reluctantly stopped. She didn't mind killing him, but it was a bit too conspicuous in public. If Wulazi appeared in front of her again in the future, she would not be able to control her hands. Jiang Ning saw this, and quickly dragged the man up. The latter was no longer moving. He pressed his heart and lungs hard a few times, and Wulazi finally sprayed out the water he had choked on. His eyes were dull, and he couldn't recover for a long time. The balcony was deadly quiet. The first to speak were a few young men who were trying to take advantage of the situation at the back. Seeing that Xian Li had stopped, they thought that he didn't dare to kill anyone, but they were unwilling to be at the back, so they couldn't help but talk in a low voice. This is too cruel. Whoever wants to ride his inflatable boat will be shot down if he is unhappy. Although Wulazi is wrong, he is not without reason. That is, who knows when you will come back next time? What if you leave us here to fend for ourselves? On the silent arcade, even the quietest voice can be heard clearly. Xian Li's hand supported the plastic paddle, and his eyes swept over from the balcony, accurately locating several people who tried to hide behind the crowd and lead the rhythm. They were all scared to sweat when they were swept by the eyes, thinking to themselves, what the hell, why are so many people staring at them? If you are so afraid of death, I will send you to reincarnate early, and don't be a man in the next life. For a while, no one dared to speak again. After a long silence, Jiang Ning came out to smooth things over. Who said we won't come back? Just now, the Material Distribution Center said that a few sightseeing boats will be available soon, and everyone can go. Jiang Ning's character is well known in the town. If he says yes, it means yes. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, no longer dared to make a fuss, and boarded the remaining bamboo rafts in an orderly manner. Looking at Xian Li's eyes for a moment, he accidentally invited a big Buddha. Jiang Ning saw that Xian Li was going to beat anyone who cut in line, so he had to let the people on the balcony pull Wulazi up. He felt that Wulazi deserved the punishment he suffered, but this brother was too cruel. He secretly glanced at Xian Li, who noticed his gaze and raised his eyebrows at him. Somehow, Jiang Ning inexplicably interpreted the meaning of "Are you still not leaving?" Seeing that the people behind him were almost on board, he quickly pushed the bamboo pole to the bottom of the water and led the way in front. Xian Li also sat back on the inflatable boat and followed silently. Thank you, young man. After a long silence, Chio's mother, who was sitting opposite her, spoke tremblingly. Although she knew he was kind, her behavior just now still scared her. Chio's mother thought that she must not annoy him again, and she hugged Shichio's hand tightly, indicating that she should also thank Xian Li. Thank you, big brother. The little girl blushed and stuttered, because she had just choked on water, and her throat was still a little hoarse. Xian Li smiled, trying to show his gentle side, but then he remembered that he was wearing a mask, so he said, It's okay, I hate people who cut in line the most. Chio's mother thought that fortunately she was an honest cure, and her eyes looking at Shichio contained a warning. Shichio, did you hear it? Remember not to cut in line in the future. The little girl in her arms didn't know what she was thinking, but her eyes looking at Xian Li were getting brighter and brighter. There was no conversation along the way. She followed Jiang Ning's bamboo raft steadily a few meters behind him. Jiang Ning stood at the stern of the boat, turning his head from time to time to see if she was keeping up. It must be said that although this brother is a little small, he is really strong. Not to mention that he could beat Wulazi without any resistance. Now there are 3 people on the inflatable boat, and he looks very comfortable. In order to accommodate the bamboo raft team, the speed was deliberately reduced. It takes about an hour to row from Rong Town to the nearest resettlement point. Jiang Ning is a person who can't hold back his words. He wants to chat with Xian Li to relieve his boredom, so he uses his strengths as a boatman. Brother, you are from Linchuan, right? Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Ning took it as a tacit agreement. Why are you alone? Aren't your family members with you? As soon as Jiang Ning said this, he felt something was wrong. Isn't this just rubbing salt into someone's wound? Why else? Most likely someone in his family was killed. Jiang Ning apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Xianli knew what he was imagining, and didn't bother to pay attention to him, but he was right. Her mother and grandmother had passed away a long time ago, and as for her father, he probably drowned in the Li River a long time ago. Xianli felt happy, and Jiang Ning inexplicably felt that the temperature around him had dropped by several degrees. Brother, how old are you? You look younger than me. I'm 23 this year. How about you? Xianli smiled. I'm 40 this year. People say I'm small. Uh-huh. Jiang Ning laughed dryly and changed the subject. Brother, with your arm strength, it's a pity not to be a boatman. Rowing a bamboo raft is similar to rowing an inflatable boat. Why don't you join our mutual aid team? The resettlement point provides food and accommodation. You just need to go out on the water once a day. Not interested. Xianli sneered in her heart. Being a boatman? She might as well be a butcher. Seeing that Jiang Ning wanted to say something, Xianli simply interrupted. Didn't you say that if I help you, I will be your big brother in the future? Ah? Jiang Ning didn't expect him to remember this. Xianli frowned. Don't tell me you're kidding. How is that possible? Jiang Ning laughed and pushed the bamboo pole hard. The bamboo raft moved a long way. Then he thought that he was not a face-saving person, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. I, Jiang Ning, keep my word. You are my elder brother. Brother, what is your last name? Xianli said simply. Xian? Xian? This surname is not common. Xianli hummed, and then said, Why do you do this? It's a thankless job. Oh, it's all because of the flood. Jiang Ning sighed when he thought about it. He said he was willing to help others, but it was just a polite remark. My old house was washed away, and I was homeless. It just so happened that the resettlement site wanted to form a fleet to rescue the disaster. Food and accommodation were provided, and the team leader could get an extra 3 pounds of pork every week. I was taking advantage of it. At his age, this good thing was not his turn, but one of the people in charge of the resettlement site happened to be his regular customer. He thought he was reliable, so he gave him the job. Xianli was silent. There is no gain without work. Jiang Ning has actually done a good job. At least, he is doing things for the victims. In the previous life, Jiang Ning's name was still learned from Sister Xia. He was the captain of the water rescue team. During a rescue process, he happened to meet Minggu and his gang who were conscripting men. He acted bravely, but the person he rescued ran away without looking back. Minggu was furious and had to capture him, and let him lead the way to lead the zombies away. Fortunately, he was lucky and could escape while circumventing the zombies. But how could Minggu do what he wanted? He cut off his legs, tied his hands, and hung him on the eaves of a high-rise building. The blood on his broken limbs turned into streams, attracting hundreds of zombies. Sister Xia said that he was very lucky and did not die after being hung for a whole night. Until the sun rose and Jiang Ning's blood dried up, they finally cut the hemp rope on his hands, fed him to the zombies, and left. She still remembers the expression on Sister Xia's face when she said this. It seemed that she was showing off her military exploits and told her that if she ran away, she'd better pray that they would never catch her again, otherwise she would only hate herself for not dying earlier. Jiang Ning and she were in the same boat, even worse off than she was, but at least she was still alive. So when he said his name, she couldn't bear to leave. An hour later, the group arrived at the Yaolin resettlement site. After landing, they still had to walk up a few hundred meters. The resettlement site was located next to a forest on the high ground. The place was open, flat, and close to the water source, making it suitable as a temporary resettlement site. Thank you for your hard work, brother. No, big brother. After everyone on the bamboo raft landed safely, Jiang Ning had time to talk to Xianli. Xianli shook his head, and Jiang Ning tried to invite him again. Brother, why don't you also rest at this resettlement site for a while? It doesn't matter if you don't join the rescue team. I think the Material Allocation Center should also need other people. I will help you ask when the time comes. He didn't have any hope, so he just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect Xianli to nod. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted, and looked indescribably happy. Then I'll go ask later. No, now. You wait here. After saying that, he ran out like a dog, and no one knew where he ran to. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Qiu hid behind Xiao Ma, revealing a head. Xianli's hand fumbled in the bag for a few times, and took out a cheese stick. Here. Wow. Xiao Qiu happily took the cheese stick regardless of Qiu Ma's dissuading eyes. Sure enough, no child would refuse a cheese stick. Qiu's mother had no choice but to thank Xiao Qiu. Then we will also go to get the registration form. In order to maintain peace and stability in the resettlement site, everyone entering the resettlement site must fill out a registration form and clearly state their identity. Although the conditions are limited and the authenticity of the information cannot be verified one by one, some people with ulterior motives are still isolated. Xiuqiu was still reluctant to leave. She looked back while walking and saw Xianli looking. When Qiu's mother went to line up, she ran back. Big brother, this is for you. Xianli opened his hand, and in his hand was an amber. The resin wrapped a lifelike 7-spotted ladybug. It felt smooth and round, and still had a little residual warmth from the girl's hand. Chapter 28. Not long after, Jiang Ning, who went to inquire about the news, came back. He excitedly said that there was a job suitable for Xianli in the resettlement site. It is to maintain order and stability in the resettlement site, ensure the personal safety of the victims, resolve internal conflicts among the victims, and expel the thugs who cause trouble. Isn't this a security guard? I've thought about it. This job is tailor-made for you, big brother. Jiang Ning's eyes were sincere, revealing some silliness. Big brother's feat in Rome town made him admire him from the bottom of his heart. Xianli was speechless. What misunderstanding did he have about her? She was not a good person with a chivalrous heart, but just a villain who would take revenge for any flaws. But on second thought, if she could stay with Jiang Ning and find clues about Mengde and his gang by following the clues, it would not be impossible to let her suffer for a few days. After all, finding Mengde and his gang in Linchuan City is like finding a needle in a haystack. They often shoot and change, and will not stay in one place for too long. By the time she receives the news of someone being killed on the platform, it will probably be too late to rush over. In the previous life, Jiang Ning had contact with Mengde and his friends, so the best way is for her to stay with Jiang Ning and wait for the opportunity, which may change Jiang Ning's tragic ending. Moreover, the resettlement site should also have certain information channels, which is better than her wandering around the city like a headless fly. Thinking of this, Xianli nodded and accepted the job. Jiang Ning was overjoyed and handed her the registration form that had been prepared in his hand. In addition to the name, household registration, ID number, and home address, it also requires filling in a specialty, which is somewhat similar to when entering the base in the previous life. I think the current temporary resettlement site should be the predecessor of the future base. Xianli filled in the information one by one, and wrote male in the gender column. There are so many people with the same name in the world. Who says there can't be a man named Xianli working as a security guard in Linchuan City? Anyway, it has nothing to do with the rural youth Xianli. As for the specialty, Jiang Ning leaned over and watched Xianli write a few big words on the paper. Proficient in typing skills. Typing? Is it the typing he understands? Typed with a computer keyboard? Thinking of Wu Lizhi, who was beaten up, a question mark slowly appeared on Jiang Ning's head. Wasn't it really a beating? Xianli was very satisfied after filling in the form. She did not write it wrong. Who can type better than her? She is a person who is gifted with a keyboard, and can also copy and paste, delete and recycle. As for Jiang Ning's expression, she pretended not to see it. Because Jiang Ning was a guarantor, Xianli's registration form was quickly verified and was able to stay at the resettlement site and be responsible for the work of maintaining order. After rescuing a group of disaster victims, there was still some time left for the rescue team to repair. Jiang Ning took the responsibility of introducing Xianli to a job. The Yaolin resettlement site is the size of a football field, and can accommodate up to 8,000 disaster victims. Although it is close to saturation, there are still a steady stream of disaster victims rushing here. There are more than 10 resettlement sites like this in Linchuan, large and small, which is really a drop in the bucket for Linchuan City with a population of 1 million. Because of limited supplies, the Yaolin resettlement site is currently divided into 2 areas. The western area is Area A, where about 150 tents are placed. Each tent can accommodate 2 to 10 people, and priority is given to providing accommodation for the elderly, children, patients, and staff of the resettlement site. Medical rescue, material allocation, love canteen, and emergency affairs center are all distributed in this area. In the east is Area B, where plastic awnings are tightly packed together like mushrooms, and waterproof cloth is laid on the ground, so that the disaster victims with relatively good health can rest. Jiang Ning first took Xianli to Area B for a walk. The typhoon has lasted for nearly a month, but the rain has not decreased. The awnings provided in Area B can only block the rain at most. The disaster victims spontaneously tied clothes or sheets to the support clips, which can block the wind a little even if the space is separated. The waterproof cloth on the ground is better than nothing, and it is often necessary to take it up and shake off the accumulated water on it, otherwise it will be soaked in water. The clothes covering the body are all damp, and some disaster victims have begun to develop eczema and tinea pedis. The disaster victims of all kinds crawled in the mud like weeds, some with numb expressions, some with sad expressions, and some crying silently. The depressing atmosphere is heavier than the dense clouds. Xian Li, who was used to the ups and downs of the apocalypse, was not too moved by this scene. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, sighed. The older sister over there carried her son with a fever on a door panel and swam for 8 hours to get here. But when she got ashore, her son was already dead. The old man lying over there was a member of the national swimming team when he was young. When the flood came, he saved 3 families in the village, but his son and daughter-in-law died in the flood. All kinds of things in the world were seen in this disaster. Xian Li said indifferently, "Sometimes, it is more pleasant to die in front." Such ruthless words, spoken from Xian Li's mouth, have a kind of calm cruelty. Humans are too fragile. In the apocalypse, there are wailing and starving people everywhere. When those monsters later disguise themselves as parents, lovers, and close friends and ate you alive, it is hard not to think whether it would be better to die at the beginning of the apocalypse. Anyone who has walked out of the sea of blood and mountains of corpses 10,000 times will no longer be able to sigh about the impermanence of the world. This is just the beginning. Jiang Ning was speechless, maybe. After passing through Area B to Area A, the volunteers at the resettlement site separated the middle with a cordon, leaving only one entrance and exit for people to pass through. On the one hand, it is for the convenience of management, and on the other hand, the victims in Area A need a good environment to keep healthy. Area A is much more regular than Area B. 150 sets of marching tents are divided into 15 rows, each with 10 tents, divided by purpose and number. The best marching tents are used as temporary wards, occupying 10 rows. Other ordinary outdoor tents are divided into 3 rows for accommodation of special groups, 1 row for the love canteen, and the relevant staff are in the last row of tents. Several large trucks are parked at the end of the tents to store important materials to avoid moisture, and there are special people to guard them for fear of theft. After all, this is not without precedent. The conditions in Area A are better than those in Area B, and the atmosphere is not so depressing. The doctors and nurses who are helping the disaster are in a hurry. Although the patients look bad, they are more lively. There are a lot of things to do in the ward. When I am not out, I will come to help and stop the bleeding and bandage the injured. This is the canteen at our resettlement site. Although most of the dishes are vegetarian, it is better than going hungry. Each person can get a portion of food every day. Generally, the distribution starts at 8 a.m., but you have to line up at 7 p.m. at the latest. Sometimes it is gone if you come late, and you will go hungry for a day. The menu is different every day. Today is a pack of instant noodles, 2 vegetarian buns, and a bowl of lean meat porridge. You can also replace the lean meat porridge with an egg. There is hot water available over there, which can be used to make instant noodles or heat up steamed buns. The 4 rows near the woods are the accommodation area. Jiang Ning pointed to the distance. Xian Li saw several mobile cabins in the woods, so he asked, "What about over there?" Jiang Ning followed Xian Li's line of sight. The white mobile cabins were particularly conspicuous in the woods. He pursed his lips and said lightly, "I don't know, maybe important people live there." Seeing that he didn't want to say too much, Xian Li didn't ask any more. The two continued to walk forward and came to the end. These 2 tents are for the rescue team, and there are about 5 or 6 people living in each tent. Jiang Ning pinched his nose and walked in. Xian Li followed behind. After walking a few steps, he found something wrong. Through the helmet and mask, he could smell a foul smell of rotting dead fish and rotten eggs. What smell? Xian Li quickly backed out and felt alive when he breathed in fresh air. Jiang Ning was surprised as if he had met a fellow. "You think it stinks too, right?" The people in the rescue team don't take a bath for 10 days or half a month, and they soak in the stinky water all day long. I want to vomit every time I smell it. You don't live here? Of course not. My tent is in the last row. Jiang Ning took her to the last tent in the 15th row. It was a children's tent used for children's room decoration. It looked like a small house in a fairy tale, but the surface was already dirty. The bracket was made of wood, and one of them was replaced by a branch. Because it was made of cloth and was not waterproof, He cut a large black garbage bag and put it on the outside, and the pink cloth inside was faintly visible. It looked like a garbage room that was neither fish nor fowl. I picked this up in the water before. I think it can still be used, so I dragged it back. Jiangning scratched his head. Anyway, I'm not picky, as long as I can sleep. Brother, you can live here with me from now on. Xian Li's pupils trembled. Seeing that his expression was sincere, and he didn't seem to be joking, how can two people sleep here? Why not? Look, like this. Although Jiangning was 10 centimeters taller than Xian Li, he was thinner. After bending over and crawling in, he just had enough space for him to lie down upright, with his feet almost exposed. Then he turned in a direction, lying sideways, with the tent fabric on his head, his legs bent, and there was barely an empty space next to him. Look! It's clearly possible. We two grown men can squeeze in, otherwise you'll have to go to the 6-person room over there. To be honest, it's not only smelly, but they also snore, grind their teeth, and talk in their sleep. Stop talking, I'll live there. She'd rather die than live there. And she has too many secrets, and it's inevitable that she'll be noticed by so many people. Jiangning's brain is a bit screwed. As long as she's careful to cover up, he shouldn't find out. As for whether there will be other dangers at night, Xian Li is not worried, because Jiangning can't beat her. After walking around the resettlement site, it was already dark. The two decided to eat something to replenish their energy first. Jiangning took out a plastic bag from the backpack under the raincoat, which contained 2 vegetarian buns he got in the morning, and wanted to give one to Xian Li. Xian Li took off his helmet and mask, raised the bread in his hand, declined. Jiangning was stunned. His elder brother looked like a gentleman. He was completely different from the murderous man just now. This is why you can't judge a person by appearance. He thought to himself, and didn't mind. He took a bite of the bun, and put the other one back into his bag to eat when he was hungry during the rescue. The tent was narrow. Jiangning didn't feel it when he slept alone. But with Xian Li and her big backpack, it would be much more crowded to sit together. He simply gave the tent to Xian Li, and found a plastic box from somewhere, and sat outside, nibbling the bun in his hand and chewing it carefully. While he ate, he talked to her across the tent. Brother, eat the food you brought from home secretly in the tent. Don't let anyone see you. A few days ago, because of a meat bun, several people fought and couldn't tell the score apart. Although you are very skilled, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Xian Li flipped through the backpack, but his hand that was actually taking the chocolate from the black hole paused for a moment. Okay. He turned his head to confirm whether Xian Li's expression had heard his words, and stood up. Then you take a rest first. There should be nothing tonight. I will call you tomorrow morning. I'll go to the ward to help. Xian Li nodded, and when he left, she pulled down the curtain and stuffed the chocolate hidden in her palm into her mouth. She used the flashlight on her mobile phone to look around at the things in the tent. The place is not big, about 1.8 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. The bottom should be raised with wood, and a layer of leaves and a layer of plastic film are laid on it, so it won't be too hard to sleep. There are not many things in the tent, and they are neatly packed. An umbrella cloth bag was placed at the innermost part. Judging from the size, it should be clothes and towels, which were carefully folded up and used as a pillow. The toothbrush and toothpaste next to it were travel-sized and packed in a white plastic bag. A thick cotton coat was folded on one side of the curtain, which should be used as a quilt for sleeping at night. Xian Li took out Jiangning's pillow and toothpaste and toothbrush and put them on the outer side. Her own backpack was also used as a pillow. The electric saw was untied from the bag and placed at the innermost part, so that she could reach it with just one hand. Of course, she checked the switch again and again, fearing that if she fell asleep, she would not touch it and saw herself. After a busy day, she was not too tired, but her reason told her that she should go to bed. That night, there was no midnight snack, no incense, no warm night light, and she fell asleep with the sudden rain. Until she was awakened by Jiangning snoring. Xian Li opened her eyes, and saw Jiangning, who was at arm's length away from her. He had his back to her, and was as far away as possible, with his legs curled up in a wrong manner, accompanied by the snoring like a pile driver and intermittent dream talk. Meat buns. The umbrella cloth used as a pillow was wet. So this thing is not used to prevent rain. Xian Li checked the time, and the time on the phone screen showed 4:30 in the morning. Almost 6 hours of sleep enough. She turned her stiff shoulders, carefully opened the curtain, and stepped over Jiangning. The raincoat was hanging on a tree next to her, and she trotted over to put it on. It was still dark at this time, and except for a few lights on the ward, the rest of Area A was dark. After all, the current electricity resources are also tight, and it is impossible to generate electricity 24 hours a day. She hid her hands in the raincoat, stood behind the tent for a while, and then left. The originally narrow tent was quietly enlarged by more than 10 centimeters without anyone noticing. Although she still had to bend her legs, she finally didn't have to curl her waist. Taking advantage of the night, Xian Li Xiang wanted to walk around the mobile house in the woods. The mobile house was about 200 meters away from Area A. It was built by cutting down all the trees in that area. Although the mobile house was not a good place to live, it was before the end of the world. Now that the victims were living under the sky, there were still people who could make a special place to live in the woods. They must not be ordinary people. She walked over there quietly, and after a few steps, she found that there were actually several people walking back and forth over there, with a bulge on their pants, like a gun. Xian Li stopped walking over. Her eyesight and hearing were now extraordinary. Under the cover of the night, she observed the rooms from afar. The mobile house had only 1 floor and 4 windows. In the middle of the house, as if afraid that people would not know, the 3 letters ICU were written. What kind of ICU actually had bodyguards? This was a bit too much. The window had a curtain drawn, but there was still a little light. Although the sound of the generator was far away, Xian Li could still hear it clearly. Who was it that could actually have electricity in the middle of the night? She calmed down and focused her mental power on her ears. The sound of rain, wind, leaves rustling, feet creaking on leaves, people talking. Is it okay? She first heard a woman talking, her voice a little hoarse. No. The answer was from a young male voice. The woman continued, the number is LC215236. Although he heard the content of the conversation clearly, Xian Li was still confused. Why did these 2 people seem to be playing charades? What is it? What is the number? Is this a code for the ICU? Xian Li listened patiently, but there was no movement in the room for a long time. Just when she was about to lose her patience, another voice came. It was still the woman with a hoarse voice. When is the next one? The young male voice replied, next week. The mountain torrents blocked the road and we can't get in. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Then this week is over. There was a silence, and even Xian Li felt embarrassed for her. Yeah. A new male appeared. Although there was only 1 word, it was obviously a different voice from the young male voice. After the male who appeared later finished speaking, the conversation stopped. Xian Li continued squatting for half an hour, until her legs were numb. Then she heard the sound of the door closing from the mobile house. It should be that the 3 people were leaving get off work. From their conversation, this was obviously the leader. They seemed to be rescuing someone, and the rescue failed. The person might be dead, and the next patient would not arrive until next week. But this doctor was too frugal with words. Xian Li cursed in her heart. Although she felt that the voice was slightly familiar, she could not accurately judge it with only 1 word. The 3 left from the door. From Xian Li's perspective, she could not see their appearance. A strange feeling lingered in her heart. She always felt that there was some secret hidden here. However, the bodyguards outside did not leave with them, so they had to come back to find out when they had the chance. When he returned to Jiangming's tent, he had already woken up, and was relieved to see Xian Li. Where have you been, brother? I thought you ran away. This kid's brain circuit is really different from that of ordinary people. Since we are back, let's go to the cafeteria. It's exactly 7 o'clock, so it's a good time to go now. The 2 came to the cafeteria. There were long queues in front of each of the 10 tents. Jiang Ning was stunned. Oh my god, these people are getting more and more crowded now. When I came here at 7 o'clock yesterday, there were not so many people. He quickly quickened his pace, ran to one of the rows, and called Xian Li to stand behind. Xian Li ran fast, and caught up with Jiang Ning before an old lady, who glared at her. There was an empty table in front of the tent, and no one was watching it. The curtain was half closed, and it seemed that it was not ready yet. The people in the queues in front and behind urged from time to time. Are you done yet? I'm so hungry. Can you serve food earlier? I've been hungry since last night, and 2 buns won't fill me up at all. Come on, you guys are either eating or sleeping in Area B every day, so it's a waste of food no matter how much you eat. We went out to pick someone up yesterday, so we should be given priority. Isn't it enough for you slackers to get 3 more pounds of meat a week? How many people can't smell meat for 3 days? Have some shame. Say it again. I'm telling you what's wrong. Slackers. The 2 of them were getting more and more angry, and it seemed like they were about to fight. Jiang Ning felt something was wrong the more he listened, so he stopped them, saying, "Stop arguing. What are you arguing about?" The voice in the tent came at the same time as his. One round arm supported the door curtain, and the other hand held the steamer on the dark blue apron around the waist to keep balance. When he came out, he quickly took the other side of the steamer. "If you keep arguing, you won't have any food to eat." The girl who spoke had a cute appearance and pink lips, but she was very blunt when she spoke. "Are you two just stubborn? You had a fight yesterday, and now that you can move, you want to fight for the boss again?" Everyone took a closer look and saw that the two people who spoke earlier were indeed injured, and one of them had black circles under his eyes. How could that be possible? The one with black circles under his eyes smiled. "Dandon, I came here early today on purpose." The other person said with a cracked mouth, "I was afraid that I wouldn't have any food today. I came first." Seeing him say that, the black circles under his eyes were obviously unconvinced. "I'll go first." The corners of his mouth cracked, and he started to argue. Bang, "If you keep arguing, you won't be able to eat today." The girl called Dandon slammed the steamer on the table, crossed her arms, and looked at the two people coldly. The two people were timid and didn't dare to speak anymore, and lined up honestly. Jiangning whispered to Xianli, "This is the flower of our cafeteria, Zhu Dandon, who has a bad temper, but the buns she makes are super delicious." Then he pouted at the two people, who looked like frostbitten eggplants. "I said yesterday that they were the ones who fought over the meat buns. Didn't you say there were only vegetarian buns?" It was vegetarian buns. The filling seemed to be made of soybeans and gluten, just like vegetarian meat, and it tasted exactly like meat. These days in Yaolin, I've been living on Dandon's vegetarian meat buns. Chapter 29. Following Dandon, there were several people, also staff and volunteers of the canteen, who put an iron pot, a bamboo basket, and a basket on the table. Several people opened the gauze and pot lid at the same time. With the hot white steam, the aroma of food penetrated everyone's nose. Xianli could hear the sound of many people swallowing their saliva. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhu Dandon knocked on the edge of the pot lid with a large iron spoon and shouted loudly, "Put in the rice." After the incident just now, people lined up quietly and orderly, and there was no other trouble. As the team moved forward, Xianli saw that the food served today was steamed buns, mustard pork porridge, eggs and corn. Everyone had their own container in their hands, which was used to hold the porridge, while the steamed buns, corn and eggs were distributed by the staff in plastic bags. The man in front of Jiangning was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. He had a briefcase under his arm and a stainless steel soup pot in his other hand, which was much larger than the containers held by others. Zhu Dandon took his soup pot, stirred the iron spoon in the porridge bucket, mixed the mustard greens and pork in it, and scooped it to serve one person's portion of porridge. "That's all?" The beer belly was very dissatisfied. Because the soup pot in his hand was too big, a large spoonful of porridge only made a bottom. And there's so little meat. One spoon per person, no more. Zhu Dandon was used to seeing this kind of people, and didn't even look at him, and continued to call, "Next." Jiangning stepped forward and was about to hand over the plastic bowl in his hand, but the beer belly was not satisfied, and pushed Jiangning aside, and put the soup pot on the table. "No, you must fill it up for me today. I finally survived the typhoon and came here, and you only give me this little food, not even enough to fill my teeth." Zhu Dandon said impatiently, "I said, 1 spoon per person, everyone has so much, I give it all to you, what will others eat? Don't talk to me about this, 1 spoon per person, it can only fool us ordinary people. Do you dare to say that you volunteers didn't eat behind your back? The country said that it would properly resettle the victims, but you gave them this white paste. Look at these pale and skinny people, they are all abused by you." The beer belly was very confident, and his ruddy face and fat ears had nothing to do with his pale and skinny face, and he was completely unconvincing. But some victims in the back could not see what happened in front, and only heard his words, and some were actually convinced by him and agreed. "Yes, let's all drink porridge. It's been a few days, and it's not filling at all. And since this week, there's been less and less meat, the biggest piece is not even as big as my fingernail. The buns have also become smaller. 1 bite, 2 bites and it's gone." Seeing someone behind him chiming in, the beer belly was smug and his chin was lifted. He was lucky. Before the typhoon came, he happened to be doing business near Rong Town, but the flood came and flooded the Sellers family. He survived this month by eating the Sellers family's surplus food. Just a few days before the food ran out, he met a passing rescue fleet and followed them to the Yaolin resettlement site. Originally, I thought that at least I would have 3 meals a day at the resettlement site, but who knew that the food was not as good as before. Ju Dandan was a little angry. Do these disaster victims know that it is not easy to ensure that everyone can eat buns and drink porridge? This is a national natural disaster. Their Linchuan city is nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the National Grain Reserve Warehouse. Let's not talk about whether the national flood food can be transported here. Even if there is emergency material allocation within the province, their Linchuan city has to rank behind other cities. There are more than 10 resettlement sites in Linchuan city. The average food distributed is not enough for their 5,000 mouths to eat and drink. So they started to form a rescue team last week, half of which was used to rescue the trapped victims, and the other half to search for supplies. Because of limited manpower, the materials found gradually could not keep up with the consumption. They had to put less meat in the porridge, add more water, and make the buns smaller. I thought that the corn truck just pulled back the day before yesterday would be enough for a few days, but I didn't expect them to not appreciate it at all. Seeing that she remained silent, Beer Belly thought that she was guilty of what he said, and added fuel to the fire. Look at you, a little girl, you are so fat after eating. If the victims want to eat something, they have to look at your face. If you are unhappy, we will starve. How can this be justified? You are called volunteers, but in fact you are abusing your power for personal gain. Beer Belly felt that he was right as he spoke more and more. Just as he was about to add fuel to the fire, he felt someone patted his shoulder. He didn't want to pay attention, but seeing that the person behind him was persistent, he finally couldn't help but turn around. What are you doing? Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw a fist as big as a sandbag swinging over and hitting his fat cheek heavily. He couldn't bear the force, and his bloated body fell to the ground. At the same time, a shoe with the smell of grass and dirt stepped on his face, pressing his fat head a little deeper into the mud. He felt a burning pain on his face, and supported himself with his arms to get up, but the foot that stepped on his face didn't move at all, as heavy as 1,000 gold. He was like a squash scabby, his limbs kept moving around, but he couldn't stand up straight. You despise good meat porridge. What do you do with those people who are starving to death? Mud? Ugh. He wanted to say it's none of your business, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he ate a mouthful of mud. Exionly grabbed a ball of mud from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. He should be thankful that there is no toilet nearby, otherwise what he stuffed into his mouth would be shit. I'm asking you if you have a conscience. There are people outside who are so hungry that they eat human flesh. You can stay in this resettlement site and have food and drink. Why don't you burn incense and worship Buddha to thank your ancestors for blessing you? You still complain about it? You don't know how to go out to find supplies, and you don't have any skills. You lie down all day and complain about the world. Do the volunteers owe you money? Why should they feed you for free? You think the porridge is not enough, right? Then eat some mud to fill you up. He lost a tooth, and his mouth was filled with the smell of blood and mud, and he almost vomited. The man didn't let him spit, but covered his mouth tightly. He swallowed involuntarily, and the sticky mud stuck to his throat, almost suffocating him. The Beer Belly struggled for a long time, tears flowed out, and a white mark was drawn on the muddy face. Wow, Rub. Seeing the look in the man's eyes, he felt like a piece of rotten meat in his eyes, and he could crush him without any effort. He was really scared. Some disaster victims standing near the front of the team saw this scene clearly, and were too scared to speak. Tell me, what should we do? Exionly pressed his Beer Belly, and looked up at Ju Dandan. Ju Dandan was startled by her mention, and her mood was a bit complicated. She looked at Jiang Ning, who had stepped aside for help. She and Jiang Ning were acquaintances. She saw them talking in the back just now. They should be people Jiang Ning knew. But Jiang Ning shrugged helplessly, indicating that he couldn't do anything about it. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Ju Dandan coughed unnaturally and tried to ask, then let him go first and send him to the management office. Beer Belly nodded up and down frantically. He would rather go to the management office. Even if he was kicked out, it would be better than being choked to death by mud. Exionly nodded and let go of his hand as he said. Beer Belly felt his stomach shrink, and turned around and vomited out the mud he had just eaten. Ju Dandan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was usually more aggressive, she only talked and never really did it. At this time, seeing Exionly directly knock down the troublemaker, she was happy and worried. She was happy that she had taught Beer Belly a lesson. If someone dared to make trouble again, they would have to think twice. She was worried that the two of them had a fight over meat buns a few days ago, and the people above accused her of improper management and confiscated her food rations for the week. If she beat him up this time, she was afraid that she would not be able to eat meat this month. Although she was not the one who beat him up. She secretly glanced at Xian Li, who looked like a handsome young man, but she didn't expect him to be so cruel when he started fighting. After vomiting, Beer Belly was in tears, but he still mustered up the courage to say, "You, who are you?" He didn't look like a volunteer here. All volunteers are kind and righteous. Why did he beat him? Xian Li said indifferently, "I am the security guard here." Security guard? I haven't seen him before. People around him thought silently, but no one dared to say it out loud. Even Zhu Dandan was stunned. There were a few volunteers who maintained order in the resettlement site before, but they were all spontaneous, and there was really no real security guard. I testify that he is indeed a security guard. Jiang Ning, who was watching the excitement from the side, raised his hand. He just took office today. Many of the victims in the team knew Jiang Ning. After all, most of them were taken back by Jiang Ning. Since Jiang Ning said so, this young man who looked young was indeed a security guard. Jiang Ning did not feel guilty, but rather a bit of a bully. After all, what he said was the truth. He planned to take his brother to the management office to report after breakfast, and now he was just exercising the responsibility of a security guard in advance. He seemed to have gradually begun to adapt to Xian Li's style of doing things. For those unreasonable people, there was no need to reason with them, but to beat them up with fists so that they would not dare to be unreasonable again. Jiang Ning praised Xian Li and himself in his heart. It was indeed a great idea to let his elder brother be a security guard. His elder brother must be a genius in security, and he himself was a genius who could recognize talent. The fat on the Beer Belly shook violently, and he said nothing more. He was pushed out by several enthusiastic volunteers who squeezed in from behind. Xian Li ignored the countless eyes on her and walked back to the front of the team as if nothing had happened. The soup pot with the Beer Belly was still on the table. She touched it with her hand, and it was still hot. "Give me this." "I didn't bring a bowl." Zhu Dandan was startled and quickly handed the pot to her. Of course. Then he personally took a plastic bag from the volunteer next to him and put buns, eggs, and corn in it. Each one was the largest one. Xian Li took it as a matter of course. Without her saying anything, the people behind her automatically made way for her, and she walked back like this. Jiang Ning, who was behind her, saw her taking the food and leaving. He suddenly remembered that he was also here to get food, so he quickly asked Dandan to serve him some porridge. He didn't even need the plastic bag. He stuffed a bun into his mouth with one hand, stuffed the eggs and corn into his pockets, and hurriedly followed her out. "Excuse me, please make way." "Brother, wait for me." Chapter 30. Xian Li walked very fast and disappeared in a short while. She had to run faster. She certainly couldn't drink porridge from the soup pot with a Beer Belly, for fear of being infected with brain damage. Xian Li walked deeper into the woods. Seeing that Jiang Ning would definitely not be able to catch up, she eliminated the soup pot that was still warm and threw it into the black hole. She looked around vigilantly and scanned it with her mental power to make sure that there was no one nearby. Then she used the elimination on herself and went directly into the black hole. With a thought, a similar soup pot appeared in her hand, filled with half a pot of steaming shank bone porridge, which was specially made for her by Aunt Hua before, saying that shank bone porridge was good for growth. Although she had no room for growth a long time ago, she did not refuse Aunt Hua's kindness and used it now. A chair and a table automatically appeared in front of her, and she sat down and started to eat. The shank bone porridge was silky and smooth, and it was cooked very well. There was a large piece of pig leg bone inside, with a layer of white tendons on the outside, which was chewy and elastic. There was also a large piece of meat attached to the bone. The meat on top was stewed and could be sucked off the bone. It didn't need to be chewed too much, and it could slide down the root of the tongue into the esophagus. Xian Li was already full of half a pot of porridge. She burped and got out of the black hole. She had just controlled the time in the black hole. Half an hour in the black hole was equal to 1 second in reality, so when she came out of the black hole again, the forest was still quiet, no different from 1 second ago. She carried the pot in one hand, and the plastic bag that Zhu Dandan had given her in the other hand, and walked slowly back to the tent. In front of the tent, Jiang Ning was holding porridge in his hands, with a bun in his mouth, looking confused. The elder brother ran really fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was about to go back to the tent to sit and eat, when he saw Xian Li coming from the woods. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that people have 3 urgent needs. No wonder he ran so fast. Brother. If he was just perfunctory before, then this call of elder brother is definitely sincere. Xian Li's figure has become extremely majestic in his eyes at this moment, helping the weak and doing justice, Elder brother is worthy of being the elder brother. Yeah. Xian Li nodded lightly, got into the tent, and stuffed the plastic bag of buns, eggs and corn in his hand back into the mountaineering bag. Then he thought about it, and handed the soup pot to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was chewing on a bun, and was a little confused when he saw her like this. Brother, don't you want to eat? I ate in the morning, and the rest is enough for me to eat at noon and in the evening. Jiang Ning said, oh, and didn't think it was wrong. Whatever the elder brother said was what he meant. He happily poured the porridge in the plastic bowl into the soup pot, and it was almost 1/3 of the soup pot. This soup pot is good, he just doesn't have a bowl. When he comes back in the evening, he will add some water to it, and then heat it up, and he can have a full supper. Jiang Ning finished chewing the bun in his hand, licked the oil on his fingers, and then washed them with rainwater. Brother, let's go, report. The Yaolan Resettlement Site Management Office is in the center of Area A and Area B, and it is very close to any area. As the name suggests, the Management Office is responsible for managing all affairs of the Yaolan Resettlement Site, including material allocation, medical emergency, forming a rescue team, canteen menu, etc. Yesterday, a new department was specially added, called the Security Guard Post. The Management Office is located in a military green tent. On one side of the door curtain is a vertical signboard with the words Yaolan Resettlement Site Management Office written on it. It looks like it was removed from the Yaolan Forestry Management Office. The 2 words forestry in the middle were scratched off, and the 3 words resettlement site were handwritten. The curtain was opened, and the 2 walked in. There were several tables in the tent. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a serious expression sat in front of one of the tables. Director, this is Xian Li. Jiang Ning briefly introduced, this is Director Zhao, the head of our resettlement site. Xian Li, Director Zhao. Director Zhao nodded, which was considered a greeting. He looked at Xian Li, his eyes were full of scrutiny. You are the one who settled the mess this morning? Xian Li said concisely. I did. Jiang Ning was still a little excited. Director Zhao, I said he was good. With Xian Li here, no one will cause trouble at our resettlement site again. Hey, you are making a statement. Director Zhao did not comment, only said, I have seen the person, his face is swollen. Swelled like a pig's head, he was shocked when he brought him. Jiang Ning thought Xian Li was too cruel, and unconsciously began to excuse Xian Li. You can't blame me. Blame Xian Li, it's really that person is too unreasonable. It's good to have porridge to drink, but he still thinks it's not enough. Cough. Director Zhao coughed and interrupted him. I don't mean to hold you accountable. In fact, our resettlement site does need someone who can manage and establish authority, and also to warn those who are secretly fanning the flames. Director Zhao knew that there were many disaster victims at the resettlement site, and it was inevitable that there would be various conflicts. Provoking trouble was a minor matter, but if it affected people's hearts and minds, leading to internal chaos and disaster victims looting supplies, it would be impossible for them, less than 100 volunteers, to stop it. Therefore, he also needed Xian Li to be a gun to establish his authority, so that those with bad intentions would have some reservations. The current management office was not a dough that they could do whatever they wanted. Director Zhao handed over a red armband with the words Yaolan Public Security written on it. Xian Li had reason to suspect that it was also taken from the Forestry Management Office. Director Zhao looked at Xian Li, with a smile on his serious face, welcome to join. Thus, Xian Li's security position was determined. Unexpectedly, when the end of the world came, she was actually working as a security guard. Xian Li shook her head, but at least she was also a public servant. Now, like Jiang Ning, she could get an extra pound of pork every week. Originally, it was 3 kilograms, but recently, supplies were scarce, so their rations were reduced. The security work was simple, patrolling once in the morning, noon and evening, and standing guard at the entrances and exits of areas A and B at other times. However, Jiang Ning brought her a chair and an awning, so the conditions were not too difficult. At 9:30 in the morning, Xian Li walked around areas A and B, stopped a quarrel, a fight, a rumor, and helped an old lady to the emergency room. There was nothing else in the resettlement site, and people had no other entertainment activities, so gossip spread the fastest. As soon as Xian Li left in the morning, her glorious deeds were spread by word of mouth in areas AB. A video was posted in the Yaolan Disaster Victims group. In the video, Xian Li punched and kicked a man twice her size into a pig head and stuffed mud into his mouth. It feels so good. Well done. This pig head is so fat, and he still has the nerve to scold Dandan. He should have been kicked out long ago. He's so handsome. Can you teach me how to defend myself? The Yin people are probably best at finding joy in suffering. A piece of gossip can make them talk about it with relish for more than 3 days. For a while, everyone in the Yaolin resettlement site knew that there was a security guard named Xian Li, who was not easy to mess with. So now, wherever Xian Li goes, she brings peace to the place, and the occasional riots are quickly suppressed. At night, Xian Li cut down a few smaller trees, took a few large black garbage bags and rainproof cloths from the canteen, and set up a homemade tent 10 meters away from Jiangning's residence. It was still too crowded for 2 people to sleep there, and it was always a little inconvenient. Before moving out, Xian Li exchanged mobile phone numbers with Jiangning. She also asked him to open a one-way location sharing, and repeatedly told him to call her immediately if he encountered any accidents when he went out with the rescue team. Jiangning nodded in approval. Now he has completely become her little brother and follows her lead. He just thought that his elder brother was protecting him, and he was very touched. A week passed quickly, and life was relatively comfortable. The rain still did not get lighter. According to Jiangning, who came back, the water level has now reached the 5th floor. Generally, the self-built houses have been completely submerged. It is difficult to see living people when you go out. There are floating corpses in the water. The Yaolin resettlement site was also saturated soon, and the existing supplies could no longer support them to receive new victims. They have done everything they can, and the rest depends on God's will. But it seems that God is not willing to let them go. In early May, the second wave of typhoons hit. This wave of typhoons also destroyed Linchuan City, which is backed by Ninglan Mountain. Jiangning and his team could have taken advantage of the wind to salvage some supplies when the wind was not strong. But now, the management office has also notified them to stop all outings. After Jiangning came back from the last trip, he brought bad news. I don't know what happened to other resettlement sites. Some of them had internal turmoil. Some victims suspected that the staff had embezzled money and led others to break into the canteen. Conflicts and stampedes occurred, and many people died. And some were external thieves. A group of robbers got guns from nowhere, sneaked into the resettlement site, shot the patrolling security guards in the head, drove away all the supply trucks, and the victims fought for the remaining food. The management staff came forward to stop them, but the volunteers hiding behind also took away the last food. Fortunately, the location of their resettlement site is relatively remote, and it is located on high ground and needs to be taken by water. Outsiders cannot find the exact location for a while. Other resettlement sites are mostly schools, hospitals, and other places, which are easy to be targeted. In addition, they have Xian Li, so even if some people are ready to make a move, she can detect and suppress them in the first time. But Director Zhao still feels that he cannot be careless. No matter how strong Xian Li is, she is only one person, and he cannot put all his wealth on her. For this reason, he gathered all the people in the water rescue team. Now that they cannot go out to find supplies, they are temporarily assigned to the security post. 20 boatmen and the remaining more than 50 volunteers, each group of 5 people, take turns patrolling every 6 hours to ensure the peace and stability of the resettlement site, and Xian Li is the leader of the security team. He was promoted in just 1 week, which Xian Li would never dare to think about before. But to manage more than 8,000 disaster victims, it is really difficult to rely on more than 70 people. So, the accident happened that night. Chapter 31. 2 days ago. Someone in the Yaolin disaster victims group posted a missing person notice. Missing person notice. On the morning of May 10th, my sister had a fever, but the medical room was full and antipyretic drugs were in short supply, so I went out alone to look for supplies. But when I went out at 12 noon and came back at 7 p.m., my sister was gone. If there are kind people who have relevant clues, I am willing to reward them with a week's worth of food. Attached to the back was a photo of my sister, a 10-year-old girl with innocent and ignorant eyes. The disappearance of a girl in the end times is very terrifying, because it is not only natural disasters that are terrifying, but also human nature. Although Fan Zimo also knew this, he still sent a message in the group as a last resort, longing for that one-in-a-lifetime possibility in his heart. There were at least dozens of missing persons notices in the disaster victims group every day. There were so many relatives lost in the disaster that people were numb to such unfortunate experiences, and even developed the mentality of as long as it doesn't happen to me and my family. Therefore, Van Zimo's message should have been buried in the sea. But that day, Xian Li saw this message. If she remembered correctly, this was the 4th case of missing children in this week. It was not strange in previous natural disasters, but this was missing in the Yaolin resettlement site, which was equivalent to disappearing under Xian Li's nose. In the previous missing cases, because Xian Li was not on duty, other people in the security team went to understand the situation first, and they were classified as missing children, so she did not investigate further. And this time, it was just when Xian Li and others were taking over. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. She couldn't help but suspect that this was premeditated. Her sixth sense told her that the person who kidnapped the child wanted to avoid her patrol time. It was only because the person who took over today had diarrhea that she worked 2 more hours. But during this period, Xian Li did not find anything unusual. Even those troublemakers, who often made trouble, rarely made trouble because there were more people patrolling recently. After the third child missing incident, she tried to tell Director Zhao about the abnormality, but the latter was worried about the material matters. When he heard her say this, he just said lightly, "Material and stability are the most important things now." Xian Li didn't mention it again, but kept it in mind. This time, after seeing the news, Xian Li immediately went to Area B to find Fan Zimo. He was a little confused at first, when he was found by the head of the security team. He didn't expect that someone would come to understand the situation. He had heard of Xian Li's name, but now that he was the team leader, he didn't need to come in person. After all, in the eyes of managers like them, the disappearance of children was just some insignificant trivial matters. Yes, before posting the missing person notice in the group, he saw in the group's history that his child was not the only one missing. After finally finding the 3 people, he proposed to go to the management staff to report the case, but he was greeted by 3 sad eyes. Fan Zimo didn't believe it. The management staff was too busy. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see anyone, so he had to go to the security team. But the members of the security team were halfway through, and they were actually ordinary boatmen and volunteers from all walks of life. They were barely competent for patrol and security, but they were really not good at investigating cases. So whether he reported the case to the security team or to the manager, the response he got was always under investigation. In the end, because there was no clue of abduction, it was classified as an ordinary child missing case. Fan Zimo was angry and sad. His sister had a fever. How could she still walk around by herself? Now the typhoon was raging, and he, an adult, was in danger of death outside. So how could a 10-year-old girl disappear in the resettlement site? So, when Xian Li came to find him, he didn't feel happy. "I'm here to learn about your sister's disappearance." To learn about the situation again? He repeated the same words to the security team for no less than 100 times, and his lips were worn out, and the other party had no way to do anything. He raised his eyes weakly and lifted his lips. "What do you want to ask? Did your sister say anything special before you went out?" Fan Zimo was stunned. No one had asked him this question. He thought about it carefully. He wanted to take his sister to get food that morning, but his sister, who was usually full of energy early in the morning, could not be woken up that day. He put his hand on her forehead and realized that his sister had a high fever. He no longer cared about getting food, but took his sister to the medical room. But the medical room was already overcrowded, with many people with broken hands and feet, broken bones, and cancer complications. His sister's minor fever was only registered by a nurse, and no one cared about them. Fan Zimo had no choice but to take his sister back. During this time, his sister woke up for a while. "Xiaoyu, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Fan Ziyu's face was red from the burning, and he was dazed. "Brother, I want to eat oil-splashed noodles." Fan Zimo's eyes were sore when he heard this. In the past, his sister liked to eat the oil-splashed noodles he made the most, but since the typhoon came, they have not eaten noodles, let alone rice. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, soaked it with rainwater, and applied it to Xiaoyu's head to cool down, and kept wiping his body with warm water. But Xiaoyu not only did not get better, but his face became redder and redder. If this continues, even if he doesn't die from the fever, he will be burned silly. So he decided to go back to their original residence in the typhoon, and there was antipyretic medicine in the drawer of his room. Although there is a high probability of being flooded, he remembered that one of the medicines was vacuum-packed in aluminum foil, so it shouldn't be a big problem even if it was soaked in water. So when Xiaoyu regained consciousness, he whispered in her ear, "Xiaoyu, I'll go back and get you medicine. It will be quick. Wait for me." He remembered that Xiaoyu nodded obediently. He also held an ant in the shed to help take care of her, and gave her a bun as a thank you before leaving. However, the way home was much harder than he imagined. Not to mention that he had to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back on flat ground. The water was even more filthy. He felt itchy all over his body when he swam in the water. He also saw countless bodies swollen by water on the road. His eyes were still open and made him shudder. Fortunately, he was a good swimmer. Although he had a narrow escape along the way, he finally returned home safely and got the antipyretic medicine, probably because of the blessing of his parents' spirits in heaven. He thought Xiaoyu was saved, but when he returned to the shed, he disappeared. When he asked the aunt where the child was, she told him that she accidentally fell asleep, and when she woke up, Xiaoyu was gone. She thought he had taken her to the medical room. Van Zimmer was anxious and searched everywhere Xiaoyu might go, the cafeteria, the medical room, the grove, but there was no sign of her. He then posted the message in the group. After hearing his words, Xianli fell into thought. Like him, she also felt that a 10-year-old girl with a high fever could not go far by herself. The key figure in the matter was the aunt. How could she fall asleep halfway through the child's care? Van Ziki was also in great pain. She insisted that she was asleep, and I really couldn't ask more. He also knew that it was too risky to hand the child over to a stranger, but he had no choice at the time. Where is she? Xianli glanced around and found that he was the only one in the awning. Van Zimmer was stunned. It seemed that he hadn't seen the aunt for a day, but he was so focused on Xiaoyu that he didn't notice anything unusual. What's her name? What are her appearance characteristics? I only know her last name is Rong, and she's probably in her 50s. After saying that, Van Zimmer also felt guilty. How dare he hand his sister over to someone he knew nothing about? He remembered something else. By the way, half of her little finger is missing. She said she was bitten by a mouse when she was a child. After getting the key information, Xianli immediately set out to find someone. She first found Jiang Ning. There is strength in numbers. It would be too inefficient for her to find someone by herself. Jiang Ning has a say among the boatmen. If he is asked to find someone, the boatman will pay more attention. But she didn't say it was related to the missing child. Jiang Ning did what she said, and called the boatman, who was on good terms with him, to search for people in tents one by one. About half an hour later, Jiang Ning sent her a message saying that the person was found in a tent in Area A. Xianli came to Area A, as Jiang Ning said, to take care of one of the 2 rows of tents where vulnerable people were. When Xianli arrived at the place, she saw that the tent was actually a 3-person room with relatively good conditions. She stepped in, and the woman called Rong Sa was sandwiched between the 2 boatmen on the left and right, and the irrelevant people had been asked to leave by them. Mrs. Rong was trembling with fear, not knowing what she had done wrong. When she saw Xianli coming in, she recognized him as the tough security guard. Team leader Xian, what are you doing? Xianli dragged a chair and sat opposite her, looking down at her. I want to ask you about something. Mrs. Rong looked kind and amiable, but her eyes were a little cunning. She tucked her missing finger into her sleeve and pretended to be ignorant. What is it, team leader Xian? If I knew, I would tell you everything. Xianli crossed one leg. Van Zimmer's sister, Fan Ziyu's disappearance. Oh, that thing. I've already told Xiao Fan about it. Alas, I'm old and easily sleepy. Xiao Yu was confused by the fever, so I wiped her off. After several times of shaking, I couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. I didn't expect that when I woke up, my sister was gone. Mrs. Rong mentioned this. Her face was full of annoyance. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Xiaoyu might not have disappeared. Xiaoyu is really something. She obviously has a fever. How can she still have the energy to run around? Xianli hummed. How do you know that she ran around by herself? Mrs. Rong smiled and said, this is not what I said, but what Lao Lu from your security team said. Didn't Xiao Fan go to find them several times? In the end, the conclusion was that Xiaoyu ran away by herself. Lao Lu? She knew this person. He was one of the 20 boatmen. He was quite old. He was originally a gambler. He lost a lot of debts and sold his daughter to the debt collector. Later, he was imprisoned for committing a crime. When he came out, he seemed to have a great enlightenment. He found a way to work as a boatman in the scenic area. Xianli doesn't believe that gamblers can turn over a new leaf. As an employee of a large company, he can get in touch with some upper-class gossip, and e-commerce is the industry with the most nouveau riche. 5 out of 10 bosses go bankrupt because of gambling addiction, and no one can get away from the gambling table unscathed. Lao Lu once sold his own daughter for gambling debts, so how could he care about someone else's sister now? Chapter 32. Call Lao Lu and Fan Zimo. Xianli ordered. Lao Lu should not have a direct relationship with this incident, but he certainly did not fulfill his security responsibility. However, she called people to let Lao Lu know that security guards are not idle, and to find out Mrs. Rong's loopholes. After a while, Lao Lu and Fan Zimo arrived in the tent one after another. Seeing that everyone was there, Xianli said to Mrs. Rong, "Tell me what happened that day in detail again." Okay. Mrs. Rong nodded, and then talked about it. That morning, I came back from getting food and saw Xiaofan and Xiaoyu still in the shed. I asked them, and Xiaofan said his sister had a fever. It's normal to have a fever in this weather. I had a low-grade fever in the past few days. He said the medical room was full, and he wouldn't take Xiaoyu in. But a child with a fever is terrible, and it's easy to burn his brain. So Xiaofan said he wanted to go home to get medicine, but it was too dangerous to go out in this weather. I advised him that maybe the medical room would be freed later, and Xiaoyu could be seen. But Xiaofan was also anxious, and I could understand that. Who wouldn't be anxious when their own child is sick? And a child with a fever really can't be delayed, so he asked me to take care of him. Oh, and he also gave me a bun. We all live in the same shed, and it's not a big deal to help take care of him. How could I take Xiaofan's things? But he forced it on me, so I had to accept it. Around noon, he went out wearing a raincoat. As a result, Xiaoyu's fever got worse and worse. Not long after Xiaofan went out, she started talking nonsense. I called her, but she didn't respond. I could only try to cool her down. After a long time of hard work, I accidentally fell asleep when I saw Xiaoyu was in better condition and stopped talking nonsense. It was about 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I can't remember clearly. My phone was out of battery, and I had to queue up to charge it, so I didn't know the time. I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up, it was already dark. I saw that Xiaoyu was not in the shed, so I thought Xiaofan came back to take her to the infirmary. I didn't expect to see Xiaofan running back with water all over his body after a while. He was surprised to see that there was no one in the shed and asked me where she was. I thought maybe Xiaoyu's fever went down by herself, so she woke up and went out to relieve herself. As a result, I couldn't find her after searching for a long time, so I realized that something had happened. Alas, it's my fault. I have a responsibility. It sounds reasonable. Xianli looked at Mrs. Rong thoughtfully. The latter was calm and didn't seem to be panicked at all. It's strange. Although she said she was responsible, her eyes couldn't lie. When she said this, she didn't look at Fan Zimo at all. Xianli looked at Lao Lu. Lao Lu, do you also think Xiaoyu got lost by herself? Lao Lu was suddenly mentioned and suppressed the yawn that had just come out. Before he was called, he was still sleeping in the tent and was feeling sleepy now. When he came in and saw Xianli's situation, he was grumbling in his heart. His mind was turning again and again, but his face looked regretful. Yes, I asked a few on-duty members of the security team to look for Xiaoyu with me in Area A and Area B, but there was no trace of Xiaoyu. And I have seen this child Xiaoyu, who often goes to the grove to play. I asked people who live nearby, and there were indeed 1 or 2 people who said that they saw a figure appearing there, so I guessed that Xiaoyu might have woken up and went to the woods by himself and got lost. What about the other missing children? Old Lu hesitated for a moment, because they all happened during his shift, so the cases of missing children were all reported to him. He didn't want the team leader to know that he was lazy in the tent during his shift. Besides, it was normal for children to be missing. The typhoon was so strong that they might have been blown away by the wind. Although it was a bit strange to classify them all as missing, if Xianli knew that he didn't patrol well, he would definitely not let him stay in the security team. He didn't want to lose this job. At least there was still money to be made now. Xianli had no evidence anyway, so he simply gritted his teeth and said, yes. Xianli said coldly, oh, then the children in our resettlement site really like to run around. Then she looked at Mrs. Rong and slowly said, how do you take care of Xiaoyu? Mrs. Rong was stunned, thought for a while, and then said, just cool her down. Her body was too hot. I could only use a towel dipped in cold water to apply to her forehead, and I had to change it every 10 minutes. I also kept wiping her body with warm water. I had to fetch water back and forth several times, which made me exhausted. My waist hurts when I do heavy work. The more she spoke, the more regretful she felt. I like Xiaoyu very much. She is usually obedient and quiet, and very sensible. When the canteen distributes meals, sometimes an extra egg or a small bottle of milk is given to the children. Xiaoyu is reluctant to eat it, and saves it for Xiaofan. Alas, I was afraid that she would be hungry, so I fed her the milk she saved mouthful by mouthful. Where did this child go? Xianli suddenly said, did Xiaoyu have any abnormalities before you fell asleep? Mrs. Rong said affirmatively, no, she didn't talk nonsense much after drinking the milk. Before that, she must have had a fever and was hungry, so her body temperature was getting higher and higher. Seeing that she was better, I accidentally fell asleep. You fed her milk? Yes. Then do you know why Xiaoyu left all the milk for her brother? Mrs. Rong felt a little uneasy, and spoke in a lower voice. Why? Xianli stared at her. His eyes were like substance. Xiaoyu is severely allergic to milk. She will have hives on her body, swollen throat, and can't breathe. You fed her milk. How could she be normal? Yes, really? Mrs. Rong was a little flustered. Do you know that milk allergy can kill people if it is serious? Xianli stood up and leaned over to look at her. You fell asleep after you fed Xiaoyu milk. Xiaoyu suffocated to death due to milk allergy, and when you woke up, you found that Xiaoyu was not breathing. No. No. You were afraid that Xiaofan would blame you for Xiaoyu's death, so you dumped her body into the water. Then you lied to us that you fell asleep and Xiaoyu got lost by herself. Mrs. Rong was sweating and her voice was shaking. No. I didn't. Her eyes lit up. Yes, I remembered it wrong. I didn't feed the fish milk. Yes, not milk. I fed it soy milk. Xianli paused. Soy milk? Mrs. Rong slowly calmed down. Yes, it was soy milk. I couldn't tell the difference between soy milk and milk. They were both white. I made a mistake. Is that so? Xianli smiled and turned around and shouted, Jiang Ning, is there soy milk on the canteen menu on May 10th? No. Jiang Ning answered subconsciously, and then realized that something was wrong. Why did he ask him this question? He seemed to know the canteen so well. The key is that he really remembered. Mrs. Rong was stuck. That is the soy milk I left over from the day before. Xianli looked at Jiang Ning again, who nodded. There was soy milk available the day before. Mrs. Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Xianli confirmed. So, you fed Xiaoyu the soy milk left over the day before. Mrs. Rong nodded. Yes, yes. But the soy milk would have gone bad if left overnight. Xianli sighed, stood up, and looked at Mrs. Rong with cold eyes, and Xiaoyu is not allergic to milk at all. Hearing this, Mrs. Rong was suddenly confused, visibly flustered, and stammered, Fan Zimo, who was standing by, couldn't hold it in any longer, and rushed over to grab Mrs. Rong's collar. It's you. Where did you hide my sister? Mrs. Rong's back was soaked with cold sweat, and her legs were weak with fear, and she waved her hands repeatedly. I didn't. It's not me. And you, Xianli looked at Lao Lu and said coldly, when Fan Zimo came back, Xiaoyu's shoes were still in the shed. How could she be lost? It just so happened that every lost child happened to be on duty when you were on duty. You didn't collude with each other and killed Xiaoyu, did you? Lao Lu denied it repeatedly. His legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he was at a loss and couldn't care about so much. It's none of my business. It's her. Lao Lu pointed at Mrs. Rong. She gave me 10 kilograms of venison and asked me to send the people away. I just stayed in the tent and slept, and did nothing. It has nothing to do with me. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked in the chin by Xianli, and the whole person flew backwards and fainted. Mrs. Rong was already shaking like a sieve when she saw the scene. At this time, a young boatman standing behind uttered walked over and looked at Mrs. Rong up and down. What's wrong, big head? Jiang Ning looked at him like this, as if he had discovered something. You are the big head. The young boatman was called Imojianyu, but because of his thin body and narrow shoulders, his head looked particularly big, so Jiang Ning called him Big Head. He spat at Jiang Ning, and then said to Xianli, this old lady looks familiar to me. He looked up and down. I seem to have seen her somewhere before. Seeing him say this, Mrs. Rong's face turned pale. Fan Zimo was still holding her collar, and refused to let go, so she subconsciously reached out to pry it open, and the little finger that was missing half was exposed. Seeing the finger, Imojianyu had an impression. I remember. Isn't she the human trafficker Aunt Wan from Jiaojia village? Imojianyu nodded. Yes, that's her. Her name is Rongwan. She is from Jiaojia village next door to us, and she does these shameful business. Strange children and women often appear in their village, and her finger was bitten off by the kidnapped woman. When I was a child, my mother scared me that if I didn't obey, Aunt Wan would sell me. I haven't seen it for many years. If it weren't for this finger, I really wouldn't recognize it. As for how she got into the Yalan resettlement site, firstly, the conditions are limited now, and her identity cannot be verified one by one. Secondly, she changed her name, and she has been living in seclusion for many years. It's normal that ordinary people can't recognize her. Xianli said, what else do you have to say, Rongwan? Rongwan's upper and lower teeth were fighting, but she didn't say a word. She knew that if she told the story, she would die. You won't tell me, right? Xianli took out a paper cutter from his pocket, which he got from the management office. She pointed the tip of the knife at Rongwan and said, "Then I'll have to ask you to help me sharpen the knife. Since you've already lost one finger, it shouldn't be a big problem to lose the remaining 9. Her strength was terrifying. In front of Rongwan's horrified eyes, she pulled her hand and pried open her clenched fingers one by one. The excruciating pain came from her fingers. She even felt that her intact fingers had been broken by him. Xianli had a cruel smile on her lips. She had no psychological burden in torturing the evil. My knife is relatively blunt. It may take a long time to sharpen it. You bear with it. Without waiting for her to answer, Xianli slashed the ring finger of her right hand fiercely. Blood spurted out instantly. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and half of the skin and flesh were still connected. 10 fingers connected to the heart, and the overwhelming pain made Rongwan scream miserably. Sorry, my hand slipped. Xianli looked at the paper cutter in her hand with regret. It was indeed not as useful as a bone cutter. It might not be able to cut it even if she sharpened it back and forth for hundreds of times, like a saw. She put away the paper cutter and took out a dagger from another pocket. This should be enough. I speak. Rongwan was exhausted and her whole body was soaked as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Her mouth was also pale, and her eyes looked as if she had seen a ghost. He was not trying to scare her, he really wanted to cut off her fingers one by one. The broken fingers were the pain of her life. She saw strange eyes everywhere she went. She had a lot of inconvenience in her life in the first half of the year after the fingers were broken. If all her fingers were really cut off, it would be better to let her die. Her voice became sharp because of fear. Someone told me to do this. Someone told me to take the child to the woods. Who? I don't know. He just told me to take the person over, and he would give me more meat than I could eat afterwards. He also promised me to move to Area A. Rongwan trembled. I was only responsible for sending the person to the place. I really don't know what they were going to do. They were the ones who did it. I didn't kill anyone. Xianli caught the key words. They? Or was it a gang crime? Rongwan knew that she had spoken out of turn, so she simply spilled everything. She had saved a lot of money during her years as a human trafficker, and she had been living a life of luxury in the past few years, eating and drinking good things. Before the typhoon came, all the money in the family was taken away by the man, and the family had never stored rice and flour. She hadn't had a full meal in more than a month. After finally waiting for rescue, she was assigned to Area B, which had the worst conditions. How could she bear such hardship? She had been looking for connections to enter Area A. But after all, there were limited places in Area A, and she was only 50 years old, and she was well maintained, so she could never meet the application requirements. Just when she was desperate, someone sent her a text message asking her to find a chance to bring some people to the woods and promised to give her benefits. She made up her mind, since she would not lose anything anyway, so she tried to trick a woman. As a result, someone really put a few pounds of meat in the shed where she lived. It was easy for her to trick a few people, so she simply went back to her old business. The other party did not specify whether it was an adult or a child. She was afraid that she could not beat the man, and the children were all accompanied by adults, so she first targeted the young woman in Area B who was alone and did not have many social contacts, so that no one would find out even if she disappeared. Rongwan took advantage of their kindness and asked them to accompany her to the woods to relieve herself. Then she knocked them out or knocked them unconscious when they were not paying attention, pulled them up on a cart, and sent them to a cave deep in the woods. As expected, things were just as she thought, and the disappearance of these people did not attract anyone's attention. She became more confident and bold. But she was also curious. What was the purpose of sending so many people there? So after finally tricking a woman again, she left and returned secretly. Fortunately, she had been a good tree climber since she was a child, and the trees in Yalin were dense. She slowly climbed over the trees, and found a place with a good view to wait. But the man was very cautious, and did not show up immediately. After she waited for an hour, she saw a figure. There were more than one person coming, but because it was dark, and they were all wearing raincoats, she could not see their faces clearly. After they went in, the sound of fighting soon came from inside. Rongwan had deliberately reduced the dosage of the medicine before, and calculating the time, it should be that woman who woke up. Not long after, she heard a woman shouting for help and running out of the cave. Rongwan saw from a distance that the woman's clothes were gone, and thought it was that incident. Unexpectedly, a man in a black raincoat caught up with her, holding a butcher knife in his hand, and chopped the woman's head with one knife. The woman fell straight to the ground, and some other people rushed up and dragged her body into the cave. She was terrified. Although she had done a lot of bad things, she had never killed anyone. Seeing this scene scared her to death. What scared her the most was that when they came out, everyone was holding a few bags in their hands. She was very familiar with the bag, which was exactly the same as the bag used to hold meat in her residence. Her heart was broken, her legs were shaking, and she dared not think about what kind of meat it was. That night she stayed in the tree until almost dawn before climbing down, for fear that they would know that she had discovered their secret. For several days in a row, she dreamed of the scene of the woman being skinned and torn apart inch by inch, and she dared not send anyone over again. But how could those people let her go? They threatened that if she didn't send someone over, they would reveal all her affairs, and then she wouldn't be able to stay in Area B. She wanted to refuse, but the man said that if she sent one more person, she could move to Area A. It happened that Fan Zimo's sister in a shed had a fever, and the adults were not there. She immediately seized the opportunity and sent people to the cave as soon as it got dark without waiting until night. She held a fluke that Fan Zimo would die outside, so that even if Fan Ziyu disappeared, no one would find out. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky that he came back alive and went to find the management office. Fortunately, the management office ignored him, but he didn't give up and ran to the security team again. Rongwon was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so she simply gave the meat that she didn't dare to eat to Lao Lu and asked him to send the people away. At this point, many people on the scene covered their mouths and wanted to vomit. Although many people have heard about eating human flesh, it didn't happen around them after all, so they always felt that it was far away from them. When they really faced the fact that humans were slaughtered and cooked like pigs, their first reaction was not fear, but disgust. Fan Zimo squatted on the ground, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. There was also a sound of vomiting behind Xianli. It turned out that Lao Lu, who had just fainted, woke up at some point and just happened to hear the key part later. He remembered that he found an excuse to go to the woods yesterday, but actually roasted the meat and ate it all. He still remembers the taste of the meat, which is better than any meat he has ever eaten. When he asked Rongwon, she only said it was venison, which was hunted in the woods. He knew there were indeed venison in the woods, so he did not doubt it. But now, he knew that he might have eaten human flesh, and he forgot all the good taste. He only felt the contents of his stomach rising up in waves, and he vomited them out. That's all I know. Rongwon was trembling, her face was covered with tears and snot, and she knelt and crawled towards Xianli. I didn't do anything bad except sending people there. The disappearance of the other children has nothing to do with me. Captain Xian. Please let me go, or drive me out, I can't stay here anyway. Xianli kicked her away, as if she was stuck with something dirty, and Rongwon's head hit the corner of the table, and stopped moving. Jiang Ning was startled and hurried over. He put his hand under Rongwon's nose, and felt relieved when he saw that she was still breathing. When he turned around and saw Xianli looking at him leisurely, he touched his nose embarrassedly. I'm afraid that you will fail for a moment. After all, she is an important witness. Such an inhumane thing happened in the Yaolin resettlement site, and it must not be made a big deal. Not only must it be investigated, but it must be investigated thoroughly, and the people who contacted Rongwon must be found out, otherwise who would dare to stay in Yaolin? Xianli made a prompt decision, and asked Jiang Ning to tell everyone present to stay in this tent and not go out. This matter should not be publicized for the time being. Luckily, Jiang Ning called a few of his best brothers this time, and the noise was not big, plus Lao Lu and 6 people could just squeeze into this tent. She wanted to catch those people standing behind the scenes with her own hands. Xianli picked up a basin of water beside her, and went outside to collect a basin of rainwater, and splashed it on Rongwon's face. When she kicked her just now, Xianli held back her strength, otherwise, with her strength, how could Rongwon still survive? But she was already injured, and she was frightened, so she fainted, and woke up when the water was splashed. Are you awake? Rongwon woke up slowly, and the devil-like Captain Xian stood in front of her, looking down at her like an ant. Rongwon was so cold from the rain that she couldn't speak. Send a message now, saying that someone will be sent over tonight. Send someone over? Who? Jiang Ning, who had been silent for a long time, was puzzled. Xianli frowned. Who else can it be? Besides herself, who else can catch someone unscathed? Jiang Ning felt that it was not possible when he heard it. It was not that he did not trust his elder brother's ability, but didn't she send women there? Don't worry about it. Isn't she a woman herself? Oh, by the way, they didn't know about this, and Xianli didn't want to explain too much. Rongwon stammered. My phone is dead. She didn't lie, because she hid in Area A and didn't dare to go out because of this, so she didn't charge it after it ran out of power. Xian Li was a little impatient. Give me the SIM card. Rongwan took the card out of the phone, and Xian Li inserted it into his own phone. Rongwan's phone is an older smartphone, and some of the latest text messages will be stored in the SIM card. After waiting for the boot animation, Xian Li opened the text message, and after a while, the new text message was loaded. Maybe Rongwan was afraid that others would check her phone, so she would delete each text message she sent, and usually the other party contacted her, so she didn't save the number. At this time, there was a new message on the top, which was sent this morning. Xian Li handed the phone to Rongwan, motioning her to reply. The latter shrank back and typed on the phone under Xian Li's gaze, and the other party seemed to be guarding the phone. Almost as soon as the message circle was turned, the other party had read it and quickly sent back a string of numbers. 51402 Xian Li. What do you mean? This is our code. Send the person there at 2 a.m. on May 14th. It was a really simple code. May 14th, isn't that tomorrow? There are only 5 hours until 2 a.m. Promise him. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. It just saved the effort of contacting them actively and avoided their suspicion. Since they dared to make another move, she would follow the clues and catch them one by one. Rongwan tapped the phone and returned it to Xian Li. She had a vague idea of what he was going to do, but she had no intention of trying to persuade him. Although team leader Xian was indeed quite capable, the other party was also extremely vicious. It would be better if both sides suffered losses. That way, she would have a chance to survive. Xian Li knew her plan, but he was too lazy to expose her. Even if the other party had 10 people, she alone would be more than enough. The last message on the text message page was Rongwan's reply. The faint white light of the screen reflected on her face, and it was unclear what expression she had. At 10 o'clock in the evening, one person was left to guard, and Xian Li and Jiang Ning went to the boatman's tent to get them some food. After all, the group had helped her find people for an afternoon, and interrogated them for a long time in the evening, so they should have been hungry. On the way, I ran into Zhu Dandan, who had just come out of the cafeteria. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up when he saw her, as if he saw a meat bun. Dandan. Zhu Dandan saw that it was them, and smiled. It's you. Why are you still wandering around outside so late instead of going back to sleep? Jiang Ning made an excuse. I'm hungry, so I came to the cafeteria to see if there are any leftovers. You're dreaming. Even if there are leftovers, you can't eat them. Jiang Ning was immediately wronged. Why? We patrol day and night so hard. Can't we eat a few more meat buns? He looked at Xian Li beside him. Even if I can't eat, then Big Brother can eat, that's fine. Zhu Dandan didn't continue the conversation. Seeing Xian Li also looking at her, the smile on her face was more restrained than before. Captain Xian. Xian Li nodded, and seeing that her hands were stained with some oil, he asked casually, Are you making tomorrow's dishes? Zhu Dandan nodded shyly. Yes, the director said that we will eat pickled meat tomorrow. Jiang Ning's face changed when he heard this. Recently, he felt that he didn't want to hear the word meat again. What's wrong? Zhu Dandan noticed that something was wrong with him. Nothing, ha. Jiang Ning laughed dryly. Xian Li, thank you for your hard work. You are still working so late. It should be. Since the resettlement site gave me a bite to eat, I should also do my part. The three chatted for a few more words. Zhu Dandan said that she would go back to rest first, said goodbye to them, and then left. What are you looking at? Jiang Ning stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of Xian Li. It's okay, go get some food. Xian Li shook her head. She seemed to smell a hint of blood from Zhu Dandan just now, but then she thought it was normal to smell blood when chopping meat in the kitchen. I hope she is overthinking. 1 a.m. on May 14th. The Yaolin resettlement site was already dark, and the typhoon was like a drooling beast, clamoring to devour them. In order to save electricity, the Yaolin resettlement site has limited power supply, and the rest area only provides power for 3 hours from 5 to 8 p.m., except for the canteen and the medical room. However, at this time, even the lights in the canteen were turned off, leaving only the energy-saving lights in the medical room on. In the night, 3 people walked quickly through the tent, and the roaring wind and rain covered the sound and traces of their passing. Jiang Ning insisted on coming, and finally Xian Li said, I'm afraid you will hold me back. If you are caught by them, I will have to come back to save you. This made him stop thinking. But he had to stay by the woods, in case Xian Li had any problems, so he could call for help as soon as possible. When they reached the edge of the woods, Rongwon fumbled in the bushes under a marked tree, and after removing the leaves and dead branches, she saw a simple cart hidden underneath. Xianli asked Jiang Ning to find a tree to hide under. If anything went wrong, she would call him. One ring meant that the person on the other side had been knocked down by her, and she asked him to come and carry the person. A long ring without hanging up meant that she was in danger, and she asked him to run quickly. If she couldn't deal with it, he would definitely not be a match for her. This was their secret code. Xianli lay down on the cart after putting on a full show. Rongwon also sensibly raised the handle and carried the person and the cart into the woods. The quietness of the woods at night was accompanied by a hint of terror. When the wind blew, the trees swayed and whimpered, as if the souls of those who died tragically were trapped in the woods and could not be reborn. Rongwon was frightened by her own imagination and got goosebumps all over her body. She didn't dare to think about it anymore, so she had to turn her eyes to Xianli, who was right in front of her. Captain Xian was different from those rough boatmen. He looked delicate and tender, and was a bit better looking than her previous college boyfriend. But that beast didn't matter. All men in the world were the same. If Captain Xian was really hacked to death by those people, she would burn incense for him during festivals. But maybe she would die before that. Rongwon's pace gradually quickened. She didn't expect that she could still walk briskly while pushing a man, which was no different from the weight of a woman she usually pushed. Rongwon was thinking wildly. The road that originally took an hour to walk, because she wanted to stay away from this bloody place, she arrived at the designated place half an hour earlier. After putting down the cart, she returned to the rest area as planned. She didn't want to run into that group of murderers. After Rongwon's footsteps left, Xianli, who was lying motionless on the cart, slowly opened his eyes. Rongwon parked her not far from the cave entrance, just enough to shelter her from the rain. There was a small open space in front of the cave, and if someone came over, she could see it clearly from her angle. It was very dark inside the cave. Xianli's 5 senses were enhanced, and he could smell a hint of blood. It seemed that Rongwon was right. Someone had indeed died here. The mental power sensed that there were no living people nearby. It was 1:30 in the morning. If Rongwon said that those people would come later, she had at least 20 minutes to explore the depths of the cave, excluding the time needed to go back and forth. She got up and stretched her body. Before she knew she had to act at night, she also cooked a small meal for herself and ate a takeaway pork trotter rice in her tent. She would not ruin her appetite because of human flesh. After all, she had seen all kinds of terrible scenes in her previous life, and the facts Rongwon said were nothing compared to them. She took a few more high-calorie energy bars to restore her body to full strength. Just in case, she took out a wireless infrared camera from the black hole, climbed to the top of the cave, put it in an inconspicuous place, and covered it with leaves. The camera was connected to her mobile phone Bluetooth, so she could monitor any living creatures approaching the cave from her mobile phone, and return to the cave entrance and lie back on the cart before the other party arrived. She was afraid of revealing flaws, so she put another thing on the cart, a fitting dummy model that she had taken from Suja's live broadcast room before, which looked no different from a real person lying there from a distance. There was also a time bomb in the dummy's belly, which could be manually detonated by her on her mobile phone. This was another way out she left for herself, fearing that if they didn't make it back in time, she could blow them up directly to avoid harming others again. The lesson learned before was to always leave a way out for yourself. Xianli drew inferences from this, and left 3 ways for himself. After making sure nothing was missing, she turned and walked deeper into the cave. After walking more than 10 meters inside, visibility became much lower. Xianli put on the night vision helmet that she had prepared long ago, and walked through the dark cave as if it were flat ground. The cave was very deep, the rock walls were wet, and water dripped from time to time, hitting the ground to form puddles. The top of the cave was a drop-shaped stalactite, like blood and flesh falling from the rocks, slightly blackened. The oldest looked more than 100,000 years old, and there were slight signs of weathering on the surface. There were no forks in the cave, but the further you went, the narrower the road became, and the stronger the smell of blood became. With the help of the night vision helmet, she could see that some narrow places had traces of artificial chiseling, leaving a distance as wide as 2 people, and there were also traces of wheels rolling on the ground. Xianli guessed that it was to facilitate the passage of carts. She looked at the surveillance camera on her phone from time to time, and the entrance to the cave was still safe. She had walked in for nearly 10 minutes, nearly 600 meters away, but the cave seemed to have no end, and she hadn't seen anything too unusual so far. In addition to footprints and wheel marks, There were also traces of scratches from sharp weapons on the rock wall, as well as dried spots of blood. Exionly patiently walked in for another 10 minutes. Finally, the road gradually opened up, and Exionly came to a stone cave. The stone cave was about 100 square meters in size. There was no visible light source in the cave, but air circulation could be felt. The bloody smell in the cave almost knocked Exionly over, and she could even smell a strange smoky smell. She looked around and didn't see any corpses. Just when she felt strange, she looked up inadvertently, and the scene in front of her made her hair stand on end even though she was used to big scenes. A pale corpse was hanging high up, mixed with large and small stalactites, which made her not notice it at the first time. That was the source of the strong smell of blood she smelled. Exionly counted and found that there were about 3 fresh female bodies in the cave, and 2 bodies that had been dead for a long time. One of them looked very familiar to her. She carefully identified it, and confirmed that it was the elder sister who Jiangning said swam over with her son on the door panel, but her son had died when she got ashore. The rest were not familiar faces. They were probably the lone women chosen by Rongwan. Judging from their body shapes, these were all adults. Exionly checked up and down and left and right, but did not find any other children's bodies or body parts. She didn't know whether to say it was good news or bad news. She looked at the bodies hanging in the air. Their shoulders and necks were hooked by an iron hook, and the top end was tied with a rope stuck in the cracks of the stalactites. The 2 bodies that had been dead the longest may no longer be called bodies. Except for the barely recognizable human figure, their original appearance had long been unclear. Their bodies were black and even waxy, with corpse oil dripping down. There were burnt dead wood under them. Exionly reached out to feel the temperature of the firewood. It was cold. The fire had been extinguished for some time. The strange smoky smell that Exionly smelled was undoubtedly emitted from the 2 bodies. She suddenly had a bad association. This scene was like using human corpses to make smoked meat. How cruel people can do such a thing to their own kind, and these people who have no power to resist have become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Exionly closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Time was tight, so she quickly calmed down, took out her phone, and took pictures of the horrific scene. These evidences of cannibalism were the weight of her trial. If she had thought of capturing them alive, and handing them over to the management office for disposal, now she wanted to kill them herself, and let them experience the same pain. Chapter 33. Exionly checked the photos in her phone. The night photography function of this phone is very powerful, which can make up for the details that her night vision helmet cannot observe. She enlarged the photos, and each one was very clear. I don't know if it's because it has been hanging for a long time, the body has different degrees of swelling, and even the growth lines on the human body can be photographed clearly. Seeing that the time is almost up, Exionly was about to go back, but she heard footsteps that did not belong to her. The direction of the footsteps was opposite to where she came from. There was another entrance to this cave. At this time, she heard the footsteps slightly ethereal, and her mental power could faintly sense the outline of the people coming. One was slightly fat, and the other was tall and thin. They didn't look like butchers who kill people without blinking an eye, but more like 2 ordinary people. The footsteps were also stumbling, and it was obvious that they were not very familiar with the terrain. At this time, there was still some distance. She found a pit on the stalactite, took out a night vision camera and put it in, and then calmly entered the black hole. She wanted to see who was going to take these bodies. Exionly adjusted the time flow rate of the black hole to normal speed. There was a soft chair under her. She sat down and turned on her mobile phone. Her mobile phone was connected to 2 cameras via Bluetooth. The infrared camera at the outside cave entrance had not made any movement yet, so she felt a little relieved. The other night vision camera clearly captured the scene inside the cave. Are you there? The person who spoke should be a short and fat man, and his voice was a little trembling. Almost there. Look at you, you are so useless. The thin man cursed as he walked, holding a kerosene lamp in his hand. When they completely appeared in the picture, Exionly realized that they were 2 old acquaintances. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Aren't these Wulazi and Beer Belly who complained about the lack of porridge that day? They are destined to be together. Wulazi would be fine, but she clearly remembered that Director Zhao had said that Beer Belly had been driven out of the resettlement site. Why did he appear again? The 2 finally came to the bottom of the hanging corpse, each holding a sack as high as a person. Beer Belly looked around and wondered, where are the goods? Didn't you ask us to move the goods? Wulazi pointed upwards. Here. Beer Belly raised his head along his finger, and saw the corpses hanging in the air. One of them had its legs hanging down, almost touching his head. Ah! He screamed in fear, sat down on the ground, and retreated backwards frantically. You're screaming at your mother! Wu Lizzie kicked him in the chest. Are you afraid that others can't hear you? Beer Belly was about to scream when he saw Wu Lizzie's dangerous eyes, and he could no longer make any sound, only the ho-ho exhalation. Waste, no wonder you were beaten by that son of a bitch Exionly, and you dare not fart. Beer Belly wanted to say that you were also beaten half to death by him, but he didn't dare to say anything when he remembered the kick Wu Lizzie gave him just now. The director was going to kick you out, but fortunately I saved your life, otherwise you Pan Chunghwa would have starved to death or drowned, and you could still stay here? After saying that, he kicked him in the stomach again. Pan Chunghwa was able to endure humiliation. He rubbed the place where he was kicked and stood up carefully. Yes, thanks to Brother Lai for being able to speak in front of Director Zhao. Wu Lizzie chuckled. He had gone through a lot of trouble to get in touch with Director Zhao. As early as when he entered the resettlement site to fill out the application form, the damn Jiangning reported his incident in the arcade to Director Zhao, causing him to fail the review and almost not be able to enter the resettlement site. Fortunately, he had other ways. He was Rongwan's old customer, and his drowned wife was bought from her. Rongwan and Director Zhao were both from Zhaojia village. There seemed to be some secret between the two. In order to stay in the Yaolin resettlement site, he gave Rongwan some benefits, so that she would introduce him to Director Zhao and get such a job. The gold tooth he gave to Rongwan was pulled out of the mouth of the dead village chief, so it was not a loss. That day, he happened to see Exionly beat him to a pulp, and he thought that he should hate Exionly as much as he did, so he mentioned it to Director Zhao and asked him to come and help. These are the goods we are moving. He pointed at the corpses. Pan Chunghwa felt scared. Although Wu Lizzie had vaguely revealed something to him before, he still felt a little regretful when he looked into the eyes of the dead bodies. Wu Lizzie noticed his change. I warn you, don't even think about getting off this boat. Do you think you can survive if you know the secret? You're going to die anyway, so why not just follow me? Will Director Zhao still need you to eat? Hearing what he said, Pan Chunghwa's face turned even paler. Food. Is this what we eat in the cafeteria? He began to feel lucky that Exionly was too nosy that day and didn't let him drink the meat porridge. Otherwise, why do you think I never drink porridge and would rather eat eggs instead? Wu Lizzie sneered. In order to completely cut off Pan Chunghwa's retreat, he told the whole story. It turned out that when Rongwan introduced him to Director Zhao, the latter happened to get these corpses from somewhere and was worried about how to deal with them. Wu Lizzie appeared at the right time and asked him to deal with the corpses. But these corpses were different from those corpses that were swollen and rotten in the water. I don't know what they were treated with. The meat looked firm and tender. He immediately came up with a brilliant idea. When he discussed it with the director, he refused at first, but he had no choice but to let the meat storage at Yaolin resettlement site run out. Those large trucks were just for show. No matter whether it was the province or the city, no supplies had been transported for a long time, and the supplies that the fleet went out to find were also a drop in the bucket. The victims had not tasted meat for a long time, so they always made a fuss and complained every day. The director couldn't bear the pressure and compromised, asking him to come every few days to deal with the meat. Fresh corpses were delivered to the garbage dump almost every other day. He found this cave in the woods while pushing the corpses around, which was convenient for him to do his work. He drained their blood, peeled off the skin, cut them into pieces, or smoked them into bacon, so that no trace of any creature could be seen, and then transported the meat to the canteen for further processing in the name of the material group. The more Pan Chunghwa listened, the more frightened he became. The person in front of him seemed to be more terrifying than Exionly. Okay, now we are on the same boat. Wu Lizzie urged him to carry the drained corpses down. Hurry up. Pan Chunghwa gritted his teeth. There is always a first time for everything. At worst, he would never drink meat porridge again. So he obediently lifted the corpse on his head. Wu Lizzie also took out the prepared butcher knife, and was about to peel the skin and remove the bones. Hi! A female voice suddenly sounded in the cave. Even the brave Wu Lizzie was frightened, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Who is playing tricks? However, there was only his own echo in the cave, and he thought he had heard it wrong. Was someone talking just now? Pan Chunghwa was more scared than him, his mouth trembled, and he couldn't make a complete sentence. Yes, yes. His eyes, which were squeezed into a slit by the fat, now stretched to the maximum with all his strength, and his fingers trembled and pointed at Wu Lizzie. She. Straighten your tongue and speak. Wu Lizzie was also scared. Seeing Pan Chunghwa like this, he turned his head involuntarily. Pan Chunghwa almost bit off his tongue. He had just clearly seen that half of a head slowly appeared in the empty place, with long hair covering the face, and then the whole head, shoulders, limbs, wearing white clothes, crawled out from the air like a living person. He tilted his head and fainted. Wu Lizzie also hoped that he could faint at this time. The face covered by the hair was very close to him. Although he could not see the eyes of that thing, he could feel it staring at him. He immediately felt a damp heat in his lower body, and urine oozes from his legs. Exionly, who was wearing a wig, was very satisfied. This was the way she had thought hard about to appear, and it seemed to be working well. She had already learned the whole story from Wu Lizzie, so she didn't need to keep these two lives. Wu Lizzie, who was frightened half to death, was twitching all over. His hands and feet were twitching unnaturally, his eyes were rolling up, and he was spitting white foam from his mouth, as if he had epilepsy. Before they could show their strength, both of them lost consciousness. Exionly felt very boring. It would be too easy for them to die without consciousness. She thought about it, and came up with a plan. "I'm sorry." Exionly bowed to the two female corpses that Pan Chunghua had put on the ground, and then took off the iron hooks on their shoulders and necks. The hooks were the iron hooks used by the pork shop to hang pigs, and they were very sharp. She pointed the hook at Pan Chunghua's shoulders and neck and stabbed him hard. The latter was awakened by the pain, opened his mouth to scream, and was knocked unconscious by Exionly's hand knife. The other one did the same, and then stuffed a rag in their mouths, and hung the two people to their original places. She took out a dagger, and cut each of them in the stomach. Blood slowly dripped down. In a few hours, they would die of excessive blood loss. But that was not enough. She copied the unburned firewood next to her, and covered the entire cave. She poured some gasoline on it, and set it on fire. She put down the female corpse that was originally hanging on it, and was swallowed by the flames. The dark cave became bright, and the firelight reflected her shadow on the stone wall, as if dancing. Exionly copied 2 pieces of the huge stone that blocked her way out of the village in the black cave, adjusted the size, and blocked the cave entrances on both sides just right, without leaking any smell. Exionly was quick, and it took only half an hour to wait and deal with these things. At 2:30 in the morning, Exionly returned to the cave entrance. The people Rongwan mentioned had not appeared yet, and everything was normal at the cave entrance. She took back the infrared camera and the mannequin, and then took off the wig on her head. Her shoulder-length hair looked more like a woman. Today she deliberately wore a set of light-colored sportswear, which was a common outfit in the resettlement site. She never took off her bulletproof vest to prevent any trouble. They have always targeted women, and if she disguised herself as a man, it would make them alert. Time passed by minute, and Exionly could only lie there, staring at the dark stone wall, and could not play with his mobile phone, for fear that they would see the light source from afar and find something unusual. I don't know how many times I cursed those beasts in my heart, and imagined 100 ways to torture them to death. Finally, the sound of wind and rain in my ears was suddenly mixed with a little bit of subtle footsteps. The person who came was very careful, walking a distance and stopping for a while, as if he was afraid that someone would follow behind. Judging from the footsteps, there were 4 people coming, walking one after the other. The footsteps of the 3 people in front were somehow a little stiff, and they would step on leaves and make creaking sounds when walking. The man walking at the end had the most stable breath and walked almost silently. It can be seen that he was the leader and the most powerful one among them. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Exionly closed her eyes before they saw her. Soon they came to the entrance of the cave and stopped 3 meters away from her. Exionly's mental power was like an invisible antenna, and he could observe the outline of their figures with his eyes closed. They were all wearing black hooded raincoats, and the 3 people who walked stiffly carried a large bag on their backs. Although the raincoats had covered most of their bodies and appearances, they still had black masks on their faces. Exionly's mental power had already reached their heads, but it was still not as clear as the naked eye. She could only confirm that it was not anyone she had seen in the base. There was a rustling sound, and one of them took off his backpack and took out a bottle the size of a mineral water from the backpack. There was a mask like a ventilator at the mouth of the bottle. He came over and put the mask on her face. It was respiratory anesthesia. Exionly reacted, and it seemed that the woman who woke up halfway last time also taught them to be on guard. At the moment the mask was buckled, she held her breath, and the man pressed the button on the mouth of the bottle. At the same time as the sevoflurane sprayed out, Exionly took advantage of the night, and moved her fingers slightly in the sleeves of her large sportswear, using the elimination, and the gas that could make people lose consciousness instantly disappeared silently at the tip of her nose. About a minute later, he took off the breathing mask. Xian Li mobilized his muscles and relaxed. After waiting for another 30 seconds, he paused. Anesthesia is complete. When he spoke, his voice was flat, and there was a strange pause between words. There were 3 people standing behind, 2 of whom came over, but the leader stood at the entrance of the cave with his back to her, looking at something in the distance. The 3 people who surrounded her did not rush to transport her away, but stood still. She suddenly felt that they were observing her. Just like when her grandmother took her to the town's vegetable market to buy meat when she was a child, she looked at her exposed skin, her hair, and the ups and downs of her body with a scrutinizing and critical eye. It seemed that they didn't regard her as a living person, but as some other kind of livestock. Most people would have felt their scalps tingling when being stared at like this, but Xian Li's psychological endurance was not comparable to that of ordinary people. In this strange gaze, her breathing did not change at all. She did not choose to attack and hurt others, because the man with the most stable breath was the farthest away from her, and she had no doubt that he would turn around and run away after dealing with these 3 people. At that time, it would be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain, and it would be difficult to catch the big fish behind it. It was still the same person with a flat tone, and the voice through the mask was a little muffled. Hearing the test results, the man at the door seemed a little surprised, turned his head back to look in the direction of Xian Li, and quickly turned his head. The 3 people stayed where they were, and waited for his instructions. What was he waiting for? Xian Li's doubts were soon answered, because she heard a new sound in the woods, gradually approaching. The man was wearing the same black raincoat. He carried a person on his shoulders, and another person under his armpit. He walked very fast, and soon reached the cave entrance. He threw the 2 people on his hands to the ground without any hesitation, and wiped the rain off his head. "I'm so tired." "Don't throw them away," the man at the cave entrance said coldly. Although he said so, he didn't mean to help. The 3 people around Xian Li consciously helped the people on the ground to get up, and put them in place, and arranged a set of anesthesia tests as usual. "Stingray, you are really the same. You don't have to worry about your waist when you talk while standing, right?" The man seemed to be familiar with him. He complained as soon as he came. "It's too troublesome to come to your place. Cars can't drive into this broken forest. I carried these 2 people all the way. You are relaxed, and I have to do all the dirty work. It's too much. Different treatment. I want to complain." The man called the Stingray said coldly, "You are too noisy, Lionfish." Lionfish snorted and shut up in dismay. Stingray looked at the 2 people he sent. "Only 2? What else? 2 is already difficult. I originally brought 3, but 1 died on the way, and another tried to escape, but I accidentally killed him." Lionfish scratched his head. Stingray was stunned. "How did you get 1 more? I stole a child from you to make up for it. Don't tell me that the previous children were all obtained this way." Stingray's voice was chilling. Yes. Do you know that this will cause trouble? Someone is already watching us." Scorpionfish was not justified but still felt strong. "What else can I do? I don't have wings to bring people here. They specified at least 4 people at a time, and a child can replace 2 adults." Seeing that the face of the Stingray was still not very good, the Stingray softened his tone. "What are you afraid of? Didn't Zhao Yongxin say that Xian Li is a security guard who will fight? This time is not his duty time, so he won't be discovered. It was fine the few times before. He has noticed it." Scorpionfish shook his head. "Zhao Yongxin sent a message a few days ago, saying that Xian Li reported that a child was missing in the resettlement site. He can't find anything. I can guarantee that no one has seen me." Scorpionfish vowed. But the Stingray was still a little worried. He always felt a little uneasy. Minotaur put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Don't worry, the trafficker brought the person here as usual today. If he found out about us, how could Rongjuan still be alive? It's impossible that he is waiting for us in this cave. Ha ha ha." Snakehead laughed as he spoke. Xian Li, who was not only in the cave, but also lying there, That's right. Stingray thought about it, and felt that he was being too suspicious. No matter how powerful Xian Li was, he couldn't beat the 2 of them. After all, they were transformed by that person himself. "Okay, don't think too much." Snakehead patted his shoulder, glanced at the cave, and saw Xian Li lying on the cart. "Is this what was delivered today? Well, the traffickers are finally useful. We caught an S+. Not bad." Sinopio was amazed, but S+ may not be possible. The woman last time was just a little bit away from exploding and dying. She was even worse than waste. Stingray was silent. "Not everyone can enjoy this honor. The 2 I brought are not bad either. Although they are not as good as S+, they are also A+. Sinopio nodded over there. The two people lying on the ground had just completed the test. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go! The two did not speak anymore. The three people who had been silent all the time carried Xian Li, and the two people brought by Sinopio on their backs, and walked out of the cave. Xian Li was carried by one of the people, but his body temperature was surprisingly low, no different from a dead body. Xian Li was sure that this group of people and Wu Laizi were two groups of people. They didn't know what kind of agreement they had reached with Director Zhao. Director Zhao instructed Rong Wan to send people into the cave, and they would send them back for experiments. Those who succeeded would become their lackeys. Those who failed would die directly and be transported to the garbage dump, and perhaps Director Zhao would continue to deal with the failed products on their behalf. Director Zhao didn't want to dirty his hands, and Wu Laizi happened to deliver it to him, so he pushed it to him. Later, Wu Laizi and Director Zhao took advantage of the situation and turned the corpse into Yao Lin's reserve food. They didn't mention this matter. Maybe they didn't know about it, but it's more likely that they didn't care. Another point that Xian Li was concerned about was that the S+ and A+ mentioned in the words of the minnows seemed to be the level of their qualifications. But what is the standard for the division of this qualification? Why can she have S+? The meaning of the words of the minnow is that S+ may not necessarily pass their experiments successfully. What kind of experiment has such a high failure rate? And they have to transport a steady stream of fresh humans. She couldn't help but connect this matter with the mobile cabin she saw in the woods. Is that where they conduct experiments? What are the identities of the minnow and the stingray? They didn't take her seriously in their tone. What are they relying on? Could it be spiritual power? But she didn't sense the breath of spiritual power from them. Countless thoughts flashed through Xian Li's mind, but she didn't rush to act. She still had too many things she wanted to know. The person carrying her walked at the end, and her head hung weakly on the man's shoulder through the raincoat. She stretched out the tentacles of her spiritual power, and saw that the people in front of her didn't look back, so she opened her eyes slightly. There was also a person on the back of the person in front, who was petite, and had a ponytail. She should be the little girl that the lionfish had just caught. While walking, the girl would occasionally slide down weakly, and the person carrying her would bounce her up. Xian Li saw with her sharp eyes that a familiar corner appeared in the girl's trouser pocket. She carefully identified it, and finally the person bounced again, and the thing in the pocket fell to the ground. Xian Li saw it clearly now. It was the cheese stick she gave away, which the girl was reluctant to eat. That little girl was Xiao Qiu. Chapter 34. The group walked silently in the woods. Xian Li guessed correctly, the direction was indeed towards the mobile house. Along the way, Stingray stopped from time to time, and took out a mobile phone-sized instrument to scan the surroundings. Based on the number of times and intervals he stopped, Xian Li judged that the function of this instrument should be similar to that of a thermal imaging detector, and the range should be within 500 meters. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was asked to stay far away, at the edge of the woods. Even if the instrument detected it, it would probably think that someone went into the woods to relieve himself. Their pace was not fast. After walking and stopping for about an hour, the mobile house appeared in sight. This time Xian Li could finally see the whole picture of the board house from the front. The appearance did not look much different from when she saw it from behind, with a door in the middle. There were at least dozens of bodyguards distributed around. Their outfits were the same, and without exception, they were equipped with guns. Xian Li quickly closed her eyes. Seeing Stingray and Lionfish, they did not react at all. Minotaur went forward and turned the doorknob. The light was on in the room. Xian Li couldn't open his eyes, so he could only use his mental power to sense. The layout of the room looked like an ordinary medical room, with a bed, a ventilator, and a multifunctional ECG monitor. There was an iron shelf next to it, on which were some injections and medicines for emergency treatment. There was also a row of hooks on the back of the door, with 2 white coats hanging on them, as if the doctor had just left. However, the 3 people carrying Xian Li, and the others had no intention of putting them down, but followed Minotaur and Stingray to the wall. The wall seemed to be made of the same material as the mobile house, but it seemed to use the same paint as the outer layer of Xian Li's safe house, which could refract light and make it look like an ordinary wall. Lionfish and Stingray pressed their palms against the wall one after another. After a slight metallic sound, the wall opened like an elevator door. The elevator was not small, more like an elevator in a hospital, long and narrow, and could accommodate a stretcher, so it was more than enough to accommodate the 8 of them. The elevator was lit with a cold green light, and it seemed that some equipment was scanning them at the same time. Exionly sensed that they pressed the second floor below ground, and the elevator slowly went down. The lower it went, the clearer the sound of the generator became. No wonder the ICU could keep the lights on all night. Their power generation equipment was hidden underground. Her mental strength was not strong enough to detect the second floor below ground, so the conversation she overheard that day should have happened in the ICU, and it might have been a means of concealing her presence, and she noticed it by accident. Even if she could have sneaked in without anyone noticing, she would have thought it was just an ordinary emergency room. 10 seconds later, the elevator stopped at the second floor below ground. They walked out of the elevator. Exionly felt that she was placed on a hospital bed. When the man turned his back, she barely opened her eyes and quickly scanned the room. Rather than saying it was a room, it was a huge medical cabin, more than 3 times larger than the one upstairs. After getting out of the elevator, they entered a place similar to an operating preparation room, with 3 beds, and the 3 people put them on them one by one. The operating room was facing them, separated by a piece of transparent glass. There was a huge display screen against the wall in the middle of the room, with different data jumping on it. The plug wires on the ground were like snakes, moving towards the 2 medical instruments placed on the left and right sides. In the center of the room was a white medical electric bed, with a shadowless surgical lamp facing it. This place felt cold and messy, like an unqualified underground clinic. But such a clinic could not have been built overnight. The only possibility was that it existed before the settlement was established. In addition to them, there was a man and a woman in the clinic, who seemed to be a doctor and a nurse. They wore white coats, and had stethoscopes around their necks. Seeing the lionfish and the stingray, he immediately stood up from the swivel chair and bowed respectfully. "Sir." The woman's voice was hoarse, and the man's voice was relatively young. They should be the 2 people Exionly heard talking in the ICU. The stingray nodded slightly, and the 3 people who had been carrying Exionly, and the others all the way came over to help them take off their raincoats. Exionly immediately felt a spiritual force spreading in the room, and she couldn't help but feel shocked. It turned out that the 2 of them were also spiritualists. The raincoats they wore, or protective clothing, had the function of isolating spiritual power. No wonder she couldn't detect their mental power. She immediately withdrew her mental power from spying on them, fearing that they still had some equipment to detect mental power. She heard the voice of the stingray. "Let's start." "Yes." Exionly heard the footsteps of the 2 doctors slowly approaching her, and her heart tightened. Her mind groped in the black hole, ready to take out weapons and attack at any time. The distance was getting closer and closer. 2 meters. 1 meter. Exionly could almost count her heartbeats. Just when they were about to approach her, she suddenly changed direction and walked towards the bed at the edge. If she was not mistaken, the bed should be occupied by a 3rd person besides her and Xiao Qiu. Exionly listened to the 2 men pushing the bed, opening the operating room, closing the door, and moving the patient to the operating table in the middle. Then, there was a slight sound, and the lights in the operating room came on. The light in the operating preparation room, where Exionly and her colleagues were located, dimmed, and the stingray and the lionfish approached the glass to observe the situation in the operating room. They all had their backs to her, and Exionly slightly opened her eyes a crack, just enough to see the operating table inside. The young man lying on the operating table was a college-age man, about 20 years old. His clothes had been removed, and he was thin, and he must have been hungry for a while. There were also many fresh scratches on his body, which were probably caused by the lionfish. His eyes were closed at this time, and his breathing was steady, and he looked like he was asleep. The man and woman had already changed into green surgical gowns. The young male doctor stood on the side of the operating table, and the female nurse was adjusting the equipment and connecting different instruments to the lying male student. The male student's detailed information appeared on the slightly smaller display screen in front of the operating table. Name, Lu Junjie. Age, 21 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Occupation, junior student of the management department of Linchuan Vocational College. Health status, good, with mild anemia. Mental status, stable. Vaccination, XMRD vaccine, checked. MMRADT booster vaccine, checked. Trigger talent, normal A+. Minnows was a little regretful, only ordinary, 30% success rate, I guess there's no hope. In the operating room, the nurse kept moving, a needle was inserted into the male student's arm, and a blood sample was taken and put into a test tube. Then a tube connected to the heart was inserted, and the large screen in the middle began to display the male student's heart rate, blood oxygen, blood pressure, and other data in real time. On the far right side, There are temperature displays of various parts of the body, and the body temperature is maintained at a normal 36.5 degrees. Finally, a piece of clean skin was scraped off the head of the male student with a skin preparation knife, and the thickest tube was inserted. About 10 minutes later, the preoperative preparation was completed, the shadowless lamp was turned on, and the operation began. The female nurse took out a medical refrigerator, took out a small medicine bottle filled with blue liquid, and after checking it, took out a disposable syringe from the medical tray rack and injected it into the male student's arm. The male doctor sat aside, with a tablet in front of him, which displayed the body data in real time like the large screen. The data is normal. 30 seconds later. The data is normal. 1 minute later. The male student on the operating table changed. First, his body began to sweat, and the epidermis kept secreting black dirt. His skin became visibly slippery, and it had a soft luster like pearls. Even the female stars, with the best skin in the entertainment industry, would feel ashamed when they saw it. Then, his originally thin body slowly began to swell up, and the shape of muscles appeared. The whole person looked like he had been reborn, just like the most standard material template in the human body art studio. Second injection. The female nurse took out a small medicine bottle from the medical box again, and injected it into the other arm of the male student. The data on the screen was still stable, and the head and heart of the male student's body temperature display began to turn slightly blue. Lee suddenly felt a weak but real spiritual power coming from the body on the bed that was comparable to a sculpture. Lionfish was surprised and asked, "Successful?" The stingray said in a deep voice, "Wait a little longer." Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, something unexpected happened. His tightly closed eyes began to tremble constantly, his limbs and muscles trembled slightly, and his body twitched uncontrollably. The male doctor's hands quickly typed something on the keyboard. "Inject tranquilizer." Yes. Another needle was inserted into the male student's skin. The data on the monitor began to jump wildly, issuing a beep alarm. Abnormal heart rate, 168, 195, 55. Abnormal body temperature, 38 degrees C, 40 degrees C, 43 degrees C. Abnormal blood oxygen. Female nurse. The experimental subject's mental state is unstable and ready to collapse at any time. On the temperature display chart, the part above the male student's head was red as if on fire, while the part below the chest began to show a blue low temperature state. 10 seconds later, the connected instrument issued a long series of panicking beep sounds, and the person lying on the bed did not move, and there was no breath of life anymore. No. LC215242, number of injections, 2, test result, failure. There was a moment of silence in the room, and Lionfish said, "It's good enough to last 2 injections, but unfortunately." But he immediately cheered up. "It's okay, we still have an S+. Who's next?" The stingray also looked back, scanning Lee, who had closed his eyes in advance, and Xiao Qiu beside him, and then raised his chin in the direction of Lee. "Let's go with her." Chapter 35. Lee had some guesses about this experiment. The experiment they were doing seemed to stimulate the awakening of mental power by injecting drugs into the experimental subjects. The qualification of the male student just now was ordinary A+, and the 30% success rate in the mouth of the lionfish was about the success rate of awakening. It was just that the mental power he stimulated just now was only a flash in the pan, so it was very likely that such artificially catalyzed mental power would bring a huge burden to the body. And the other 70% chance was death. Most of the people transported from Yaolin resettlement site, and even more places became victims of this experiment. She already knew the result of death, which would be sent to the garbage dump and become the reserve food of Yaolin resettlement site. And what if it succeeds? Will it simply awaken the spiritual power, have talent, and become a superior person? If such a good thing really happens, then wouldn't it be much more convenient for them to directly recruit volunteers than to conduct secret underground experiments now? Anyway, they have no specific standards for selecting experimental subjects, and anyone can do it. Of course, it is better to have good qualifications, but it doesn't matter if the qualifications are not good. So for ordinary people, even if there is only a 30% chance of becoming an awakener, she believes that there will be many desperate people willing to accept such an experiment. But there is no free lunch in the world, and no one will selflessly dedicate. The most likely thing is that even if the experimental subjects are awakened successfully, they will not have a good result. If Lee is still the ordinary person without any talent in the previous life, perhaps, under the circumstances of having no choice, he will take the risk to accept such an experiment. But she is not. She already has the right to choose her own fate. The male doctor walked towards the bed on the far left. During the 30 seconds when the bed was pushed into the operating room, he would carefully observe the appearance of the experimental subject, which was his habit. This time, a young and healthy woman was lying on it, different from the dry and skinny experimental subjects he had seen during this period. Her hair was thick, black and shiny, and there were no split ends at the ends of her hair. Her skin was tight and translucent, with smooth contours. Her lips were light red and bright, without dry dead skin. Her ears were round, and her earlobes were light pink. Although the body was tightly wrapped in clothes, it could still be seen that the body was straight, the shoulders and neck were stretched, and the body was well proportioned. It can be said that this was a very vital body. If the experiment was not successful, he would feel a little pity. After pushing the number LC215243 to the operating table, after facial recognition, her information appeared on the screen. Name, Lee. Age, 28 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Occupation, unemployed. Health status, excellent. Mental state, unrecognizable. Vaccination, XMRD vaccine, fork, MMREDT enhanced vaccine, fork. Trigger talent, excellent S+, he nodded while looking at the computer screen. Very ideal height and weight, perfect physical condition, and mental state. Unrecognizable? His brows wrinkled a little when he saw the red font, which was something he had never seen before. Is there something wrong with the machine? He tried to scan again, but still couldn't recognize the mental state of the experimental subject. Forget it, it's not important anyway. The vaccination situation below made him frown even deeper. It was almost impossible to trigger the talent without vaccination and reach the high-quality S+. Seeing that he had not yet taken the next step, the minnows outside could not wait any longer. What are you dawdling about? We are in a hurry. Ah, yes. He responded quickly, and hurriedly entered the information on the keyboard. Who cares, he just needs to complete the task anyway. Prepare for injection. After receiving his instructions, the female nurse took out the medical refrigerator, which had 3 ampoules neatly arranged inside. She took it out and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, she turned around and wanted to take the disposable syringe from the medical tray rack, but her hand stopped in midair. Her eyes searched everywhere on the table, but she couldn't find the shadow of the syringe at all. Could it be that it was used up just now, and she didn't notice? Minnows was a little impatient. What's wrong again? Yes, sorry, the syringe is used up. I'll go get it right away. The female nurse's forehead was slightly sweaty, and she walked quickly to the shelf not far away, and quickly found the syringe. She ran back, and was about to take the ampoule from the medical refrigerator, when something strange happened. Just now, she clearly remembered that she put the ampoule back into the refrigerator, but now it was empty, and the 3 neatly arranged ones were gone. She froze in place again. Bang! It was the sound of Minnow's fists hitting the glass. Is it over? The male doctor also turned his head, and looked at her strangely. What's wrong? She felt cold sweat on her back, and the surgical gown stuck to her body. She didn't know how to explain this weird situation. It disappeared. What? The male doctor didn't quite understand, and followed her gaze to the refrigerator, only to see that it was empty. He stood up, picked up the refrigerator, looked it up and down, and checked around the operating table, but still didn't see the missing ampoule. He was a little confused. Did you take the wrong one? She tried to explain. No. I remember it was in the box just now. Then he looked at the 2 people outside the operating room anxiously. The lionfish couldn't help but walk back and forth. What are they doing? The stingray shook his head slightly. This had never happened before, and the familiar feeling of uneasiness came again. In the operating room, the male doctor also had a little sweat on his head. Each experimental subject has a fixed number of V2 factors. The ones that have been used up must be registered, and the ones that cannot be used up must be handed in to ensure that the status of each V2 factor can be grasped by the superiors. Someone from another test site had lost one before, and he never saw that person again. And this time, 3 were suddenly lost, and he couldn't even imagine what kind of punishment he would face. He glanced at the 2 great gods outside. One of them stared at him unkindly, and although the other did not move much, the aura he exuded made him feel a little uncomfortable even from such a distance. Now the most important thing is to complete the experiment first. This thought flashed through his mind, and he made a decision in his heart. He took out the last V2 factor that was not used up by the previous experimental subject. The nurse breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it was good to solve the urgent problem first. The experiment continued. She disinfected the skin of the arm of No. LC215243 with alcohol, picked up the needle, and pierced the ampoule. When she was about to pierce the arm of the experimental subject, she saw from the corner of her eye that the finger of No. LC215243, who should have lost consciousness, moved, and then the shadowless light above her head suddenly went out. Before she could react, she felt a pain in the back of her neck and fell into darkness. What happened again? When the lights went out, the male doctor was also startled, and then he heard the nurse fall down. The male doctor subconsciously turned back to check, with some annoyance in his tone. This nurse was newly transferred 2 months ago. He thought she was quite smart, but today's accidents again and again made him begin to doubt his initial judgment. He secretly made up his mind to report her missing medicine immediately after the experiment today. Unexpectedly, when he turned back, he saw a pair of eyes in the light of the computer screen. The eyes were clearly black and white, bright and full of spirit. The eyeballs moved flexibly, the eyelids opened and closed freely, the blood vessels in the corners of the eyes were light red, and the whites of the eyes were shiny and transparent. The only flaw was that the look in his eyes was very cold. He was stunned and looked at the owner of the eyes. Before he lost consciousness, he was still thinking, what a perfect pair of eyes. Lee closed her eyes, dragged out a tennis ball casually from the black hole, and smashed the shadowless lamp above her head. Then she immediately opened her eyes, knocked out the nurse, who was about to give her an injection, and wrapped her body with the other hand by rolling up the bed sheet. When the male doctor turned his head, he also hit him on the back of the neck. Before Lee took action, he had already rehearsed in his mind and eliminated the 2 ordinary people in the operating room at the fastest speed. When the room fell into darkness, he also eliminated the needle in the nurse's hand and put it into the black hole. It took less than 3 seconds to say it. After the 2 people in the operating room fell down, the lionfish and the stingray reacted belatedly. But suddenly going from a bright environment into darkness, in order to complete the conversion between light vision and dark vision, an adaptation process is required, and this process needs to last at least 10 seconds. Lee had been keeping her eyes closed, and she did not need to adapt again when she opened her eyes after the light was broken by her. While they were still in the process of visual adaptation, Lee decisively put the connected computer into the black hole. This computer had recorded her data, and she always felt that it would be dangerous to stay in it. And maybe there were other key data in the host computer, recording the secrets of this underground clinic. Since the computer was taken, the other instruments should be packed together. Lee was like a thief who had finally entered the house, and her hands were so fast that only after images could be seen. Everything she touched disappeared one by one, and the process of more than 10 seconds was enough for her to take everything in the operating room. The laboratory that was full of various instruments just now was soon left with only an empty room. "Who are you?" Minotaur, whose vision finally returned to normal, yelled. He couldn't believe it. The experimental subject actually woke up by himself? And he knocked out 2 of their people. Lee, who was hiding in the dark, saw a faint white light appear on his hand. The glass under his hand made a slight crackling sound and began to crack rapidly with his palm as the center. The cold air generated by the low temperature quickly enveloped the entire laboratory. Lee's eyes focused. It was an ice talent. Minotaur stepped over the broken glass. His palm was still slightly cold, and his expression was full of confusion. "Are you also an awakener?" He did not miss the mental power fluctuations on the experimental subject just now, but he had never seen such mental power before, which did not match all the attributes he knew. The room soon lit up, and the light came from the ice crystal in his palm. He used the ice crystal to illuminate the operating room, but there was no one inside except himself, and it was even a little empty. Minotaur was stunned, and didn't have time to think about where this empty feeling came from, but immediately looked back, preparing to see that there was a second person standing outside the room besides the stingray. It turned out that Lee had hidden in the blind spot of his sight before he melted the glass, and walked out of the operating room from the door. She wanted to take Xiaoqiu away with her, so she returned to the bed where Xiaoqiu was lying. She thought she would be stopped, but she didn't expect that the stingray behind him had not moved, which made her more alert. However, just when she was about to touch Xiaoqiu's bed, it was only 2 steps away, but in her eyes it became as far away as hundreds of meters, and she could not reach the end. She finally knew why the stingray had not moved. The talent of the mental system could interfere with her consciousness and produce hallucinations. But the awakened with spiritual talent also has a fatal weakness, that is, the body is extremely fragile. And the minnow just makes up for his shortcomings. His eyes talent not only has a strong attack power, which can restrict the opponent's actions, but also can provide a certain protection for the stingray. A transparent ice wall condenses in front of him, which is very solid and can't be easily broken. The air in the room suddenly became cold. Exionly felt that his exhaled breath turned into white mist, and the floor under his feet creaked and formed a layer of frost. Looking at the figure frozen in place, the minnow curled his lips. You don't take us seriously enough. With every step he took, Exionly felt the coldness getting worse. The frost under her feet seemed to have legs, and crawled up to her body. After a while, her feet were frozen in place. Although the ability of this experimental subject was beyond his imagination, it was still so vulnerable in front of him. When the lionfish was about to step over the broken glass and give her a fatal blow, there was a transparent barrier in front of him that separated him from the preparation room. When he touched it, the transparent object in front of him was exactly the same as the ice wall he had just condensed in front of the stingray, and it was even much larger. He tried to thaw it with the ice crystals in his hand, but it was always in vain. How could it be possible? He was horrified. Could the talent of the experimental subject also be ice? He quickly denied his idea. People with ice talents usually need to wear gloves, otherwise everything touched by their hands will be frozen. He carried her all the way here just now, and there was no accident. Exionly naturally used his talent of replicating, and fought back by creating a large ice wall for him. His ice crystals were not useless, but every time he thawed, she would replicate another layer, making him mistakenly believe that the ice wall in front of him was unbreakable. After isolating the lionfish, the frost under her feet began to slowly melt, and water droplets began to drip from the ice wall in front of the stingray. She no longer hesitated, and a loaded gun appeared in her right hand behind her back. She raised her right hand quickly, aiming at the stingray's head. With a gunshot, Exionly pulled the trigger, and she heard the sound of the bullet breaking through flesh. But the stingray on the opposite side was still standing there, and the person lying on the ground was wearing a black isolation suit, and blood bloomed under him. It was one of the three. It turned out that he could not only create illusions for her, but also control the bodies of those people. No wonder those people walked so stiffly, and their body temperature was lower than that of ordinary people. They had clearly become his puppets. Exionly's heart tightened. She knew without looking back that the other two people had quietly appeared behind her. But when she was operating the puppet, the illusion in front of her was also solved at the same time, and the two steps that were out of reach also returned to normal. She tapped her fingers on one side quickly, blocking layer after layer of ice walls in front of the minnow. She stretched her body forward to the limit, and the ice crystals under her feet solidified on her soles. She used the force generated by the adhesion between the ice crystals and the soles of her feet to pull her body into a 60-degree angle. Her hair almost passed through the dagger stabbed by the puppet, and her other hand just reached Shuchio on the bed. Then, she activated her talent of elimination. Shuchio on the bed disappeared and appeared in her black hole. In order to deal with Wu Lizzie and Beer Belly in the cave, she had used the elimination technique on the human body once, which consumed half of her mental power. Later, she only recovered less than 30% of her mental power. Now she only had enough mental power to recover Shuchio. So after the elimination was completed, her body lost balance and fell on Shuchio's bed. The dagger that missed was raised again and stabbed her. Exionly reproduced 10 ice walls at once, which was enough to stop the minnow for 10 seconds. Her eyes were focused on the reflective tip of the knife in front of her. When the tip of the knife was about to pierce her heart, it cut through the bed sheet wrapped around her body, but the skin underneath was intact, and not a drop of blood was shed. The bet was right. A small dagger could not break her firewall at all. She grabbed the puppet's hand holding the dagger, and slashed it with her backhand. His head slowly rolled down with her movement, and his body fell backwards powerlessly. As the body fell, the dagger in her hand became as long as a tang sword and stabbed directly at another puppet 3 steps away from her. She was so powerful that his head and body were thrown to the ground fiercely. The long dagger pierced his face and fixed it on the floor. At this time, there were only the last 3 ice walls in front of the minnow. Exionly began to have colorful hallucinations in front of her eyes again. This time, it was different from before. She felt that she was under a defensive wall. She raised her head with a sense of awareness, and Suja's face appeared in front of her. He shed crocodile tears, his eyes full of affection. "This is the last thing you can do for me." Suddenly, countless zombies swarmed around her like ants, roaring to tear her apart. Exionly chuckled, and a spatula appeared in her hand. She jumped up, and in Suja's astonished eyes, she used the spatula to cut off his head again. "My evaluation is that it's weak," she said coldly, and the illusion in front of her faded like a tide, and the pale face of the stingray was not far in front of her. She could see the lionfish breaking through the ice wall in front of her and rushing out. The frost that had just melted under her feet quickly crawled all over her ankles, calves, waist and abdomen, and even to her chest. The half of Xian Li's body below her chest seemed to have been frozen in ice for 10,000 years. The sharp cold air drilled into her body frantically from every pore on her body. Almost at the same time, her legs began to lose consciousness. She clenched the spatula in her hand, but her hand could still move. The palm of her hand glowed blue, and the spatula grew wildly under her mental power as if it had life. The lionfish was only concerned with controlling her movements, and forgot to condense a protective ice wall in front of the stingray. So her spatula pierced the unsuspecting stingray fiercely, and blood splattered. The lionfish roared, and the ice crystal in her hand floated up and shot into her heart like a flying sword. The ice below her chest cracked inch by inch, and her own body was shattered into countless pieces. Perhaps because she was numb from the freezing ice, she was not in so much pain that she lost consciousness. After killing the stingray, her remaining mental power was suddenly filled up and expanded to twice its original size. And the familiar electronic sound rang in her mind again. Talent, manipulation. Effect obtained, new layer, level D. New layer, level D. You can create a new layer on the current object. How to use. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus N to create a new layer. She was very familiar with this shortcut key, and she immediately created a new layer in front of the minnow without thinking. Minnow's eyes were burning like fire, watching the hateful experimental subject shattered under his ice crystals, still feeling unsatisfied. He took a step forward, covered the head of the experimental subject with his palm, and activated his talent. But the head was not frozen as he imagined. He raised his hand and saw that he was cold all over, as if he was frozen. The head he was holding was a stingray. Xian Li lay panting under the bed. Although her injuries were not as serious as what Minnow saw, her legs and below were indeed injured by his ice crystals, and she was about to be disabled. Because of the fight just now, the beds in the room fell to the ground, and the body of the male student named Lu Junjie, who was pushed out, fell beside her. She looked up and saw that the original scratches on the body had disappeared. Although there was no breath of a living person, it strangely exuded a weak mental power as thin as a hair. She was refreshed and reached out to touch his pulse. It was indeed a corpse, but after a person dies, the brain will still survive for a while. Maybe the death was too sudden, and his brain had not yet reacted, so he sent the weak mental power to repair his skin with all his strength. But after a person dies, the brain can only survive for less than 24 hours. Instead of dying sadly like this, it is better for her to get away with it. Xian Li silently said, "Lu Junjie, I will avenge you, my good friend." Then, a long needle appeared in her hand, the tip of the needle flashing faintly. While apologizing, she stabbed the long needle into Lu Junjie's temple, passing through the middle of his brain. At the same time, the long needle suddenly became thicker and crushed his brain. And the life-saving electronic sound also sounded in her mind at the same time. Talent, control. Effect obtained, refresh D level. Refresh D level. You can refresh the state and reshape the body. How to use, press F5. Chapter 36. Xian Li decisively pressed F5. Soon, she felt her mental power flowing through every inch of her skin and tendons, and her two necrotic legs regained consciousness. However, the use of the refresh effect is conditional and limited. It can only be used once within 24 hours, and the effects of other talents are have during this period. For example, she can't recycle herself into the black hole by eliminating now. But this is enough for her to deal with the current situation. It was the sound of the tip of the knife piercing the flesh. Minotaur looked down at his left chest, and blood dripped onto the ground along the blade. His body slid to the ground weakly, but his neck turned at an inhuman angle, and he looked at Xian Li with a persistent and confused look. Why? He couldn't figure out why a random experimental experience had a talent, and he and Stingray were both unaware of it, and both died in her hands. Xian Li felt inexplicably familiar with such a weird scene. On the day she killed Suja, he was left with only a head, but he didn't die immediately. Now, the same situation happened, which made her highly alert. However, she understood that villains die because they talk too much. So she didn't say much, but silently pulled the dagger out of his chest, pierced through his eye sockets, and crushed his brain. There was no prompt for the new talent effect in her mind, which was within Xian Li's expectations. Although the refresh effect restored her physical condition to the peak, at the same time, during this period, killing awakened people to enhance their own mental strength was no longer inevitable, but became a 50% probability event. This time, she was unlucky. After killing the minnow, she did not absorb the corresponding ability. Although she felt a little sorry for missing a talent effect, she was able to fight 2 people alone and escape unscathed, so this loss was nothing. She no longer hesitated. The most important thing now was to leave this ghost place. She took out a set of clothes that the security guard Exile often wore from the black hole and put them on. She put on the cosplay wig again, and she looked no different from when she first entered the woods. She took down the raincoat hanging on the wall and put it on her body without hesitation. It was the isolation suit that the minnow and the other 2 wore to isolate their mental power. This is a good thing. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Fortunately, the elevator to go up does not require verification information. At the moment the elevator door closed, a burning match was thrown into the laboratory soaked with gasoline. 30 seconds later, she returned to the ordinary ICU. Before leaving, Exile created a new layer on her body, so that her body would be transparent to outsiders, and she would be completely integrated into the environment, which was more than enough to fool the ordinary bodyguards outside. She just walked away in the heavily guarded ICU. She had spent too much time in the underground laboratory. It was almost 5 o'clock now, and it would be dawn in more than an hour. She hurriedly walked in the woods, her figure appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Just as she was concentrating on her journey, a phone rang suddenly, which seemed particularly strange in the dead silence of the woods. She stopped in shock, looked behind her, and her mental power scattered. But there was no other living person in the woods except her. She finally found that the sound came from the pocket of the raincoat she was wearing. Exile took out the vibrating mobile phone from her pocket. It was an old-fashioned mobile phone with a TFT display the size of 2 fingers. Unlike the multifunctional smartphones on the market, it could not connect to the internet and only had basic functions of making calls and sending text messages. But it was waterproof, shatterproof, and power-saving, making it particularly durable. The screen resolution was not high, and a name was scrolling on the light green caller ID. Beluga. She frowned and let the phone vibrate in her hand without any intention of answering it. After a while, the call was automatically hung up without anyone answering. She just breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't expect the other party to call her tirelessly again. It seemed that if she didn't answer, he would keep calling. Exile's thumb rubbed the answer button for a long time, and finally pressed it down. She put the receiver to her ear and didn't speak. The other party didn't speak, but she could hear the other party's steady breathing from the receiver. They seemed to be playing a game in which whoever spoke first would lose, and the winner of this game was destined to be Exile. In the end, the other party lost his temper first. "Who are you?" A man's voice. His voice was gentle and sharp. It turned out that he was the 3rd person in the ICU, the man. Although his voice did sound like a harmless white whale, Exile was sure that if he knew that she had killed his men, it would cause a lot of trouble. Exile pondered for a while, took out his mobile phone, found a video in the historical browsing record, and clicked to play. A sweet voice rang out. "I am Suyuching." Before the other party could speak, Exile, who was selfish, hung up the phone and said silently in his heart, "Every wrong has its perpetrator, go find Suyuching." Half an hour later, Exile saw Jiangning hanging on a thick branch with his hands at the edge of the woods. He was doing pull-ups out of boredom. From a distance, he could hear him mumbling, 28, 29, 30. When she approached Jiangning's sight, his movements suddenly became more powerful. 101. 102. 103. Hey, don't think she can't hear. Until Exile walked in front of him, Jiangning jumped down in high spirits and wiped the sweat from his head. "Brother." Exile nodded, and Jiangning checked her up and down. Seeing that she didn't look injured, he was relieved. "I'm glad you're okay. Did you catch those people?" "I beat them half to death and ran away." Exile didn't want to explain too much about his killing spree, so he just fooled around. At this time, there was a movement behind Jiangning. Exile looked behind him and found a person tied to a tree with a hemp rope, with 2 smelly socks stuffed in his mouth, and kept moaning at Exile. He looked closely, and found that the person was Rongwan. Exile looked at Jiangning with a puzzled look, and the latter said righteously, "I was guarding the edge of the woods, and saw her sneaking towards the water from a distance. I thought if she ran away, how would I explain to my brother? So I knocked her out, and dragged her here." She didn't think of this. Fortunately, Jiangning was behind to clean up. If she ran away, Exile might be uncomfortable for a while. "You are worthy of it." Exile patted his shoulder to show encouragement. Let's go to Director Zhao. It's time to settle the accounts." Jiangning responded and tied Rongwan up like a dumpling, and he held the end of the rope in his hand. He walked beside Exionly with big strides, and Rongwon followed behind him like a dog rolling and crawling. When approaching Area B, Exionly asked Jiang Ning to take Rongwon to the management office first, and she had to hurry to send Xiaoqiu back to her original place. It was still dark at this time. Although there was some movement in Area B, most people were still sleeping. Fortunately, she had an impression of their residence when she patrolled before, and she successfully came to the shed where Chio's mother was. There were 3 or 4 people sleeping in the shed, and from time to time, hazy snoring came from the next door that was close at hand. Exionly first used her mind to check Xiaoqiu's condition in the black hole. Although there were some wet rain stains on her body, she was still sleeping peacefully because she had been anesthetized before. With a thought, Xiaoqiu's small body appeared in her arms, and she gently put her next to Chio's mother. As if she felt her daughter approaching, Chio's mother turned around in her sleep and patted her daughter's back gently. Exionly took out a new cheese stick from the black hole, put it back in Xiaoqiu's pocket, and left quietly. After all this trouble, the sky was gradually getting brighter. At this time, it was just past 6:30 in the morning, and there was a noise in Area B. People around Exionly ran over one after another, and it seemed to be the canteen. "Hurry up! If you don't hurry over, you won't be able to drink meat porridge today." "Mom, I want to drink meat porridge." It's over, it seems the queue has already started. "I haven't had meat porridge for 3 days, please don't fight with me." "You're cutting in line, right? If you dare to cut in line again, I'll call Captain Xian. I saw him on the road." There were noises and arguments from the cafeteria in the distance. Such small fights happen almost every day, but usually they are quickly suppressed because of Exionly. But Exionly sensitively discovered that the atmosphere today was more impetuous than usual. But now she has no time to care about these. She is going to the management office to find Director Zhao and ask him to immediately announce the truth about human flesh porridge before the cafeteria opens. The victims have the right to know, and she never thought of making a mistake. Everyone should have the right to choose. She can choose not to conduct experiments, and the victims can also choose whether to stick to the bottom line. For those who stick to the bottom line, and would rather starve to death than kill each other, she respects them. Although she does not despise those who choose to eat people for survival despite knowing the truth, she will not associate with them. When approaching the tent of the management office, it was unusually quiet, unlike the noisy cafeteria. Exionly had a bad feeling in his heart, and rushed in without saying hello. When he opened the curtain, he saw Rongwon, who was covered in blood and didn't know whether she was dead or alive, and Director Zhao was nowhere to be found. Jiang Ning sat on the ground and rubbed his head. Just now, Director Zhao's face changed when he saw Rongwon, and he immediately stabbed Rongwon without waiting for him to speak. During the struggle between the two, Zhao Lisan picked up a brick and hit him on the back of his head, and he fainted. Now he just woke up, and there was a walnut-sized bump on the back of his head. "Where is Zhao Yongxin?" Seeing Exionly coming in, he said anxiously. "He ran away." Not only did he not do the job that his elder brother gave him, but he also let someone run away, which made him feel guilty and anxious. Exionly didn't have time to blame him, but spread her mental power, and the entire Yaolin resettlement site was instantly covered by her mental power. After slaughtering 2 awakeners, her mental strength was far beyond what it had been before. Even if Zhao Lisan was an ant, she could dig deep into the ground to find him. Her brain was like the most sophisticated computer in the world. Thousands of faces were filtered out in her mind, leaving only the one that belonged to Zhao Yongxin. In less than 3 seconds, she found his trace. At the landing point of the bamboo raft, there was a small boat parked at the moment, and Zhao Yongxin was holding a huge luggage bag in his hand and rushing there without stopping. Chapter 37. Zhao Yongxin walked towards the landing point with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The muddy road left footprints, which were quickly wiped out by the rain. He walked around the edge of the woods, and didn't see many disaster victims along the way. After all, the disaster victims should all be rushing to the canteen at this time, thinking about queuing up for porridge as soon as possible, so they wouldn't be surprised if they saw him. He held the luggage bag tightly in his hand, half of which was gold bars and half was dry food. The gold bars were half forced and half voluntarily handed over by some wealthy people, under the pretext of buying food, when he established the resettlement site, under the pretext of buying food, and were called charitable donations. When the typhoon first came, food was not so scarce. As an internal staff member, he had a channel to buy it, but he hesitated when he saw so much gold. Thinking that it would be in time to wait for the materials to be transferred from above, he did not place the order in time, which led to the typhoon lasting for more than a month. When land, shipping and air transportation were unable to deliver materials, the food reserves of their resettlement site were so stretched, and the dry food was secretly withheld from the material truck by him. Even if it was distributed to the disaster victims, each person would not be able to eat a bite. But it was different for him to take it away. At least it could cover his own food rations for half a month. Now there is only a small amount of rice, noodles, and soybeans left in the resettlement site. In a few days, he might not even be able to afford porridge. If he doesn't leave now, when will he leave? So he packed his luggage as early as the second wave of typhoons came. He had a hunch that the resettlement site would not last for a few days. So he contacted the people above early. Fortunately, he had no merits during this period, but he had worked hard. The above promised to send someone to pick him up. Unexpectedly, just when he was about to leave, Jiangning barged in with a person in his hand. When he saw Rongwan, he knew that he had been discovered for allowing Wu Laizi to use corpses as food. He sent her on her way directly. Without witnesses, they could not accuse him casually. He did not intend to keep it a secret for too long, because Xian Li was very sensitive, and Rongwan was almost discovered by him several times. Zhao Yongxin had no choice but to give Xian Li the title of captain, assigned him some chores, and changed his shift schedule to daytime. Rongwan and Wu Laizi found a loophole. One kidnapped people, the other sent corpses, and Zhao Yongxin's hands were clean, without any blood. From another perspective, he was even the savior of the disaster victims. Without him, how could they live safely until now? Even if they ate human flesh, so what? They wouldn't die. Why bother with so much if they could survive? He tasted the meat porridge lightly, and even he, who was used to seafood porridge, felt that the porridge was a rare delicacy. If he didn't know the source of the ingredients, he might get addicted to it. He was very proud, and walked much more briskly. He could leave this hellhole soon. The superior said that the typhoon would be over in a few days. As long as he could survive this period, and go to the large-scale shelter in Chong City, the capital of the next province, and wait for the natural disaster to pass, he would have no worries about food and drink for the rest of his life, with these gold bars in his hand. Soon, the simple dock appeared in his sight. He was delighted and sped up. He had asked the boatmen and volunteers to build this dock with stones and wooden boards before, but he didn't expect it to provide him with convenience now. Although he didn't know why the superior sent a boat here, it didn't look like the weather was suitable for sailing. But there were many capable people on the top. He just needed to leave here safely, and he wouldn't ask about other things. Zhao Yongxin walked and looked back. There was no sign of anyone following him. Even if Xian Li followed him, he was not afraid. The person sent by the superiors was not an ordinary person, and it was more than enough to deal with Xian Li. The fishing boat that came to pick him up was parked at the dock. He first threw the heavy luggage bag onto the boat, making a loud noise. Then he climbed onto the boat impatiently. The fight just now, and the rush all the way here had consumed most of his physical strength. When he finally climbed up, he didn't have time to go into the cabin to avoid the rain, but fell directly on the deck, exhausted. He didn't rest for long, and vaguely saw a figure in the cab through the rain. It should be the person sent by the superiors to pick him up, saying that they came to do business, and could pick him up by the way. He remembered that the code name was Lionfish, the name of a bony fish. Almost all the people in this organization were named after fish, which was very strange. He stood up with difficulty, walked to the cabin at the stern, and knocked on the door politely. "Hello, I'm Zhao Yongxin. According to the agreement, I should have arrived here before 6 o'clock, but there was an accident on the way." The person inside heard him, and walked towards the door. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little worried that the other party would leave first if he was late. It seemed that the other party should not be angry. At least he was still willing to wait for him here, but in order to show his hard work, he was willing to give him 2 gold bars as compensation. No, 2 seemed too much, 1 would be fine. He was thinking about it, and the door slowly opened in front of him. He put on a social smile on his face. People who met him for the first time would often think he was serious and upright. "I'm sorry to waste your time." "It's okay, I just came here not long ago." The man spoke, his tone was gentle, but Zhao Yongxin seemed to have seen something horrible, and his whole body froze. The person in front of him was Xian Li. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his eyes full of boundless horror. "You? How could it be you? Are you surprised?" Xian Li admired the fear on his face, smiled, and walked step by step into the rain. Zhao Yongxin's legs were soft as mud. "Why are you here? Where are the people on the boat? Where did everyone go?" "The people on the boat. I'm not sure, can you see if that's it?" Xian Li kindly reminded him. Zhao Yongxin looked in the direction of her finger. Where was the person at the stern? It was at most a leg, and the rest of the body was nowhere to be found. The bloodstains at the stern had been diluted by the rain, so he didn't notice it at the first time. As soon as I got on the boat, the man attacked me. I was just defending myself, and he broke a leg, and then jumped into the water to feed the fish. Zhao Yongxin tried to stay calm. It's not him, there is another one. The dead man should be just a random person responsible for driving the boat. The person who really came to pick him up must be on the way. As long as he can drag him here. Scorpionfish? He's dead. Zhao Yongxin couldn't stay calm anymore. His expression twitched unnaturally, and his glasses tilted to one side. His upper and lower lips kept shaking. No. Impossible. How could you kill the awakened? I don't believe it. I don't believe your nonsense. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. In the end, he almost shouted out loud. Li didn't want to say more. He directly created a new layer and reproduced the scene of the lionfish's death. Zhao Yongxin felt as if he was in an underground laboratory. The death scene he saw with his own eyes made him tremble. Until he pulled away from the picture, the horror in his eyes reached the extreme. You are not a human. I am not a human? Li's face darkened. Then what do you call feeding the victims with human flesh? He really knew about this. Zhao Yongxin was both terrified and gloating. He was terrified that she knew the role he played in the middle, and would definitely not let him go. What made her happy was that she didn't seem to know what would happen if she got involved with that organization. Zhao Yongxin roared. That's none of my business, it's Wu Lizhi. It was his idea. Li said sinisterly. Do you think I will let Wu Lizhi go? Zhao Yongxin's voice trembled even more. Li didn't want to argue with him anymore. She just wanted to drag him to the cafeteria and make the truth public. She grabbed Zhao Yongxin's collar, and the latter struggled with both hands. His neck was strangled by the collar. He grabbed Li's hand and tried to pry her hand apart, but she impatiently twisted it back, and his arm fell down weakly. He screamed and was dragged off the boat by Li, and fell heavily on the dock. His voice became intermittent. I don't go. Li was now incredibly strong. Dragging an adult man was no problem, and a deep mark was left on the mud behind him. It took Zhao Yongxin 20 minutes to escape to the dock, but he was dragged back by Li in less than 5 minutes. But the closer she got to the cafeteria, the more panicked Li felt. From a distance, she saw Jiang Ning running over from the cafeteria. She had just asked him to stop Zhu Dandan from distributing meals, so why did he run over now? Jiang Ning rushed to her, his face pale. Brother, it's bad, the victims are crazy. Crazy? Li was stunned, and soon she knew what he meant by crazy. A strong force came from her hand, and Zhao Yongxin actually broke free from her restraints, and his broken arm was deeply stuck in the mud. He lay on his back on the ground, and she saw him rolling his eyes constantly, his eyeballs protruding strangely, his face turning from white to blue, and his bones making creepy creaking sounds. The arm she broke even rotated 360 degrees back, supporting his body crookedly. He was on all fours, like an inverted humanoid spider. His eyes were gray, lifeless, and exuding a familiar breath. Li, who had been struggling in the apocalypse for many years, reacted almost immediately after smelling it. This was clearly the breath of zombies. How could Zhao Yongxin suddenly become a zombie? She was breathing rapidly, and her mind was spinning rapidly. Although she dragged Zhao Yongxin along the way, she was restrained and did not kill him. After all, he still needed to give an explanation to the victims. How could he suddenly turn from a living person into a zombie? But there was not much time left for her to think at this time. Zhao Yongxin seemed unable to think. He looked in the direction of the cafeteria, and saliva kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. I want to drink meat porridge. As he said that, he moved his limbs together and crawled towards the cafeteria. This speed was even faster than Li. Li picked up a branch as thick as his forearm that fell on the ground and swung it hard in the direction where Zhao Yongxin was crawling. The sound of breaking through the air passed by, and the branch actually penetrated Zhao Yongxin's shoulder directly, nailing him to the ground. He seemed to be unaware of the pain, his limbs waving in vain on the ground, but his body did not move forward at all. He clearly smelled the aroma of meat porridge, and the smell was like a radar, accurately drilling into his nasal cavity and dominating his brain. The delicious taste was more tempting than the seafood porridge made by top chefs, and he kept drooling. But he couldn't move. He finally realized the existence of Li and the others, raised his head with difficulty, stared at the instigator Li, His eyeballs were congested, and his tongue had begun to stiffen. Why don't you let me drink porridge? He had become a complete monster. Chapter 38. Jiang Ning had seen Xian Li injure people before, but this was the first time he had seen such a bloody scene. He saw the changes in Zhao Yongxin, and felt it was weird. Seeing Xian Li piercing Zhao Yongxin's shoulder without any hesitation, he felt even more uneasy. Brother. Xian Li ignored him. There was a tree trunk that was cut down by someone and could be hugged by one person. She easily carried it over and pressed it on Zhao Yongxin, who was struggling. Jiang Ning didn't think about how unreasonable it was for Xian Li to carry a tree trunk weighing at least 1,000 kilograms by himself, and subconsciously wanted to go up to help. Don't get close to him. Xian Li stopped him. She pressed him down with a tree trunk, then retreated to a place where he couldn't grab her and observed carefully. If you don't want to become like him, you'd better stay away from him. He's no longer a human. Zhao Yongxin looked like some kind of beast, with a chilling roar in his throat, and his eyeballs were more prominent because he was forced to open them wide, as if he was about to fall to the ground in the next moment. His limbs were worn out, and there were bloodstains between his fingers from broken nails. But he still tried to move forward, which was the direction of the cafeteria. What's going on? Jiang Ning felt that his brain was not enough. First, human trafficking appeared at the resettlement site, and then when he took the prisoners to find Director Zhao, the other party directly fought with him. Then when he went to maintain order, the victim seemed to be shouting like crazy, and kept clashing. The situation was out of his control. And Zhao Yongxin's monster-like appearance made his brain nerves completely collapse, and he couldn't think normally. I'll make it short. Xian Li quickly explained. Those who disappeared were chopped up and cooked into meat porridge by Zhao Yongxin. I have no idea why he became like this, but I guess it has something to do with human flesh porridge. We have to go to the cafeteria to find out. Human meat porridge. When Jiang Ning heard this, his face suddenly turned pale, and he vomited. He ate a lot of meat porridge in the cafeteria. Could it be that he had been eating human flesh during this period? Xian Li pulled him up and ran towards the cafeteria. Although she knew that there was something wrong with the human flesh porridge, she didn't know it would be so serious. The waste of the failed experiment also had a lot of toxins left in it. How could it be safe and sound after eating these poisonous human flesh? She was very grateful at this time. Fortunately, there was enough food in her space, and she hadn't wronged herself to eat in the cafeteria during this period. She let Jiang Ning take it on her behalf, which meant that Jiang Ning took the blame for her. Thinking of this, she felt a little guilty, and looked at Jiang Ning, who was still vomiting acid water. The latter had not shown any signs of mourning for the time being. Signs of corpse transformation. Could it be that this time, Jiang Ning did not die at the hands of Minggu, but instead, her appearance accelerated his death? The canteen was right in front of her, and a huge crowd of people surrounded the tents. She could already hear the sound of smashing pots and bowls from the crowd. Where's the porridge? I want to drink porridge. Hurry up and bring it out. I can already smell it. Dandan! Dandan, come out. If you don't let me drink porridge, I'm going to starve to death. Then, she heard Dandan's voice. Everyone, be patient, line up first. The director said that we're eating pickled meat today, and those who make trouble will not get a share. Pickled meat? Can pickled meat taste better than porridge? Pickled meat is fine. I want to eat pickled meat. The agitated crowd was calmed down by her words, and the noises were much less. Xian Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the porridge had not been distributed yet. The canteen tents were connected in a row, and there was an exit at the back for the kitchen staff to enter and exit. She passed through there, and the kitchen staff and the canteen were outside the tent to stop the disaster victims from making trouble, leaving only Zhu Dandan in the kitchen. The big pot was bubbling with meat porridge, or it could only be said to be rice soup. There was much less meat in it than when Xian Li first saw it, and there were few grains of rice, but the fragrance was still there. Zhu Dandan was holding a kitchen knife, and was carefully cutting a piece of meat on the chopping board. Each piece was as thin as a cicada's wing, for fear that if it was cut too thick, others would not be able to eat it. There's something wrong with the meat. She snatched the kitchen knife from her hand, and threw it on the ground. Zhu Dandan was stunned and looked up at her. Xian Li exhaled and said again, there is something wrong with this meat, we can't serve it. Zhu Dandan's voice trembled. What's the problem? Is this meat human meat? Jiang Ning, who had been vomiting all the way, woke up. You know? He raised his hand angrily at Zhu Dandan. You know, then why are you still doing this? I can't help it. Her tears rolled out all of a sudden. Although this meat is chopped, I am a chef. How can I not know that this meat has problems? 8,000 disaster victims. 8,000 mouths. If we don't serve meals on time one day, their saliva will drown us. Say we embezzle the food. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The food storage is not enough. I reported it to Zhao Yongxin early, but what about him? He has obviously raised donations, but has not distributed any supplies. What can I do? Wu Lizhi sent the meat, but I was not in charge of it at first. When I found something wrong, the porridge was already cooked. There are disaster victims outside. Should I throw it away in front of them? If the meals were not served on time, the disaster victims would have rioted long ago. How could the resettlement site be so peaceful? Jiang Ningyang's hand in the air did not fall for a long time. Then, you can't eat people. Zhu Dandan covered her head in pain. I originally thought that it would be fine once. Just this time, such a cruel truth will become a secret forever, and I have to bear it myself. But I found that they are addicted to it after eating it once. I studied it all night, and made vegetarian meat buns to replace meat. If you don't drink porridge, you can get 2 more eggs, but the disaster victims don't appreciate it. Instead, they make more trouble. No matter what I do, they must drink meat porridge. Nothing else will work. Xian Li, who was silent for a long time, spoke. The people used to make meat are waste. Waste? Jiang Ning and Zhu Dandan were stunned. To put it simply, someone was experimenting with disaster victims. The experiment failed, and the subjects died suddenly, but there might still be residual toxins in their bodies, which would make people addicted or even mutate if they ate them. Jiang Ning thought of Zhao Yongxin, who had just behaved strangely, and then he connected the previous and subsequent events together. But he also drank the porridge, so why didn't he mutate? When they were conducting experiments, they had certain standards for judging physical fitness. I think the better the physical fitness, the more they can withstand the side effects. And you? She looked at Jiang Ning and said uncertainly, maybe your qualifications are also very good, so you are still normal now. As for the other victims, ordinary people are still the majority, as can be seen from the high failure rate of the experiment. After drinking a large amount of poisonous meat porridge, perhaps the residual toxins entered the human body, and after several rounds of renewal, they controlled the brain, gradually becoming addicted and losing reason. Jiang Ning's expression was still as disgusting as if he had swallowed a fly. If possible, he did not want this qualification. However, the people who were still queuing outside did not allow them to remain silent for too long. Some people have begun to try to break through the kitchen staff's obstruction, and want to enter the tent to taste the delicious meat porridge. How could a dozen kitchen staff stop more than 8,000 people? Soon, some victims broke through the checkpoints. Xian Li saw a man rushing into the tent. He seemed to not see the existence of Xian Li and others in his eyes. He only saw the boiling meat porridge in front of him. He used the bowl in his hand to scoop it into the pot, and then poured it into his mouth in big mouthfuls. Xian Li could even see that his lips were burned and blistered, but he didn't care and drank one bowl after another. Xian Li had no time to stop them, because the disaster victims outside the tent had completely lost control. Everyone who rushed in was eagerly staring at the fragrant meat porridge. Some even jumped directly onto the stove, which was still burning, and plunged into the boiling porridge pot. When they raised their heads, their entire heads were covered with milky white soup, and the skin underneath was already scalded red, but they were unaware, and continued to bury their heads in it like a moth to a flame. Countless disaster victims were crowded in this small tent. Those who couldn't squeeze in at the back tried to climb over the people in front. The people who took the lead in the front lost their balance, and the pot in their hands fell on the people below. Seeing the white meat porridge spilling out, the people behind them looked even crazier. Their eyes bulged out like goldfish, their mouths open wide, and they screamed as they pounced on the person who was splashed with porridge. The person was covered with white soup, and was pressed down by dozens of people without any resistance. In the panic, it seemed that some people accidentally bit the flesh of the person below them, and a trace of bloody smell overflowed. Almost at the same time, everyone's nose moved, and the sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. The crowd rushing forward frantically was quiet for a second, and then it was completely crazy. It smells so good. Let me have a bite too. So delicious. Almost in the blink of an eye, the cafeteria became a purgatory on earth. People began to not only stare at the porridge, but also turned their eyes to the people around them, and bit into it without saying a word. Suddenly, blood dyed the kitchen red. These people have completely mutated. Xian Li didn't have time to think about it, and grabbed Jiang Ning, who was closest to her, and ran out from the back passage. Zhu Dandan tried to catch up with him with tears in her eyes, but she didn't know who tripped her, and she fell to the ground. Those crazy people stepped on her body, ignored her screams, and tore the bodies of their own kind. Brother, what should we do? Jiang Ning was frightened and just followed Xian Li mechanically. We have to leave here. There was almost no one outside the tent, and the victims gathered at the canteen tent. Xian Li thought calmly while running. The boat that came to pick up Zhao Yongxin was parked at the dock, and she could take Jiang Ning to sail away from here. When she passed the management office, she saw Rongwan, who had woken up at some point. She covered her bleeding stomach and leaned against the wall to get out. She saw that there was no one in the resettlement site, and it seemed that she didn't know what had happened. At the same time, Zhao Yongxin, who was pressed down by Xian Li with a tree trunk, appeared out of nowhere. He was bleeding profusely from the side of his shoulder where the branch was stuck. Xian Li passed by him like Jiang Ningfeng, but he didn't catch her. He turned his eyes to Rongwan, who was confused outside the tent, and bit her with a roar. Xian Li ran and looked back, and saw Rongwan was defeated by the mutated Zhao Yongxin, and fell weakly in a pool of blood. Evil will be punished by evil, she thought to herself, and suddenly found something wrong. Jiang Ning beside her stopped at some point, and stood a few steps away from her with his head down. Xian Li's head almost exploded, and she said softly, Jiang Ning? Big brother. Hearing her words, Jiang Ning took a long time to raise his head with difficulty. His eyes were gray, and a familiar breath emanated from him. Chapter 39. Instantly, Xian Li thought of many ways. First, before Jiang Ning completely turned into a zombie, she would first recover him, stop the time in the black hole, and then she would slowly find a solution. But the CD for refreshing the status has not passed yet, and she cannot recover living things now. Second, pull out all his teeth and cut off his fingers. As far as she knows, early zombies have no regeneration ability, so he will not hurt people, but he will also be completely useless. Third, throw him here and let him fend for himself with other mutated disaster victims. Objectively speaking, the third one should be the best choice. Xian Li tried to ignore the guilt in her heart, but her feet took root in the ground and did not move. Jiang Ning's voice began to become hoarse, and he gasped for breath. His skin kept changing color, sometimes blue, and sometimes pale. He seemed to be trying his best to control his brain, struggling to maintain his sanity, and not let his consciousness completely fall. Big brother, hurry, go! Xian Li in front of him no longer seemed like the big brother he respected in the past. He could almost see the path of blood flowing under her thin skin, and the fragrance she exuded was even more crazy. A voice in his mind kept telling him to taste it, just one bite. He almost used up all his strength to restrain himself from rushing forward. He closed his eyes, not thinking, not looking, because the veins in his neck were bursting because of too much force. Xian Li stood still. Just then Zhao Yongxin, who was not far away, finished eating. He sniffed and smelled a strange fragrance. Following the fragrance, his unsatisfied eyes turned to Xian Li. The smell of that person seemed to be more intoxicating than anyone else. At this moment, she was standing there motionless, like a fruit waiting to be picked. Zhao Yongxin growled, drooling with excitement, and rushed towards her like a wild wolf. He could already see her neck clearly, and when he was about to pounce on her, Jiang Ning moved. His speed was faster than Zhao Yongxin's, and he was so fast that he threw Zhao Yongxin to the ground. The impact made Zhao Yongxin slide back 3 meters. Zhao Yongxin glared at the uninvited guest who disturbed his meal with anger, and opened his mouth to bite his throat. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt a strong force coming from behind him. He was grabbed by the collar by Xian Li and thrown back, and hit a tree, causing his head to bleed. But Zhao Yongxi was not much better than him. Xian Li had a gun in his hand, and shot him in the forehead. The latter twitched and finally died. She turned around and looked at Jiang Ning, who was not dizzy. The blue veins on his face became more and more obvious, and he made a hoarse sound in his throat. But he looked at her with pleading eyes. Xian Li understood that he wanted her to end his life. He didn't want to become such a terrible zombie. Jiang Ning's mind was full of various voices. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray mask. The world turned black and gray, and only that person had color. Every cell in his body was clamoring to eat her. Eat her. He blinked hard, and his confused brain was still thinking that his eldest brother turned out to be a girl. Probably when he was running away, the buckle of Xian Li's wig loosened and fell somewhere. Just like a flashback before death, he remembered the first time he met his elder brother, who rescued him from a difficult situation without any effort. She told him that it was better to fight him with fists than to reason with the evil man. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No one would have thought that the ruthless security guard Xian Li was actually a girl. But Xian Li should not be her real name, right? How could a girl be called such a name? But even if it was a girl, she was still his elder brother, once a brother, always a brother. But what was he thinking about? He was going to die. He watched her holding a gun and walking towards him step by step. Her expression was calm, and there was no reluctance in her eyes. His elder brother has always been ruthless and taciturn, and he thought he could give him a quick death this time. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at him, without even a tremor. He closed his eyes with relief. But after waiting for a long time, there was no gunshot in his ears. Could it be that after mutation, even hearing and pain sense will be lost? He finally couldn't help but open his eyes in confusion, but saw a syringe in Xian Li's hand, with blue liquid glowing faintly. It was the medicine that the female nurse in the underground laboratory took, which originally belonged to Lu Junjie. Perhaps she was quick-witted. She thought of Jiang Ning's torture in the previous life, but he didn't die immediately. So did it mean that he had an excellent physique that ordinary people couldn't match? The fact that he could hold on for so long may also be related to the fact that the medicine he took was not pure enough. Then if he was injected with the original medicine, maybe he could survive. She decided to take a gamble. Do you believe me? What nonsense was she talking about? How could he not believe her? He nodded his head slightly up and down. She closed her eyes and opened them again, with only determination in her eyes. The hand holding the needle steadily pushed the medicine into Jiang Ning's blood vessels. She counted silently in her heart for 30 seconds. Jiang Ning half closed his eyes and felt a hint of coolness on his body, flowing through his blood vessels and meridians, making him feel a little cold. Then, he felt his heart slightly warm, and the coolness was instantly dispelled. His limbs were warm, as if soaked in warm water. It was so comfortable that he sighed. Soon, the water became hotter and hotter, and the water turned into fire without knowing when. He was repeatedly roasted on the fire like a fish, and fine beads of sweat covered his forehead, back, and palms until his whole body seemed to be burned dry. A thick layer of black and gray grease and dirt was secreted on the skin. Jiang Ning had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His dark skin from being a boatman exposed to the wind and sun became fair and smooth. Xian Li calmed himself and pushed in the second one again. If it was like being roasted by fire just now, then now Jiang Ning felt like he was frozen by the ice for 10,000 years, and his blood was coagulated. His brain became numb, his consciousness began to blur, and the sound of his heartbeat was like a gong in his ears, dong dong. His lips faded and became pale, his teeth chattered up and down because of the cold, and his body twitched slightly. There was still no sign of any awakening of mental power. Xian Li gritted his teeth and continued to push in the third one. Jiang Ning's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his expression was painful. He clenched his fists, and his nails pierced deeply into the flesh. His blood vessels were throbbing, as if something was trying to get out of them. His body was twitching more and more, and even the flesh on his face was shaking uncontrollably. Xian Li tried to hold him down, and her scorching heat could be felt through his coat. She then realized that his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Just when his heartbeat reached its peak, Jiang Ning's body first froze, and then completely stopped moving. Xian Li's mind was numb, and she tremblingly put her hand under his nose, but she didn't feel any breathing. She felt that her mind was stagnant, and she couldn't think anymore. She originally wanted to save him and change his fate, but the ray of hope, she thought, she had grasped suddenly dissipated from her hands, like a wisp of light smoke. She felt a little powerless. Could it be that she couldn't change anything in her new life? She had already changed her fate, and walked out of the predetermined trajectory. Since fate gave her the opportunity to choose again, she had to save the person in front of her now. Jiang Ning, wake up. Her mind was hot. For some reason, she felt angry, guilty, depressed, and inexplicably disappointed. For a while, various emotions were mixed. She raised her hand and slapped him. Jiang Ning's face was crooked by her slap, and one side of his face swelled up quickly. She was stunned. I don't know how long it took, maybe a minute, maybe a second. Suddenly, a majestic mental force was transmitted from his body, and the motionless body moved slightly, and the azure light flowed at his fingertips. At the moment of life and death, he felt a hard and firm hand holding him, making his heart connected with this world again, and he could never leave again. Jiang Ning's heartbeat resumed. Xian Li was a little dazed, and then she realized that she had already broken out in a cold sweat. Although Jiang Ning was still not awake, his breathing had slowly become stable. Xian Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she won the bet. As she relaxed, she noticed that the noise in the cafeteria was getting smaller and smaller. Her mental power could sense that 1/3 of the lives had disappeared in the melee just now. But even if there was only one left, it would be a catastrophe for the unprepared world. And now there are only a few awakeners. It has only been more than a month since K-82 came out. In her memory, the 100 executors that were mass-produced and put into use were already in the 4th year. The progress bar of this life has been pushed forward too much without her realizing it. If there were no executors, the human world might suffer heavy losses. She felt vaguely that her appearance had produced a butterfly effect. She was not a savior, and could not inject drugs into others one by one, greedily wanting to change the fate of everyone. But she wanted to take responsibility for her rebirth, and correct the fast-forward timeline back to the right track. Exionly stood up. She carried Jiang Ning on her back, strode to the dock, and put him on the deck. Then she jumped onto the side of the ship. Her mental power enveloped the entire resettlement site, making sure that no mutated victims ran away. Then, a thunder appeared in her hand. She pulled out the pull ring, and with her huge arm strength, she threw the thunder into the sky above the resettlement site. When the thunder flew to the highest point, countless identical thunders appeared around it in an instant. They appeared densely in the air with a mission, paused for a few seconds, and then fell down at the same time. Exionly returned to the cabin the moment she threw the thunder, and drove away at the fastest speed. Not long after, she heard explosions coming from behind her. The noise was so loud that even her fishing boat was shaking slightly. Even through the rain, she could see a few wisps of smoke rising above the resettlement site. Deep pits were smashed into the resettlement site in the distance. Facing such a terrorist attack, even zombies had nowhere to hide. After a long 5 minutes, the resettlement site returned to silence. The remains of the victims were hanging everywhere, and the blood mixed with the rain, seeping into the soil under their feet, was soon washed away by the ruthless rain. Chapter 40. When Jiangning woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. When he opened his eyes, he first saw a stove, and then the face of Exionly reflected by the fire. She was no longer wearing a wig, and her shoulder-length hair was tucked behind her ears, revealing a clearly curved jaw. Big. As soon as he opened his mouth, he felt something was wrong, and then immediately changed his words. Boss! Exionly, who was roasting a piece of bread on the iron net with an iron skewer, glanced at him without joy or anger. I haven't mutated. Jiangning touched his chest in surprise, and the heart beating underneath was strong and powerful. He opened his collar again to look at his skin, which was the same as before. No, it was not quite the same. It was much whiter than before. His face suddenly turned pale. Am I still a human? What else? Exionly didn't even look at him, and concentrated on roasting the bread in his hand. Jiangning said cautiously, It was you, boss, who saved me, right? You gave me the injection. I'm glad to know. Exionly snorted, then stared at him sinisterly. You owe me a life now. Yes, yes. Jiangning opened his mouth in joy, and the muscles on his face were pulled, and a tearing pain came, and he took a breath of cold air with a hiss. He touched his right face, which was swollen, as if he had a ping-pong ball in his mouth. What happened to my face? Exionly's expression did not change. You hit yourself when you were asleep. Oh. When did he have the problem of sleepwalking? After a moment of silence, Exion thought of something and said, The medicine I gave you is the medicine that the group of people Roan mentioned used for human experiments. Although you have stopped mutating now, there may still be some side effects. Exionly handed him a mirror. He took it with doubt, and was startled when he saw himself in the mirror. In addition to the swollen part of his face, there was another strange thing. Jiangning blinked. In the mirror, his eyes were one black and one gray. The left eye was no different from before, but the right eyeball turned gray. He covered his intact eye with his hand, and looked forward with only the gray right eye. The originally colorful world suddenly turned black and gray, as if he had become half color blind. But when he opened both eyes at the same time, everything he saw was still normal. Maybe when I gave you the medicine, you were already half zombie. Even if you wake up, you can't completely restore your original appearance. Exionly flipped the bread in his hand, lowered his eyes, and didn't look at him. What did I think? Jiangning patted his thigh with a look of that's it, and said with a satisfied look, As long as I don't become a ghost, it doesn't matter if I go blind. Exionly pursed her lips, and didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth relaxed immediately. She squeezed condensed milk and sugar on the baked bread, and the charred crust mixed with the milky aroma made people salivate. She handed the bread to Jiangning, who hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and was already starving. He took the bread and ate it in big mouthfuls. After he was full, he looked around. This is a loft apartment, divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, and a second bedroom, and the second floor also has a master bedroom and a separate bathroom. The decoration in the house is quite delicate and warm, and the daily necessities are also relatively complete. This is Linchuan City, Xingfisha Community. Xianli said, as a matter of course, the owner may not be here anymore, so I came in to stay for a few days. To some extent, Xianli was not wrong. The day before, she took Jiangning to leave the Yaolan resettlement site by boat and decided to go directly to Linchuan City to wait for the opportunity. She did not forget the purpose of this trip. Munga and his gang were not dead yet. But she was not familiar with Linchuan City. She found this community by comparing it with the display of the offline map. This community was previously an unfinished building, and no owner had moved in yet. At least when Xianli came, she did not feel that there were living people around. This is the new district of Linchuan City. There are not many high-rise buildings around, and the view is very good. The floor is very high. At present, the water has only flooded to about the 15th floor. Xianli climbed up 6 floors, and found a room on the 21st floor that was the first to be renovated but without furniture. Of course, she is not short of furniture. There are several sets of furniture in her black hole, all of which she prepared according to her own preferences at the furniture exhibition. Before Jiangning woke up, she arranged the place well. After sleeping in a tent for half a month, she just wanted a bed of her own. In the kitchen on the right side of the door, she put some necessary kitchen utensils in order, and put 3 gas stoves, 2 barrels of mineral water, 1 barrel of oil, 1 large bag of seasoning, 1 bag of 2.5 kilograms of rice, 5 large bags of instant noodles, 10 bags of vacuum-packed bacon, sausages, and other cooked food in the cupboard, which would be convenient for cooking in the next few days. In the bathroom, she put a set of toiletries, several buckets, and filtering devices to facilitate the collection of filtered domestic water. There was nothing to decorate the living room. There was a sofa, a coffee table and a carpet, and a stove that could hold coal. The second bedroom downstairs was for Jiangning to sleep in. She casually placed a bed and a 4-piece suit. The master bedroom upstairs was her own, and she decorated it with much more care. The bed and mattress were the most comfortable ones she carefully selected, and the 4-piece suit was in light yellow, which made her feel good. She hung a projection cloth on the wall, so that she could watch TV series and movies before going to bed. There was also a small cloakroom, which she transformed into an independent small dining room, with a small cart for snacks and a dining table, so that she could eat takeout or make simple meals. There was also a large bathtub in the bathroom of the master bedroom, and she planned to take a good bath in it at night. She didn't seem to have a good bath in the past half-month, and the dust on her body fell layer by layer. Although there was no water and electricity, it should not be long before the national power outage and water outage. She had already prepared a generator and bottled water, so the impact was not great. As for Jiangning, she didn't need to be too particular, as long as she could survive. Hearing this, Jiangning nodded without thinking too much, and naturally thought that these daily necessities were left by the previous owner. At this time, the sky was dark. Although it was still raining outside the window, the rain had been much lighter, and it seemed that the typhoon would pass soon. It would take at least a month for the accumulated water to completely recede. Seeing that Jiangning was moving freely, Xianli thought that there should be no other major problems, so he went upstairs and returned to his room. Jiangning consciously understood that the upstairs was her territory, and she stayed downstairs obediently, with a clear distinction. Returning to the room, she locked the door, and drew the light-proof curtains to completely isolate herself from the downstairs. Xianli recycled all the dirty clothes on her body into the garbage area in the black hole, and took out an orange-flavored bath ball from the black hole. It didn't matter if there was no water or electricity. She had a portable water-boiling cup. She filled the cup with clean water, waited for the water temperature to reach a certain level, and poured it into the bathtub. With just a few strokes, she could replicate a full bathtub. She used a basin to scoop a basin of water from the bathtub, rubbed shower shampoo on her body, and washed it inside and out. Her hair had been stuffed in a wig for these days, and had become a little greasy. She also washed it carefully, applied conditioner, and wrapped it with a cap. Then, she put a mask on her face, and lay comfortably in the bathtub. The water temperature was just right, and the water line just covered her chest. The fresh scent of oranges made people feel refreshed, but simply taking a bath was a bit boring. She took out the tablet computer that she hadn't used for a long time, put it on the side of the bathtub, and turned on the drama she had been following before. Fortunately, she hadn't forgotten the plot. After a while, her body gradually began to heat up, and she took out a piece of iced watermelon from the black hole and nibbled on it. She also had a few hot spring eggs that she had bought from the Japanese food store before, which were just right for eating while taking a bath. After about half an hour, the water gradually cooled down, and she got up and wrapped her body with a bath towel. She looked in the mirror. Although she had not taken care of her skin for half a month, her skin was flawless. But Xian Li still habitually applied some moisturizing lotion and essence on her face, used camellia hair essence on the ends of her hair, and sprayed a little perfume on her wrists and behind her ears. Because there was no electricity, the room was dark. She took out an aromatherapy atmosphere lamp and lit a candle. The smell of gardenia lingered in her nose. She lay on the bed, put on her Bluetooth headset, and turned on her tablet to continue watching the drama she hadn't finished watching. After half a month of hard work, even an Iron Man like Xian Li would feel a little tired. As she watched, her eyelids began to fight. She didn't turn off the tablet, but fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the sound of the TV series. When Xian Li woke up, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning of the next day. After she finished washing up and went downstairs, she smelled the fragrance of food. Jiangning poked his head out from a corner of the kitchen. "Boss is awake? It's time to eat." Xian Li finally slept in, and hadn't eaten breakfast yet. He nodded and sat in the living room yawning. Jiangning brought the pot to the coffee table. He grew up in the village, so his cooking skills were no problem. There happened to be rice and sausages and bacon in the kitchen, so he made a pot of clay pot rice. Without chives and vegetables, it might not taste good. Jiangning opened the lid of the pot, and the steaming hot air rushed out, and the fragrance went straight into his nose. He took a bowl and served one to Xian Li first. The Cantonese sausage was sweet and delicious, and the bacon was rich in sauce and fat and lean. The steamed oil melted into the rice, which was shiny and oily. With Jiangning's special sauce, and the crispy rice crust at the bottom, it was crunchy when chewed. After eating a bowl, the fragrance lingered between the teeth. Xian Li couldn't help but eat 3 bowls in a row. Seeing Xian Li eating with satisfaction, Jiangning was also very happy. His life was saved by the eldest brother. If it weren't for her, he might still be a man-eating monster in the Yaolan resettlement site. Where would he be able to eat such delicious food? Wanting the Yaolan resettlement site, his expression became a little depressed again. Although those disaster victims have mutated, they are still thousands of lives. I wonder if now. Xian Li's eyes did not escape Jiangning's expression. She said lightly, "Yaolan resettlement site no longer exists. As for how to understand it, it depends on him." Jiangning was stunned. In fact, he had some premonition in his heart that if those mutated disaster victims ran out, it might be more harmful to the world. He now knew the meaning of the boss's original words, "It's better to die in the front." At least, he didn't have to endure the torture later. But speaking of it, he didn't seem to know the boss's name. "Hey boss, did you use a pseudonym before?" Xian Li then remembered that she hadn't told him her real name yet. "My name is Xian Li, rational." Rational. She hoped she could always remain rational. Chapter 41. "By the way, boss." Jiangning hesitated. "I found something wrong with my body." He took a deep breath. "I seem to be able to control water." When Xian Li hadn't gotten up yet, he was thinking about cooking. When he opened the bottle of water, the water inside seemed to be in tune with his mind. As soon as he thought about it, the water seemed to have self-awareness, and automatically poured into the rice pot in his hand. At first, he thought he was hallucinating or mentally ill, but when he was washing rice, the same thing happened again. Before he started, the water in the pot stirred the rice to form a small vortex, and automatically washed it. As he said this, he stretched out his palm, and like a magic trick, a pool of clear water condensed in his palm. He looked a little apprehensive. Could this be the side effect of the potion? "This is too outrageous." Xian Li nodded. "It seems that the underground laboratory uses this potion to force people to awaken some special abilities, which we call talents. You should have awakened a water talent." Jiangning grew up by the water, and worked as a boatman for several years. His physique should be very close to water. This talent is indeed suitable for him. Xian Li explained to him the meaning of awakener, mental power, talent and effect. Jiangning only had a vague understanding, but he would slowly understand it in the future. He tentatively asked, "Boss, are you also an awakener?" Xian Li nodded. She didn't intend to hide it from Jiangning, but she didn't intend to tell him everything. "I awakened a spatial talent." She picked up a cup, which disappeared in her hand in an instant, and then she took it out again. Xian Li had thought carefully about saying that she had a spatial talent, so that she would not have to think hard to find other excuses when taking food and other necessities in front of Jiang Ning in the future. Secondly, the weakness of the spatial talent is insufficient attack power. If Jiang Ning betrayed her and told the enemy about her talent, the enemy would also think that she was an auxiliary awakener and would not be on guard. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the boss rarely went to the cafeteria to eat when he was at Yao Lin's resettlement point. Now he thought that he should have stored all the food in the space. Although he still knew little about the talent ability, he could also realize that this kind of spatial talent was not ordinary, especially in the natural disaster. However, he had no intention of spying on her space. The reason why he was able to awaken his talent and become a person with a little special ability was because Xianli did not give up on him at that time. Jiang Ning secretly decided that from now on his life belonged to Xianli, and if she needed him, he could offer his heart at any time. After dinner, Jiang Ning was responsible for washing dishes and other chores. He was now ready to practice his talent for water control. Xianli went upstairs and picked up the tablet to check the latest news. After the typhoon and flood, within a month after the second wave of typhoons, the country will usher in a year-long water and power outage period. This is also the most difficult period of natural disasters. In this year, various extreme climates took turns to appear, with high temperatures above 60 degrees, extreme cold below -50 degrees, acid rain that can corrode the skin, and overwhelming insect plagues. Xianli opened the Banfeng platform that he had not seen for a long time. There are very few help messages on it. It is probably because the bloodshed incidents that occurred in the previous rescue of disaster victims made the authorities realize that the supervision of the platform is not comprehensive, which allowed criminals to take advantage of the situation, so the platform was deactivated. Although there are still some pitiful messages on it, no rescue team will come to see it. It is probably the last choice when there is no other way. Xianli clicked on one casually help. 6 people are trapped in Wanwu City, without food and water. Please send us to the shelter. The posting time was a week ago. Either they died or they have been rescued. The Bafang platform was abandoned, and it was impossible to get information from this channel. We have to think of other ways. Some domestic social platform companies have flooded their servers due to typhoons and floods, and they are basically unusable. So she opened the world's hottest social platform Weigo. Global events can be updated here in real time. Although the proportion of Yanwi users is relatively small, there is also a special topic area. Clicking and can see that the recent keywords are all related to typhoons. Hashtag turbulent no 2 coming to end hashtag. The accompanying text is a screenshot, which reads, "The General Administration of Meteorology has observed that this year's, and the most damaging typhoon in history, turbulent no 2, will end within a week. The production and living order across the country will gradually return to normal. The comments area is full of opinions. Please end it quickly, I can't stand this typhoon for another day. Those who can brush Weigo and reply now are the chosen ones. Those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. People who have not experienced this typhoon will not know how to respect nature. Can we really get back to normal? Many people died in our city. I just want to ask how those who committed murder, robbery, theft, and did not help others in the typhoon should be sentenced. I think we can no longer get back to the way we were before. Who released this news? Why can you say such things as a matter of course? Get back to normal? The world can never get back to normal again." Soon, those extreme comments disappeared. A typhoon not only caused the loss of material property, but the most serious impact was the impact on social order and spiritual level. Those events that violated morality, law, bottom line and humanity were no longer those sad news on the internet, but really happened around us. In such an environment, it is easier to breed crimes and suicide incidents. People need positive topics to dilute the negative impact of these bad events and bring hope of survival to people in disasters. Now that social order has entered a semi-paralyzed state, the next series of natural disasters will bring a devastating blow. The law of the jungle and survival of the fittest is the only criterion. Xian thought about whether she should make the news of the end of the world public on a public platform. But firstly, the world now is different from what she has experienced. Her shallow experience may mislead people, causing the timeline to change again and triggering a greater disaster. Secondly, she does not have enough influence. Her one-sided words alone cannot make people believe. Her fingers slid across the screen, browsing the dynamics set by platform users in real time. Soon, a piece of news caught her eye. "I guarantee with my life that the typhoon is just the beginning, and the real end of the world is coming soon." She clicked on it, and there were a lot of pictures, videos, and texts under the dynamic. There were various photos taken in real time during the typhoon. Citizens fighting fiercely with employees in supermarkets for supplies, people on lifeboats rushing to push rescue team members into the water, and dried blood in the room that was robbed. Xi continued to click on the video, and it can be seen that the hand holding the phone was trying to keep it stable. The picture was a little blurry, and some were shot in hidden places. The first video is composed of several short clips, showing a pale old man starving to death on the roadside, criminals who burn, kill and rob under the banner of rescue, and children who disappear after being taken away by staff at the resettlement site. The second video shows some strange-looking creatures, ants bigger than thumbs, cockroaches as big as palms, and cacti with abnormal growth rates. The last text material records various data in detail, citing the changes in the Earth's magnetic field, frequent biological activities, and signs of mutant organisms. It cites papers and materials from related majors such as biology, geology, physics, and chemistry, and brings together doctoral tutors from famous universities around the world and official materials issued by national research institutes. All kinds of evidence show that this catastrophe will not disappear because of the departure of the typhoon. She predicts that more terrible extreme weather and biological mutations will come soon. Xi looked at the release time. Just an hour ago, the comments and reposts had exceeded 10,000. She clicked in to see the information of the publisher. He looked familiar and Xi had some impression. Zhong Yun, a female journalist, was questioned about her professionalism because of her innocent appearance. Later, some fabricated personal gossips on the internet triggered a lot of discussion. Many netizens complained and forced her to suspend her job. Xi refreshed the page, and the words unofficial statements, "Please be careful to distinguish" appeared above the dynamics posted by Zhong Yun. 10 minutes later, when he clicked on the dynamic again, a dialog box popped up saying false statements have been deleted. Soon, even Zhong Yun's account was banned. Xi thought for a while, and opened various other social platforms to search for Zhong Yun's name. The accounts belonging to her were either non-existent or banned, without exception. She tried to send her a private message, but the platform showed that the other party was banned and could not view, receive, or send messages. Finally, Xi searched for her account that had not been banned on an unpopular platform abroad. The last login time was a year ago, but the IP under the account could show the IP when Zhong Yun registered the account. At that time, Zhong Yun was not far from her, in Chongsher, the capital of the next province. Although Chongsher and Nansha are in neighboring provinces, they are well-known first-tier cities with a large refuge point, and Zhao Yongxin wanted to go there for refuge. Xi filled in the wrong signal in her own account profile and sent her a message. As for when she can see it, it depends on fate. She pulled up the web page and swiped some new dynamics. Suddenly, Xi, who was lying on the bed, sat up. "This is Fongling Community, Linchuan City. Several people came from outside yesterday and drove a boat to take us to the resettlement point. My friend is in the building next door, but I don't know why I can't contact him after getting on the boat. Are there any friends who have been there and want to report safety?" It was just now. There was no comment on the newly released dynamic, so Xi sent a private message. "Hello, what is the name of the group you mentioned, and what do they look like?" The other party was online and replied quickly. "Hello, beautiful lady, are you also in Linchuan City? I can't see the faces of those people clearly, but I heard someone calling the leader Munga. It's really a piece of cake to find it." Xi didn't have time to explain, and only sent a few words. "Don't get on the boat." "What's wrong?" "Beautiful lady, do you know what's going on? Today it's our turn to move. There is no resettlement site in Linchuan anymore." Chapter 42. Xi carried her backpack. She would often replenish the supplies inside, so she could carry it and go when she needed to. She went downstairs. Jiang Ning had just finished washing the dishes, and was a little surprised to see Xi carrying the bag. "I have to go out for something." Jiang Ning knew it was not a small matter, otherwise Xi would not make such a big fuss. He immediately said, "I will go too, maybe I can help." Xi hesitated for a moment and agreed. Jiang Ning is now an awakener, and the fastest way to improve his strength is actual combat. If he only relies on washing dishes and cooking every day, he will never be able to stand on his own. Besides, the water talent is like a fish in water during floods, so it should be of some use. After Jiang Ning packed up simply, the two went out. Xianli's fishing boat was parked outside the window of the stairwell on the 15th floor, but the fishing boat was too large and too conspicuous. So she pulled out a motorboat from the black hole. It was fast, small and flexible, and just big enough for two people. She took out her fully charged mobile phone, and the offline map showed that Phone community was in the north of the city, while their Xingfishu community was in the south of the city. It almost spanned the entire Linchuan city. Fortunately, they had a motorboat, and if everything went well, they could get there in an hour. Xianli asked Jiang Ning to drive, while she used her mobile phone to contact the netizen named Mantu Jiang through private messages on the Weigo platform. Mantu Jiang was a sophomore student. He had a bad relationship with his family. He rented a single room in Phone community, while his classmate Xiaobai rented another similar room. They were both game geeks. Before the typhoon came, the school was closed. In order to stay at home and play games, the two of them stocked up a lot of convenience foods and fast food. They played games at home day and night, and played single-player games when the network was not good. By the time they realized it, the weather outside had already changed. Mingda and his group entered the community at noon yesterday. He showed his work permit from the relevant department, so the security guard let them in. The group drove several yachts and took away the people in the whole building in an afternoon. Before Xiaobai left, he was still complaining to Mantujiang, worried that the network would be bad at the resettlement site, and it would be inconvenient to play games. At that time, he was holding a switch in his hand, and was online with Mantujiang. Unexpectedly, not long after getting on the yacht, Xiaobai's game character stopped moving and went offline without telling Mantujiang. Mantujiang sent him a message again, but there was no response. So he thought of looking on Weigo to see if anyone had any news about the resettlement site. Because many platform servers were blown up, the news was delayed, and rumors were everywhere, saying all kinds of things. Xianli asked Mantujiang to stay in the room and not to open the door no matter who came, and wait until she arrived before taking action. Sister Gugu, I saw Mingda and the others are already downstairs. Mantujiang took the initiative to call her with the online name that Xianli had made up. Although it sounded a bit strange, Xianli did not correct her. Xianli replied, "Stay in the room first and don't go out. Lock the door, and put all the heavy objects at the door." Okay. Although Mantujiang said this, he was actually a little nervous. Although Sister Guga contacted him from the platform, he had to be on guard against others. What if she pretended to be worried about his danger, but actually had her eyes on the supplies in his house? He had heard of people fighting for a meal outside. So he also kept an eye out. He had the key to Xiaobai's house. There was a corridor between the two buildings. He could use that corridor to enter the next building and hide in Xiaobai's house. When Xianli and the others were only 10 minutes away from Phone community, she received a call from Mantujiang. The communication signal was not very good, and Mantujiang's voice was a little stuck, but she could still hear his voice trembling on the other end of the phone. "Sister Gugu, I was discovered by Mingda and others." It turned out that when Mantujiang went to the next building to hide through the corridor, she passed by the home of the security guard who lived next door. The door was wide open, and there were bloodstains splattered on the wall. He realized that the security guard had been killed long ago. In the community group, people with security guard avatars were still sending messages, urging everyone in their building to go downstairs and follow the boat to the resettlement site. The security guard in their community was a retired veteran. Out of trust in him, the neighbors in the community were willing to listen to his mediation when they had conflicts. When the flood came, the residents whose homes were flooded downstairs were properly relocated to empty rooms in the community. This would allow them to move downstairs, and of course they would not suspect him. Mantujiang, who learned the truth, was stunned in place, and it happened that Mingda's men came back and returned to this building to plunder supplies. Mantujiang was panicked and hid in the home of a retired security guard. But his house was simply decorated, and there was almost no place to hide. Seeing those people getting closer and closer, he had to lie on the air conditioner outside the bedroom. "Sister Gugu, I was wrong, come and save me." Xianli cursed in his heart, but still let him keep the call and asked Jiang Ning to speed up. Mantujiang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He regretted why he didn't listen to Gugu and hide at home, but was smart enough to come out and wander around. He turned his face away, not daring to look down. Although the community was high and the water only flooded the 6th floor, it was still 10 floors away from the 16th floor, where the security guard's house was. He was afraid of heights and his hands and feet were weak. He poked at the screen for a long time, but couldn't type, so he called Xianli. After a while, his hands and feet were stiff, and he didn't even dare to breathe hard, for fear of falling down accidentally. He tried to look up to divert his attention. The security guard's bedroom window was wide open. He didn't close the window, because he was too flustered when he climbed out. At this moment, there was a face in front of the window that should have been empty. He was looking down at Mantujiang hiding on the air conditioner outside the unit. He didn't know how long he had been looking. Mantujiang felt like his head was hit by a stick, and his palms were full of slippery sweat. His hands loosened unconsciously. At the same time, Xian Li and his partner drove a motorboat into the community and saw Mantujiang hanging on the air conditioner. Before she could speak, she heard a beep from the other end of the phone. She looked up and saw a person standing by the wide-open window, while Mantujiang was falling down. At a height of about 30 meters above the water surface, without professional training, there was basically no hope of survival if he fell down. And at the moment when Mantujiang fell on the water surface, the expected impact did not come. He felt that he was gently wrapped by the water when he entered the water sideways, as if he fell into a soft embrace, and countless hands pushed him in front of Xian Li and his partner. Jiang Ning's fingertips glowed with a faint blue light. Just now, he manipulated the water in that small area in a hurry and successfully saved Mantujiang, but it also consumed all his mental power. At this time, his lips were a little pale, and he saw some double vision. Xian Li dragged Mantujiang onto the motorboat. Seeing that Mantujiang was not seriously injured, but just frightened, she said, "Mantujiang, you stay here with Jiang Ning, I will go over by myself." Mantujiang was still a little frightened. The moment he fell just now almost cost him half his life, but now that he had a sense of reality when he landed, he was not so scared. As for why he didn't die when he fell, he attributed it to his good luck. Jiang Ning wanted to go with him, but he had no choice but to overdraw his mental power for the first time. He had lost his fighting ability at this time, and was no different from a useless person. Forcing him to follow would only hinder the boss. Xian Li gave the backpack in his hand to the two to replenish their physical strength and self-defense, and he only took a spatula and swam into the building. Before she entered the building, she saw several people had entered the building through the corridor. They seemed to know what happened here, but there was no sign of Mengda and Xiajia among them. Xian Li walked out of the stairwell. There were 4 families on the first floor. Almost every door lock was pried open, and the house was in chaos. She heard chaotic footsteps coming from the stairwell, and her figure flashed and hid in one of the rooms. "Search for me, the woman should be on this floor." "Who is this woman?" "I don't know, she looks like the helper called by the guy lying on the air conditioner." The person who spoke cursed, "He thinks he is Spider-Man. I looked at him for a long time, and he didn't find him." "Have you told Brother Meng?" "He already knows, and asked us to capture the woman and send her to Sister Xia. Speaking of which, Brother Meng has been a little strange recently. He has spoiled Sister Xia too much, as if he has lost his soul." "Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouths apart. The 4 of you, each in a room, quickly find the person and report to me." Xian Li hid in the black hole. With her current mental strength, she could already recover 2 living people at a time and still have some energy left. She placed a wireless camera outside and heard this conversation with her mobile phone. She was also a little surprised that Brother Ming moved an entire building of people. If it was for supplies, there were many large supermarkets and markets around Fenglin community. Why did they come to this building to search for the few remaining supplies? If it was for slaughtering the building, they could just kill one household at a time. Anyway, they did this in their previous life. Why did they go to so much trouble to gather people together and transport them out? She was suspicious. In building 1 of Fenglin community, a thug with a shaved head walked into room 704. He held a machete in his hand, knocking around in the room where people could hide, while searching for gold, silver, or food that could be taken away. Unfortunately, this room had been searched once by the previous people, and not even a strand of noodles was left. He secretly thought that he was unlucky. The bulk of the supplies had already been taken by Meng Gu and Xiajia, and the remaining oil and water were exploited by Meng Ji's good brother Lao Gu for most of it. And these brothers who had just joined, obviously did a lot of work, but didn't get a penny of oil and water. Thinking of this, he spat fiercely. After searching for a long time, he didn't see any figure. It seemed that the woman was not in this room. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. At this moment, a fishing line was wrapped around his neck at some point. He touched it irritably, and was about to pull it off. Unexpectedly, the fishing line suddenly tightened, leaving a blood mark on his neck. He died before he could make a sound. In the corridor on the 7th floor, the other 3 people came out of the room. "No one." The 3 nodded. Lao Gu frowned. "Isn't there another one?" "Where is a Biao?" Someone replied, "I saw him go to 704. You haven't come out after searching for so long. He must be laying eggs in there." Lao Gu was furious and pointed to a younger brother, Go and call him over for me. The unlucky number 2 who was pointed responded and went to 704 with an iron rod. He walked into the room and looked around, but didn't see a Biao. Unlucky number 2 scratched his head in confusion. When he was about to turn around and report, he kicked something at his feet. He looked down and saw a hand stretched out from under the sofa. He was furious. This kid wouldn't be playing hide and seek. You damn a Biao, stop making trouble, Brother Gu is going to be angry. He kicked the sofa and simply squatted down to look inside. A Biao's lifeless eyes were staring at him silently. Chapter 43. His scalp exploded, and he felt his neck itchy, so he reached out to touch it. It was thin, smooth, and a little hard. Like a fishing line. He thought to himself, and before he could react, the thin line strangled his throat. 3 minutes later. Fuck. Where's the person? Lao Gu couldn't help but spit out foul language. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that something was wrong. That woman was in 704. Although he didn't know how she quietly got rid of 2 grown men, he could only bite the bullet and rush in at this time. You two go ahead. He directed the unlucky number 3 and number 4, and the 3 of them walked towards 704 together. Unlucky number 3 and number 4 carefully poked their heads in front of the door of 704, hesitated for a long time and dared not go in, and then they were kicked by Lao Gu, who was walking at the end, a bunch of trash. He stepped over them and entered the room. He didn't believe it. With 3 people this time, how could she play tricks? The room was not big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The 3 people searched back and forth twice, not to mention the living, even the dead were not seen. I saw a ghost. Lao Gu used the same trick to walk to the balcony to see if there was anyone standing on the air conditioner outside, but of course there was no one. He was puzzled. Could this woman disappear? I saw her enter this floor with my own eyes just now. There were also brothers guarding upstairs, but I didn't see anyone going up. Lao Gu walked into the room while stroking his chin. He found that the room was surprisingly quiet. He was the only one left in 704. He was stunned and looked around. The 2 younger brothers just disappeared out of thin air just like the 2 before them. He walked towards other rooms in disbelief. Just as he entered the bedroom, 4 headless bodies were neatly laid on the bed that was supposed to be empty. Their heads were placed on the head of the bed one by one, and the blood had stained the mattress red. Judging from their attire, they were the 4 missing brothers. Lao Gu's scalp tightened. Just as he was about to take out his cell phone, he felt a chill on his neck. A cold dagger was pressed against the skin of his neck. Give me your cell phone, and raise your hands. The woman's voice was colder than the dagger. He trembled and handed over the cell phone. His Adam's apple rolled up and down nervously. Don't kill me. I ask a question, and you answer it. If the answer is good, I will consider it. If the answer is not good. The woman was behind him. As soon as she exerted force with the dagger in her hand, blood beads appeared on his neck. His mouth was dry, and his mind was filled with the images of his brothers dying just now. He nodded hurriedly. I'll tell you. Where did you take all these residents? The bus, the station hall, not far from here. What are you doing there? I don't know either. Lao Gu felt the dagger on his neck tighten again, and he almost cried. I really don't know, I just know that those people are dead. It was Brother Meng who asked us to send them over, and Sister Xia was there too. Where are they? Brother Meng is picking someone up next door. Sister Xia just said she was rushing over here. She removed the dagger from Lao Gu's neck, and the latter breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his life was saved, but he felt a chill in his chest, and the tip of the knife pierced out of his heart. He looked at Xianli in disbelief, and when he fell, he wanted to say something. No. Didn't you say that if he answered well, you would let him go? Xianli pulled out the dagger, which was stained with blood. She wiped it on his clothes with disgust. What I said is, I will consider leaving you an intact body. Lao Gu and these brothers, no matter in the previous life or this life, were all bandits, who followed Ming Gu to commit many evils. She only wished that she could get rid of them, for the people earlier. She checked Lao Gu's phone, and it was basically the same as what he just said. A charming avatar sent a message saying that she would come right away. She always felt that something was wrong. Although Sister Xia was vicious in the previous life, she always put her attitude to the lowest when she followed Ming Gu, coaxing and flattering him. How could it be that when it was Ming Ji's turn to do something, Sister Xia would stay at the station? She had some doubts in her heart and kept a watchful eye. But now the most urgent thing is to get rid of Ming Gu. She created a new layer on her body, making her body look transparent. She started from the 7th floor and walked up layer by layer, getting rid of all the brothers under Minggu. Xianli discovered that the gang headed by Mingda in this life was much stronger than before. Previously, the 6 of them killed their way through Linchuan City. And this time, except for Lao Gu, the rest were strangers. Was it because they had been wiped out before Linchuan City, or? The timeline changed again. With more and more questions in her mind, Xianli had the patience to slowly find the answers. After clearing a building, she looked out and saw Mingda's figure on the balcony of the next building. From such a distance, she could see that he deliberately shaved the hair on the back of his head, revealing the scary scar on his neck. At this moment, Mingda was gathering a group of younger brothers, pushing and pulling the residents of the next building onto the yacht. An old man over 70 years old with gray hair trembled across the balcony, and was kicked impatiently by him. "Old man, what are you dawdling about?" The old man's legs and feet were not very flexible, and he was kicked by him, which made him lose his balance and fall straight into the water. Minggu didn't care when he saw this. He was so old. He probably didn't meet Sister Xia's requirements. If he died, he died. "Dad!" The daughter behind him shouted in disbelief, looking at Minggu with shock and hatred, and rushed over. "I'll fight you." She was quickly held by the 2 younger brothers next to her, tied up with ropes for a few times, and thrown onto the boat, knocking her unconscious. Minggu smiled. "Get on the boat. If you dawdle again, you'll be in trouble." The residents in the back were almost scared to death when they saw the news in the group, thinking that they were finally saved and no longer trapped in the room waiting to die, but they didn't expect that they would go to the place of eternal rest after leaving. Those people finally tore off their hypocritical masks and revealed their sharp fangs. Behind the anxious crowd, Xianli pulled up the hood of her sweatshirt and lined up like everyone else, pretending to be afraid and holding her head when she was driven away by the younger brothers behind her. Soon, Xianli came to the front of the team. When she passed by Minggu, she moved her fingertips, and a translucent fishing line connected her fingers and quietly wrapped around his neck. Just when she was about to tighten it, and Mingji's head was about to fall to the ground, a teasing female voice sounded. "Sister, let him go." Xianli paused and looked at the balcony of the opposite building. A hot and charming woman smiled, and her eyes passed through the crowd and stopped accurately on her. Minggu, who was standing next to him, obviously didn't know what had happened. He was stunned when he saw Sister Xia on the balcony. After being confused, his eyes were suddenly filled with thick love. He said affectionately, "Xiao Xia, why did you come here in person?" Ren Xia's eyes were as charming as silk, but there was no emotion in her tone. "If I don't come here again, you, a fool, will die without knowing how." There were younger brothers around him, and Minggu should have felt a little embarrassed to be scolded like this. But his face was full of infatuation, as if the whole world could only see Ren Xia, and he started to say mushy words without paying attention to anyone else. After a long while, he found that there was a fishing line wrapped around his neck that was not easily visible to the naked eye. Looking along the fishing line, the other end was connected to a woman with a cold temperament and expressionless face. Noticing his gaze, Xianli turned his hand slightly, and Minggu felt a pain in his neck and cried out. Seeing her movements, Ren Xia had a hint of unpleasantness in her eyes, but her expression did not change, and she pressed a button on the balcony. The clothesline rose up with her movements, and a familiar figure rose with it. Xianli's pupil shrank, and that person was Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's hands were tied with ropes, and hung on the hooks where clothes should be hung. As the clothesline rose, the whole person was almost hung outside the balcony. His face was pale, and his hands were a little purple, but he did not forget to remind Xianli, "Boss, she is an awakener." He said the last 3 words a little softly, only lip-syncing, but he knew Xianli could understand. "Sister, although I don't know who you are, you have to know that we are the same kind." A smile appeared on Ren Xia's beautiful face. The bloody smell on her body was so strong that Xianli could smell it from a distance. And in the suffocating smell of blood, Xianli felt a trace of turbid and cold spiritual power. Xianli said calmly, "Same kind?" "Yes." Ren Xia smiled slightly. "Didn't your ability come from killing?" Half a month ago, Ren Xia accidentally killed her husband. In the past, he had to go out to search for food at home. Without him, she had no choice but to entrust herself to Minggu and his gang who came to their community to rob supplies. Faced with such a beauty throwing herself at him, Minggu was of course happy to see it happen. Later, Ren Xia followed Minggu to stir up trouble in Linchuan City and became the woman behind Minggu. And during a building sweep, she killed a 6-year-old boy. That feeling seemed to open up her Ren and Du meridians at once. She was surprised to find that she seemed to have mastered the ability to seduce people. The people she deliberately seduced could crawl at her feet and become her eternal servants without saying a few words. At the same time, she also found that every time she killed a person, her ability to seduce people would increase by 1 point. From then on, she no longer obeyed Mengge submissively, but made Mengge her most obedient dog, and captured countless living people for her to fill her poor mental power. Exile did not speak. She smelled the bloody smell coming from Renxia, and combined with Ming Ji's weird performance just now, she had guessed the matter almost. Sister, the person in your hand is still very useful to me. If you are willing, we can exchange and keep each other in peace. How about it? She raised her eyes slightly, and saw Jiangning hanging with his hands. His whole body was almost wet. He should have fallen into the water just now. She suddenly thought of someone. Where is Mantujiang? 5 minutes ago, when he saw Mengge pushing the old man into the water, Mantujiang's face changed, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he smiled at Jiangning. Brother Jiangning, can you lend me your phone? I want to call my family. My phone just fell into the water. Jiangning thought about it, and thought it was normal to report safety to his family, so he handed him the phone without any precautions. The moment Mantujiang got the phone, he pushed Jiangning, who was still in a period of mental weakness due to overdrawn mental power, into the water, took Xian Li's backpack, and turned around and ran away. Xian Li's eyes fixed, and in the distance, there was the back of Mantujiang driving a motorboat away as if fleeing. So was Jiangning also abandoned in this way in the previous life? Chapter 44. When Xian Li and his partner appeared in Fengling community, Renxia got the news from her younger brother. The original words were that a person fell into the water, but he was not dead, and was rescued by 2 people driving a motorboat. Her sixth sense told her that the other party must be the same person as her, with special abilities. She decided to come and see for herself. She was a little surprised to see the person on the motorboat being pushed off halfway. Renxia could feel the weak mental fluctuations of the person who was pushed off, and she was a little unpredictable about the people in the building. So she picked up Jiangning, who should be in the same group as the person inside. It was not until Xian Li took action that she determined the former's location. Her talent was obtained by accident, and it was always a little difficult to use. When she saw Xian Li and felt the pure mental power on her body, she realized that her previous understanding was too shallow. But so what? If she could devour Xian Li, she could also master pure power. Renxia looked at Xian Li, her eyes faintly red, her voice, like a soft sound, rang in Xian Li's ears. I'll wait for you here. Xian Li seemed to be aware of it, and a trace of red light flashed in his eyes. That red mental power was like a little snake that entered her mind, making her unconsciously want to do what she said. Xian Li lowered her eyes, touched her forehead with her right hand, and her fingertips under her black hair were slightly blue. She activated the talent of clearing the mental power that could bewitch the mind, and then the flexible little snake appeared in her black hole, remaining stagnant. She turned her head as if nothing had happened, and the strength in her hand did not decrease. Minggu on the other end of the fishing line could only be forced to follow her, cursing non-stop. She went upstairs and walked through the corridor between the 2 buildings. Although Jiangning was caught by Renxia, it was not a big problem in her eyes. As long as she found a chance to recycle him into the black hole, Renxia would have no way to do anything to her. But what made her feel abnormal was that Renxia actually awakened her talent in this life. If she had the ability to awaken, she would not have been controlled by Mengge for so long in her previous life. What she meant by what she said just now was that she killed the awakener without knowing it by some accidental opportunity, and thus obtained the talent of charm. This also proved her previous conjecture that ordinary people can completely inherit the talents of the other party by killing the awakener. But what surprised her was that Renxia could actually enhance her mental strength by killing ordinary people, which made her more determined that Renxia could not stay. She walked to the center of the corridor, and there was a figure not far in front of her. It was Renxia. Jiangning was lying at her feet. When he saw Xian Li coming over, his expression was both guilty and pitiful. Boss. Xian Li didn't mean to blame Jiangning. After all, he came here to help. The reason why he overdrew his mental strength was because he was eager to save people, which had something to do with her. Ming Ji's eyes were full of tears when he saw Renxia. Xiaoxia, don't worry about me, just go. He naively thought that Renxia came here in person to save him. Xian Li pulled the corner of his mouth and tightened the fishing line in his hand to make Mengge shut up. Didn't you say to exchange? Renxia looked at her like a treasure. Don't be impatient. The closer Xian Li got, the more she could sense her pure spiritual power. Her turbid spiritual power was incomparable. Renxia was a little jealous. She only realized later when she recalled that the little boy she killed should have just awakened not long ago, so the power she took was not mature. When controlling people's minds, failures may occur occasionally. For people of the same sex with a firm mind, the power of charm will be greatly reduced. For example, now, she almost used all her skills, but Xian Li's eyes were still clear. She gave up the idea of charming Xian Li and lifted her hair. She made simple movements look charming, and Minggu drooled behind her. Renxia said softly, "Sister, would you consider joining my team? It's a pity to waste your talent on saving these ungrateful people. You obviously saved the man just now, but he pushed your companion into the water and took away your motorboat and supplies. It's a waste of resources for such a person to live." Her eyes were deep, and she walked towards Xian Li step by step. Many times, the people you want to save are not as grateful to you as you think. They will only blame you for not coming earlier, why you can't save their relatives, why you can't take full responsibility for their future. They may even hate you for saving him and letting him suffer like this. Sometimes, the weak are more terrible than the evil. She almost walked to Xian Li's side and whispered in her ear, "Join me, and the whole world can be nourishment." Xian Li turned her head and looked at Renxia. Her eyes were shining like a ruby. Xian Li felt as if there was a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue in her heart. Indignation, anger, disappointment, frustration, confusion. All kinds of unfamiliar emotions surged, and her consciousness was almost captured by her. Xian Li knew clearly that this was an emotion that Renxia had forced on her. Renxia stared at her eyes, and saw other emotions in them as she wished. Empathy is another talent effect she just realized. Although it consumes half of her mental power, it is usually invincible, and can induce the underlying emotions that even the other party does not know. If Renxia's emotions are a poisonous snake, then Xian Li's heart has long been occupied by a tiger, biting her vital points when she tried to make her empathize. She smiled slightly. "You may have some misunderstanding about me. I'm not a good person." Renxia was stunned. Xian Li's hand was placed on her shoulder, as if countless small snakes had drilled into her mind, making her head hurt like needles. She covered her head in pain. "What did you do?" "Nothing, just fighting poison with poison." Just now, Xian Li eliminated and packed all the mental power that Renxia secretly planted in her mind, and reproduced it to more than 10 times the original, and returned all the mental power to her at once when she touched her. If the original mental power is as thick as a small snake, then the mental power she poured into her body is like a bucket, knocking her dizzy. Charm is also a kind of mental talent. Then, their weaknesses are the same. When Renxia was still unable to recover from the mental attack just now, a spatula appeared in Xian Li's hand. She didn't want to shoot, and there were many residents downstairs who didn't know what was going on, so she could only use the most handy weapon around her. Her spatula looked funny, but it carried a fierce killing intent. Just when her spatula was about to pierce Renxia's throat, a water shield condensed in front of her, stopping her action. Xian Li looked at Jiang Ning, whose lips were extremely white and his expression was struggling. Renxia looked proud. She had already controlled Jiang Ning and was waiting to give Xian Li a fatal blow. It was just that Xian Li's strength exceeded her imagination. She didn't expect that she could remain unmoved under her empathy, and even severely injure her. So she showed her trump card. If Xian Li wanted to forcefully break through the water shield, Jiang Ning, who was already in an overdrawn state, would probably die of mental exhaustion. But to her surprise, the strength in Xian Li's hand did not relax, but became stronger and stronger. Renxia's face turned pale. You are crazy. If you don't stop, he will die." Xian Li didn't say anything, and his eyes didn't show any emotion, but it made Renxia feel cold in her heart. Just when she thought she was going to forcefully break through the water shield to kill her, Xian Li's strength stopped. Renxia didn't have time to be happy, and suddenly found that she was surrounded by dozens of water shields at some point. The water shields formed a closed space, locking her tightly inside. She subconsciously began to hold her breath, but soon water entered her lungs from her nose and mouth. The strong water pressure squeezed her body, making her beautiful face a little deformed. She wanted to speak, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she gurgled and bubbled, and more water poured into her heart and lungs. Her limbs kept struggling, trying to spit out the water, but she drank more. Until the end, her struggle became weaker and weaker, and she stopped moving. Xian Li looked at Jiang Ning, who was breathing weakly, and had lost consciousness because of overdrawing his mental strength. Xian Li had experience. As long as he was alive, he should be fine in a few days. With Renxia's death, The control she had imposed on Menggu was also lifted. Menggu, who had woken up, was still a little dazed. Thinking back to what he had done in the past few days, his back felt cold. Before he could react, Xianli tightened the fishing line in her hand and killed him. Before revenge, she had thought of 10,000 ways to torture him, but now that she really held his life in her hands, she felt that killing him was a waste of her time. She had more and more important things to do. So Menggu, who had once set off a bloody storm in Linchuan and even Nanshur, died inexplicably under a fishing line. Xianli looked downstairs. Because the mental control was lifted, the subordinates under Menggu also dispersed. The yachts left behind were enough for the residents of Fengling community to find a new shelter. She no longer cared about it, and recycled the unconscious Jiang Ning into the black hole. Only then did she have time to sort out the gains just now. After killing Ren Xia, she did not comprehend the new talent effect as expected. A new prompt appeared in the electronic sound in her mind. Talent, control. Effect upgrade. Create a new layer, D level, C level. Create a new file. C level. You can implant an idea file in the consciousness of others. How to use. Press Ctrl+ N to create a new file. This is the first time that the prompt for effect upgrade has appeared. Xianli understands that if she kills an awakener of the same talent system, her original ability can be upgraded. It's just that the original effect was overwritten and could not be used. She felt a little sorry. Creating a new layer is still a very practical effect. She relied on this effect several times to move freely between enemies. Xianli looked at the residents downstairs, who were confused and gradually dispersed. An uncle grabbed a younger brother, who was leaving slowly, and yelled, "What do you mean you just yelled at us, and now you just leave?" Xianli remembered that when Minga kicked the old man into the water, the uncle was next to her, and he didn't dare to breathe like a quail. Now that the people left, he started to speak louder. She was moved and used the new talent effect on the uncle. Suddenly, the uncle's expression froze, and he couldn't help but look at the younger brother in front of him. Suddenly, he felt more and more pleasing to the eye, and felt that the other party was like his own brother. The hand holding the collar climbed to his shoulder, and he smiled. "Why are you leaving? Let's go to my house for a drink." Chapter 45. Very good, the upgraded talent effect feels more useful than before, similar to implanting ideas in the other party's subconsciousness, more like deep hypnosis. If the implantation is good, then the other party will not notice it at all. It is simply a brainwashing artifact. Xianli was satisfied. This matter is over. Xianli plans to return to Nolan village to rest for a while. But before that, there is still a small matter to deal with. She took out her mobile phone, opened the map location, and the blue dot belonging to Jiang Ning was still moving. As early as when she was at the Yaolin resettlement site, Xianli had already turned on the location setting of Jiang Ning's mobile phone. Now that Mantu Jiang is holding Jiang Ning's mobile phone, she can know his location without even consuming extra mental energy. Xianli sneered in his heart, taking her motorboat and backpack and still wanting to run away. He simply didn't take her seriously. In order to avoid attracting attention, she put the bodies of Ren Xia, Menggu and others into Suja's pocket watch. She didn't want to dirty her black hole space, and it just happened that because they were dead objects, they could be put in completely. Suja probably never thought that his space would become a perfect tool for her to deal with corpses and garbage. She also recycled herself into the space to rest for a while, and adjusted the regional time flow rate of the space. 2 hours in the black hole equals 1 hour in the real world. In this way, Jiang Ning's body can recover faster. After a big battle, her mental strength was consumed, and Xianli felt a little hungry. She copied the fried chicken and cola she bought in the free country, which were all freshly fried and very hot in her hands. High-calorie food can replenish physical strength very well, and it can also stimulate her brain to secrete dopamine, which is perfect as a post-war supply. Open the takeaway box. The unique aroma of fried chicken fills the air. The chicken wings are covered with scales, and every bite is extremely crispy. The meat inside is tender and smooth, not dry or woody. Take a bite, and the locked gravy bursts out, almost flowing down the corners of your mouth. When eating fried chicken, of course you have to drink cola. The impact of carbonated drinks instantly dissipates the greasiness of fried chicken and makes your mouth refreshed. As for alcoholic beverages, Xianli almost never touches them. Although she is not easy to get drunk, drinking will cause trouble after all. To some extent, she is a very self-disciplined person. About an hour later, Xianli finished her meal. She checked Jiang Ning's condition and found that he was still good, so she was relieved. After coming out of the black hole, only half an hour had passed in the real world. She looked at the location of Jiang Ning's mobile phone again, and the blue dot had stopped moving. She didn't wait any longer, went downstairs to find a deserted place, copied a motorboat, and went straight to Mantujiang. After Mantujiang fled, he wandered aimlessly in Linchuan City for a long time, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. When the typhoon started, he stayed at home and was almost out of touch with society. He never expected that the outside world was so different from what he remembered. The various landmarks and attractions in Linchuan City that he was familiar with were now submerged by floods, and even the rooftops could not be seen in low-lying areas. Drowned people could be seen from time to time in the sewage, and the corpses had already appeared giants, looking like some kind of alien creatures, which was frightening. He wanted to find a place to stay, preferably a gathering point for disaster victims. But after searching for a while, he still had no clue. Now he realized that Xian Li had not lied to him when he said that Lin Chuan had no place to stay. He finally saw someone riding a motorboat alone, shouting and waving at him. Seeing that he did not stop, he tried to knock him down with a stone. In panic, he was hit on the forehead and bled. He just wandered around the city for half an hour, and soon he faced the biggest crisis. The motorboat was out of oil. The motorboat had a 20-liter fuel tank, and it could only run for 2 hours at full power. Xian Li had used up half of the oil on the way to rescue Mantujiang, and now there was only a small half left in the tank. If he could not find a place to stay within half an hour, he could only swim back. Thinking of the swollen corpses in the water, Mantujiang shuddered and immediately passed this option. So, according to the location of the gas station in his memory, he circled around for another 20 minutes. Seeing that the tank was about to run out of gas, he luckily found the location of the gas station. This was the largest gas station in Linchuan City. As a homeboy, he rarely went out. His impression of gas stations was limited to this one. He looked at the completely submerged gas station in silence. Only a floating sign told him that he had found the right way. The accumulated water, which was at least 10 meters deep, smelled fishy. Mantujiang waited for a long time, and finally decided to go into the water to see the situation. Maybe there would be portable barrels of gasoline in the gas station. His swimming skills were pretty good. The longest breath-holding time was 1 minute, which barely allowed him to dive underwater. Mantujiang untied his life jacket, dragged off his coat and shoes, and plunged into the water. At the same time, Xian Li saw from a distance that Mantujiang untied his life jacket and went into the water, and his lips curled up, and a plan came to his mind. The life jacket of the motorboat was connected to the key, and Mantujiang obviously did not take the key with him when he went into the water. What could be more desperate than him working hard to pull up the fuel tank, and then finding that the motorboat key was missing? She focused slightly, and her mental power located the key. Soon, the key disappeared silently. The first time Mantujiang dived into the water, he could hardly open his eyes. So he had to go in and out of the water several times before he could see the location of the convenience store in the gas station. So the last time, he took a deep breath, sank into the water, and looked around the convenience store. Fortunately, he found a portable fuel tank in the corner. About 5 or 6 barrels were piled in the corner of the convenience store warehouse, and no one had taken them away. He went up and down 6 times in one go, moving the oil tanks one by one to the motorboat. He never thought of leaving some for the people who came later. After all, he couldn't save himself, so how could he care about the lives of others? After the last tank of oil was transported, he lay on the motorboat panting, but he was overjoyed. With these oil and motorboats, he no longer had any worries, and he could even go directly to the shelter in the neighboring city. He rested for a while, and took 2 pieces of bread from Xian Li's backpack to replenish his energy. He licked the bread crumbs on his hand, and then tried to turn the key, but he turned it empty. There was nothing where the key should have been inserted. He was stunned, and searched all the pockets of his clothes, backpack, and even the motorboat, but he didn't find any trace of the key. His face turned pale, and he tried hard to recall where he put the key before he went into the water. But he couldn't remember it, and he felt more and more that he accidentally dropped the key into the water when he went into the water. It was okay when he moved the oil drum before. At least the oil drum was a big target. And a small key fell into the water. What's the difference between finding it and looking for a needle in a haystack? The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became, but he had no choice now. Without the key, the motorboat couldn't start. If the motorboat couldn't start, he would be trapped in the water. If he wanted to leave, he could only swim. But this place is about 60 kilometers away from Fenglin community. It is so difficult to swim back, not to mention that he will meet those people who hit him with stones before on the way. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and went into the water again. If he didn't hurry up, the key might be washed away by the water. He prayed desperately in his heart, but he didn't know that he would never find the key. Half an hour later, Xian Li returned to the Xingfisha community. She once again accelerated the flow of time in the black hole. Half an hour passed in the real world, and Jiang Ning had actually been recuperating in the black hole for 2 days. Feeling that his mental strength was slowly recovering, Xian Li let him out and lay him on the bed in his room on the first floor. There was a spare mobile phone next to his bed. She left a message for Jiang Ning, saying that she had left for something, and asked him to live here without worry in the future, and if he encountered any problems, he could send her a message. Of course, in order to save trouble, Xian Li's original words were, "I'm leaving, don't bother me if you have nothing to do." Around dusk, Xian Li returned to Nolan village. After being away for nearly a month, the air felt particularly fresh when she returned to Nolan village. Along the way, Xian Li didn't meet anyone, and the village was no different from before she left. She suddenly thought of something, opened a crooked message and scrolled down a few pages. After leaving the village, she simply told Sha Qiao that she had something to do, and didn't read his message again. At this time, she saw 99 plus unread messages next to Sha Qiao's dialogue box, and she was immediately ashamed. She clicked it, and saw that the content was nothing more than eating and sleeping, and she often posted some jokes that she had seen 10 years ago. The latest one was, "I am in good health, I can carry rice bags and gas tanks, but I can't bear to miss you. Ollie, when will you come back?" Xian Li was speechless. Sha Qiao, this guy, didn't have a mobile phone before, but now he can't stop surfing the internet. She pressed a button on the keyboard. Pythagorean theorem, 6. Silly Qiao quickly replied, "Ollie, you finally replied to me. You mean you'll be back in June?" "Silly Qiao, it seems you haven't surfed enough." Xian Li didn't reply and walked straight back to the old house. The yard was a little different from when she left, much cleaner and tidier. It should be Silly Qiao who came to help clean it every few days. She returned to the bedroom in the inner room, opened the back door, and the safe house appeared in front of her. Xian Li finally felt like she was going home. As soon as the door opened, Peanut and Longan appeared in front of her, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Peanut meowed loudly, with a long tail, as if blaming her for leaving for so long. Xian Li hurriedly hugged Peanut. After eating peanuts from the self-service for a month, even the meat seemed to be less. And Guiyuan, who had not been seen for a month, had grown a lot. Its hair had burst out. Its short brown and yellow hair looked more like a round longan. At this time, it was wagging its tail, lying on Xian Li's trouser legs with its paws, sticking out its tongue and barking twice. Xian Li felt a little guilty. The two little guys suffered at home when she was away for a month. She didn't even have time to change her clothes. She put 2 cans for Peanut and Guiyuan respectively, filled them with freeze-dried food, and specially rewarded them with a piece of raw bone and meat. After a month away, the house was not particularly messy, but it took a lot of effort to clean it up. Especially the urine pad in the bathroom, which was so smelly that it irritated the eyes. She slumped on the sofa for a while, and felt deeply that she needed a housekeeper who could take care of Peanut and Longan when she was out, wash her clothes, cook for her, clean the house, and obey her without restricting her behavior. She thought about it to her heart's content, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Isn't there a ready-made housekeeper like this in her black hole? K82, an epic-making housekeeper model, fully meets all her needs. Chapter 46. After Xian Li reproduced K82 at the exhibition last time, she was distracted by other things, so it has been lying in the space gathering dust. Her mind moved, and a humanoid machine suddenly appeared in the middle of the safe house. It still maintained the posture in the display cabinet at the beginning, and the simulated leather on half of its face was peeled off, revealing the circuits and chips inside. Xian Li stepped forward and repaired the simulated leather on its left face. A handsome and delicate man appeared in the room. His pupils were made of a material similar to sapphire, and they would flicker slightly when the power was cut off, as if he was really staring at something. Its facial features were also natural, and with a well-tailored suit, it outlined a well-proportioned and slender body line. It was obviously flawless, but with a lingering sense of coldness. Xian Li stared at its face in a daze, and suddenly thought of the man who had the same face as K82 that he met in the exhibition hall that day. He said that he was the material for K82's appearance, but Xian Li knew it was not that simple. A sharp cat cry interrupted her thoughts. She looked down and saw that Peanut, who was lying at her feet, had stood up at some point. His hair stood up like a hedgehog, and his tail was arched. It made a threatening humming sound in its throat, and its gray-green eyes turned into vertical pupils, staring closely at the person who suddenly appeared in the safe house. Guiyuan, who was chewing bones nearby, heard the noise and saw a stranger in the center of the house. He also turned on the house guarding mode and barked loudly. Xianli was a little surprised. She squatted on the ground. The abnormalities of Peanut and Guiyuan should be due to the appearance of K-82. She said softly, "Are you scared?" She stood up and fiddled with K-82's body a little. Because it was not powered on yet, Xianli's movements made a slight metal friction sound at its joints. Xianli encouraged them to come forward. "It's okay, you see, this is fake." Peanut just stared at it and didn't do anything else. Guiyuan walked around K-82 carefully, his little nose twitching constantly, sniffing the breath of K-82 carefully, and touched its body with his claws. K-82 certainly didn't react. Peanut had been silently observing Guiyuan's movements, and saw it crouch down, jump up, and land steadily on the top of K-82's head, as if provoking. Seeing that the person was indeed not aggressive, its blown hair was slightly smoothed, and it lay back on the sofa in a dull manner, not even bothering to give a look. This should be recognition, right? Xianli thought uncertainly. Her eyes returned to K-82. As a top AI robot developed by GPR technology after 10 years of painstaking efforts, it looks no different from a real human. However, each AI robot produced has a unique mark, called a machine code, which is used to distinguish it from humans. The machine code of K-82 can be seen at a glance. There is a hole in the skin under the right eye, and there is a nano-chip inside, which serves as a signal-sending and command-receiving device. This position is really clever, and it looks like a silver teardrop mole at first glance. And there is a circular switch on the back of its neck, which is used to turn the robot on and off. Press and hold for 3 seconds, and a groove will appear to place the nuclear crystal, the energy source of K-82. But at this time, the groove was empty. This was within Xianli's expectations. Her ability to replicate was only F level, and the rare material of nuclear crystal, which was the only one in the world, was probably impossible to replicate. She had no good way to upgrade the replication effect. In fact, she didn't know what kind of talent it was. But soon nuclear crystals were no longer rare materials. After mass production of executors, she only needed to catch one of them, remove its nuclear crystal and install it on K-82, then it could activate all functions and become her super helper. But before that, it had to be an auxiliary robot. The wonderful thing about K-82 was that, without the nuclear crystal, although it lost 80% of its functions, and could not conduct autonomous learning, self-upgrade and system maintenance, it could still run the basic mode through physical charging. In short, it was just an ordinary life robot now. But it was already able to do all the work that Xianli wanted it to do. There was a wireless socket on the sofa coffee table. She placed K-82's palm facing down on the socket. Her hand was its backup charging port. About a minute later, the silver machine code under its eyes lit up, indicating that the charging was complete. Xianli stood in front of it, her hand went around its neck and pressed the switch. She pushed aside its hair and put their foreheads together, host pairing. The machine code under K-82's eyes began to flash, and it was receiving instructions. Its voice was low and gentle, without any mechanical feeling, and even the graininess in the tone could be clearly heard. Please enter the user information. My name is Xianli. As if awakening from an endless sleep, it seemed that a series of numbers were constantly splitting and reorganizing in front of its eyes, gradually turning into a real world. What was right in front of it was a pair of human eyes, which should have been unfamiliar, but at this moment, while uploading data, its program settings made it search the memory chip for comparison. It soon found the same face in the database. That was the first day it came out. The humanoid machine had no emotions, and never knew what tension was. It just followed the settings and walked from the stage to the front, and everyone cheered for its existence. Among the tens of thousands of visitors, she was one of them. Its memory read that when it was sitting in the display cabinet, although it was powered off, its chip was still working. She stared at it for a long time under the stage. Then, it seemed to be suspended in time, and the entire system stopped working, just like the crash state of a primitive computer. Her powerful breath and special magnetic field directly interfered with its host system. Her voice was cold, without any emotion, and sounded even more like a humanoid machine than it was. A name was input into the chip in its brain. Xianli became the eternal center of this digital world. Under the cold and soft simulated skin, it rose and fell like a real person because of breathing, and its fine and long eyelashes trembled slightly because of the reading and recording of the body. Its delicate blue eyes looked at Exaion Lee without blinking. It was recording her biological data. Entry successful. The only main user, Exaion Lee. Please select the host mode. Life mode, normal status. Security mode, not activated. Comprehensive mode, not activated. Life mode is the default mode, and it can be started normally even without a nuclear crystal. Exaion Lee, turn on life mode. The machine code under K82 stopped flashing. When it was not flashing, it looked more like a silver teardrop mole, adding a bit of freshness to it. Exaion Lee stepped back slightly. K82 was like a real gentleman. It stood up calmly, raised its bony hands, and placed them on the heart of its left chest, respectful and polite. Master, K82 is at your service. Exaion Lee probed. I need you to help me clean up. Okay, master. It stood up, and its blue eyes scanned and recorded the structural data in the house, and at the same time took over the whole house's intelligence system. The sweeping robot came out from some corner and started cleaning the floor. The air circulation system in the house also turned on automatically, and the room temperature was raised to a comfortable 26 degrees according to the temperature outside. The projection device slowly unfolded in front of Exaion Lee, automatically playing the TV series that Exaion Lee had not finished watching before. The sound of water splashing sounded, and K82 walked into the bathroom. A moment later, it pushed out a small cart full of garbage, and the bathroom behind it was brand new, and the bathtub was full of water. There were clean towels, bathrobes and hair caps, a glass of iced coconut water, and the electronic screen in the bathroom was synchronized with the projector. Exaion Lee was very satisfied. She was just about to take a hot bath. She entered the bathroom, surrounded by the soft citrus scent, and when she sank into the bathtub, there were 3 knocks on the door, and K82's voice sounded through the bathroom door. Master, we detected that the amount of bacteria and dust on your body exceeds the normal range. Do you need help? It was unexpectedly considerate. No, thank you. Okay, you can eat in 20 minutes. Got it. When Exaion Lee came out of the bath, the safe house was clean and tidy, the pillows on the sofa were neatly placed on the backrest, and the floor was shining. A whole row of automatic feeders had been put away by it, and put in the warehouse in the attic, and the food bowls of Peanut and Longden were also filled with cat food and dog food. Although Exaion Lee was not unkempt at home, he would never be so spotless. K82 stood in front of the dining table, on which was a steak that was just fried and slightly steaming. Exaion Lee came over, and K82 took the wet towel from her hand to wipe her head, and her hair was still dripping with water. It twisted its left hand, retracted its fingers, and turned into a hair dryer, blowing warm and soft wind. It stood behind her, gently playing with her damp hair, with gentle and skillful movements. The heated fingers can help shape the hair, and it was careful not to touch her skin. After a meal, her hair was blown dry. Master, is there anything else you need? Exaion Lee shook her head, thinking of something, and said, Don't call me master, just call me by my name. She really couldn't bear this name. K82 paused, receiving instructions. Okay, then I will call you by your name from now on. Its voice was made to be similar to the ups and downs of human voices. Although it could not sense emotions, it sounded particularly pleasant to the ears. Exaion Lee? Exaion Lee smiled a little. Then what should I call you? K82's sapphire eyes seemed to be confused for a moment, and this wonderful question was constantly calculated in its brain chip. It seemed that no one had ever asked it this question, and others would only call it by its code name K82. Exaion Lee said tentatively, You can give yourself a name. I just don't know if you have this ability. For a humanoid machine without a nuclear crystal, Exaion Lee himself doesn't know where its upper limit is, and can only slowly explore it through daily interactions. Bar. K82 said slowly, The name I gave myself is Bar. Chapter 47. Since Bar came to the house, Exaion Lee felt that life had become particularly comfortable. First of all, 3 meals a day would be prepared. Exaion Lee provided her preferred menus and recipes, and Bar would prepare nutritious meals according to her daily energy consumption. Reasonable combination of protein, vitamins, and carbohydrates to achieve balanced nutrition. He would also remind her in time during the intervals between fitness that her body was dehydrated and needed to replenish water. Secondly, the house could be kept clean at all times. Needless to say, basic housework, such as washing dishes, laundry, cleaning, and tidying up the house, was of high quality and good efficiency. Exaion Lee never saw garbage at home again, and they would always be put into the garbage disposal by Bar in time. Even the most demanding cleanliness freaks could not find any faults. Finally, it could improve the quality of life. It has functions similar to smartphones such as memo, alarm clock, voice recorder, weather forecast, real-time translation, etc., which can save Xionly a lot of fragmented time. There are many strange functions in its body parts, such as helping Xionly blow dry her hair from the arm outlet before. In addition, it is also very good at taking care of pets. When Xionly is busy with other things, it will be responsible for playing with Peanut and Longan. In just 3 days, Peanut and Longan have completely accepted it, and it has become an indispensable part of the family. However, even though it is a robot, its appearance is made to look like a human. From a humanitarian perspective, Xionly feels it is necessary to make room for it at home. When Xionly proposed this idea, Ball said, in fact, as a humanoid machine, it does not need sleep. But I think you will need to be alone sometimes. So I am very happy to accept this arrangement. Finally, she decided to divide the attic used as a warehouse into a bedroom. The warehouse in the attic is not very practical. Because of the existence of the black hole space, this warehouse is dispensable to her. The attic is the same area as the main room, and it was originally filled with rows of shelves. Xionly recycled some of the shelves into the black hole, and then replicated the walls and doors to separate a space of 10 square meters. The room is closest to the stairs, so Xionly can go downstairs as soon as he needs it. The layout of the house needs to refer to Ball's opinion. If I have to choose, I prefer silver. Xionly looked at the silver machine code tier mole on Ball's face and agreed, silver really suits you. The wallpaper that Xionly had copied in the company's warehouse came in handy. The wallpaper in the room was glossy gray, and the carpet was also silver gray. For robots, charging is equal to sleeping, so a single sofa was used instead of the original bed. A small table was placed next to the sofa, connected to wireless charging. The attic window is tilted, and when sitting on the sofa to charge, you can see the sky outside through the glass. If the weather is good, the sun will shine on your face. When it rains, you can also hear the sound of raindrops falling on the glass. Opposite the sofa is a row of bookshelves. Although the robot can download all the books into the chip through the internet, Ball is quite interested in this primitive way of reading. As far as I know, many ancient books are not recorded on the internet. However, Xionly searched through the black hole and could only fill a row of bookshelves, among which there were a few children's picture books. Before the end of the world, she had never thought of hoarding books, and she silently wrote down this demand. On the other side, Xionly put a wardrobe. There are many men's clothes stored in her black hole, which can just be used by Ball now. Although Ball doesn't usually take a bath, he will get tired of wearing only one suit forever. Xionly stipulates that he must change clothes every day. Bear's body lines can be compared with fashion models, and he is almost like a walking clothes rack. He looks good in anything. Xionly specially downloaded a lot of men's clothing combinations for it to refer to. The bathroom is directly omitted, because people have 3 urgent needs, but robots don't. Although Xionly also asked it out of curiosity whether it usually cleans its body. Although it is simulated skin, there is a special protective film on the surface. Bear rigorously demonstrated the dust and dirt-proof function of the skin to her. He poured the milk that Xionly drank on his hands, and the liquid automatically flowed down without leaving any traces on the skin. Simulated skin does not produce oil or sweat, so no matter when, Ball looks fresh and clean. It took about half a day to complete the decoration of Ball's room. It looks very simple, but for Ball, having a room is a very novel experience. Before that, its living place was usually a research room or a display cabinet. After 3 days of getting along, Xionly had a general idea of the scope of Ball's functions. Without the nuclear crystal, Ball is already a perfect life robot. If it has the nuclear crystal, how far will it upgrade? During dinner, Xionly asked it this question. If I use humans as an analogy, my current state is equivalent to the infant stage in the robot. After I have the nuclear crystal, I can become a complete body and play a greater role. But now these functions are inactive, and the relevant information is locked. I have no way to read it at present. I'm sorry. Xionly nodded to show his understanding. Today's dinner is corned bacon soup, lettuce and shrimp salad, and tomato meat sauce pasta. Probably influenced by the developers. Because the research team belongs to the free country, Ball has always been very persistent in providing Western food. This is probably Ball's only shortcoming. Chinese cuisine tests the control of heat more, and pays more attention to seasoning than Western food. For robots without taste, cooking Chinese cuisine is a bit too difficult. But after 3 days of eating Western food, Xian Li's Yengu's stomach always felt that her breath was bland. She missed the spicy taste of Rongcai, the spicy taste of Shukai, and the salty taste of Qingkai. She suggested that Bale would provide breakfast and lunch in the future, and she would prepare dinner by herself. After dinner, Xian Li would give herself half an hour to 2 hours of entertainment time, such as surfing the internet, watching TV series, watching movies, listening to music, playing games, reading novels, and sometimes she would kindly invite Bale to join. For example, today, she was going to watch a classic artificial intelligence movie. In the movie, humans created the first robot with emotions. A couple adopted a little robot girl, but after they had a child of their own, the little robot girl was abandoned. In order to make her life return to the starting point, and make the couple love her again, the little girl did many irreversible things. The once cute and lively little robot girl finally made the couple feel terrible, and they personally activated its self-destruction program. Ball was asked to sit on the sofa, staring at the screen. Its pupils were cameras, and it could read the picture and sound. What would happen if I let you eat? Xian Li propped up his face and asked a question. The robot does not have swallowing organs, but as a top robot in the K series, simple eating will not affect the body, but it must be cleaned in time. And in order to better maintain the host, it is generally not recommended to drink liquids, otherwise there is a risk of short circuit. Will you have feelings, Ball? Theoretically, the answer is no. Because the emotional learning system is not perfect in the current settings, this mechanism is cancelled. What if you are abandoned? Rather than abandonment, I think it is more appropriate to describe it as elimination. Humans are metabolizing every day, and robots will also be updated, just like old and damaged household appliances will be eliminated. If I am eliminated, then all I can do is wait for your next use. Communication with Ball is a relaxing thing for Xian Li. Compared with herself, it is more suitable for the word rational. After all, Xian Li is a human being, and cannot be absolutely rational. Many times, it is the emotions themselves that drive her. Rationality can indeed help her avoid certain risks, which is a topic for her future studies. After the break, it is Xian Li's fitness time. The venue is changed to a black hole. By speeding up the time flow in the black hole, Xian Li can even train for a whole day, while only 1 second has passed outside. Correspondingly, the greater the change, the more mental energy is consumed. So Xian Li usually adjusts the time flow rate to 3:1, that is, 3 hours in the black hole is equal to 1 hour in the real world. With the least loss of mental energy, do as much physical training as possible to achieve twice the result with half the effort. At about 11 o'clock in the evening in the real world, Xian Li will finish training and come out of the black hole sweating profusely. After enjoying Ball's half-hour muscle massage service, the hot water is also ready. It will put out the toiletries and prepare desserts and snacks suitable for bathing. After taking a bath, she will return to the bedroom. Aromatherapy has been lit in the room, soothing music is playing, and there is a cup of warm milk on her bedside. Xian Li Hui will summarize today's achievements while taking care of her skin, and make a training plan for the next day. She verbally described that Ball would record the keywords in the memo, and check them whenever she needs them. At the end of the day, she would look at her phone again. Ball would classify and filter the messages and news on the internet, distinguishing the importance by color, with red being the highest, orange being the second, and white being the last, and she would check them from high to low according to her mood. Bear, I can't even imagine how I will live without you in the future. As she lay on the bed, she sighed comfortably. In just 3 days, she felt the improvement in her quality of life, and the broadening of her way of thinking brought by Ball. It was almost difficult for her to remember how she had lived without Ball before. Although reason told her that excessive dependence was not a good thing. But in the safe house, she was willing to temporarily let down her guard and regard this place as a harbor for healing herself, and no longer think about hatred or responsibility. Here, the survival of the world has nothing to do with her for the time being. Ball is connected to the smart system of the whole house. When Xian Li allows, they can have barrier-free conversations in the house. It sits on the sofa in the room, with its palm resting on the wireless charging port, and the silver machine code on its face lights up. It's my honor. As a life robot, Xian Li's needs are his only code of conduct. Chapter 48. At the end of May, the typhoon ended, and humans got a brief respite. The accumulated water in the city slowly receded, and some people came out to move around. The authorities also began to salvage supplies and distribute them uniformly. In order to avoid people scrambling for them, special forces were arranged to maintain stability. The suspended social order seemed to be glued together again, and the gears with water stains slowly turned. But Li knew that all this was an illusion. The day after the flood completely receded, there would be extreme high temperatures, and the sunspot activity would reach a climax, releasing a super solar storm, and the world would directly enter high temperature weather above 50 degrees. What's more terrifying is that the super solar storm will also have a strong impact on the Earth's magnetic field, paralyzing the power grid, computer system, communication system, etc. This was later called the Earth's loss of contact period in the end of the world. Before the loss of contact period, Li had about a month to make adequate preparations. The first is the maintenance of the safe house. Although the safe house has a constant temperature and internal and external circulation power generation system, it is inevitable that there will be accidents such as house damage and hardware wear in extreme weather. In addition to updating the existing safe house, she also backed up some key equipment and materials of the safe house in parts, from small screws to large solar roofs, and prepared 3 copies just in case. The second is to deal with the heat relief in hot weather. Energy is not a problem. With talent, even if solar energy and small wind power generation cannot be used, she can also infinitely copy diesel for internal power generation. If she needs to go out, she will prepare enough energy in the warehouse, and Bar will be responsible for the endurance of the safe house cycle. However, in order to avoid being in a hurry at that time, she has now arranged for Ball to make ice water, ice cubes, ice bags, and ice cream. The fresh layer in the refrigerator is also filled with fruits and vegetables of different seasons to keep fresh supplies every day. The third is the construction of the sunroom. The sunspot storm brings not only high temperatures, but also increased solar radiation. Radiation has advantages and disadvantages. In high temperature weather, the mortality rate of humans is also high. Countless people die from heat stroke, lack of water, and heat stroke. But as far as she knows, after experiencing the solar storm, more and more awakeners began to appear. Some experts have proposed that solar radiation can promote the evolution of human genes. Under the dual effects of self-protection mechanisms and immune systems, gene mutations will lay a solid foundation for future awakening. So it is still necessary to bask in the sun from time to time, and wealth and honor are sought in danger. Of course, it is a bit unusual to bask in the sun everywhere in high temperature weather of 50 or 60 degrees. Li plans to build a sunroom in the yard. After the awning originally used as a kitchen was dismantled, the land was vacant, which could be enclosed to make a sunroom. The design of the sunroom was provided by Ball, which is also one of the uses of AI. This is not like the simple fence that Li asked the decoration team to build, and the materials were not prepared enough. So after sorting out the list of required building materials, Li decided to go out for a $0 shopping to check for missing and fill in the gaps at home. After breakfast, Li went out with a lunchbox prepared by Ball. After 2 months of typhoons, the gloomy sky finally became clear again. The weather at the end of May has already shown a hint of heat. It is very stuffy indoors without air conditioning. The outdoor temperature is close to 30 degrees. I sweated after going out for a few minutes. The hot weather is beginning to show signs. Considering the geographical location of Nanshur, such a temperature is normal, so no one finds it strange. Li drove the van that had not been used for a long time slowly out of the yard. The villagers of Nolan village have begun to clean up the mess caused by the typhoon. Most of the fields and crops have been destroyed, and they are busy clearing the losses. Li has no experience in farming. When she was a child, her grandmother's family had a small piece of land, but she sold it to her aunt's family in order to send her to school. The villagers of Nolan village earn their income from raising cattle and planting crops. Although this typhoon caused heavy losses to the villagers, the price of food outside has risen sharply, so the income will be more than 20 times higher than before. When passing by Aunt Hua's house, she saw Sha Qiao carrying a small stool and sitting at the door to eat watermelon. Seeing her, Sha Qiao's eyes lit up. Ollie. He looked at the half-eaten melon in his hand, wiped the juice on his hands, ran back to the house, and took out a whole melon and handed it to Li. Ollie, eat watermelon. Li had a smile on her face, and did not refuse his kindness, and took the watermelon from his hand. How are you these days? Good, good. Is Ollie okay? Sha Qiao began to talk. Mom talks about Ollie every day, worried that Ollie will get into trouble outside, and that there will be chaos outside. I'm fine. Do you have much to eat at home? Yes, a lot of rice and noodles. What about meat, vegetables and fruits? Sha Qiao looked at the watermelon in Li's hand and said honestly, this is the last one. Give her the last watermelon? Li was a little helpless. Come on, I'll take you out to buy things. Okay. When he heard that he could go out with Li, Silly Chiao's first reaction was happiness, but then he thought of something and looked a little dazed. But I don't have any money. Li smiled mysteriously. No money, get in the car. So, the two of them drove in the van towards the town. The water on the village road had almost receded, and the mud and gravel deposited on the bottom of the water had been cleaned up by the villagers, so the road was unobstructed. Tonggu town is not far from the village, and the flooding is much more serious than Nolan village, and the accumulated water can even reach the thigh. Li controlled the steering wheel and drove carefully in the water. On the road, people could be seen rowing small boats to clean up the garbage on the water, and the buildings on both sides of the road still had traces of being flooded by the flood. There was only one small farmer's market in the town, which was already crowded at this time. Every stall was crowded with people, and some people even came from neighboring cities. The police from the town police station were maintaining order with guns hanging from their waists, and the loudspeaker next to them kept repeating, "Today's prices, eggs are 298 yuan per catty, rice is 99 yuan per catty, beef is 498 yuan per catty, flour is 328 yuan per catty, and steamed buns are 20 yuan each." There are also special people at the door to register their identities, and each person is limited to buying 1 catty per day. The price has risen nearly 20 times compared to before the typhoon, and those villagers who brought their home stocks to the town to sell them early in the morning have made a lot of money. But with the arrival of the end of the world, people will find that they can no longer grow crops in the fields, and the current food prices will only skyrocket. Both paper money and electronic money have lost their liquidity, and can only be purchased through barter. However, Li did not intend to get involved. The money in her card was not much more than that of Silly Chiao. The current price was no different from robbing money, so she certainly would not consider it. Li's destination was a resort under construction 10 kilometers away from the town. Li had inquired that before the typhoon warning came, the workers on the construction site had stopped working and went home. In addition, the heavy rain and typhoon caused mudslides and landslides, so basically no one would go there. This resort under construction is a key project in the city, with an investment of more than 1 billion yuan. There must be a lot of building materials there now, which is more than enough to build a sunroom, and some of them are even overkill. Because it is inconvenient to go down the mountain at the construction site, the workers eat and live in the mountains, and there is no shortage of food in the staff canteen. So when Li passed the convenience market, he didn't even stop the car, for fear of stalling, and drove out of the town all the way and went up the mountain. When he drove to the mountainside, he couldn't get through anymore, so Li parked the car on the side of the road. Let's go in. The mountain road is not easy to walk, but Sha Qiao is not a delicate person. The child who grew up in the village can climb mountains and trees. Li relied on the offline map on his mobile phone. Half an hour later, he finally passed the mudslide section and arrived at the gate of the resort. The sign with the 5-word Xiangyuan Resort was shaky. The road leading to the door was flat and open, and it can be seen that the resort is taking a high-end route. There are flower beds, with a strong sense of design on both sides of the road. The plants in them are more energetic under the heavy rain. Some vines have even grown on the road. Through the gate, you can see a large piece of tender green lawn, and the stretched leaves are still condensed with rain and dew. The general structure of the resort has been completed, and it has only been slightly damaged by the 2-month typhoon. Li led Sha Qiao to the main house. The interior decoration had not yet been put in. The ground was half paved with cement and tiles. When they walked to the deepest part, they finally saw the shadow of the canteen. The workers' temporary canteen was in the restaurant of the resort. The house was made of waterproof and earthquake-resistant materials. There were no signs of typhoons inside. It was just a little dusty due to long-term absence, but it was not a big problem. The vegetables and meat placed outside in the kitchen were covered with mold, rotten and smelly. But you can see a cold storage behind the kitchen, which is still powered. Opening the cold storage door, the cold air turned into white mist, which froze Li. There were hundreds of workers in the resort. Li and the others saw that the cold storage was full of food. All kinds of frozen meat alone accounted for half of the country, and Sha Qiao was even more surprised. Li was somewhat thankful. If she had come a little later, the global power outage would have wasted the food in the cold storage. On the way here, Li had the foresight to find a special cart for the construction site, which came in handy at this time. She asked Sha Qiao to move the boxes of food up, and she went out to drag a few more carts. At first, Sha Qiao was a little uneasy about this free behavior. "Ollie, will this be bad? How could it be? If we don't take it away, these foods will go bad here. It's shameful to waste them. The simple Sha Qiao easily believed what Xian Li said, that's right. So he never had any other opinions about Xian Li's arrangements. While going out to look for a cart, Xian Li walked around the main part of the resort, and finally saw the building materials in the center of the courtyard surrounded by several main houses, including wooden floors, glass, wainscoting, marble paving bricks, gypsum boards, steel formwork, pebbles, wooden fences, Roman columns, etc. Xian Li copied them all without hesitation, and put them in his pocket. Then he returned to the cold storage, and together with Silly Joe, the two of them were like two hard-working ants, transporting the things in the cold storage to the car one by one with a cart. However, the capacity of the car is limited after all, and it was completely filled in a few trips, and the food in the cold storage was only 1/3 full. For 0 yuan purchases, Xian Li's attitude has always been to take enough for what he needs, similar to the principle of fishing in a dry pond, so that if someone in need comes here, he will not leave empty-handed. After the last trip of stockpiling, the two closed the door of the cold storage and waited for the next person in need to open it. When they walked out of the house, it was getting dark. Xian Li and Sha Qiao each pushed a cart. After working for most of the day, Xian Li was really hungry. She remembered that she had just moved a box of bananas to the cart, which was just right for her to relieve her hunger. She put the watermelon that she had just taken out of the car and put in the cold storage on the top of the cart, squatted down and took out 2 bananas from the bottom layer. When she stood up again, the watermelon on the top had disappeared. Xian Li was stunned, and when she looked back, a black shadow as tall as a mountain appeared behind her. The long trunk was like a flexible little hand, passing over her head and rolling the banana she had just taken out into her mouth. Chapter 49. Ollie, there are elephants here. Stupid Joe exclaimed. No wonder it's called the Elephant Resort. It turns out there are real elephants. It looks like a baby elephant that has not yet reached adulthood, with a few sparse hairs on its flat head, and its head is only slightly taller than its legs. Its nose is flexible, and it stuffed 2 bananas into its mouth and chewed them and swallowed them. The missing watermelon was stepped on by it, and with a slight force, the juice flowed out and split into several small pieces on the ground, and then it used its wrinkled nose to put the crushed watermelon piece by piece into its triangular mouth. After eating the bananas and watermelons, it set its sights on the other fruits in the cart. Its ears fluttered slightly, its nose exhaled, and its dark brown eyes blinked gently. Xian Li moved out the box of bananas that was pressed at the bottom. The baby elephant's trunk rolled up and tapped in the air. The top of the trunk opened and closed, and water sprayed out like a small fountain, pouring on Xian Li's head, taking away some of the stuffiness. Xian Li was amused by its playfulness, and reached out to touch its nose. It rubbed Xian Li's face affectionately with its nose, as if it was acting like a spoiled child. She remembered that after the end of the world, although many mutant creatures appeared, many animals and plants did not successfully evolve, and completely disappeared on the blue planet. This baby elephant is so friendly, it should have been raised by someone before, but after the typhoon came, the baby elephant was abandoned here. Fortunately, there is enough food here, with bark, leaves, and branches, but fruits like bananas and watermelons have not been eaten for a long time. Perhaps because he was too greedy, the little elephant quickly ate the whole bunch of bananas, opened his mouth, and made a moo sound with his throat vibrating. Silly Qiao listened for a while, and took out another box of apples from his cart. Eat it. The little elephant was overjoyed, and mooed twice again, and also sprayed Silly Qiao with water. Silly Qiao smiled and dodged its nose and said, Ollie, it said there are still a lot of them inside, and it wants to eat more. Ah, Xian Li was really surprised this time, seeing that Silly Qiao didn't seem to be joking. Can you understand what it said? Yes, that's right. Silly Qiao suddenly reacted, as if he had done something wrong. Ollie, don't tell Mom. Mom said no one will talk to small animals. It will scare others. Xian Li understood a little. When she was a child, Silly Qiao liked small animals very much. She could watch ants moving all day, but at that time, she thought it was a normal manifestation of brain damage. Now that I think about it, maybe before Xian Li, Sha Qiao's good friends were those little animals. Although Sha Qiao is already 20 years old, his heart is still as pure as a 7 or 8-year-old child. The purer the heart, the closer he is to animals. Perhaps this is why he can communicate with animals. So, Xian Li and Sha Qiao took the baby elephant back to the cold storage and took out enough fruit for it to eat for 3 days. The baby elephant was so happy that its nose danced wildly and opened its mouth to call a few times. Sha Qiao carefully identified, Ollie, The baby elephant said it wants to take us to a place. Its nose nodded up and down. Its round legs bent up and lowered its body, then gently rolled up Xian Li's waist and lifted it up. Xian Li's hand fell on its back, and then rolled up Sha Qiao in front of Xian Li. When the baby elephant stood up, Silly Joe grabbed its thick ears nervously. It carried the two people, and walked slowly into the depths of the resort. Behind the resort was a dense bamboo forest, with traces of artificial planting. A forest path was looming, and there was a bamboo tube-shaped pavilion lamp next to the path. It was imaginable how artistic it would be if it was lit. After walking along the path for 10 minutes, the road gradually widened, and a hint of sulfur could be faintly smelled in the air. Sure enough, after turning a corner, a natural hot spring appeared in front of the two. There was a stone tablet at the entrance, with the words Wangxiangquan engraved on it, which should be the feature of the resort. The gurgling spring water from the cracks in the stone merged into two springs, and the mist rose above the water, making it unclear. Xian Li and the other person slid down from the back of the baby elephant and approached the hot spring to take a look. A hot spring leans against a natural limestone wall. The bath water is almost milky white, emitting bursts of hot air in the hot summer. There is also a cold spring next to the hot spring, which is crystal clear. If the little elephant hadn't brought them here, Xian Li would never have known that there was a hot spring here. In the end times, water pollution is serious, and groundwater has become a scarce resource, not to mention these two springs, one cold and one hot. Groundwater gushes out from deep underground, and is not restricted by the surface temperature of the blue planet. Xian Li put his hand into the spring water to feel it. The temperature of the hot spring is about 40 degrees, and the temperature of the cold spring is 25 degrees. In the future high temperature and extreme cold weather, it can be said that it can save lives. The little elephant had already jumped into the cold spring pool, sucking water with his nose and pouring it on his body, and from time to time, he would playfully spray water at Xian Li and the others. Silly Joe played with the baby elephant in the water like a child. Seeing this, Xian Li also smiled. She was in a good mood, took off her shoes and socks, rolled up her trouser legs, sat on the edge of the hot spring, and soaked her white feet in the hot water. The temperature at night was not as high as during the day, about 27 or 28 degrees. It would not feel too hot to soak in the hot spring, but it would make people sweat slightly. However, after 15 minutes, fine beads of sweat appeared on Xian Li's forehead. She took her feet out and decided to soak in the cold spring to cool down. But when she stood up, she was stunned. She actually felt a slight increase in her mental power. Although the increase was very small, if she was not sensitive to her mental power, she would not have noticed it at all. But the fact was that her mental power was a little stronger than before. She was a little surprised and continued to sit back in the hot spring, but this time, no matter how long she soaked, her mental power did not grow. Xian Li was a little disappointed, but soon became happy again. Even if it's just a little bit, it can add up to a lot. Xian Li still knows too little about how to increase her mental power. Now that she has finally found a new way to increase it, Xian Li will naturally not let it go. She quickly decided to come again tomorrow to see if she can increase it further. Every point of mental power increase means that she has a greater chance of surviving in the apocalypse. After being delayed in the hot spring, it was almost 10 o'clock when Xian Li returned to Nolan village. When she came back, she asked Sha Qiao to move most of the supplies, leaving only a small portion for herself, which was still Aunt Hua's insistence. At first, when Aunt Hua learned that Xian Li took Sha Qiao out to purchase, her first reaction was that Xian Li was wasting money. She knew how expensive food is now, and she refused to accept it no matter what. In the end, it was only when Xian Li said that she would come over often to eat that Aunt Hua reluctantly accepted it. But Xian Li did not reveal the source of the food, and asked Silly Qiao to keep it a secret before returning. When he entered the door, Ball had been waiting for a long time. After a day, Xian Li had some sweat stains and dust on her body. She always loved cleanliness, so the first thing she did when she came back was to take a shower. The hot water in the bathroom had been prepared, and a few petals were sprinkled in it. When Xian Li came out with her hair wiped, her midnight snack was on the table. Usually, Xian Li would not eat after 8 o'clock in the evening, but today she had an unexpected gain, and Xian Li, who had not eaten dinner, decided to indulge herself. Xian Li. Bear's voice was like a gentle cello. It carefully looked at Xian Li's face. Although it was not much different from usual, it could be seen that the tail of the eye was slightly raised, the corner of the mouth was upturned, and the head was unconsciously nodding. It made a judgment. You are in a good mood today. Did something happen? Exionly didn't expect it to be able to see her emotions. The smile on the corner of her mouth simply became bigger, you found out. She told Bear what happened tonight. She had discussed with Bear about mental power, awakening, and talent before. In fact, she was equivalent to an outsider in this knowledge. She had always relied on her own exploration. She needed a person who was willing to listen and help analyze. Bear was undoubtedly the best choice. It could always give her appropriate advice. After analysis, there is a basis for the ability of hot springs to improve mental power. Hot springs contain a variety of minerals and trace elements, which can improve human physique. The arrival of extreme weather actually means that the blue planet itself is evolving. The groundwater gushing out from deep underground can be said to be the result of thousands of years of meticulous craftsmanship. It is reasonable that it will improve mental strength. As for what you said, mental strength did not increase again during the second bath. From the perspective of data analysis, perhaps the hot spring has a cooling CD for improving mental strength. Another trip tomorrow may confirm your idea. With Ball's analysis and support, Exionly immediately gained confidence. After the meal, Exionly did not slack off and entered the black hole for another 3 hours of training. The next night, Exionly went to Wanxiang Spring again. Without Silly Joe and the little elephant, the bamboo forest was quiet, and the only sound that accompanied Exionly was the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo leaves, which made people feel a sense of zen. This time there was no one else around. Exionly boldly took off her clothes and put them in the black hole. She walked from the stone steps next to her to the center of the hot spring, and the spring water gently washed her body. The slightly higher temperature made her feel like her pores were breathing, and the erratic mental power just penetrated her pores and became a part of her body. It seems that this hot spring is indeed as Ball said, the mental power absorbed through the human skin is limited, and it becomes saturated after reaching a certain amount, which is why after soaking for a while. The reason why it can no longer grow after a certain period of time. Simply put, the hot spring will refresh the CD every day. As long as you keep soaking, you can always accumulate a lot of sand into a tower, and gather a lot of fur over the years. After 15 minutes, Exionly's mental power showed no signs of growth. She checked and found that her mental power was a little bit stronger than yesterday, as thin as cat hair, but she was already satisfied. She came out of the water, wiped her body with a prepared towel, and thought about the feasibility of moving the safe house here. Considering the convenience of travel, Exionly gave up this idea. The location here is more mountainous than Nolan village. It takes almost 2 hours to go back and forth down the mountain, which is too troublesome for Exionly. However, Exionly also decided to list this place as a backup residence and replicate a safe house here for emergency use. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and there is never too many safe spots. Chapter 50. In order to deal with the period of loss of contact, Exionly made sufficient preparations. Exionly reproduced a wide variety of building materials in Xiangyuan Resort, so she simply renovated the courtyard herself. The courtyard was originally a mud ground, without any decoration, and looked simple and messy. She transplanted some vines on the wall, and covered the inner wall. The ground in the yard was covered with fine sand, and a whole piece of grass was moved from the lawn in front of the resort, and the whole yard was full of greenery and vitality. The path was paved with pebbles and white stones, leading to the old house, and the sunny glass greenhouse. The sunny glass greenhouse took Exionly 2 days, and Ball's help was indispensable. Pieces of slender wooden boards painted white formed the skeleton of the greenhouse, and the gaps were filled with translucent glass. The triangular roof allows sunlight to shine in from all angles. There are also strings of lights hanging on the eaves that are very atmospheric, which is also interesting at night. The greenhouse is filled with large potted plants, all transplanted from the resort's flower bed. The flowers are in full bloom. 2 uniquely shaped lounge chairs are placed with round pillows, surrounded by pink, yellow, and lavender flowers, and a tea table is placed next to them. You can make tea and enjoy the flowers while basking in the sun. On the wooden shelf against the wall are tools such as watering cans, scissors, and cute ornaments. The old-fashioned water well in the yard had been abandoned for a long time. Exionly was surprised to find that it could still be used. Although the water flow was small, the water source was still clean, and could be used to water the flowers. The old house was also renovated by Exionly. She painted the mottled and moldy walls with new paint, and simply laid floor tiles in the house. She replaced the dim incandescent lamps with bright LED lamps. She was reluctant to replace the old furniture in the house, but just cleaned it inside and out. After half a month of hard work, the old house has changed a lot, and Peanuts and Longans have a new playground. During this period, Exile Li did not forget to check in at Wanxiang Spring every day. Several times she met the little elephant wandering in the woods, and the latter pestered her to open the cold storage door several times. In return, the little elephant occasionally brought her some wild goods from the mountains, such as wild mushrooms, fungus, and a few unknown herbs to prevent mosquito bites. Exile Li's increased mental strength also grew from cat hair to the thickness of hair. Bypassing a large piece of limestone behind Wanxiang Spring, there is an open space. Bundles of wooden boards were scattered on the ground, which were probably used by the resort to build an open-air camp in the bamboo forest, which was just cheap for Exile Li. After clearing the debris on the ground, a safe house fell from the sky, and it became Exile Li's temporary residence. If it was too late one day, she could spend the night here directly without running around. Occasionally, she would put Ball in the black hole and let it breathe fresh air with her. Unfortunately, the robot Ball cannot take a hot spring bath. Long-term immersion in water can easily cause parts to rust and short-circuit. Once, it happened to meet a baby elephant who came to play with Exile Li. Seeing a stranger in the hot spring, it was not afraid, but curiously tapped Ball's soft simulated hair with its nose. When it tried to spray water on Ball, it was stopped by Exile Li in time. No, it's afraid of water. The little elephant moved in confusion, but seemed to understand what Exile Li said. It poured the water in its trunk on itself, and then touched Ball's face with its wet trunk. Faced with the kindness of the little elephant, Ball also politely responded, "Thank you for your enthusiasm." The little elephant was happy, vibrating in its throat, and rubbed its face with its trunk intimately. Bear's simulated cortex has a touch sensing system. It paused for a moment before reaching out to touch the little elephant's trunk. The signal feedback on the skin immediately conveyed the rough touch of the elephant's trunk surface. After that, when preparing a fruit plate for Exile Li, Ball would also bring a whole watermelon to the little elephant. When the little elephant didn't come, it would be put in the cold spring to keep it fresh. When the little elephant came, it could directly eat the watermelon that had been washed with cold water. And just 3 days before the loss of contact, Exile Li's message to reporter Zhong Yun on the platform was responded to. Her crooked message swiped a friend request. The person who added her was a small account, using the system's default avatar. "Be a monk for a day. Who are you?" Exile Li didn't recognize the name at first, until the other party sent a voice message. Her speed was a little fast, and she said, "I am Zhong Yun." After confirming that Exile Li heard it, she quickly withdrew the message. "Be a monk for a day. I am like a mute now. All my accounts have been banned. Every platform requires real name authentication, and I can hardly say a word on the internet." Zhong Yun's tone was a little self-deprecating. She couldn't even log in to her own social account. The account that added Exile Li was registered with the anonymous mobile phone number she used when she was a reporter. It seemed as if an invisible hand had forcibly covered her mouth, fearing that she would leak any information about the end of the world. Like a headless fly, she logged into all the platforms she had registered on her mobile phone, and finally found a message from Exile Li on a niche website that she herself had forgotten when she registered. "Pythagorean theorem. I believe what you said is true, and you can contact me if you need it." This sentence is like the only light in the darkness, and it became the reason for Zhong Jun to support her to go on when she was isolated and helpless. Even if there is only one person in the world who believes in her, it proves that her persistence is meaningful. I observed abnormal sunspot activity through the space telescope, and predicted that high temperatures will come within a week. Although I don't know who you are, if you can, I need your help. Zhong Jun was also desperate, and she didn't have much hope when she sent this message. There were many doubts about her voice on the internet, but few people believed in it. Not to mention the people who are willing to stand on the same side with her, whether it is her parents, teachers, superiors, or close boyfriends and besties, they all expressed their incomprehension of her persistence. Does she really want the blue planet to be destroyed? Some netizens even said that they were tired, so let it be destroyed. Maybe it was the professional ethics of the journalists at work, or more likely that she could no longer suppress her dissatisfaction with being questioned about her professional level. She always insisted on letting the world know the truth, even if the people pretending to be asleep did not want to be awakened. But the chaotic world is about to return to the right track, and people are whitewashing the peace. Only she rushed out to say to those people, "Wake up, the end of the world is not over yet, and the painful days are still to come." At first, some people believed her. But after a day, a week, and now almost a month, everything was calm. Countless questioning voices made Zhong Jun breathless. Even if she had 100 mouths, she couldn't respond. Her inability to speak was considered guilty. At this time, some people on the internet started to stir up trouble, saying that this was a new way to attract attention, and her doomsday theory was completely turned into a rumor. Although this stranger left her a message saying that he believed her, if she really needed help in action, most people would probably run away. Jung Jun was a little discouraged. Soon, the other party sent a message. She opened it without hope, but when she saw the text on it, she closed it and opened it again in disbelief. "Where are you? I'll find you." Her eyes were almost wet. No one had ever offered her a helping hand without question or confirmation. At this time, she was unwilling to doubt whether the other party had other intentions for her. She had nothing now. Xianli looked at the address sent by the other party on the phone, which was in Ningxi City, located in the west of Linchuan City. It spanned a province, and it would take 2 hours to get there by plane under normal circumstances. But after the typhoon, transportation capacity was tight, and airlines and railway companies had not yet resumed normal operations. Planes and high-speed trains were not available, so the only option left for her was to drive herself. She calculated that after deducting the round-trip journey, there was only 1 day left, which was not enough. If she did not get back in time when the super solar storm broke out and happened to be stuck on the highway, then she would not be far from being exposed in the wilderness. Although Xianli was a little embarrassed, she never considered the possibility of giving up. She admired Zhong Yun's courage and didn't want to let a good person die. If driving was too slow, why didn't she change another means of transportation? Xianli asked Ball to screen the latest news of Nanshi and Linchuan City for her, focusing on the military's movements. During the flood in the previous life, the military in Nanshi had dropped supplies by helicopter, and she was lucky enough to pick one up, which contained medical kits, compressed biscuits and vacuum cans, as well as an inflatable boat. Soon, Ball screened out the news of nearby cities according to Xianli's requirements. Fortunately, the military is currently stationed in Nanshi, and she saw the military helicopter she had seen in the previous life in the news picture. This type of helicopter can fly at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, and it can reach Ningxi City from Nanshi in 2 hours if it is fast. As for whether she can fly a helicopter, she doesn't need to consider it at all. Even if she can't, she can implant ideas through the new file of her talent and directly turn the helicopter pilot to her use. Without further ado, Xianli immediately began to pack her luggage. Her previous backpack was stolen by Man Tujiang. Although the things in it were backed up, they still needed to be packed again. Xianli still took out a mountaineering bag, which was sturdy, easy to use and large in capacity. She usually put some food and water with a long shelf life in it, and some common medicines. She did not choose the chainsaw as a weapon. The chainsaw was equipped with a lithium battery. The closer to the loss of contact, the higher the outdoor temperature, the lower the performance of the lithium battery will be, and the internal power will fluctuate, which can easily cause an explosion. She did not want to die before she could achieve her goal. So she brought a crowbar. It was not an easy task to sneak into the military base. The crowbar could be used to pick locks, boxes, windows, etc., and it was also very powerful to attack the enemy's head and abdomen. In addition, a spatula was also a must. With Xianli's current strength, even an iron door could be poked with a hole by her spatula. Just in case, Xianli also prepared diesel, clean water, cat food and dog food on the shelves of the attic warehouse, enough for her to stay out for a month without worrying about the consumption of the safe house. She specially prepared a satellite phone for Ball, which can be used when ground communication fails. The basic phone function is enough. Before leaving, Ball stood at the door to see her off, with Peanuts and Longan circling around its feet. It looked at Xianli, and the silver machine code tier mole flickered slightly. Bon voyage, Xianli. Everything was ready, and Xianli drove to Nanshi.